Chapter 1, Prologue. Euphemia's eyes rise to power came at an especially turbulent time in the empire's history when the bloody politics of the court well reached its peak, encouraged by her father Charles II in a brutal Darwinian process of selecting an heir. At first the Princess Euphemia showed little interest in this contest of power and many of her siblings and relatives wrote her off as harmless and ineffectual. All who knew the Empress personally however agree that the catalyst for her entry into court politics was the assassination of the Empress Marianne and the reported deaths of her siblings in the aftermath, Lelech and Nunnally 6 Britannia. This event profoundly affected the young girl, destroying the peace and security of her childhood. From this moment on, Euphemia dedicated herself to building a peace that would see no more of her siblings stolen from her. Alas that the Empress succeeded too late for several of them. Toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Prologue, Tertius. 2009 ATB. Pendragon was in an uproar. Empress Marianne, favored consort of the Emperor Charles, had been slain by an unknown assassin. Reported to have also fallen in the same attack was her youngest child, the Princess Nunnally. The politics of the court had just undergone a seismic shift, one which Euphemia could barely get a handle on at her age. From the expressions she saw on her sister Cornelia however the situation was grave. "Sister, what is going to happen to Lelech?" Euphy asked. "Don't worry Euphy," Cornelia assured her with a smile. "I'll make sure nothing happens to Lelech." The girl nodded, believing with all her heart that if anyone could keep her beloved brother safe, it would be Cornelia. Yet a lingering doubt nagged at her, a doubt fueled by what little she understood of court politics. The Empress Marianne was well loved by not just her own immediate family but also by several of the other children, Euphy included. But that love was not universal and many were the nobles that continued to hold Marianne's commoner origins against her. Many would have only been too glad to see her fall and those same nobles would not hesitate to orchestrate the deaths of her remaining child with Marianne herself out of the way. Euphy prayed that Cornelia would be able to make good on her word. Surely, even if she could not, her brother Schneeisel could? As if in answer to those prayers not an hour later Schneeisel himself arrived at the place Euphy and Cornelia resided. "Brother," Cornelia greeted cordially. "Cornelia," Schneeisel responded equally politely. "Let's drop the pleasantries," Cornelia said as they walked to one of the many sitting rooms. "I've failed my duty as commander of Marianne's guards, but I will not fail her by allowing Lelech to be taken as well. How do we keep him out of the line of fire?" "That may be somewhat difficult," Schneeisel said. "At present Lelech's grief is immense, but it is overshadowed by his rage. He seems intent on finding the perpetrators himself and exacting revenge." "He's just a boy," Cornelia said in exasperation. "He doesn't have the authority or political backing for some kind of play like that. Indeed, and any attempts by us to try to remove him from danger will be seen by him as getting in the way of his desired revenge," Schneeisel said, "at least initially. Still, once he calms down he will likely realize what we did was for the best. Having said that, what do you intend to do?" "I'm going to have him moved here," Cornelia said. "I've already increased security and having him with Euphy will make it easier to protect them both in case this is part of a wider conspiracy." "A wise precaution," Schneeisel agreed. "In the meantime, I will look into determining exactly how the assassins penetrated Ares Villa's security." Cornelia frowned. "You object?" "No," the woman said with a shake of her head. "I'm obviously unfit for such an inquiry since the lapse occurred on my watch. But, there's something you should know. The Empress herself requested that I shut down the villa's security protocols on the day of her assassination." Schneeisel raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Cornelia nodded. "I protested, but Marianne was adamant. I should have put my foot down. I don't know what Marianne was thinking." "That certainly complicates things," Schneeisel said. "This course of action suggests she believed herself to be safe, in some way or another." The prince paused. "We need more information, but the implications of what we already know are disturbing." "Agreed," Cornelia said. "If there's anything." The door burst open as Guilford burst in. "Your Highness!" he cried. Cornelia tensed, alert for whatever might have alarmed her knight. "The prince has gone to the palace for an audience with his majesty." It took all of a second for Cornelia and Schneeisel to comprehend those words and they shot towards the door immediately. Suddenly Euphy emerged from hiding, blocking their way. "I'm going to." Cornelia's eyes widened as she realized her sister had heard everything she and Schneeisel had said. "Euphy, this is not something you should get involved with. Lelech is my brother too." Euphy cried, fists clenched. "I have to be there for him." "Euphy," Schneeisel began gently, but the girl would not be interrupted. "You're talking me with you, or I'll follow you there myself." Her elder siblings exchanged looks before Schneeisel lowered his head ever so slightly. With a resigned sigh Cornelia too nodded but she looked at her younger sister sternly. "Stay by Gilbert, stay quiet, and do as we say," she ordered. Euphy nodded solemnly. She was old enough to understand at least the gravity of the current situation. The three siblings wasted little time traveling to the palace, but they were already playing catch-up. By the time they arrived, Lelich was already in his audience, and if the yelling was any indication, it was going very, very poorly. Then I don't want to be your heir, I renounce my claim to the throne. Yuffie felt her stomach twist. Had that voice been Lelich? Had he really done what she think he had? I'm sick of the fighting and scheming over who will succeed you, father, I've had enough. The three entered the throne room in time to see Charles's face contort with rage. You are dead. You were always been dead to me, dead from the moment you were born. Who gave you the fine clothes you wear and comfortable home? The food you eat and your very life? All of those, I have given to you, in short you are not nothing to me because you have never existed. Yet you dare to speak such foolishness to me. The emperor stood and Lelich stumbled back. Lelich, you are dead, therefore you are not entitled to any rights. I am sending you to Japan, as a prince, you will serve well as bargaining tools. Cornelia blanched and Yuffie felt her heart seize. Schneeisel frowned as he stepped next to another of their siblings. Odysseus. The older prince glanced over at his younger brother. Schneeisel. Odysseus, why didn't you stop Lelich? Cornelia hissed. What was I to do? Lelich began spouting that nonsense without any warning. The look Cornelia shot her brother made clear that was no excuse as far as she was concerned. The situation was however falling completely apart, Lelich giving his father one last glare before storming out of the audience hall. Yuffie could no longer restrain herself. Lelich! She cried out. The boy hesitated for the barest of moments and the court's eyes fell upon him, all wondering what the boy would do. Would he come back, bend his knees and plead for forgiveness? And then the moment passed as he passed through the threshold. Yuffie felt her knees give out, but Cornelia quickly caught her. The girl's eyes were already starting to cloud as tears streaked down her cheek. She did not even notice her sister cradling her and carrying her away from the room, all she could think about was the sight of her brother's back. If only she had known that was the last she would ever see of him, she might have given chase. In her darkest nightmares she would have never conceived of what came next. Evening fell and Yuffie hugging her sister and her stuffed animal, one given to her by the Empress Marianne herself. The murmurings about her were too much for the little girl and she tried to block them all out. One such hushed conversation however caught her attention for the name she picked out amongst the words. She looked up, straining to hear more. The poor dear, what will we tell the princess? Nothing, not until Princess Cornelia clears it. Is it true though? Did he really commit suicide? Yuffie's face paled. Young as she was, the girl was a diligent student and many foresaw her becoming a most erudite scholar. Thus the words that she now heard were crystal clear to her, as was their implications. Suicide. Death. Lelich was dead? Not just her beloved Aunt Marianne and little sister Nunnally, but now her dear brother as well? Yuffie remained frozen in her chair, not stirring until Cornelia returned, who knew how much later. When the elder princess saw her sister, she immediately came to the girl's side. Yuffie, are you okay? Yuffie's mouth opened and closed wordlessly. Cornelia gently stroked the girl's head. Yuffie. You promised, the girl said with a husky voice. Cornelia stiffened. Her little sister knew. Somehow, and Cornelia vowed to find out who had been insensitive enough to reveal this to her dear Euphemia, she knew. I'm sorry, Cornelia said softly. Cheeks still stained by tears shed mere hours ago were now awash with them once more. Cornelia pulled the girl into a tender hug. You promised, Yuffie repeated in between her sobs. Cornelia tightened her grip. She needed to do something, anything, to try to soothe Yuffie's pain, but the second princess of the Holy Britannian Empire knew that with all her power in this she was utterly powerless. Thus she simply held on to her sister, stroking her hair. I'm sorry, Cornelia said. I couldn't keep this promise. I don't know if you'll ever believe my word again, Yuffie, but I'm sorry. Yuffie clung onto her sister, almost afraid that if she let go Cornelia would disappear too. Her world had been torn apart. That peaceful, happy world that she thought she could remain safely in forever. At the age of 7 Yuffie had learned a cold, hard lesson about not just life but also about family. Her father did not care about them. Her siblings were powerless in the face of his authority. A day may yet come when she herself would be caught in the crossfire of court politics. If she wanted to survive, if she wanted to learn the truth behind the events of this brutal day, she needed to come to terms with that loss of innocence. No, she needed to embrace it. Only then could she hope to survive, only then could she possibly carve out an oasis in all this madness. And maybe, just maybe, she could find some of the happiness stolen away today. 2016 ATB. The dining hall was opulently appointed, from the embroidered silken red curtains framing giant windows that let in the ambient evening light to the crystalline chandeliers that sparkled if one gazed upon them. Then there was the spread on the tables, dishes crafted by some of the finest chefs in the empire that provided a fair sampling of the lands under Britannia's domain. That few of those lands were willing components was a side note, an afterthought to the men and women attending tonight. After all, the fact that they were part of the empire now meant that they were worthy of nothing besides being subjects of Britannia. The guests tonight were each in their own way distinguished personages of the empire, nobles, magnates, or more often than not both considering the social hierarchy of the nation. Their presence was not only a testament of their own individual wealth and power but also a measure of the prestige of their host tonight, for few would dare scorn an invitation from the Duke of Toronto. Even ignoring the man's own considerable wealth and stature, one slighted a cousin of the Brightonian imperial family at one's own great peril. Besides, the Duke could be quite magnanimous to those of use to him. The ring of a wineglass sounded through the hall, bringing a halt to the small talk as all turned their attentions to the Duke. He smiled, lowering the silver spoon but raising the glass. The guests all reciprocated. A toast. His voice boomed. To the glory of the Empire, to the honor of the Emperor, and to the greatness of our blood. Hear, hear. After nearly draining his glass, the Duke set it aside, a servant appearing almost instantly to refill it. The Duke hardly noticed, instead continuing to address his guests. My lords and ladies and gentlemen, he said. I thank you all for coming to this little soiree of mine. The past year has been a most glorious one, for not just the Empire but also for my humble self. That was quite the understatement. The Duke was not only a prominent noble, he also controlled a very lucrative arms conglomerate that served as one of the Brightonian military's primary suppliers for munitions. He was a canny businessman, noting that while selling guns and cannons might seem more glamorous, what the military really consumed in prodigious amounts were the bullets and shells fired by those weapons. And with every conflict the Empire found itself embroiled in, the need for those bullets and shells only increased, ultimately taking the Toronto fortune to almost unimaginable heights a mere decade after the Duke first established himself in the industry. The rapid growth of his company raised a few eyebrows and rumors continued to swirl about just how he managed to land such lucrative contracts to supply the military, but few dared to do more than whisper such possibilities, for the Duke's business prowess was easily matched by his skill with a blade, and any that he deemed to have slandered him tended to meet very messy ends. After all, who dared face the social fallout of declining a challenge to a duel of honor issued by a duke? I expect that the new year will be equally rewarding, not just for myself but for all of my good friends here today, the Duke continued. I had hoped to share with you news of the dawning of a new era today, but alas it was not to be. Still, I have full confidence that within the next month we will all have further cause to celebrate. All attending knew to what the Duke referred to. The contract to supply the military was up for renewal, but unlike in past terms, negotiations surrounding it had dragged on for surprisingly long. Other parties were obviously making a play for the lucrative business, which was exceedingly foolish considering whom they were contending with. As such, no one here doubted that the Duke's proclamation would become truth in due time. For many their own fortunes were intertwined with that of the Duke's after all, and any alternative was beyond unthinkable. That was perhaps why no one present ever foresaw how the evening would end. The soldiers that stormed into the hall wore the combat dress of the Brightonian army, padded head to toe in black armor with weapons raised. Cries and screams of surprise filled the hall as the guests scrambled away from this sudden intrusion. The Duke looked about in confusion, seemingly unable to decide between outrage and fear. What is the meaning of this? He demanded, finally settling on outrage. After all, he was a Brightonian duke. What out there did he have to fear? The last soldier to enter wore no helmet, and the insignia on his collar marked him to hold the rank of colonel. His expression was a simple sneer as his gaze fell upon the guests, contempt dripping from his eyes. Here was a man that had little use for the pomp and circumstances of blue bloods. You! Are you in charge of this farce? The Duke screamed. I will have your head for interrupting my dinner in so insolent a manner. The colonel gave the Duke a dismissive look as an aide stepped forth with a very thick packet of paper. The colonel accepted the packet and glanced at the cover, seemingly ignoring the Duke. His actions were however not nearly as benign as that. Duke Constantine of Toronto, the colonel said. The Imperial Munitorum has completed an audit of the services rendered by companies under your control and the compensation provided. The conclusion of this audit, of which I hold a copy of, is that substandard products provided by Toronto Arms has been directly responsible for 12,622 casualties amongst the Brightonian military over the past decade. The number of fatalities confirmed to have been caused by substandard munitions provided by Toronto Arms stands at 3,916. The Munitorum further estimates that an additional 30,000 casualties were likely caused by these same substandard munitions, though there is not sufficient evidence for a definitive conclusion. The colonel looked up from the report to meet the eyes of the quickly paling Duke. In light of these severe transgressions, the Munitorum has ordered the immediate termination of all contracts with Toronto Arms and the seizure of assets to compensate the Empire for these grievous losses. The Duke of Toronto himself is hereby ordered to be taken into custody pending the carrying out of his sentence. The white of shock was giving way to scarlet rage as Constantine glared at the colonel. What insolence! How dare you slander my august person such? Who is the craven bastard that has the balls to deface me so? I demand to know their identities so that I may have satisfaction. The colonel held out the packet toward the Duke. The auditor that verified the conclusions is signed on the last page of the report. The Duke snatched the papers and immediately flipped to the last page, which was merely the latest in a series of life mistakes the man had committed, for there were actually 2 pieces of documentation in the packet. The audit and its various numbers formed the bulk of it, but attached to the end was a simple sheet of paper authorizing the sentence for the Duke's crimes. A death sentence. The man's face paled once more as his eyes fell upon the signature at the bottom. Cornelia Lee Britannia, Marshal of the Imperial Army. This is impossible. The Duke exclaimed, the packet falling from his hands. Take him away, the colonel ordered. No. Wait. Please stop. His cries fell on deaf ears as 2 soldiers seized the Duke and hauled him out. He continued screaming, pleading for his life and offering to richly reward any that came to his aid. The dozens of weapons trained upon the guests ensured all turned a deaf ear to those pleas. The colonel picked up the packet, noting with some amusement that it had opened up to the actual last page of the audit. There at the bottom was the name that had actually consigned the Duke to his fate, the auditor that meticulously tracked down and documented every bribe, pinched penny, and otherwise misdeed that had allowed the Duke to remain as the heart of this rot within Britannia's military-industrial complex. A name that still seemed innocuous to the masses of the Empire. A name signed and sealed as Euphemia Lee Britannia, 3rd Princess of the Holy Britannian Empire. End prologue. Mandatory disclaimer, I don't own code Geass, etc., etc. This is, as should be pretty obvious, a what-if story. One that will have lots and lots of threads spinning off and coming back together as the story unfolds. As a character I found Euphemia interesting, though from a purely practical perspective I didn't entirely sympathize with her. Sure, her intentions were good, but they also felt naive in a lot of respects. I suppose that might have been inevitable. Code Geass geopolitics were highly unrealistic in many places to the point of feeling sloppy at various points. Conversely, regardless of my lack of sympathy for Yuffie, I did feel she was rather underutilized. The girl had conviction if nothing else, and I thought it might be interesting if she actually had, the political capital to actually back up said conviction. Thus this little story where Yuffie gets to take center stage. That said, in the Code Geass universe death tends to be rather impermanent, a truism that applies as much to my NFIC universe as it does to the canon. So unless you are shown a body, don't assume anything. Even if you are shown a body, don't assume anything. Anyway, I think that about sums up what I want my readers to know about now without dropping too many spoilers. Drop me a review with what all of you think. Side note, to any readers of my other FIC in tune that stumble upon this one, no, this FIC should not result in significant delays to that one. That one is winding down anyway and I needed to get at least the prologue for this FIC out of my head. Chapter 1. Amongst those directly involved in the Empress Euphemia's ascension the most colorful is almost certainly Lady Colin Statfeld Kaujaki. The daughter of a Britannian noble and a Japanese commoner, the story of how Lady Statfeld Kaujaki began as a Japanese freedom fighter and went on to play a pivotal part to the elimination of the then Princess Euphemia's rivals for the throne can and has by itself filled entire history texts. Much like the Empress, Lady Statfeld Kaujaki entered the conflict fully after the death of her sibling, in her case that of her elder brother Naoto Kaujaki. Despite her young age at the time, the Lady Statfeld Kaujaki was already a superb nightmare pilot and capable warrior, talents that would play major roles in her rise. Rumors however persist to this day of her grace possessing another, almost preternatural ability to sense every detail of her surroundings. While such stories are likely exaggerations fueled by the distortions of the passage of time, it is widely accepted that her grace possessed a frighteningly canny situational awareness that served her in good stead as a nightmare pilot. It was also as a pilot that the Lady Statfeld Kaujaki earned her many appellations such as the Crimson Lotus, the Red Knight, the Red Queen, and finally the Knight of One. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 1, 42 Do. Yuffie yawned, stretching her body to try to stave off the sleep it was craving. She would be turning in soon enough, there was just a little bit more work to be done and she was loath to leave it until tomorrow. Whether it could be called diligence or obstinacy depended on who discovered the girl during her late-night work sessions. Or rather how many times they encountered Yuffie up so late. Her old governess would probably still be proud, even as she chided the girl about neglecting her beauty sleep. She was a princess of the realm after all and had to maintain an image. Your Highness. Yuffie looked over to the figure standing on the doorway. Ah, Dorothy, good evening. The maid bowed. It is nearly time for a good morning, Your Highness. Please, you should turn in. Yuffie smiled slightly. This maid was obviously not one of the admirers of what she politely termed the princess-dedicated drive. Not entirely surprising seeing as she was responsible for preparing Yuffie for her daily routine and ensuring a good night of sleep was a prerequisite of that. I'm almost done, Dorothy, Yuffie assured her maid, not that the older woman believed her for a moment. Your Highness, you are scheduled to breakfast with Prince Schneisel tomorrow. Or should I say today? Looking at the clock, Yuffie saw that it was indeed past midnight. Perhaps her maid had a point after all. All right, Dorothy, you win, Yuffie said as she stood. I'll get to bed. The maid bowed. I have prepared a robe and nightgown on your bed, your highness. Thank you, the young woman said with a nod. A deeper bow as the maid retreated, her errand complete. As Yuffie watched her leave she sighed. Perhaps she should stop staying up so late seeing as she was forcing her attendants to also pull these late night shifts. Their work could be difficult enough seeing as they had to keep this massive estate running smoothly. Either way that was a promise for another day, as were the numbers for Area 11's development budget. For now she needed sleep. The next morning as she breakfasted with Schneeisel, Yuffie was genuinely glad her maid had chased her off to bed. You have been well, Yuffie. Schneeisel said with a seemingly genuine smile. Well enough, thank you brother, Yuffie replied with one of her own. Hers looked just a bit more natural. I know you try to be diligent with your work but it would not do to exhaust yourself in it. I will be fine brother, Yuffie assured her sibling. Though if the lot of you would generate less work for me, I would not complain. Schneeisel chuckled. Clovis being a bit too free with his money again. No, well, kind of, Yuffie said thoughtfully. He's spending a lot of it, and I'm having trouble figuring out where exactly it's all ending up. The prince raised an eyebrow. Yuffie's intuitive grasp of numbers was quite the wonder by itself. When applied to something that was otherwise mundane such as accounting, the young woman could discern patterns and flows that eluded even Schneeisel. For that reason alone he valued his sister's input on a diverse range of topics. Conversely, Yuffie knew well how useful her siblings, not just Schneeisel, found her and used that utility to ply certain favors from them. In Schneeisel's case that favor had been a formal, albeit discreet, position of auditor in the treasury where she examined the empire's finances for signs of graft or waste. Not even members of the imperial family were safe from her scrutiny, even if their positions shielded them from the more direct consequences of their extravagance. Indirect consequences were another matter entirely. From which budget is Clovis drawing heavily from? He's not actually, Yuffie said. It's just that there are sums unaccounted for across quite a few requisitions and funds. By themselves they're at best a few percentages, but on the whole we're talking about millions of pounds, perhaps even tens of millions. In the grand scheme that isn't a lot of money, but it is still significant. Schneeisel found himself in agreement with his sister. The total gross national product of the empire stood at nearly 17 trillion pounds and the combined budget of the government itself was approximately 3 trillion. Against such vast sums 1 or 10 million pounds was a trifling. Yet in absolute terms 10 million pounds did represent a significant amount of money, especially in an economy as depressed as that of Area 11. You believe he is hiding something? Yuffie nodded. I'm pretty sure it's all benign, for all I know he's just stuffing cash for some future project, but it is nagging me a bit. Schneeisel was not sure he shared his sister's sentiment. Then again he doubted Yuffie herself was actually that blasé about all the missing money. If there was one thing that kind, gentle Yuffie could be said to hate, it was the abuse of power and wealth that ran rampant in the empire. Clovis might have been a beloved brother but not even he would be immune from her wrath if she decided he really had been misappropriating money meant to improve Area 11. Shall I have a word with him the next time we speak? Schneeisel suggested. Actually I think I should be the one to talk to him about it, Yuffie said. If you asked him, he might panic and think he's in big trouble. That last line was delivered with a perfectly disarming smile. Schneeisel allowed one of his own. Fair enough. Then I leave the matter to your discretion. Thank you brother. You are most welcome, Yuffie. Oh yes, useful indeed. Schneeisel just prayed that he never gave Yuffie reason to pry into his affairs. Yuffie was not one to waste time and upon returning to her estate she arranged for a line to be established to Clovis. It was already afternoon, almost evening, in Japan so she did not have to worry too much about the inconvenience of the time. When Clovis appeared on the screen he certainly did not seem to mind the sudden call at all. Yuffie, he greeted with a wide smile. How are you my dear little sister? Yuffie returned the greeting with one of her one. Fine, dearest brother. I hope that all is going well in Area 11. If only, Clovis said with an exaggerated sigh. The 11s are being their usual uncooperative selves, constantly seeking to undermine our efforts to restore the country into a productive land. That did not surprise Yuffie in the least though the girl kept her peace. One thing Schneeisel and Cornelia had managed to teach her over the years was to pick her battles with care and to never fight on two fronts at once. Today she would deal with this little bookkeeping error. Tomorrow was another day after all. But I'm sure you didn't call to hear me gripe about my governorship, to what do I owe the pleasure? Business I'm afraid, Yuffie said, still smiling sweetly. Clovis, for all his theatrical gestures, was not a fool. None of the emperor's children were outright stupid, at least none that still retained any standing at court, and a viceroyalty over an area required quite the standing indeed. The prince kept his composure, retaining his genial expression. Oh? Please, do share. I have been reviewing the finances for Area 11 and noticed a large number of minor discrepancies. Individually they do not amount to much but combined the sum is substantial. Clovis pursed his lips. That is, disturbing, Yuffie. Indeed. After all, with all the difficulties the people of the area have been given you, the last thing you need is for your efforts to be further undermined by graft or sloppiness of your subordinates. Despite her wording, Clovis knew fully well what his sister was getting at. Or rather at both points the young woman was trying to get across. Yuffie hated waste and corruption, but she did care for her brother, and so she was making clear that she was assuming the best, that Clovis himself was not party to the misappropriation of funds and that she could trust him to remedy the situation. Clovis sometimes wondered just when his dear little sister started becoming so devious. Schneeisel's influence, no doubt. Still he forced the smile to remain on his face. You have my word, Yuffie, I will look into the matter and put an end to this shameful oversight. I have no doubt you will, brother. If you could please forward the specific details to me directly. Knowing where these discrepancies are would be most helpful. Certainly, I'll have a secured message dispatched immediately. Thank you, Clovis said, his smile widening. When events are less dramatic here in Area 11, you must come visit. You'll feel right at home in the Tokyo concession, and I think you'll enjoy the garden villa here at the palace. Oh, I heard you modeled it after the Ares villa, Yuffie said wistfully. That takes me back. I as well, Clovis said softly before shaking himself. Would that I could share it with them. Yuffie nodded, knowing that her brother genuinely meant this and was not trying to distract her. Amongst their siblings, Clovis was likely the next closest to the children of the Empress Marianne before their passing. Well, I shan't keep you from your work any longer, brother, or your dinner. I always have time for you, Yuffie, Clovis assured her, being at least mostly honest. Till we speak again. Goodbye, brother, and I will pray for your success in Area 11. Yuffie really meant it too. Clovis was family after all, and one thing the princess had learned to cherish was family. As the feed terminated, a scowl appeared on Clovis' face. His anger was not directed towards his sister, he loved her dearly and knew that Yuffie was simply trying to look out for the best interests of the empire and its people. That she had called him directly about his concerns indicated that she did not suspect anything, and if Clovis had it his way she would go right now suspecting nothing. Of his siblings, Yuffie's good opinion was one he was especially loath to lose on a personal level. Even of losing Schneeisel's confidence could be more dangerous politically. Get General Esprius here immediately. Clovis snapped. One of his attendants bowed before making a hasty departure. Clovis, however, was not a patient man, and by the time the general arrived there was a noticeable dent on the armrest where he had been drumming. You called for me, Your Highness. Bartley said with a bow. With a wave of his hand Clovis dismissed the servants, who were only too relieved to be out of the prince's presence. The nervous energy he had been exuding had not been good for anyone's nerves. Bartley himself was now the sole object of the prince's attention, and finding said energy to be equally nerve-wracking. General Esprius, Clovis said. What progress on Code R? Well, there have been no significant developments since my latest progress report to you last week, sire, Bartley said nervously. We are continuing to analyze the subject, but there have thus far been no anomalies from previously observed patterns. How long has it been since I placed you in charge of the project, General? Clovis asked. 6 months, Highness. And in those 6 months, what have we learned about the subject? Bradley swallowed. We've gathered a considerable amount of raw data, sire, but much remains to be done. The subject is unnatural in many respects, and we are still determining what limits, if any, its abilities have. I apologize for the slow pace of the work, Highness, but there are simply too many unknowns that we will only be able to unravel with more time. More time, Clovis said bitterly. Do you know, General, just how much your research has already cost? Bradley frowned. Highness. Money, General, I'm talking about money, Clovis snapped. I'm not sure of the exact number, sire, Bradley said nervously, but I could conduct an audit if you. Don't bother, Yuffie's already done one and will be forwarding me the results. The general frowned in confusion at first, trying to work out just how the third princess was involved with all this. And then he recalled certain rumors that had been floating around about the Princess Euphemia's hand in the dismantling of Toronto Arms. He blanched. Yes, General, Clovis said as he watched the other man's reaction. Yuffie has noticed the funds being diverted to your project. In fact, she called me not half an hour ago to have a little chat about them. She's giving me the benefit of the doubt by assuming that it's just some subordinates stealing from the official budgets, but if she is given cause to dig deeper she may well find where that money is going. But, the money was diverted in such small amounts. Bradley protested, momentarily forgetting in whose presence he was. How could she have found them? Yuffie's always been good with numbers, Clovis said, his own agitation distracting him from the slight disrespect of the general's bluntness. Ultimately it doesn't matter how she found out about the diversions, she knows, and if she knows, Schneeisel knows. We must secure Code R until this blows over. Highness. You will remove Code R to a secure and remote location, Clovis ordered. I will provide the funds necessary from my personal accounts. Once the relocation is complete, your only responsibility will be to keep the subject locked down and prevent any attempts at escape. Until I can arrange for a new source of funding, one that will not show up in any of the official or unofficial books, you are to halt the experimentation. But... am I clear, General? Bartley shut his mouth and reluctantly nodded. He knew that tone. When Clovis was incensed, the prince's temper knew no bounds. The disruption to the project's timetable this would cause would be considerable, with significant amount of work that would need to be redone once they could resume the experiments. But the prince was right, the last thing they needed was to have other members of the imperial family sniffing around. Better that they suffer a minor delay than to have the entire project scrapped. Bartley bowed. I will see to this immediately, Your Highness. Good, Clovis said and waved. You are dismissed. The general hurried out of the room, leaving Clovis to sulk. Bad enough that the 11s were still causing grief for his rule, now his own family was meddling in his affairs. He tried not to be too annoyed with Yuffie, she really was trying to look out for the family interests. Unfortunately, when a family had as many secrets as the Britannias, she was almost bound to stumble upon something one of them did not want discovered. It was just Clovis' unfortunate luck that he was her first unintentional victim. The prince sighed. Things were getting complicated, but the situation was still salvageable. If things worked out, maybe he would be able to make good on that invitation to his sister. How he would enjoy the uncomplicated nature of a simple family visit. Tamaki hated being on stakeout duty. Patience was not one of his virtues, a self-admitted flaw that in theory should have seen him removed from consideration for such jobs. Unfortunately, with the cell's lack of manpower, everyone was pulling double duty, and so Tamaki found himself loitering outside of the building they suspected of being a chemical weapons factory. Damn the Britannians, first they stomp on Japan and her people, and now they were planning on gassing all of them. Well, this was something they were not going to get away with. Tamaki yawned. So long as he could stay awake long enough to make sure they did not move the gas. Damn night shifts, why did he have to lose the bet? A truck turned the corner and Tamaki quickly slid into the shadows. From there he watched as it pulled up to the main gate. Another truck appeared, then a third. The gate rose and the vehicles hurriedly drove in. Peeking out, Tamaki saw several men hop off the truck. They all looked military and interestingly were not carrying anything. Was this it? Were they preparing to move the gas? Was he finally going to get a chance to do something? Tamaki pulled out his cell. Only one way to find out. Are you sure? Colin perked up. Ogai's voice sounded strained and serious. No, I'm sure you saw what you did. What? Okay. Keep an eye out, I'll get us into position if this is really it. Ogai closed his cell and looked up to see Colin waiting expectantly. He grimaced. Tamaki says he just saw a bunch of trucks enter the building with a lot of men. This might be it. I'm ready, Colin said immediately. Let's go. Colin, Ogai began. I know what you're gonna say, Ogai, Colin cut him off. I'm coming. I'm the best pilot you've got, and if you want to have any chance of pulling this off you'll need my help. Ogai grimaced. I know. But when we're out there you need to follow my orders, no running off on crazy stunts. Are we clear? Colin nodded stiffly. Of course. All right. Then let's get going, we're not going to have much warning if they really are moving the gas now. Colin dashed after Ogai, trying to keep a lid on her own enthusiasm. Ogai was right, this was not just a simple smash and grab. If they were careless they could end up unleashing the gas in a heavily populated area and kill countless innocents, Japanese and Britannian alike. The girl wanted to avenge her brother, yes, but she knew that she would never be able to face him if in the process she triggered a greater catastrophe. Yet her anger and passion remained hard to rein in. Colin prayed that she did not end up doing something rash. A new day had dawned and Tamaki was still at his spot waiting for something to happen. The only good news right now was the sun was slowly warming the air, helping him shake off the chills from the night before. Come on you bastards, get a damn move on it. The gate rose. Apparently he was about to get his wish. Tamaki readied his cell. Out from the building rolled the trucks, the one in the center slightly larger and heavier if the depression of the wheels was any indication. Bingo. The man hit speed dial and waited impatiently as the phone connected. One ring and the man on the other side picked up. Status. They're on the move, Tamaki said. Headed towards Shinjuku. All right, fall back to the rendezvous point and get armed. We'll need backup once we jack the truck. On my way, Tamaki said, already making a run for it. He pocketed his phone without another word. If he hurried there might still be some leftovers when he met up with the others. The new day started much as any other, the denizens of Tokyo rising and going about their routines. Students headed off to class while adults made their way to their respective place of work, whether it be an office, a factory, or simply their own homes. Few were expecting anything exciting to happen, the past few weeks having been relatively quiet. There was a heavier than usual presence of police and even military out and about, but no one could fault Prince Clovis for his caution, what with the recent bombastic grandstanding of the terrorist elements seeking to undermine Britannian authority. Still, it was not like the terrorists actually had the power to seriously threaten the Tokyo concession where full-fledged citizens lived, so everyone went about their day as usual. And yet there was that rising billow of smoke off in the distance. Was its source a fire? Or something more ominous? Damn it, Tamaki, why can't that guy ever follow a plan? The man spun the wheel, sending the truck careening around the corner as he tried to put some distance between himself and his pursuers. No time for complaining now, Colin said as she reloaded her pistol. Keep driving. The girl leaned out, firing off a few shots. One actually managed to hit the window of the chasing police car, but besides a brief bout of swiveling, the driver quickly recovered. The radio on the dashboard crackled. Nagata, you there? The driver grabbed it. Oh guy, we've got cops on our tail and coming in hot. I see you, take the next left and keep going straight for 5 more blocks, then a right. We've got the Glasgow set up in an alley, Colin just needs to get to it. Roger. The truck swerved hard again, almost tipping over but landing back onto all 4 wheels with a thud. The moment they were level again, Colin leaned out to open fire again. A few shots actually punched through the hood of the lead car and it began to slow. Yes. I got the engine. Great, now please do something about the other 2 cars back there. Colin ejected the clip. Got any more bullets? How did you go through that many clips? By trying to keep us alive here. Nagata's response was to throw the truck into another sharp turn before slamming down on the brakes. Colin threw her arms around her seat to avoid being bounced about and shot the man a dirty look. Out, Nagata shouted, there's the Glasgow, take it and go kick some real ass. The girl needed no further urging, bailing and running into the alley. Guy waved frantically at her and Colin wasted no time climbing into the Nightmare. The cockpit closed around her and the machine hummed to life. Her comrades had already started the thing up, so mere seconds passed between her strapping in and the Nightmare charging forth into the street. Her timing was impeccable, the police cars less so as it slammed into her. The mech barely noticed it, the car saw its entire front end flattened. The other police car swerved, trying to get around the Nightmare. Colin raised the mech's arm and fired off its harpoon. The spear slammed into the car, skewering its engine and sending it crashing into a building. A quick jerk freed the spear from the wrecked vehicle. Threat neutralized, Colin reported. Not just yet, Guy's voice said over the radio. I'm hearing noise over the civilian channels about Britannian military units being dispatched. We need to get that gas under cover into Shinjuku now. Che, alright, I'll provide cover for Nagata. You guys get to Shinjuku and prepare a warm welcome for the Britannians. The sound of a car starting up carried through over the radio. Already on my way. Be careful out there, Colin. The girl grinned. You know me, Guy. Yeah, a resigned tone answered. Yeah, I do. What had started out as a perfectly normal day was turning out to be anything but for the student council of Ashford Academy. Millie Ashford, student council president, watched the news feed anxiously, hoping that there would be some hint as to whether the fighting might spread in the direction of the school. As you can see, the terrorist elements have caused only minor damage to the outer districts of the Tokyo concession before fleeing for the safety of the Shinjuku ghetto, a Britannian police public relations officer said as images of scrapped car parts were broadcasted. We are already moving in to lock down the district to ensure that the terrorists do not escape. Once a perimeter is established, the Britannian military will move in to sweep the district and flush these cowards out. The girl pursed her lips. If the military was really going to put boots on the ground in Shinjuku, the area would turn into a bloodbath. Britannian soldiers were not known for their moderation, and they would not care if innocent civilians were caught in the crossfire, especially when said civilians were 11s. This is just awful, Shirley Fennett, Millie's good friend and secretary on said student council, remarked. Yeah, no kidding, Rivals Cardamond, another friend and vice president under Millie, agreed. What were those guys thinking, launching an attack on the concession? Millie gave her junior a tolerant smile and the boy clammed his mouth shut, knowing he had put his foot in it again. Rivals was at heart a decent young man, but he had grown up in relative privilege, safe and happy, while the greatest hardship of life he knew of was missing out on his favorite TV episode or not having enough money to buy the newest issue of a comic series he liked. The boy was at least honest enough with himself to know he did not understand what an 11 went through to scrape by living out in the ghettos, but from time to time his lack of sense could make him sound overly callous. Are all students accounted for on campus? Millie asked. I think so, the treasurer Nina Einstein said, checking her terminal. All students that live in the dorms are listed as checked in. Of the students that commute from home, looks like everyone's here. Oh wait, Colin Stotfeld is absent. It says here that she's sick and is resting at home. Oh her, Millie said thoughtfully. She really is absent a lot, is her body that weak? Well, I'm sure she'll be safe at the Stotfeld estate, Rivals said. It's deeper in the concession and this mess is taking place on the outskirts. True enough, Millie conceded. Still, we should leave a message with them. I don't like the thought of any of my students being at risk. Oh, we're your students, Prez. Rivals said with a teasing grin. Millie flashed her trademark smile in response. Well, of course, all of you exist to carry out my bidding and whims. Now chop chop. That message won't deliver itself. Get on the phone. The boy groaned as he walked right into that one. Still, as far as demands went, this definitely counted as one of Millie's less outrageous ones. As Rivals reached for the phone, Millie turned her attention back to the news broadcast. Details were still thin and it was obvious the authorities were keeping some details back, but right so far it seemed as if this latest crisis would pass Ashford Academy by. And that was just fine with Millie. For all the girl loved attention, she knew that some forms of attention were less desirable than others. Any that risked shedding light on her little sister would find itself to be most unwelcome in Millie's domain. I've got it. The sound of metal clashing with metal echoed before a distinct crumpling noise followed. Gah! Another enemy nightmare went down, but Colin had little time to enjoy her victory. More charged toward her, and something told the girl her next opponent would not be so easy. Her instincts were right, the Sutherland that now faced her moving far more gracefully and with a far deadlier purpose. Its harpoon came straight at Colin and the girl just barely managed to twist the Glasgow aside. The danger was not past, however, as the Sutherland jerked its arm. Something slammed into Colin from behind, sending her Glasgow stumbling forward right into the waiting blade of the enemy nightmare. Ah! Shifting her nightmare's posture, Colin just barely avoided having her cockpit skewered. Instead, the blade sliced through an arm, destroying both it and the rifle it held. Crap! The girl sent her leg flying up, nailing the Sutherland and using it to push her own nightmare back into the tunnel. She raised her remaining arm and fired, sinking the harpoon into the concrete above. With a cry, Colin sent the Glasgow into full reverse, tearing away at the ceiling. Already weakened by the fighting, the concrete cracked and gave way, filling the tunnel entrance with rubble. A few holes still let in light, but none were large enough to allow a nightmare through. Letting out a sigh of relief, Colin cut the harpoon's rope, leaving the weapon buried in the rubble, before beating a hasty retreat. The Brightonians would find a way into the tunnel, there was little doubt about that, and Colin did not intend to be around when they did. Outside, Jeremiah Gotthold regarded the collapsed tunnel with a slight air of amusement. The 11 piloting the Glasgow was not bad, especially seeing as he had defeated several of the newer Sutherlands before Jeremiah himself entered the fray. Still, this little act of desperation would not be enough. Sergeant, send a team into the tunnels to search for the enemy and then set demolition charges to clear the rubble, Jeremiah ordered. But, sir, the charges might cause further collapses, the soldier protested. That would put our men in considerable danger. The noble snorted. Then send in some of your more expendable men. If we delay too long, we risk losing the enemy. Prince Clovis has issued a direct order that these terrorists be apprehended and the item they stole retrieved. Do you wish to explain to the prince why we failed to achieve those two objectives? No, sir, the man stammered. I'll get right on it, sir. The man hurried off, calling for several squads of infantry to assemble. Satisfied that his order would be carried out, Jeremiah opened a channel to another of the nightmares. Valletta, he said. Take Kuhl to the tunnel entrance in Sector 59 and begin a sweep there. If you hurry, you might be able to cut off the terrorists' retreat. By your command, Valletta replied. As the two nightmares departed, Jeremiah turned his attention back to the blocked entrance. Several soldiers were now squeezing through the few cracks. The 11 pilot might have been good, but there was only one of him. Sooner or later he would be found, and killed. After a few minutes of driving, Colin managed to catch up with Nagata. The man was examining the truck, seemingly at a loss. When he saw Colin approach, he began waving frantically. Colin rolled to a stop and popped open her hatch. What's going on? The damn engine's blown out, Nagata said. We need to move the cargo to another truck, but there's no way I can lift that thing by myself. He regarded the beaten-up Glasgow. Not sure you can either now that I think about it. I'll think of something, Colin assured the man. Which truck should we use? The Japanese man pointed to a smaller freight truck. That one, it's big enough to hold the gas and small enough that we can probably hide it. And switching vehicles is probably a good idea at this point. All right, back it up to this truck and I'll handle it. Nagata wasted no time doing just that, and Colin eased the container with the Glasgow's remaining arm out of one truck and into the other. It was slow going, at times requiring Nagata to lend a hand by providing leverage to get the heavy metal container through tight spots. Eventually, however, they got it transferred over, and eventually that was far too long in Colin's opinion. An opinion that proved truth when gunshots began peppering the trucks. Shit! Colin cursed, snapping shut the cockpit. Nagata rolled over to the other side and scrambled into the driver's seat. The sudden hissing of air, however, marked the puncturing of tires. Nagata, can you get out of here? Colin called. Not easily, and definitely not with them putting holes in the truck. I'll take care of them, Colin said, moving to interpose the Glasgow between their attackers and the truck. Surrender. Colin froze, not because she was seriously contemplating obeying but because the order had come in Japanese. Why would Britannians issue a demand in Japanese? Most Britannian soldiers stationed in Japan were too arrogant to even bother with that, instead taking advantage of any misunderstandings to justify massacring their enemies. Unless... Colin's face twisted into a scowl. There had to be honorable Britannians back there, racial traitors. You surrender. Colin yelled back. In retrospect, revealing her voice may not have been the smartest thing to do, but what was done and Colin readied herself for the attack to resume. Instead, the standoff lingered as if the other side did not know how to respond. Colin was starting to suspect that hearing a female voice was causing some confusion. Great, racial traitors and misogynists. Eventually, however, whatever was holding the enemy up seemed to clear up. Surrender and we will guarantee fair treatment. Colin snorted. Did they think she was an idiot? No one who fell into the hands of the Britannian military got fair treatment. More often than not they got a bullet to the head right then and there. If they were going to treat her like this, she would return to favor. Walk away from this and I won't plaster the ground with your guts. Perhaps a bit over the top, but Colin felt satisfied that she was at least being honest with them. The resumption of rifle fire told her that the other side did not agree. Stop shooting, you idiots! Colin screamed. The thing in the truck is holding poison gas. The shooting stopped very promptly, so either they believed her or had decided they could not risk it being a bluff. Nagata, can you get going? Colin asked. Maybe, but they took out both tires on that side. I'm not going to be getting far. Colin grimaced. Then I better take these guys out and we can try another truck. Hurry, something tells me backup won't be far behind those bastards. Colin did not waste more time with words. She charged, plowing through the abandoned cars in her way and tossing aside the cover the soldiers were using. The shooting resumed immediately, all bets off as the soldiers fought for their lives. It was futile, however. Even in her nightmare, heavily damaged Colin was more than a match for mere foot soldiers. Cries and screams filled the tunnel as she knocked bodies aside or smashed them into the ground. The girl tried not to look at the resulting gore, instead focusing on making her kills quickly and painless. No one deserved a lingering death, not even these men. It felt like an eternity, but only a minute or so passed before Colin stood alone, triumphant amidst the bloody remains of her foes. It had not been a fair fight, far from it, but this was war and wars were not won by being fair. Nagata, you okay? Silence. Colin directed the Glasgow back toward the truck. Nagata. A single gunshot sounded, spurring Colin on. She rolled around the truck to find her friend clutching a wound on his side with a soldier standing over him. Nagata. Don't move, the soldier said in Japanese. Surrender, and we can get your friend some treatment. Stop trying to feed me that line, Colin snapped. The moment I get out you'll shoot him and then try to shoot me. The soldier said nothing for several seconds, gazing silently at Colin through his helmet. Then he reached up and pulled it over to reveal his face. Just as the girl had suspected, he was Japanese. A Japanese serving in the Britannian military. Colin felt her blood boil. I give you my word that I will not harm either of you, the young man said. Please, surrender. There does not need to be any more bloodshed today. Don't do it, Nagata said. Smash this brat and get out of here with the gas. And what will you do then? The boy demanded. Even if you got away, what good would having the gas do? Are you going to use it on the concession? Who the hell do you think we are? Colin exploded. We stole the gas to keep the Britannians from unleashing it on the ghettos. The young man winced. They would never do that. Why the hell else would they have produced it in the first place? Colin yelled. Just take him out already. Nagata shouted. Please, shut up. The soldier snapped. His attention shifted for a mere second, but that was the only opening Colin needed. She swung Glasgow's arm, taking care not to hit Nagata. The soldier was fast, however, leaping to the side and scrambling away. Colin did not let up, swinging again. Again the soldier dodged, further frustrating the girl's attempts to squash him. Stand still and die. The third blow came crashing down, catching the side of the truck in the process. Once again the soldier rolled out of the way, but Colin had managed to hit something. Something that she really should not have hit. The sound of hissing gas began echoing in the tunnel. No. Colin was unsure who exactly cried out. It might have been her, it might have been Nagata, it might have been the soldier, hell it might have been all three of them. Not that it mattered now as the seal broke and the gas container began to open. The soldier scrambled to put on his mask while Colin popped open the hatch, hand reached out to pull Nagata in. The BC protection on the Glasgow was probably compromised at this point, but it was still better than being in the open. Strangely enough, the soldier did not move to shot either of them. Colin did not think too hard about it, hauling the larger man in and hurriedly closing the cockpit once more. She was about to turn and flee when Nagata placed a hand on her shoulder. Wait. Look. Colin did so, looking at the now open container. At its feet, apparently having fallen out, was a heavily restrained young woman with flowing green hair. The Brighton soldier was kneeling down examining her. After a few seconds he pulled off his gas mask and sniffed. His breathing remained normal. What's going on? Colin wondered aloud. Where's the gas? I don't think there was ever any gas, Nagata said. I think, that container was meant to hold her. Whatever she is. Colin held her ground, watching as the soldier continued examining the girl. He checked for a pulse and poked at the restraints, apparently as uncertain of what to do as the two resistance fighters. He then looked up at the Glasgow. What's going on? We don't know, Colin answered. We thought that container had some sort of chemical weapon. The soldier looked back down at the woman. She doesn't look like a weapon. Colin snorted and was about to mark a snarky response when the nightmare shuddered. Ah! What was that? Nagata cried. AP weapon. Colin shouted. We need to. Another explosion rocked the Glasgow, toppling the machine. Crap, we need to get out of this thing. That guy's still out there. You still have your gun. Nagata shook his head. Okay, when I pop the hood we'll charge him. The two of us together should be able to take him down. Risky, but not like we have a choice. Do it. 3, 2, 1, mark. The cockpit popped open and despite his wound Nagata was the first one out. He plowed into the solder, knocking him down and fumbling for his sidearm. The soldier tried to fight back but Colin was right behind her friend and delivered a solid kick to the young man's head. He slumped down, knocked out but still alive. For now at least. Colin. Nagata tossed the gun to the girl but as he did so more rounds sliced through the air. Some finally found their mark as the man shuddered before toppling over. Nagata. Colin crouched behind the wrecked Glasgow as more shots flew over her head. Nagata. Can you hear me? Silence. Colin bit back tears as she leaned up and returned fire. She could make out 2, 3 soldiers, one of them carrying the rocket launcher that had trashed her nightmare. He was the one that had gotten Nagata killed. Before Colin could exact her revenge more bullets peppered her position, forcing the girl to duck. Damn it! Was she going to die here? Alone in this damn tunnel, gunned down by Britannia's thugs? No, Colin refused to go out like this. She still needed to avenge her brother, still needed to fight for Japan and her people. She could not die like this. Colin blinked. Her eyes met that of the green-haired girl. The strange woman was awake and staring right at her. The redhead hesitated for all of a second before lunging out and pulling the woman into cover with her. Taking out her knife Colin quickly cut the woman's restraints. Who the hell are you? Colin demanded. Why the hell were you in that container? Why are the Brightonians so desperate to get you back? The woman regarded her coolly with her golden eyes. Answer me damn it. Dost thee wish to live? Colin blinked. Hey. Dost thee wish to live? Of course I want to live. The woman smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. Then I shall grant thee thy wish. Colin found that she could not look away. Something impossibly strong, kept her eyes locked on with that of the woman. She did not know how long they stared at each other but the next thing she knew the woman was rising. Behold for to thou do I plight my troth. What? A round smashed into the young woman's head and she crumpled, blood oozing out from the wound. Colin screamed, pressing against the Glasgow in horror. This was not the first death she had witnessed today, she had even visited such carnage on others. Yet to see this woman whom she barely knew be so brutally cut down was too much. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, the girl muttered. Deep within her something stirred. I don't want to die. And then she saw it. She saw all of it. She saw the men closing in upon her, the vector of their approach, when they would pop around the corner to put bullets in her. Colin's grip tightened around the pistol. I won't die. In one fluid motion the girl rose, gun aimed at exactly where the advancing soldier was without her even looking. She pulled the trigger, shifted her arm, pulled the trigger again, before stepping back behind the Glasgow just as a burst of bullets sliced through where she was a second ago. Colin felt calm. She could hear the slow, steady beats of her heart. She counted them, one by one. On the 5th count she leaned out again and fired, just as the last Brightonian soldier was peeking up from his own hiding spot. The bullet smashed through his head, turning it into bloody pulp. Silence fell upon the battlefield, the only sound the girl could hear being that of her own breathing. Slow, deep breaths. And then her strength left her as she crumbled to the ground. The gun fell from her hand, clattering as it hit the floor. Colin barely noticed. In fact she did not notice anything. All she could see was the same thing playing over and over again in her mind, the approach of the soldiers, every footstep they took, every sweep of their guns as they advanced. And her, rising to meet them one by one, cutting them down with brutal efficiency. A chill ran through Colin. A chill that came from the realization of the awesome power now in her possession. Unbeknownst to the girl, a bird-shaped sigil burned in her left eye, a mark of that very same power, a gift and a curse. End of chapter 1. C.C's speech pattern is either going to get tiresome really quickly or provide lots of opportunity for humor. We'll see who gets sick of it first, my readers for having to parse it or me for having to figure out how to write archaic dialogue. We are still in what is more or less the setup stage for the story. Some basic points need to be established so that people have a better understanding of how this diverges from the Code Geass canon. From there all of you can better speculate on where I intend this story to go. One major divergence has happened already. More will be coming, of course. I have a pretty good idea of the direction I want the story to take, and I have the plot mapped out to the equivalent of my end of Season 1. I also have some general ideas of what will happen in Season 2, but the ending itself is still somewhat amorphous. It basically comes down to who dies, why they die, if anyone dies, etc. I'm a personal fan of happy endings, but the character dynamics are going to be so thoroughly tangled compared to the canon that what would constitute a happy ending there does not necessarily translate over to this FIC. We'll see how it goes. One of my reviews seems to be stuck, in so much as it isn't displaying on the site even though I have a copy of it sitting in my inbox. But anyway, 2 people have now raised a question about whether the 6 Britannia children are really dead. I leave that up to interpretation based on the available text evidence in what I have currently published. A couple of additional notes. I am going to attempt to craft a slightly more realistic world for Code Geass, both geopolitically as well as with terminology. Cornelia, for example, is not Chief General, she's a Marshal. I am something of a military history and technology enthusiast, and some of the less than coherent military terminology in a lot of fiction have always felt jarring to me. That and oversimplified politics tends to rob some of the realism and believability from stories that I would otherwise enjoy immensely. So I will seek to minimize such disruptions in my own work unless it is absolutely necessary for plot advancement. Even then I'll at least try to come up with a BS in-universe rationale for it. Finally, a bit of an advertisement but also a pointer for people reading this FIC. If you want to get an idea of how I go about world building or the level of complexity that I like to inject into my FICs, I would recommend checking out my EVA FIC in Tune. It's still ongoing but is about 2/3 done and has 31 chapters plus prologue out, so provides a pretty big sample of the type of writing I do nowadays. I'd like to think that it would at least give some hints at the twists and turns I like to build into my FICs, which I think would be useful for, not exactly predicting, but more easily comprehending the mind screws that I am going to be throwing into this one. Anyway, leave me a review if you've enjoyed a cold calculus thus far. And if you have any guesses as to what the meaning of the title is. Chapter 2. If the reported death of her siblings was what ultimately motivated Princess Euphemia to join in the politics of court, what is now known as the Shinjuku incident was what ultimately set her on the road to the throne. Details remain sparse to this day, if only because many of the principals involved died during the incident and those that survived have refrained from discussing it. What is known is that Prince Clovis, an elder brother to the princess, had produced a quantity of poisonous gas, the purpose of which also remains a mystery. The resistance movement Lady Statfeld Kaujiki was part of managed to steal the gas while it was being moved, setting off a determined response by the prince's royal guard and members of the Britannian purist faction. The official reports at the time claimed that the gas was released and that was what ultimately caused the high number of civilian casualties, but eyewitness accounts and documentation published after Empress Euphemia's ascension refute them. Regardless of what really happened, the Shinjuku incident would set the stage for the meeting of 2 remarkable young women. Toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 2, Ulciscore. Kuel approached the carnage of the battle with a wary eye. Limbs and broken bodies littered the tunnel, the cause all too obvious with the wrecked Glasgow lying there. Before the soldiers had finally managed to take it down, it had exacted a heavy toll on their numbers. In fact, as far as he could tell, it was a battle of mutual annihilation. All of the soldiers were dead and a lone terrorist lay in a bloody heap by the Glasgow. The container was also open. Had that happened accidentally during the fight? Or had the terrorists opened it themselves to take their Britannian pursuers out with them in one last blaze of glory? Kuel checked his systems. The filters were not picking up anything, so either the gas had already dispersed or it was extremely diffuse to begin with. "I've found the terrorists' truck and the gas container," Kuel reported. "Moving in to investigate." "Take care, Sir Kuel," Valletta cautioned. "These terrorists have proven to be remarkably resourceful." "Their resourcefulness seems to be at an end," Kuel said confidently. "I can see the wreckage of their stolen Glasgow." As he circled around the wreck, the knight found that his initial assessment of the situation was not quite accurate. There was a survivor, a female figure with red hair clutching her legs. She appeared to be sobbing. Kuel frowned, zooming his camera in to get a closer look. Her clothes were clearly disheveled and she was definitely Britannian. A bystander that had been drawn into the firefight? Though what was she doing in the ghetto? Had she been traveling to the concession? Only way to find out. Kuehl strapped on his gas mask and checked his pistol. The girl looked like a harmless civilian, but one could never be too careful. At the same time, if she really was a traumatized civilian, trying to get answers out of her from inside a towering nightmare would not get him anywhere. The knight popped open the cockpit and climbed down. He approached the girl slowly so as not to startle her. "Miss." The girl continued to sob. It looked like she really was out of it. Might it have been the gas? Kuehl leaned over and reached out with a hand. "Miss, it's all right now. On my words as a knight I will allow no harm to." Kuehl never got to finish his sentence. The girl's hand shot up, seizing his arm in an iron grip before twisting, the grapple accompanied by a quick kick to the back of his knee. Kuehl tumbled, scrambling to regain his balance even as he prepared a counterattack. His free hand swung about to bring the pistol to bear only for it to be brushed aside by the girl. Despite her delicate-looking frame, she was strong, and Kuehl cried in pain as she twisted his arm further back. Kuehl was a knight, however, and had earned his rank. He shifted again, trying to kick out the girl's legs. Instead, each kick was met by the girl's own feet, the last attempt seeing a brutal stomp of her heel against his knee. Before another cry of pain escaped his lips, a sharp pain shot through his throat. The girl twisted and the knife she had hidden severed Kuehl's arteries and windpipe. The knight gurgled but collapsed, clutching futilely at the wound. His last thought as he looked into the eyes of the girl was wonderment at how so very wrong he had been. This girl was not a victim, she was a hunter and killer. The coldness of her eyes made that clear enough. It was the last thing the knight saw. Colin panted, her breathing heavy but even as she watched the light fade from the Britannian soldier's eyes. Her hands were trembling, covered as they were in the blood of her victim. She tried to wipe them on her clothes, but she could still feel the stickiness. She shuddered. This was not the first time she had killed, but this time it felt so personal. Maybe it was because she had slit her opponent's throat directly and felt his life ooze away with the blood that was spilled. Or maybe it was because she had been able to see every move the man was making or going to make. She had read him like a book, her senses so attuned that every minute twitch was a signal for what the man intended to do next. The sensation was unnerving. Colin looked over at the corpse of the green-haired girl. "What did you do to me?" The corpse of course remained silent, but Colin was sure that whatever was happening to her now was the dead girl's fault. Somehow she had triggered something in Colin, some ability or power that boosted her senses to such great heights. Yet that power had ultimately saved her life. It had allowed her to defeat the soldiers that killed Nagata and then ambush the Britannian knight that had appeared to investigate. "You have my thanks," Colin said softly, "whoever you are. I guess you did grant my wish. I'm sorry it cost you your life in the process." Colin turned but stopped mid-step. She looked over the girl at the body of the Japanese young man serving in the Britannian military. He was still breathing, she could actually see his chest rising and falling. Her grip tightened over the knife's handle. She could end his life here and now. He was a traitor to the Japanese people for selling out to their oppressors and deserved nothing less. But then she remembered his words. There does not need to be any more bloodshed today. He had pleaded with them to surrender, shooting only to disable Nagata instead of killing him outright. Maybe he had really meant it when he said he would try to get aid for her comrade. Not that his efforts would have meant anything, Colin was certain. But he seemed earnest in his efforts to keep them all alive. Her grip on the knife loosened. "The next time we meet, you won't be so lucky," Colin said, even though there was no way the unconscious soldier could have heard her. Sheathing her knife, Colin looked over at the Sutherland the Britannian soldier had ridden. Just from a cursory look she could tell that it was considerably more effective than the wrecked Glasgow. If only she could take it with her. Colin blinked. Well, why not? What was to stop her from hijacking it? Colin turned over to the corpse lying in a pool of its own blood. Steeling herself, she flipped the body over and patted it down. There, the key for the nightmare. And fresh clips for the pistol she pried out of the man's hand. Now all that was left was the activation code. Could her new powers help her there? Only one way to find out. Colin climbed into the cockpit and made herself as comfortable as she could. She plugged in the key and was promptly greeted with a screen asking for the code. She looked down at the number pad. There it was, the numbers that composed the code were slightly smudged. Even more incredibly, she felt a pattern emerging, the area of the smudge hinting at the order the numbers were punched in. She tried a combination. Beep. No dice. Another. Beep. A third. Beep. Colin growled in frustration but did not give up. The potential payoff was too great here. A fourth. The machine hummed as it came to life. Yes. The cockpit closed and the nightmare rose, ready to serve its new master. All right, let's see just what you can do, Colin said. The girl switched through the radio channels, listening to the chatter that filled them. The military was still sweeping the ghetto, searching for the Geass and any resistance fighters. A few other groups were popping up, taking pot shots at the foot soldiers even as they tried to avoid direct confrontation with the nightmares. Smart, that. Few resistance groups were well equipped enough to take on professional soldiers, never mind the large mechs. Suddenly a clear voice sounded through Colin's headset. Sir Kuehl, have you found anything? It was a woman, Colin could tell that much at least. And the transmission was being directed to her nightmare. Was Kuehl the man she had just killed? Likely. Colin looked around the cockpit, quickly finding the IFF and switching it off. There, off the grid for now. However, she could not just sit around, she needed to meet up with Ogai and the others. Colin grimaced. And tell them about Nagata. Colin turned the nightmare about and headed deeper into the tunnel. She would need to find another exit, enemy reinforcements were undoubtedly coming from where she had originally entered. Still no contact from Colin or Nagata. Ogai asked worriedly. Nothing. They got into the tunnel though, and trying to punch a signal through there is tough at the best of times. If they tried to use their cells, the Britannians will triangulate on them using which base stations their phones connect to, so we probably won't hear from them until they get out and can use their radios again. The woman who answered, Naomi Inu, knew what she was talking about. She had studied to become an engineer, but with the widespread discrimination against the Japanese, her opportunities for employment were severely constrained. That lack of opportunity was one reason why she fell in with Naoto's resistance group, and Ogai was glad she had stayed with them after his death. Damn it, those bastards are everywhere, Tamaki said as he surveyed the area with his binoculars. They've even got nightmares in the ghetto. Ogai bit back a bitter retort. It was Tamaki's showboating that had derailed the original plan, but the other man knew it and had accepted the stern admonishments Ogai had delivered earlier. His attitude might have still been aggressive, but Tamaki was restraining himself, and they all needed to keep a level head instead of turning on one another if they were going to live through the day. The Britannians seemed particularly determined to retrieve the gas, likely not wanting to suffer the public relations disaster that knowledge of such a weapon would cause. Not that the Britannians actually cared what the Japanese thought, but provoking the entire population too much could cause an all-out revolt that would be difficult even for them to contain. It would also get countless civilians killed, a thought Ogai did not relish. Oi, we've got incoming. Ogai rose. Let me see. Tamaki handed over the binoculars and Ogai peered through them to catch sight of a single Sutherland approaching their position. He grimaced. Its shoulders were the maroon color of the purist faction, an especially vile and discriminatory group of Britannian soldiers. Though that was strange, it was alone. Doctrine called for nightmares to operate at minimum in pairs so they could provide each other support. What was this one doing out here alone? Ogai's radio crackled at that moment. Head, this is Fang, a distinctly familiar voice said. Do you read me? Ogai immediately snatched up his radio. Fang, this is Head, keep your distance, we've got an incoming frame. The response was a chuckle. Where did Colin find humor in this kind of situation? Don't worry Head, that's me. I'm the one in the red shoulders. Ogai's eyes widened. As he looked around, he saw the others experiencing similar reactions. Colin had managed to steal a Sutherland? One that belonged to the purist faction? How had she managed to do that? Was this a trap? No, Colin would never give them up, Ogai was sure of that. He grimaced. Even if they tortured her. Fang, can we get confirmation of that? A pause. I've stopped. Ogai looked through the binoculars and saw indeed the nightmare and come to a halt. He let out a sigh of relief. You'll have to tell us how you managed this trick, he said into the radio. Later, Colin replied. Do you guys have transportation? Yeah, we've still got a pickup running. Alright, follow me, we're going to get out of here. What? I'm tapped into their radio net Ogai, Colin explained. I know exactly where their patrols are and I can guide us around them. Good going Ka Fang. Ogai cheered. Then a frown crossed his face. Fang, what about? A most telling pause. He didn't make it. The good cheer disappeared from amongst Ogai's comrades. I see. I'm glad you managed to get out of there though. We'll avenge him, Colin promised. That's for the future, Ogai said. For now we need to get out of here alive. Another thought occurred to him. What about the gas? Again there was a pause before Colin answered. There wasn't any. I'll explain later. Ogai frowned. Alright. We're coming out and we'll follow your lead. Roger, Fang out. Ogai looked at the others. Let's get moving, no telling how much longer before the Britannians reach this block. Fortunately they were traveling light and not 5 minutes later all of them were in the pickup driving towards Colin Sutherland. The nightmare gave them a thumbs up and started moving again, leading them through the mostly deserted streets. Fang, where are we headed? Ogai asked, still sticking to code names. They had been a bit sloppy when the operation began, but with the military now breathing down their necks their focus had sharpened considerably. We're going to need more firepower to break through the blockade, Colin said, and I know just where to get us some. Ogai frowned, exchanging looks with the others. They all shrugged, likely as unsure of the girl's intention as he. Before anyone could venture a guess, the car swerved around a corner. "Damn girl needs to remember we're not in a nightmare," Tamaki complained as he grabbed the side of the truck. That guy found himself agreeing with. Colin was setting a fast pace, weaving through the streets with almost supernatural grace. They took another sharp turn and Ogai just barely caught sight of a group of Brightonian soldiers before they were around the corner. It almost seemed as if Colin was leading them into the advancing sweep instead of away. "Oi, we sure this gonna be okay?" Tamaki asked, giving voice to Ogai's own concern. "I hope so," Ogai said. "Colin's the only one who knows what's going on thanks to her radio. We just have to place some faith in her." "If you say so, man." Not that Ogai did not understand the other man's apprehension, but he still scowled at Tamaki. This was Naoto's little sister, a girl he had watched grow up from a happy-go-lucky child into a hardened and embittered young woman. This was not the life her brother would have wanted for her, but there was no way Ogai could have kept her out of the fight after her brother's death. She deserved their trust, their unconditional trust. He would at least make sure she had his. "We're here," Colin said, slowing down. Here turned out to be next to a railroad. The truck came to a halt and the others piled out, what few weapons they had at the ready. "Hide," Colin ordered. Ogai nodded to the others and led them behind a few abandoned buildings next to the tracks. It did not take long for the sound of an approaching train to reach them, one that was going slowly. Not surprising since it was traveling through the city. And then there was a screech as its brakes engaged. With a clunk, the train ground to a halt and Ogai thought he could hear a few shouts of English, likely the engineers. And then gunfire sounded, followed by screams. Ogai immediately raced out with the others, weapons at the ready. That turned out to be unneeded, limbs and broken bodies hanging from the train where shots from the Sutherland's rifle had smashed into them. A Nightmare's weapons were appropriately oversized and the high explosive rounds Colin had used were a severe case of overkill. Ogai felt his stomach churn at the sight, but he kept its contents down. This was war, and in fact it was more the casualness of Colin's actions that disturbed him than the dead Brightonians. "Colin, what are you doing?" he demanded. "Removing witnesses," Colin said flatly, her tone making clear that she took in comfort from her actions. Ogai swallowed his follow-up. The girl was obviously feeling a lot of pressure, and piling more on top of her would only make things worse right now. But after they would be having a long talk. "What next?" he said instead. The Sutherland rolled over to the train car and smashed the locks on one. It popped open, revealing 2 more Nightmare frames. "Next is our counterattack," Colin said, her voice sounding much more assured. Another train car popped open, then another, revealing a total of 6 units, 7 counting Colin's. Tamaki hooted in amazement while the others simply looked on, stunned at their sudden change in fortune. "Hurry up!" Colin shouted, stirring them from their shock. "Enemy reinforcements will be here shortly and we need to get moving." They needed no further prompting. Ogai and the others rushed to get in the Nightmares. "Sir Kuel has been killed," Valletta reported. Jeremiah grimaced. "Any indications how he died?" "Someone managed to slit his throat," Valletta said. "I found his body next to the gas container and it's been opened." "It has. My filters aren't picking up anything, so the gas must have dissipated already. The terrorists were definitely engaged here, however, the soldiers you sent managed to catch up with them and from the looks of it disabled the Glasgow. All but one died in the end, along with one of the terrorists. But another survived to murder Kuel and steal his Nightmare," Jeremiah said darkly. "Indeed. I suspected something had gone wrong when Sir Kuel did not respond to my calls and backtracked. His Sutherland's IFF seems to have been deactivated, meaning we cannot track it easily. The terrorist will likely have fled the tunnels at this point," Jeremiah said. "Regroup with us and we will continue sweeping the ghetto. I will notify our troops to look out for a lone Sutherland in our colors, not broadcasting an IFF." "Yes, my lord." As the channel closed, Jeremiah regarded the map of the district. Despite its rundown nature, Shinjuku was still a large place and there were plenty of places a Nightmare might hide. Still, that pilot in the Glasgow had shown considerable skill. If he really had gotten his hands on a more powerful Sutherland, the damage he could inflict would be greater still. Not that Jeremiah expected any great difficulty in defeating the terrorist, but the sooner they flushed him out and killed him the better. To do that, however, he needed more troops on the ground, scouting the city. Unfortunately, Prince Clovis had been adamant that the only forces Jeremiah could call upon were his royal guards and those of the purist faction. Considering the sensitivity of the operation, that was not surprising, but that did not change the fact that Jeremiah was handicapped by his lack of numbers. Then again, so were the terrorists. If they could pin them down, they would be wiped out in short order. "My lord." Jeremiah keyed his mic. "What is it?" "My lord, our forces are reporting that they've come under attack by Sutherlands in Sector 77. Jeremiah frowned. Had he heard that right, Sutherlands as in plural? Had the terrorists managed to commandeer even more Nightmares? This could get messy. "Direct our forces there," I will lead the knights myself. Yes sir. Ha! The Brighton soldiers scrambled away, screaming in terror as Colin plowed through their ranks. Another group was approaching a block away, trying to flank her to nail her with an AP rocket. That would not do. She spun about, launching her Harkin into the building. Using it as an anchor, Colin rounded the corner without slowing and put 2 explosive shells into the group of soldiers. Those that were lucky died then and there. Those that were not crawled feebly on the ground, limbs and guts spilled everywhere. Colin did her best to ignore their cries of pain. Fang, we've got nightmares incoming, Guy said, having taken over listening to the Brightonian command channels. Colin looked about. They had punched a hole in the Brightonian perimeter and civilians had been streaming through it for the past 10 minutes or so, fleeing the fighting. More and more resistance groups had popped up and the fighting was snowballing into something much more than just a simple skirmish. If they were unlucky they might end up bringing the entire Brightonian army down on them, and power or no power there was no way they would win that fight. We need to get out of here, draw their attention away from the civilians, Colin said. We also need to make sure they know where we're headed so they follow us. I agree, Guy said. That's going to require we take the fight to them again though. No problem, Colin said confidently. We need to be careful, Guy said sternly. If we get too deep we might not be able to pull out ourselves. Little chance of that happening, Colin thought. She could see it. She could see everything, about a kilometer or so out, every man, woman, and child, civilian and soldier alike. There was no way they were getting flanked, even without access to the Brightonian command net. We've got this, Guy, Colin said, letting slip his name. Let's get a move on it, those nightmares aren't going to be far from here. The girl sped off before Guy could caution her again. With a sigh he followed. What's with her? Tamaki asked over a private channel. She was always gung-ho before but now it's like she's itching for a fight. I don't know, Guy replied, but sometime tells me it has something to do with how she got that Sutherland in the first place. I just hope we can get out of this mess to ask her. The first thing Suzaku felt was pain. A dull pain, but pain nonetheless. That told him he was still alive. The dead felt nothing after all. He opened his eyes. My, aren't you having a bad day? A remarkably cheerful voice said. Looks like you missed your chance to go to heaven, Private Kurugi. Suzaku turned his head to see a tall bespectacled man looking down on him. The smile on his face was more than a bit unnatural. I what? Suzaku said in confusion. Where am I? Ah, you're on the outskirts of the Shinjuku Ghetto. Specifically the operational base camp of Prince Clovis, a woman with shoulder-length hair said. Her smile was a lot more reassuring. This is probably the safest place to be at the moment, so don't worry. I see, Suzaku said. His hand wandered over his chest. When he didn't feel it, he began to frantically pat his body. Oh, are you looking for this? The woman said, pulling out a pocket watch. We took it off you when treating you. I presume it's important. Yeah, Suzaku said as he accepted it. Thank you. What's the current situation? It looks like the poison gas was released, the man said in a disinterested tone. There are reports of massive 11 casualties. Suzaku frowned. But, there wasn't any gas. The man's eyes narrowed. His smile returned. Is that so? The woman leaned over. You might want to keep that to yourself for now, Private. Suzaku's eyes widened but he nodded. Something was obviously going on, but if they were willing to overlook his remark then he would return the favor of keeping his mouth shut. Anyway, the military is still trying to track down the terrorists, the woman said. I see, Suzaku said, thinking back to the girl he had caught glimpses of when she tried to help her comrade. Was she still alive? Private Kurugi, the man said, interrupting Suzaku's thoughts. How would you like to pilot a nightmare? Suzaku blinked. But, I'm not eligible. The smile widened and Suzaku felt a chill run down his spine. Let's say the opportunity presented itself. Interested? Suzaku's eyes widened. Something told him this was it. This was the chance he had been waiting for since becoming an honorary Brightonian and enlisting. A chance to prove to Brightonians that the Japanese could stand with them instead of beneath them. He nodded. The man's smile was now a full-fledged grin. Congratulations, the first nightmare of its kind awaits you. Your world will never be the same again. Whether you want it or not, the woman added. Incoming. Jeremiah got his Sutherland into cover just in time as high explosive rounds detonated amidst his formation. 2 nightmares went down, their cockpits ejecting as their pilots ditched to get out of the carnage. Not that Jeremiah could blame them, seeing as the enemy apparently held the high ground against his troops. Scatter. He ordered. The surviving nightmares hurried to obey, trading shots with the enemy as they dispersed around the building. Clever dogs, Jeremiah said. Valletta, with me, we'll flush them out. Yes my lord. The two nightmares rolled away, putting a building between them and the enemy. Up, we'll meet them on our terms, not theirs. Valletta fired her Harkins, sinking it into the concrete. As she rose, Jeremiah did likewise and followed her up. Just as she emerged on the roof, however, an explosion slammed into her nightmare. Gah! The cabling snapped, torn apart by the heat rounds, and the Sutherland plummeted towards the ground. Valletta. Tugging his own Harkins free, Jeremiah fell after her. He however still had control of his unit, firing one Harkins after her while plugging his frame's arms into the building wall. His nightmare lurched as he caught hold of Valletta's mech, but her fall was stopped. Valletta. Are you all right? Apologies, my lord, Valletta said, her voice strained. The terrorist took me by surprise. Jeremiah grimaced. That was an incredibly well-timed shot, it had to have been due to luck. No one could have predicted her reaching the roof and then timing a shot like that. Unless other terrorists were acting as spotters? He scanned the area, not seeing anything. Can you still fight? Jeremiah asked as he lowered her to the ground. The Sutherland tried to rise, but another piece fell off its leg. No, my lord, at least not in this nightmare. The Margrave grunted. Acknowledged. Withdraw for now, I will avenge both you and Kuel. My failure shames me, my lord. This is battle, and you will have only failed in battle if you die, Jeremiah said. Go, I will end this. Without waiting, Jeremiah reached the ground himself and set off. His instincts told him that trying to climb would only see him suffer a similar fate as Valletta. He would need a different approach. Nice shot, Colin. Oh, Guy cried, his exuberance momentarily overriding his caution. It really was a good shot. She had managed to nail the nightmare just as it was emerging on the rooftop. It might have survived the fall, but there was no way it was getting back up to fight. One more down, only another 5 to go. We need to get off this roof now, Colin said, already moving to the north edge. Why? Tamaki asked even as he followed. Colin fired her Harkins at the building across the street and jumped, slamming into the wall before lowering herself. We've got 2 more nightmares climbing up the building north of us, from there they'll have the high ground on us instead. Guy glanced up at the building in question and saw that Colin was right, at least about the relative positions. But how did she know their enemy was scaling it? The Brightonians had figured out their communications had been compromised, and subunit communications were now on short-range and line-of-sight systems that were much harder, if not outright impossible, to intercept. So what had given them away? There was no time to ponder the point further as Guy dropped down with the others. Colin had been right about everything else so far, and he had little reason to doubt her instincts now, especially when she was the reason they were still alive. If she said go, he would go. He smiled wearily to himself. And he was supposed to be their cell leader. Up ahead, Colin was already on the move. A lone enemy nightmare was approaching their position, likely not even aware they had abandoned the rooftop. 1 enemy and 6 of them, this should be over quickly. As the enemy turned the corner, Colin brought her blade down, and hit nothing. Hey! The enemy nightmare slammed into her from below, throwing her back. Colin! The others spread out, trying to get a clear shot, but the enemy stuck close to the girl. Colin however recovered quickly, blocking a swing by the enemy's blade. It fired off its Harkins, too fast to dodge and managing to tangle one of her legs. The enemy pulled, nearly throwing the Sutherland off balance again. This time however Colin was ready, sinking her blade into the ground to give her an anchor. She shoved her rifle into the other nightmare's shoulder and fired, the AP round she had loaded easily tearing through the joint. The tension on her leg slackened and Colin used it to plant a solid kick on the enemy's chest. Pulling free her blade, she cried a challenge and slammed into her opponent. She had him. Without warning, the enemy nightmare fired its own rifle, shattering Colin's left leg and causing her to topple. It was only delaying the inevitable however as the others finally got a clear shot and unloaded. Before their shots impacted however, the cockpit on the enemy nightmare ejected, flying away from the battle. Colin! Guy shouted. Are you all right? I think so, Colin said. Damn, this unit's done for. Here, switch with me, Naomi said. I'd feel a lot safer with you at the helm than just being in a nightmare myself. Got it, Colin said, popping open her cockpit. I think we've caused enough of a ruckus, we can probably pull out now. The problem is finding where to pull out, Guy said. They've still got the district locked down tight. For now let's pull back and see if anything turns up. As he spoke, Naomi hopped over to his nightmare and knocked on the cockpit. Hey! Open up, I'll ride with you, the woman said. I don't want to get in Colin's way, and this way I can help monitor the radio channels. Oh, okay. Guy opened up and Naomi climbed in. The man tried not to think about the close proximity they were in within the cramped compartment. Don't get any funny ideas, Naomi warned as the cockpit closed. Would never dream of it. Clovis' finger drummed impatiently on his armrest, the steady rhythm as nerve-wracking for the personnel present as the steady stream of casualty reports pouring in. The terrorists were putting up a hell of a fight and several nightmares were confirmed down. Another report came in. Margrave Gotthold has been defeated. An incredulous voice exclaimed. The scowl darkened on Clovis' face. What was that man doing allowing himself to be bested by such rabble? Send reinforcements to his last known position. But sire, we've already stripped the encirclement to dangerous levels. Bradley protested. There are already reports of civilians managing to flee the district. Clovis glowered at the man. Then find the subject and end this. We need more troops, sire, Bradley said. The forces we have sent in thus far have all been routed. We have to dispatch the regular army. Absolutely not. Clovis exploded. We will keep this matter restricted to just my personal forces and the purists. If word gets out about the subject, being disowned will be the least of my concerns. Before Bradley could respond, a video channel opened on the main display. Please pardon the intrusion, a bespectacled man said, but I couldn't help but notice your forces seem to be running into a bit of trouble in the ghetto. Might I suggest this would be an opportune moment to deploy a Sikh's new nightmare? Clovis glared at the man, not knowing whether to be more furious at the interruption or the presumption of the man. Earl Asplund, your services will be called upon at my discretion, Clovis said coldly. Until then restrict yourself to your machines and leave military matters to me. Lloyd actually grinned. Of course, Highness, but the reports that we have seen indicate that your forces are slowly being whittled down. If you do not hurry, not even the Lancelot will be able to turn the tide. Clovis shot an angry look at Bartley and the general frantically shook his head. So the mad scientist had tapped into the communications net without permission. That might be something he could hold over the man's head in the future, if he could convince Schneisel to look the other way. But to do that convincing he needed to contain the situation, and the blasted noble had a point, he was losing control, and if the terrorists and the subject escaped there was no telling what the consequences might be. Sir, we just lost another unit 2 kilometers from here. A soldier cried frantically. They seem to be approaching our position. The prince ground his teeth. Dispatch your machine, Earl. Lloyd was all smiles as he bowed. By your command, Highness. And please, do address it by its proper name of Lancelot. The screen blinked out, probably for the best, as Clovis was seething at the impropriety of the Earl. He had known that Asplund was not right in the head, but this bordered on lèse-majesté. The Earl's machine had best live up to his claims, for both their sakes. All right. We're almost through. This is utterly insane, Tamaki whined. Shut it and keeping moving, Colin snapped. If we're going to break this blockade we need to draw their forces away from their positions, and that means going after the one thing they won't abandon, the prince. And once we have our hole we escape, right? Guy pressed. Of course, Colin replied. The point is to live to fight another day, not go out in a blaze of glory. The man sighed. At least the girl had her priorities straight. And if they managed to get these Sutherlands out, their little cell would get quite the boost. His nightmare shook from another near miss and Naomi bumped into him again. Eyes on the road. She cried. Yes ma'am. Not just Colin but now Naomi. He was not even married yet and he already knew what it meant to be henpecked. We've got a new unit incoming. Naomi shouted, listening intently to the radio. I don't recognize the call sign. Doesn't matter, Colin said, already seeing the enemy as it approached. We take it out like everyone else. Even as she said those, Colin felt a chill run through her body. This new nightmare was different, its form more fluid and sleek than the blocky design of a Sutherland or Glasgow. A new design? And its movements were very smooth. Whoever was piloting it was obviously well practiced with the machine. Colin tightened her grip. She had already underestimated one opponent, she was not going to do the same with this new machine. As it came into sight she opened fire immediately. She hit. Except the rounds exploded harmlessly against a green sheen. What the hell? The strange white nightmare charged, trying to close the distance, and even as it opened fire, Colin's instincts roared at her and she shifted her nightmare, just evading the shot that blew past her. Despite the near miss her nightmare shook and warning alarms blared to indicate structural damage. Whatever that weapon was, it really was dangerous and she would not survive a direct hit. Colin threw herself out of the way, just barely avoiding another shot. She took aim and unleashed her Harkins, trying to entangle the enemy much as she herself had been earlier. The enemy nightmare jumped, evading cables but running right now 2 well-placed shots from Colin's rifle. The first one again was absorbed by the green shield but the second rocked the mech, causing it to land clumsily as it came down. Colin's Harkins had buried themselves into a building wall and the girl swung about, trying to sweep the enemy off its feet. She caught one leg but the other rose and stepped over, the enemy somehow managing to stay upright. This guy was good, really good. But she knew she was better. She was cheating after all. The finger on her rifle trigger started to tighten when suddenly she saw it, the gun barrel peeking out from behind the enemy nightmare pointed straight at her. She could not dodge, it was too late, there was only one way to avoid the killing blow. Colin's fist slammed into the eject button and her cockpit module blasted out of the Sutherland. A moment later her former nightmare exploded as the enemy round slammed into it. Colin! Oh, Guy cried. Damn it, unload everything we've got, keep that thing pinned down. The others let loose immediately, but the enemy was incredibly agile. It zigzagged about, avoiding their fire and returning its own more lethal response. Tamaki's was the next to fall, the legs on his Sutherland blowing out from under him. The enemy did not follow up, however, and a moment later his comrade had ejected, leaving behind the wrecked frame. We need to pull back. Oh, Guy cried. We can't keep up with that thing. What about Colin and Tamaki? Naomi asked from behind. They're clear, hopefully they'll be able to evade the patrols, Oh, Guy said, even though he knew it was a distant hope. We can't help them like this though. Pull back. The others heeded his order, a bit reluctantly at first, but another round slicing off the arm of Yashida's Sutherland lent haste to their retreat. Damn it, things had been going so well for them. Where had the Brightonnians been hiding this white monster? There was no time to think, they needed to run, and maybe, just maybe draw away enough of the blockade forces to allow their comrades to escape. Colin pulled herself out of the cockpit and watched as the others made a run for it. It was the right decision, with her out of commission they were no match for that white nightmare. Hell, even with her around they had only managed to stall it. It grated at her being defeated like this, but her wounded pride could wait. Right now survival came first, something that was looking less and less likely with each passing moment. Unless? Colin looked over at the G1 land cruiser. They already knew the prince had diverted some of his own security detail to reinforce the encirclement and hunt them down. Had it been thinned enough for her to make it through with her power? Could she make it through, take Clovis hostage and force him to lift the siege? Colin checked how much ammo she had for her pistol. Only way to find out. After all, sometimes a good defense is a good offense. Suzaku sped through the streets after the two fleeing Sutherlands. Thus far the only one that had posed a serious challenge had been the one that first stepped up to challenge him. With it destroyed, however, the others were simply no match for a nightmare as powerful as the Lancelot. Even now he was closing the distance. One turned to take pot shots at him. Bad move, the action slowed it down and simply allowed Suzaku to get that closer. He allowed the shield to absorb the shots that actually landed. Suzaku responded with his Harkins, snagging one of the enemy's legs. A quick tug threw it off balance and sent the machine tumbling. Without slowing, Suzaku slashed its legs with his own blade. One more down, 2 to go. The Sutherlands rounded a corner and Suzaku swerved to follow. As he did, however, he was greeted by a hail of explosive rounds. The combined fire quickly sapped his shield but gave him enough time to aim his own weapon. He pulled the trigger and the legs of another Sutherland blew out from under it. The pilot wasted no time ejecting while his comrade turned to beat a hasty retreat. Not so fast. Suzaku fired his Harkins again, but this time the enemy managed, just barely, to dodge, before turning another corner. This time the Lancelot took a wider arc around to avoid getting ambushed like that again, but apparently having also learned its lesson, the enemy was continuing to flee. It had opened up the distance again, and at this range Suzaku was not sure he could take it out without hitting the cockpit. He grimaced and gave chase once more. Looks like I will owe my dear brother yet another debt, Clovis said in annoyance. Still, better to be in Schneeisel's debt than have his secret exposed to the world at large. Let us finish this quickly and restore the blockade. So focused on the battle, Clovis did not notice the door to the bridge sliding open. The two guards posted there did, but all they saw was another soldier entering. A somewhat short soldier at that. Before they could act on their suspicions, however, sharp blades were shoved into their throats. They clutched at the wounds, dropping to their knees as they struggled to breath with their windpipes severed. The soldiers manning the stations looked over, too late, some still turning when the intruder's pistol began barking. 3 shots took down 3 operators in quick succession, and a 4th blew a neat hole in Bradley's head just as he reached for his own sidearm. Clovis spun about, reaching for his own gun only to feel a burning pain as a 5th shot ran out. The intruder had managed to shoot his hand, knocking away the gun. That should have been impossible, no one was that good a shot. The gun shifted to point at Clovis' head. The prince swallowed. Apparently this person was Prince Clovis, a voice full of contempt said. A female voice. A woman. Clovis exclaimed. The visible mouth twisted into a grimace and Clovis thought he could almost see the glare through his attacker's helmet. Recall your forces and lift the blockade on Shinjuku now, or I will put a bullet in your head. Clovis' eyes widened. He did not doubt the woman would make good her threat. With his good hand he reached for the radio. All forces cease fire. Cease fire at once. The prince glanced at the mysterious woman. She nodded, apparently satisfied so far. He might just live through this. I, Clovis, 3rd Prince of Britannia, do hereby order all forces to cease operations in the Shinjuku district and withdraw. Clovis looked at the woman again. Order your forces to offer treatment to any and all wounded. He keyed the mic again. Medical treatment is to be extended to all wounded, Britannian or otherwise without prejudice. This is a direct order from I, Clovis La Britannia. Clovis put down the radio. There, satisfied. The woman nodded. Her gun remained aimed at his head. What else do you want? Clovis asked. Safe passage from here for yourself. No, I'll manage that myself, the woman said. You on the other hand will not be leaving here alive. But I did what you wanted. Clovis protested. And you think that makes up for all the abuse the Japanese people have suffered at your hand? Both today and in the years past. Clovis was feeling desperate now. The woman obviously intended to kill him no matter what he said or offered. If he was going to live she had to die. She might have disarmed him of his one gun but a Britannian prince always had backups. His good hand began to wander towards his other sidearm as he considered how best to stall for. The pistol ran out again. Clovis stood there, his mind still catching up to what his body already knew. He was dead. He had been shot. As his sight faded the last thing he saw behind the shades the woman wore was a shining light in one eye. A light that chilled him beyond that of the cold embrace of death. Yuffie had gone to bed late last night again, this time due to wanting to remain up to date about the deteriorating situation in Area 11. She had no idea what had prompted the resistance movement to launch a strike now but her ignorance was irrelevant. They had managed to do enough damage to force Clovis to lock down the entire Shinjuku district and by the time she was finally chased off to bed the situation was still extremely fluid. Exactly 4 hours and 15 minutes later Yuffie found herself being shaken awake. Your Highness. Please wake up. The princess looked up groggily, her mind more than a tad unfocused. She was still cognizant enough however to recognize who was trying to pull her up. Dorothy? Why aren't you in bed? Apologies Your Highness but something has happened. The maid sucked in a deep breath. Prince Clovis has been murdered. Yuffie's eyes went wide. She had no trouble being alert now. The resistance fighters. I'm sorry Your Highness, but I don't know, Dorothy said. I was given the message in confidence by Prince Schneeisel and told to tell only you. I see. Then please ready a change of clothes, Dorothy, and prepare a car. Is brother at his residence or his office? He is presently at his office, Highness. Then that is where I am headed. Of course Your Highness, I will see to it immediately. Her maid hurried out of the room, leaving Yuffie alone with her thoughts. The girl shivered and closed her eyes as she hugged herself, but not due to any lack of warmth in her room. Instead it was a coldness in her heart that chilled her so. Not again, not another sibling slain. First Nunnally, then Lelich, and now Clovis. Where would it end? Cornelia was always out on some campaign or another and war was always a dangerous place. Clovis' position as Viceroy of Area 11 was not exactly safe either considering the unrest in the country and now that same unrest had claimed his life. Nowhere in the world was safe, nowhere so long as conflict and strife remained. Yuffie opened her eyes. So long as she did not do enough to make the world better. Her mind was made up. She would go to Area 11. She would see this land that had claimed her brother's life. And it was from there that she would truly begin to remake the world into a kinder, gentler place. For Clovis, for Lelich, and for Nunnally. End of chapter 2. Hey! I seem to attract a rather quiet audience. Anyway, happy 4th of July with a new chapter. We'll see if I regret killing off Kuel this early in the story or not. As should be evident certain elements of this story will be somewhat darker than what was portrayed in the canon if only because I'll be trying to make the military aspects more realistic. I know that the summary for this FIC would lead one to presume that Yuffie is the main character. That is true, to an extent. It would be more accurate however to say that Yuffie shares the spotlight with Colin and those two are the dual protagonists in my story instead of it being Lelich and Sozaku. Sozaku will obviously have a role, but what he achieves will obviously be different compared to the canon. Other divergences you all will just have to read to find out. And what doesn't diverge? Chapter 3. Even before her arrival in Japan Princess Euphemia possessed many an ally at court. Her older sister Cornelia was an obvious patron though it could be argued that her half-brother Schneeisel did more to help the princess gain her own power base. The prince was already Britannia's prime minister and the more astute observers at court were convinced that it was Schneeisel, not his older brother Odysseus, whom would inherit the throne from their father. An adroit and adept politician, Schneeisel cultivated many resources to solidify his grip on power. It is likely he saw his younger sister Euphemia as one such asset. While few dispute that there was some affection between the princess and her brother, even fewer doubt that had their situations been reversed Schneeisel would have held no reservations about eliminating his sister to achieve his own goals. Nevertheless at this early stage Schneeisel was one of if not the most powerful of the princess backers and it was his influence that secured for her the viceroyalty of Japan, then known as Area 11, after the death of their mutual half-brother Clovis La Britannia. It was to be a most fateful act. Toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 3, Vainio. Yuffie entered the audience chamber and stopped the appropriate number of paces before the emperor's desk. She waited patiently until she was acknowledged, something that took almost 5 minutes by her reckoning. Euphemia, Charles finally deigned to address her. Your Majesty, Yuffie curtsied. Schneeisel said you have something to ask of us, Charles asked, still not looking up from his paperwork. I seek a boon from you, Your Majesty. That finally got his attention. Charles looked up, eyebrow raised. Speak. Your Majesty, your son and my brother Clovis La Bretagne has been slain in his duty as Viceroy of Area 11. I beg of you to appoint me in his stead. You believe you will succeed where Clovis has failed? Yes, Majesty. A slight smile crossed Charles's face as he regarded his daughter. Yuffie was not a child he had paid much attention to during her childhood. In fact, his most distinct memory of her was when she cried out at Lelich after his banishment. And then she fell out of his attention for years before some of the documents Schneeisel passed on to him began bearing her signature. Her chosen method of establishing herself in the court was subtle and owed much to Schneeisel's patronage, but the girl would have never gotten this far without some genuine intelligence and ability of her own. What might she accomplish if she were to wield more direct power? We grant you your requested boon, Charles said. How long it remains yours is in your hands alone. Yuffie curtsied deeper. My sincerest gratitude, Your Majesty. I shall not disappoint. Charles looked down at his papers once more, as brusque a means of dismissing her as Yuffie had expected. Her father never did seem to actually see his children as genuine people instead of mere pawns to be maneuvered in some elaborate game of chess. Yet pawns should not be underestimated, for they served as both the vanguard and under the right conditions could be turned into queens. That was a favorite strategy of Lelich's, where he would elevate those pieces others so quickly dismissed into potent weapons. And while Yuffie herself had only a passing familiarity with the game, she felt no hesitation in adopting the stratagem for her own trials. Today she may be a pawn, but under the right conditions she could become a queen, or even, just possibly, an empress. Yuffie dipped her form once more before retreating out the door. She had what she wanted. Now it was up to her to make the most of it. The core of Ogai's resistance cell were clustered around the dilapidated apartment, watching the news broadcast. Are still searching for the terrorists who murdered Prince Clovis, the woman said. With the passing of the prince and the death of General Esprius, the prince's senior military advisor, command of Britannia's military forces has fallen to Margrave Jeremiah Gottwald. The Margrave has issued the following statement. The screen switched to a recording of Jeremiah seated at his office desk, looking commanding and imperious with his hands clasped before him. Loyal sons and daughters of Britannia, this day has seen a grievous wound inflicted upon our great empire. Prince Clovis, scion of our glorious emperor, has been slain in vile treachery. I swear on my honor as a noble of the empire that I shall not rest until every terrorist responsible for this cowardly act is captured and made to pay for their sins. In light of the continued resistance by 11s to the integration of this area into the empire proper, I am suspending the honorary Britonian system until such time as the people of Area 11 demonstrate a genuine commitment to becoming loyal servants of the empire. Only through vigilance and sacrifice will the empire emerge victorious. Hail Britannia! The recording ended and the feed switched back to the blonde reporter. That just now was a message the Margrave released this morning. In addition to the... Ogai muted the television set and sank into his seat. This is what we would call an unintended consequence. The others all looked over at Colin and the girl flushed. I did what I had to do to get us out of there alive. The girl said defensively. I know, Ogai said. And to be honest, I can't think of any way you could have gotten all of us out alive, not with that new nightmare after us. Still, things have gotten a lot more complicated. Margrave Gottwald is an open bigot and racist, and he and his purist faction were just waiting for an excuse to crack down harder on us Japanese. Now they have won. That Colin could not argue against, so she simply looked away sheepishly. Not that the girl did sheepish very well, if the slight smile on Ogai's face was any indication. I don't mean to be too hard on you, Colin, Ogai said gently, but there are times when you let your temper get the better of you. You're passionate, and that's what makes you so strong. But a passion that burns too hot can also end up burning you and those close to you. Just try to remember that, okay? Okay, Colin said with a sigh. Good. For the time being I think you need to go back to the Statfelds. I knew you were going to say that, Colin muttered under her breath. Things are too hot for us to try anything right now, Ogai said. We might have gotten that one Sutherland out, but I wouldn't say we're any stronger than we were before. Right now we need to keep our heads down and let the situation cool a bit before we plan our next move. And we also need to wait and see who ends up as Clovis' permanent replace. Ogai, unmute the TV. Naomi cried out. The man fumbled with the remote for a second before hitting the button. A breaking news item from the mainland, the reporter said. It has been confirmed that the Emperor has appointed his daughter, Euphemia Le Britannia, third princess of the realm, to be the next Viceroy of Area 11. The princess has not yet issued a statement regarding her appointment, but our news teams back in the homeland are on standby for when Her Highness releases a public statement. Again, for those of you just joining us, we have confirmation that... Hey, Guy said, lowering the volume but not completely muting it this time. Anyone know anything about this Princess Euphemia? Shrugs and shakes of heads answered him. Then we need to find out more, the man said before looking pointedly at Colin. And Ashford Academy is likely to be a great place to pick up some gossip about the princess. Fine, fine, you've made your point, Colin said. I'll go back to the Statfelds and live my civilian life for a bit. Guy chuckled. It's not that bad, Colin, a soft bed, good food, clean clothes. Try to enjoy it a little bit, alright? And if you feel guilty, you can always bring back some souvenirs next time you visit. Colin looked about the apartment. It was not quite as rundown as some other places, but it was not some place she would have wanted to call a home. But beggars could not be choosers, and the others were not as lucky as she was. Colin sighed and held up her hands in surrender. I already said you made your point, no need to keep pushing it. Guy nodded and looked over at the others. I think that's all we needed to talk about today. Everyone should get going, no telling if they'll start enforcing a curfew earlier than they announced. The others stood and exchanged farewells before filing out, all but Tamaki, who was staying with Guy since his own place was now a pile of rubble in Shinjuku. The loss of Tamaki's apartment might even have been karmic, considering he was the one that had blown their cover. Once the others were gone, Guy looked at Colin once more. So, ready to talk about what happened in Shinjuku? He asked. Colin shifted uneasily. It's hard to explain. Oh. It'll probably be easier to show you. The girl stood and picked up an apple, tossing it over to Tamaki. She walked over to the other side of the room and faced away from them. Throw the apple at me. Tamaki exchanged a confused look with Guy, and the other man nodded. With a shrug, Tamaki lightly tossed the apple toward Colin, mostly on target but slowly enough that the girl would not get hurt. Colin's arm suddenly moved, reaching back and catching the apple in midair. Guy's jaw dropped. He was pretty sure Tamaki's did too. And then the girl tossed the apple back to Tamaki, perfectly on target with her arced throw, still without looking at them. Do it again, and don't be such a wuss about it. The look Tamaki gave Guy this time had a dash of helplessness mixed in with his confusion. Guy nodded again. Colin was trying to make a point, and only after they saw this through would she explain. Sighing, Tamaki wound himself up and chucked the apple at Colin. The girl's arm flickered and again she caught the fruit without ever actually seeing it. When she turned around to face them, Guy saw his own worry reflected back at him in Colin's eyes. Colin, how did you do that? He asked. Yeah, you able to see the future now or something? Tamaki chimed in. No, Colin began, well, not exactly. It's more like, I can see everything now. Everything within a kilometer or two. I can see beyond this room, behind the walls, I can see the people out in the streets, and I can see the little details too. I can see the way a person's body winds up as he or she prepares to move, and from that I can see where that person will go or what he or she will do. Guy tried hard to put words in his mouth to describe what he thought. It was a lot harder than it looked. So, wait, are you saying you awakened some sort of psychic ability in Shinjuku? He asked. I know it sounds crazy, Colin said, but I think so. And it wasn't me that awakened it, it was that girl. Guy narrowed his eyes. What girl? That container that we stole, the one that we thought had poison gas in it. There was no gas. Instead it was holding this green-haired girl. She was gagged and tied up in this straitjacket, and after I cut her loose she asked if I wanted to live. I said yes, and then she said she would grant me my wish. The next thing I knew, I could see, well, everything. Guy glanced over at Tamaki. The other man held up his hands, apparently even more lost than him. He looked back over at Colin. So, where is this girl now? Dead, Colin said softly. She stood up in the middle of a firefight and got shot in the head. No one could have survived that. I see, Guy said thoughtfully. So this was how you were able to lead us around like that, avoiding the patrols and even predicting the movements of the units we fought. And also how you managed to breach Clovis security. Colin nodded. It was incredible. I could see exactly where they were vulnerable, it was just a matter of hitting them at their. Any side effects? Colin tilted her head thoughtfully. A bit of a headache when I use the power, and my left eye aches a bit for some reason. I think it's because there's so much information to process. You sure that's not because you hit your head or something? Tamaki asked. Colin shot the man a glare. Hey, I'm just asking, Tamaki said quickly. I mean, we've seen some crazy shit since the war, but psychic powers? That's gotta be a record. Maybe so, Guy said, but think of the implications. Colin brightened. Yeah. It would give us a huge tactical advantage over any Brightonian forces we run into. Guy smiled wearily. Like that white nightmare. The girl deflated. Yeah, okay, I got cocky there. I admit, your skill really could help turn the tide in some ways. But we need to be careful and not get overconfident. And we especially need to find out if there are long-term consequences to you using that power. I feel fine, Colin insisted. Your headache? The girl bit her lip to stop from spouting out her instinctive response. Guy nodded in understanding. For now I don't think you should use that power unless it is absolutely necessary. If nothing else we should not become too reliant on it, otherwise we'd only get ourselves into trouble if you weren't around or we needed to split the cell up into teams for a run. Colin nodded reluctantly. Guy stood. Go get changed, I'll drop you off at the border to the concession. It probably isn't the safest to be walking around in an Ashford uniform out here right now. Fine, Colin said with a sigh and headed for the bedroom. After the door closed, the relaxed look on Guy's face turned back into worry. You think she's serious about this crazy psychic power of hers? Tamaki asked. Yeah, Guy said. And the crazier thing is I think I believe her. But, that's great, no. Tamaki wondered aloud. If she really can see anything coming. She said she could only see out a kilometer or so, Guy countered. How long does it take a nightmare to cross that distance? Tamaki said nothing. And then there are those headaches, Guy continued. All power comes with a cost and I don't want to lose Colin to it, no matter how useful it is. There is that, Tamaki agreed. As brash as the man was, he was still a friend of Naoto's and also took seriously a promise to look after his deceased friend's little sister. For now we'll wait and see, Guy said. There is the new viceroy to consider after all. Man, I hate waiting around. Guy chuckled. Probably why Naoto left me in charge. Colin emerged then, back in her prime and proper school uniform with her hair combed down. Guy had to admit, when the girl dressed up like that she really did look like a fragile doll. Little wonder she was so popular at school, half the boys must have felt an urge to shield her from harm with their own bodies. Not that Colin needed any such protection. He shook his head. Come in, let's hurry. Colin nodded and followed Guy down to his car. She might have been fine in the concession, but Guy still needed to get back to the ghetto before the curfew hit. The drive fortunately did not take long, and after being dropped off Colin passed through the checkpoint with little difficulty before taking a subway home. In theory she could have called for a car, but the girl did not like relying on the Stotfeld family's resources any more than she had to. As she entered the house she was reminded forcefully of just why. Welcome back, milady. It felt wrong, sickeningly so, that her own biological mother had to bow down to her. Colin fought back her irritation and instead nodded politely in response. Her mother had it hard enough, putting up with the abuses of the native Brightonian maids. She would not make her life even harder. Conversely, she could not do much to help her mother either. That would only incite further abuse from the other servants. Just you wait, mother, Colin thought to herself. I'll get you out of here and into a real, proper home one day. Colin. The voice that called out her name caused the girl to bristle. She looked up to see the Lady Stotfeld standing atop the stairs. Where have you been? Visiting friends, Colin answered brusquely. She started climbing the stairs, intent on getting to her room and leaving the presence of this foul woman. Lady Stotfeld frowned. You were in the ghettos again. What of it? Colin snapped back, regretting it almost immediately. Antagonizing the woman never did any good, she would only take out her frustration on her real mother. The frown turned into a scowl. You need to learn to behave yourself, child. Were it not for your father's influence you would not get away with half of your antics. Colin opened her mouth to retort back, intending to throw the woman's words right back at her. Her antics? What about all the men Lady Stotfeld invited here while her father was absent? But Colin recalled Guy's words about watching her temper. And her own mother was watching. Instead she stopped at the top of the stairs and looked down at maid. Ms. Kaujiki, please bring my dinner to my room, I will be eating in there. Her mother curtsied in response and hurried off to the kitchen. Colin regarded Lady Stotfeld, making sure the woman got the message. Colin was watching out for her mother. Even if she could not always be there for her, she would avenge any outright insults. After exchanging glares for a few more seconds, Colin broke off and headed for her room. The past few days had been exhausting and despite it all she was looking forward to sleeping in a proper bed again. Even if the one here was too soft to truly be comfortable. Jeremiah adjusted his collar for perhaps the 100th time as he prepared for the conference call with the Princess Euphemia. The sudden announcement of her appointment as Clovis' replacement had come as a surprise to everyone in Area 11, not least because they knew so little about the princess. There were rumors though, rumors that the princess gave short shrift to graft and inefficiency and was most thorough in weeding such sins out. That almost certainly meant she would be an improvement over Clovis. While a prince, the former viceroy seemed more interested in grand theatrical gestures and the arts than the nuances of governance and finance. Yes, he was a noble, but there were nobles and then there were nobles. Nobles such as the deceased Empress Marianne. The Margrave sighed as memories of his lost empress surfaced. It was a mark of shame, his greatest failure, that the empress should fall while he served as part of her royal guard. There had been a woman of metal and wool, someone truly worthy of the crown. True, she had risen to such heights from commoner origins, and then there was the fact that her branch of the family originated from French aristocrats fleeing their homeland when republicanism took hold there. And yet never before had Jeremiah seen a woman of such strength of will. Little wonder she became the emperor's favored. But Empress Marianne was dead, and with the loss of her children the Lambrugge line in Britannia ended. Only some distant relatives, descendants of that stayed behind and escaped execution in France remained, and they were likely nothing more than pale shadows of the true line that Marianne had represented. The terminal beeped, pulling Jeremiah out of his melancholy. He immediately accepted the connection. It would not do to make a member of the imperial family wait after all. The image of Princess Euphemia appeared, a young woman with flowing pink hair dressed in a similarly colored gown. Your Highness, Jeremiah intoned as he bowed his head. Margrave Gottwald, Euphy replied, her face stern in all business. I will be arriving in Area 11 2 days hence. Please ensure that all preparations necessary to receive me are complete. Of course, Highness, Jeremiah said. I will secure the Tokyo settlement and ensure that the terrorists who murdered Prince Clovis will have no chance of. Margrave, Euphy cut Jeremiah off. I am well aware of your continued efforts to secure the concession, but effort means little without results to show for it. I have seen the reports coming out of Area 11 and the numbers do not lie. Tell me, Margrave, do you have any idea how much the curfew enforcement has cost the Empire thus far? I do not have an exact figure, Your Highness, Jeremiah said, trying to sound composed. This interview was not going well. I do, Euphy said. As of the release of your public statement the cost stood at £3 million, and this is not including the cost in wealth and blood of the initial response to the theft of the poison gas that ultimately resulted in my brother's death. That last word sent a chill down Jeremiah's back. He never knew such a flat tone could hold such fury. Thus far the terrorists responsible for my brother's death have eluded your forces, and the effect of the search has been to shut down much of the Tokyo settlement, disrupting services and businesses throughout both the ghettos and the concession. Would you say then that you have produced results from your effort, Margrave? No, Your Highness, Jeremiah admitted reluctantly. Euphy nodded, apparently pleased that the man could at least show that much honesty. The situation in Area 11 has been deteriorating for years now, Euphy said. By all rights, considering its pre-war economy, it should be well on its way to satellite status, but it remains barely at developing. We are the stewards of the land now, and it is we that hold ultimate responsibility for the lack of progress. The people may resist, but again the failure to overcome that resistance rests with us. Jeremiah swallowed. Rarely did any member of the imperial family save the emperor himself use the pluralis majestatis. When they did, it was something they were dead serious about and on a position in which they had the emperor's backing. The empire has enemies aplenty already, Euphy said. There is no need to create more within our own borders. The areas do not exist as a playground for the nobility. If there are those that wish to distinguish themselves in martial glory, then they should enlist on proper campaigns of conquest instead of inciting unrest within the empire itself. The girl's eyes narrowed and Jeremiah felt himself unconsciously flinch. Or is it perhaps they know they lack the courage and skill to engage a worthy opponent? Of course not, Your Highness. Jeremiah protested reflexively. Euphy smiled. There was no warmth in it. I am gladdened to hear this. I have no place in my administration for cowards and glory hounds. The smile disappeared. Continue with your duties, Margrave, but do not overstep. You command Britannia's arms in Area 11, but matters of justice and administration are within my purview. Even in the martial matters my word is final. Am I understood? Yes, Your Highness. Good. The smile returned. We shall speak at length upon my arrival. It has come to my attention that you once served in the Empress Marianne's personal guard. Jeremiah froze. How had the princess known that? I was quite close to my brother Lelich and my sister Nunnally. I believe we will have much to discuss. Good day, Margrave. Jeremiah forced himself to bow his head again. He kept it down until the connection closed, and even then it took several long minutes before he could raise it again. A cold sweat had drenched the man, and it was with a shaky hand that he pressed his intercom. Dame Valletta, come to my office at once. By the time the woman entered, Jeremiah still had not recovered his composure, if her hesitant salute was any indication. My lord, she said slowly. Jeremiah took a deep breath. Seat yourself. Sir. Valletta accepted the invitation and waited for Jeremiah to speak again. The Margrave did so after a few linger moments of silence. I have just spoken with the Princess Euphemia, he said. She has expressed her displeasure with the state of affairs in Area 11. Valletta nodded. That was not surprising. Said state of affairs had seen her brother murdered after all. I believe the princess intends on a series of reforms that may disturb some of the more militant elements of the purists. The woman frowned. Reforms, my lord. Reforms, Jeremiah repeated for the third time. The princess made clear that she feels the situation in Area 11 is as much the fault of the existing policies as it is that of the resisting 11s. And while she did not come out and say it, she likely does not agree with my suspension of the honorary Brightonian system. She intends to restore it, sir. Possibly. As I said, she did not come right out and say it. She did however give me a pointed warning about overstepping my duties. I am after all an officer of the Brightonian military, not a bureaucrat or politician of the administratum. Princess wishes to exert civilian control over the military. Valletta said in disbelief. Perhaps, Jeremiah said. Or more specifically, Her Highness seems to want to make sure we are targeted more precisely. The princess made a valid point, the empire is not without plenty of external enemies. Expending our resources putting down rebellions and riots does not necessarily make us stronger for the inevitable war with them. As you say, sir, Valletta said, accepting the reasoning even if she did not entirely agree with it. Jeremiah allowed a wiry smile. I do not believe the princess to be an equalitarian. Her Highness however seems to believe in the French concept ideal of noblesse oblige. With power comes duty, Valletta said with a nod. To whom does Her Highness believe she has a duty to? We, Dame Valletta, Jeremiah said. It is all of us that the princess believes has a duty, and it is to the people in our charge. That caused the woman to frown again. Does that also mean the 11s, my lord? To an extent, Jeremiah said. Her Highness sees us as shepherds and a good shepherd knows both when to cull a herd but also when to let it grow fat. The princess seems to believe we have culled too much and left the herd as a whole unhealthy as a result. Perhaps she is right. And if she is, it is our duty to support her, not to obstruct her out of some petty sense of pride. You sound as if you approve of her, my lord, Valletta said carefully. Did he? Jeremiah allowed himself a smile. It has been some time since I have seen a princess of the realm with such fire, not since her sister Cornelia entered the ranks of the army. The Princess Euphemia has a different fire, but it too reminds me of the Empress Marianne. I believe she will make a fine viceroy. Jeremiah met Valletta's gaze. And I believe she will recognize genuine merit when she sees it. Valletta's eyes widened. Her own advancement had always been a delicate matter amongst the purists. True, she was of pure Brightonian stock, but she entered the military as a commoner. Her rise to the rank of knight was a remarkable achievement, but the title was only a lifetime title, not a hereditary one. To achieve an actual elevation to the nobility was something Valletta long aspired to. She could have taken the easy way and married into some noble family, but then she would not have truly earned it. Valletta nodded. If you believe the princess to be worthy of such comparison, then I shall also lend her my strength. Good, Jeremiah said. Good. Then let us not waste any time. The princess ordered me to carry out my duty and I shall not allow myself to be found wanting. Been confirmed that the emperor has appointed his daughter, Euphemia Le Britannia, third princess of the realm, to be the next viceroy of Area 11. The princess has not yet issued a statement regarding her appointment, but our news teams back in the homeland are on standby for when Her Highness releases a public statement. Again, for those of you just joining us, we have confirmation that the emperor has appointed his daughter, third princess Euphemia Le Britannia, as the new viceroy of Area 11. The princess is expected to arrive in the area within the next few days. Thus far. Euphy, the girl Millie hugged in her arms, muttered softly. The blonde-haired girl smiled gently as she cradled her little sister. It's all right, Nana. But she's coming to Japan. Nunnally Ashford said. After what happened to Clovis. And I'm sure her guards will be on alert, Millie assured the girl. And you know that Princess Cornelia will send some of her own knights to look after her. So she'll be safe, okay. Nunnally looked up at her sister before offering a weak smile. Okay. That's a good girl, Millie said, caressing the girl's cheeks. Now let's get freshened up, Sayako's going to be looking for us for dinner soon. It's pork roast tonight. Nunnally giggled. All right. Let me get into the chair. Millie stood and helped the younger girl into the wheelchair. Nunnally could get around the bathroom by herself, however, so she waited outside in the bedroom they shared. Once alone, Millie's smile disappeared and she turned back to the news broadcast. Despite her assurances, there was a genuine danger to Princess Euphemia's life. Thus far no one seemed to know how the resistance fighters had managed to penetrate Prince Clovis' security and then walk out undetected after killing him. If they could do that, then what guarantee they could not do the same with whatever security was put together to protect Princess Euphemia? Millie did not pay the imperial family much attention beyond the usual gossip that passed through the school. Her grandfather might know a bit more about the imperial scions, but she herself had only a faint memory of them from her time at court. What she did remember did not particularly endear them to her. Nunnally was different though, Nunnally and her brother Lelich. The assassination that claimed their mother had not quite killed the little girl, but it had come close. As it was, Nunnally was paralyzed the hip down and required the use of a wheelchair to get around. Her survival had been kept a secret to avoid any follow-up attempts to finish the job. That same secrecy, however, had ended up pushing Nunnally's brother to commit suicide, convinced that there was nothing left in the world for him. The painful irony was that it was Nunnally that was left alone instead. Well, not entirely alone. Despite their public disgrace, the Ashfords had been entrusted with Nunnally, to keep her hidden and allow her to live as normal a life as possible. Millie was not entirely sure who pulled the strings to make that happen. It might have even been the Emperor himself. Whatever the circumstances, Millie had found herself with a little sister, one that she treasured and would do anything to protect. One thing that had been impressed upon her was the need to keep Nunnally's circumstances as secret as possible. Despite her condition, if the rest of the court found out she was still alive, there was the very real risk they would try to arrange for a fatal accident. It was the sort of political bloodletting that Millie found disgusting, one reason why she kept intentionally sabotaging her family's efforts to marry her into another noble house to regain their titles. It was also probably the same reason her grandfather let her get away with those same antics. Reuben was a kindly old man, likely as tired of the politics as Millie herself had been, despite the vast gulf in age. Not surprising, seeing the vipers he needed to deal with during his time at court. But then not everyone at court was a monster hiding their fangs behind silk. Euphemia Lee Britannia. Nunnally had often spoken fondly of her older sister, and Millie had faint memories of a bright and kind pink-haired girl. She might just be the one person Millie could trust with Nunnally's secret, assuming she was ever desperate enough to ask for outside help. But the Ashfords were doing fine right now despite the turmoil in Area 11, and so long as they were doing fine, Nunnally was safe. So for now Millie would watch and wait to see if her and Nunnally's memory of Princess Euphemia were still representative of the young woman she had grown up into. "What were you thinking, Euphy?" an agitated Cornelia said over the video feed. "I was thinking it was time I started doing some real work in the Empire," Euphy replied calmly. "There are plenty of places where you can contribute. Don't you already have a position in the Treasury?" "The good that I can do there is limited," Euphy said. "As Viceroy of Area 11 I can have a direct impact on the lives of countless people. I can make a genuine difference to not just their overall situation but to their day-to-day lives." Cornelia sighed in resignation. She of all people knew that when Euphy got like this there was no talking her little sister out of her decided course of action. What was Schneeisel thinking, helping Euphy gain the appointment? "But why Area 11? Cornelia asked. "We just lost Clovis there. This is the time for a military response to clamp down on the dissidents to make sure something like this can't happen again." Euphy's eyes narrowed. "Sister, we both know that the security measures in Area 11 are considerably greater than any other areas at the developing stage. Increasing those measures is at this point not cost-effective." "Cost-effective?" Cornelia said, eyebrow raised. Euphy shrugged. "The numbers do not lie. We've spent billions trying to make Area 11 secure, but to this day the area seethes with unrest. Until we address the root cause of that unrest it will never end." "You're being too soft on the issue, Euphy," Cornelia said. "The militarists have had their chance to try to turn Area 11 into a productive and stable part of the Empire," Euphy countered. "Now it's my turn." Cornelia regarded her sister for a few moments of silence. She had a point, in so much as the militarists had been the ones at the helm in Area 11 since the initial conquest. Yet that did not mean their strategy was doomed to long-term failure. But that was not what was truly eating at Cornelia. It was Euphy putting herself into the line of fire like this. She would face not only 11s who did not wish to integrate into the Empire, she would also face off against vested interests that profited from Area 11's current state. Could she handle both at once? That was what worried Cornelia so. "I'm coming with you," the Marshal declared. Euphy's eyes widened. "What?" "I said I'm coming with you," Cornelia repeated. "You might be good with shuffling numbers and have a strong grasp of abstract economics, but Area 11 is still a mess when it comes to internal security. I'm not going to trust that security to anyone else, especially when it will be responsible for keeping you safe." "But, aren't you out on campaign right now?" Euphy said. "You can't just very well abandon your post like that." "That just means I will have to achieve victory all the more quickly," Cornelia said. "Besides, the opposing force has been bled dry. Another week or so and they will fall." The worry did not leave Euphy's expression. "I'll be fine," Cornelia assured her little sister. "Your field is of economics, mine is of war. You asked me to trust you with the administration of Area 11, I ask you to trust me with the conquest of Area 18. Euphy knew that there was no arguing with her sister on this point, not with Cornelia using her arguments against her. She sighed. "All right, but I want you to promise me two things." "Oh. First, you will not take any unnecessary risks just to achieve a quicker victory. I am already mourning one brother, I do not wish to have to mourn you as well, sister." Cornelia nodded solemnly. "And the other condition?" "That you align your military policy with my domestic policy." Cornelia raised an eyebrow, eliciting a slight smile from Euphy. "You asked me to trust you on matters of war, dear sister. I thus ask you to trust me on matters of administration and internal cohesion." Cornelia chuckled and nodded. "All right, Euphy, you've got me there. When I arrive I'll support your policies." But if there is a genuine military threat to your safety, I expect you to heed my advice. Advice, not orders. Yuffie could live with that. Of course, sister. The siblings bid each other heartfelt farewells and Yuffie sunk into her chair. One more minor victory. And to be honest, having Cornelia there with her would be reassuring, so long as she could keep her sister from resorting to excessive force at every provocation. But this was just one small step on her greater journey and there was still much to do before her departure. Yuffie closed down her terminal and left her office. As mundane as it relatively was, she still needed to figure out what of her wardrobe to bring along. Her fancier gowns she could probably cut back on, her more severe and businesslike outfits would be more appropriate for her position as viceroy. That of course did not mean her appearance would be lacking in femininity, there was no way she could ever pull off anything but girly. Euphemia Lee Britannia. The voice caused Yuffie to start and spin around. Who is there? The figure that stepped out of the shadows was that of a boy many years Yuffie's junior. His stature did not quite reach Yuffie's chest even if the multiple layers of coats and flowing hair made him look bigger than he really was. Yuffie frowned as she recognized the figure. Her body began to assume a defensive stance. What do you want? The boy smirked, an ugly and decidedly unpleasant smirk. My, but what a jittery child you are. And to think some of my subordinates are actually worried about you. Yuffie's eyes narrowed. The person standing before her was both an enigma and someone well known within certain select circles at court. There was however no doubt whatsoever that he was very, very dangerous. What do you want? Yuffie repeated. The smirk grew wider into a wolfish grin. I wonder what you intend to play at an Area 11. Are you trying to slip out from under our watch? Yuffie frowned. I have no idea what you might be insinuating. The boy chuckled. Of course you don't. Just like you don't have any idea of what all those audits of yours have been digging up. The princess kept her face impassive. A part of her was seriously contemplating the possibility that her life was in mortal danger. Another part latched onto every word, every revelation this boy offered. What do you want? The girl repeated for the third time. The boy took a step closer. Yuffie willed herself to remain still. You have been an irritant, he said. You and your siblings. I think it is about time that we put a proper leash on all of you. Yuffie blinked. What? Yuffie barely heard the boy. No, she did hear him, but his words did not penetrate her consciousness. Instead her mind whirled as numbers and factors combined to spit out more numbers and factors. There, the discrepancies for the tithes from Area 3, the missing money was being diverted through a variety of foreign accounts before filtering back into the country. Here, a deviation in the lifetimes of nightmare Yggdrasil drives that suggested impure saccharidite being substituted for the core luminous cube in order to inflate earnings. More and more conclusions fell into place, all of the accounts and reports Yuffie had seen up to this point pooling together to create a lattice of connections and relationships. It was so clear now, so obvious, how could she not have seen it all before? Yuffie blinked. There was something else. Something hidden deep within all those numbers, all those variables. Something big, bigger than anything she would have imagined was possible to hide. But what was it? And who was responsible? Yuffie fought to hold on to the impression but it was already slipping. There just was not enough data, not enough to form any concrete conclusions. The young woman pulled herself to her feet. Her head throbbed and her eye ached. Whatever had happened was passing, but she could still remember much of what was revealed to her. The corruption, the graft, the outright theft those in power committed because they thought their positions made them immune from judgment. Yuffie's face hardened. But they were not immune, not by a long shot, and now that she knew where to look they would soon realize their folly. The light in the girl's eye flickered before disappearing entirely. It would return however when Yuffie had need of it once more. The girl's hunt was only beginning after all. End of chapter 3. The game's afoot. I have a question to my readers that I'd appreciate a response to. In my master draft at the start of each chapter I have a snippet that's written as if it were from a history text describing the rise of Empress Euphemia. I believe the blurbs to be interesting, but they are, spoilerific to say the least. Not in terms of details, but in terms of what ultimately happens to some characters. The story summary already makes clear that Yuffie becomes Empress and I presume all of you are reading because you want to see how exactly she achieves this. The additional blurbs basically explain where a character ends up, like what Colin and Suzaku and other characters' positions and roles are upon Yuffie's ascension to the throne. It does not of course provide much if any detail on how they ended up at that position, that is the job of the story itself. The question then is, should I include the blurbs I have despite them spoiling the endgame, so to speak, or would all of you prefer I keep them under wraps and maybe add them in as part of some sort of remastered edition? Notes specific to this chapter. Jeremiah was portrayed I felt somewhat incoherently in the canon. He had a sort of shallow attitude to him for so long that by the time we reach the latter half of R2 and he's suddenly given an excuse, it felt tacked on and forced. I would like to handle him a bit more gracefully, not because of my own personal opinion of him as an individual but because I would like his development in my story to make sense and be believable. If Colin has a weakness, it is most definitely her temper and her stubbornness. That's gotten her into more trouble than really anything else. If she's to be an effective opponent to Britannia, I need to work out how to temper her temper, at least a little bit. I mean, I think part of the reason she's so popular is because she is so passionate. And not because of her, assets. People have been asking about Lelich and Nunnally. I've answered the question about one of them. I leave it to all of you to draw further conclusions. Anyway, drop a review if you've enjoyed the story thus far. Not sure whether this OR in tune will get updated next, but I think I've been pretty steady with updates so far. Next week I'm traveling, so expect a break there. Chapter 4. The arrival of Princess Euphemia in Japan was met with caution by many, not least the nobles and elites that had prospered under Clovis' less than efficient governance. More than a few had heard rumors of the princess' involvement in the dismantling of Toronto Arms, a major munitions conglomerate that had been found guilty of substandard production and overcharging of the Britannian military. The execution of Duke Constantine was fresh on the minds of many, though a few took comfort in the fact that it had been the Princess Cornelia who signed the death warrant, not her younger sister Euphemia. Others held out hope that the princess would be less capricious than her brother and would actually advance the development of Area 11 instead of letting it stagnate. For the princess, however, her arrival in Japan set in motion several fateful meetings. One was of course with the Lady Colin Statfeld Kaujiki. Another was with the Ashford family, a disgraced noble house that would play a major role in her rise to power. The other was with Sozaku Kururugi, perhaps the greatest traitor in all of human history. Toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 4, Video. Field Marshal Alphonse Pierre Juin was widely considered one of the best strategists in all of Europe. For this reason he held the position of Chief of the General Staff of the Unified European Armed Forces, making him the highest-ranking uniformed officer in Europe. His opinion on military matters was highly regarded, and the man held equally many political opinions, a trait shared by many officers of the time. Whether opinions of either category were acted upon by those that held the reign of political power in the European Union was another matter entirely. And at the rate of her advance, Marshal Lee Britannia will defeat all standing forces large enough to threaten Britannian control in the Middle East within the week, Juin said. The men and women seated around the council chamber responded with a sullen silence to those words. This was not the news they had wanted to hear, but the politicians really only had themselves to blame. Juin had warned them, the general staff had warned them, hells and damnation, even several of the officers recalled from their field commands to offer testimony to the council had warned them, but no, the council had not listened, and now their erstwhile ally in the Middle East was about to be crushed beneath the Britannian war machine. Is this conclusion inevitable? One of the council members asked. It was so hard not to roll his eyes, especially since the man asking was a fellow Frenchman. It is, Juin stated brusquely. At this point nothing we can do will prevent the collapse of the Middle East Federation. They just their last major port 3 days ago, and with it gone, even if the council was willing to authorize a large enough expeditionary force to match Britannia's deployed strength, we have nowhere to land them, much less keep them supplied. That was a moot point, as the council would never have found the political will to commit the EU to an open war with Britannia, something everyone in this chamber knew. The resentment the military felt at being so restrained when the future of their respective nations was at risk was causing increased friction with their nominal civilian masters. Juin was not the only one inclined to sarcasm when responding to what he regarded as stupid questions. He was just one of the few officers whose reputation allowed him to get away with it. 3 months ago such a deployment might have stemmed the tide and provided the MEF enough breathing space to allow them to survive in the long term, Juin went on. Now however it is too late. The chamber fell silent save for the clearing of a throat here and there. The field marshal was hardly being subtle about his disagreement with the council's chosen policy, and that disagreement was not something that could easily be ignored. Juin's opinion did after all reflect the general mood within the military, and no nation or group of nations could survive in this day and age without maintaining a strong level of morale in its armed forces. Thank you for your insights today, Field Marshal, the council president said. As always they have proven enlightening. Juin nodded at the dismissal and rose from his seat. His cane clicked every time it touched the ground as he left the chamber. At the age of 73 by all rights he should have been long retired. The politicians were however reluctant to let a man of his experience and wisdom fade into obscurity, even if they tended to ignore said wisdom when it proved politically inconvenient. Juin was a patriot however, and he would serve however long his country needed him. At least with the EU capital in Paris he did not have to commute far to work. The field marshal emerged from the chambers and the 2 soldiers standing guard outside saluted. The marshal returned it and made the slow walk toward the exit, his aide following a few steps behind to give the elderly man at least the illusion of independence and a bit of privacy. As they exited the elevator to the ground floor, Juin came face to face with another holder of the baton. Ah, Irwin, Juin greeted with a warm smile. Field Marshal, the slightly younger man said with his usually wry smile. The paper shufflers call you in too. Juin chuckled. More or less. They wished to hear suggestions on how we might salvage the Middle East situation. The other man snorted. Months too late and a few thousand marks short. They never learn. Perhaps not, but we do our duty to the best of our ability nonetheless, Juan said. Have you completed your own errand, Erwin? A nod. Just a quick chat with the Defense Council. I don't quite warrant the full Executive Council like you, sir. Well, in a few years when you're in my shoes you might, Juan said. The other man burst out laughing. In a few more years I hope to be joining you in retirement. This is a young man's game and I'm not quite as spry as I used to be. That was true enough, Juan acknowledged with a nod. Only 3 years Juan's junior Field Marshal Erwin Rommel was hardly in the position to take to the field himself, not that the man did not try to get out and about when the opportunity presented itself. The German was widely regarded as one of the EU's best tacticians and maneuver warfare specialists. He had distinguished himself in one of the many hotspots that sprang up in the last half-century between Britannia and the EU, making his reputation in Africa by pounding flat a supposedly rogue Britannian officer on an unauthorized military adventure. No one on either side believed a word of the Empire's denial and denunciation of the officer in question, but much as now back then the EU was unwilling to call Britannia's bluff. Still, once the dust had settled, Rommel emerged as something of an icon to the European people and quickly climbed the ranks, now serving as Juan's direct deputy. In other words, he got all of the work that Juan did not want to do. Well, now that we've both completed our respective errand, shall we return to the ministry? Of course, sir, Rommel agreed and fell in step next to Juan. So what did the Defense Council want with you anyway? They wanted to know what the General Staff's read of the situation in Japan is, Rommel replied. I gave them our current assessment and left it at that. They seemed a mite disappointed I did not present some sort of grand strategy to take advantage of the Viceroy's death. Juan snorted. While many people were quick to claim Rommel's ability as a strategist was on par with his tactical acumen, the man in question only rated himself as a middling practitioner. In Juan's opinion, that was an accurate assessment. Rommel's decisiveness and daring were excellent qualities for a field commander, but the man's impatience worked against him when he needed to deal with the larger picture. Still, that Rommel was honest enough about his own limits only made Juan respect him more. And the man really was an able administrator. The General Staff would have been nowhere as efficient if he had been forced to rely on something else as his Chief of Staff. I've actually given some thought to the Japan question, Juan said as they exited the building. Oh? This should be interesting. Nothing too dramatic, Juan said. We need to gather some more intelligence first. The Empire's reaction to Clovis' death was remarkably swift, what with the Emperor appointing his daughter to the viceroyalty so quickly. At the same time, the confusion and chaos surrounding the transition might allow us to establish some channels with, say, the JLF. Rommel raised an eyebrow. Do you honestly believe the JLF stands a chance of evicting Britannia from Japan? Anything is possible, Juan said. The JLF is fairly well equipped and has good overall discipline. You're right. It's probably not enough to overcome the material disparity between them and Britannia, but with the right support they could tie down the Empire for years in Japan. And if they do succeed in throwing Britannia out, I'd rather they feel obligated to us than the Chinese for helping make it happen. Rommel rubbed his chin thoughtfully. There is that. I presume you have something specific in mind. As I said, we need more intelligence before we can start laying down concrete plans. I'm thinking of sending a fact-finding mission to Britannia, relatively low profile with orders to keep their heads down. If they can make contact with the JLF or other resistance movements, excellent. If not, they should at least be able to get a read on the domestic situation. There is the Sakuradite conference coming up, Rommel noted. We should be able to slip in some of our personnel amongst the delegation. My thoughts exactly, Juan said. And I have just the person in mind. Rommel frowned. You can't be serious. You object. The German scowled. He's just a boy. He's 17 and of enlistment age, Juan corrected his old friend. Besides, can you think of anyone better suited for this mission? Yes, Rommel said immediately, if only because they won't have nearly as much of a personal stake in it. Sometimes having a personal stake will make a person work that much harder. Rommel sighed. It's your decision, sir, I've voiced my concerns. But if you are going to send him, might I recommend we send someone along that can rein him in if the need arises? Of course, Juan agreed. He is young, that I will not dispute, and the young can be reckless within their passions. Rommel acknowledged the concession with a nod, catching the twinkle in Juan's eyes. The German passed it off as his old friend smiling inside. Had he given it more than a passing glance he might have noticed the unnatural red tint. Yuffie rubbed her forehead. The aspirin she had taken at the start of the flight had proven useless, and while the headache of the dull and throbbing variety having to put up with it for the 14-hour flight from Pendragon to Tokyo was not pleasant. It seemed the less she tried to focus on numerical patterns in the various reports she had brought with her the less severe the headache was, but it was so tempting to dip in and see what new tantalizing tidbit might be revealed. The young woman refrained from indulging. At least long enough to let the migraine subside to a more manageable level. One problem that continued to occupy her mind was who exactly this mysterious VV was. He obviously had some connection to her father, but for the life of her Yuffie could not conceive of what it might be. Then there was the fact that he had given her this strange power. Whoever he was definitely not human. Or he might have been, but he certainly was not anymore. Yuffie's instincts told her that this VV was bad news, a threat not only to her own plans but also to her family at large. But to protect herself and those she cared about, she needed to know more. The timing was unfortunate, as there was no way for her to delay her departure for Area 11, that would have been a monumentally bad move from a public relations perspective. But just because she was away from the homeland did not mean she could not continue investigating this VV. And how ironic that the very power granted to her might just provide the edge she needed to dig up the boy's secrets. If she could keep the headaches from killing her, of course. Power always came at a price, and only fools thought otherwise. The transport carrying her to Japan was making its final approach. The flow of people Yuffie had set into motion was not inconsiderable, from her own personal serving staff to the men and women of her auditing team. The latter would be especially important in the coming days as she worked out how best to reform the regulations in Area 11 to promote genuine growth in the area and cut down on the opportunistic pillaging some of the officials and nobles were obviously engaged in. True, this would make her some enemies, but the ensuing prosperity would make her much more popular with the common populace, and that popularity was a potent weapon if wielded properly. The transport landed with a gentle thud and spent the next few minutes taxiing off the runway. When Yuffie emerged, she was greeted by a full honor guard of nightmares and soldiers lined up across the base. At the bottom of the stairs stood Margrave Gotthold and a woman. Valletta knew, if Yuffie's memory served her right. Another member of the Purist faction and the Margrave's right-hand woman. As Yuffie approached, the two bowed deeply. "Your Highness," Jeremiah greeted. Yuffie nodded solemnly in response. "Margrave, Dame Nu. Please, rise." The two did, Valletta looking somewhat surprised at being directly acknowledged. And then she saw the charming smile Yuffie was giving them both. There was no doubt about it, Euphemia was truly a princess of the realm. Even in her white and light blue business suit, the young woman was the epitome of feminine and grace. Jeremiah and Valletta stepped to opposite sides and the Margrave gestured toward the waiting vehicles. "This way, Your Highness." Yuffie walked down the red carpet, Jeremiah falling in step just behind her while Valletta hung back a bit further. As they passed the soldiers presenting arms, Yuffie met the attentive gazes of several, offering smiles as she inspected the honor guard. By the time she reached the waiting limousine, there was not one soldier present today that was not affected by the princess charm. It was all well and good to serve under a prince, that promised glory of all sorts if he was adventurous after all, but serving under a princess brought the promise of being shown genuine gratitude, or so the thinking went. Not one of them were cynical enough to consider that Yuffie might be playing to their admiration for her own advantage. Whether they would have cared even if they knew was an open question. Yuffie settled comfortably into the limo seat. Jeremiah climbed into the back with her while Valletta got into the front next to the driver. Once the door closed, the vehicle rolled out, accompanied by several police cruisers and even two nightmares. After the assassination of Prince Clovis, Jeremiah was taking no chances with the safety of his new viceroy. "The advisors that served your brother Prince Clovis have assembled at the viceroy's palace as per your instructions," Jeremiah reported. "The reports you have requested are in the process of being collated. I am afraid that we have discovered a certain slackness on the part of many bureaucrats, and there are gaps in some of the records. I am told that we are making progress in filling in those gaps from external sources and fortuitously overlapping records, but sorting through all of that will take time." "I see," Yuffie said. "Has a list of all bureaucrats whose paperwork is not in order been compiled?" "Yes, Highness." The young woman nodded. "Please ensure that I receive up-to-date copies of it daily." "Of course, Your Highness." "Has there been any more surges of violence since Shinjuku?" Yuffie asked. "No, Highness," Jeremiah answered. "The terrorists seem to have gone to ground, though there have been acts of vandalism and some minor harassment of our police forces along the concession borders." "And the investigation into my brother's murder?" Jeremiah grimaced. The prince had detached elements of his own screen in order to maintain the blockade of Shinjuku. "We believe this created holes in his security that no more than 2 or 3, terrorists were able to penetrate. Several soldiers along the perimeter were found with their throats slit, and the 2 guards watching over Clovis were similarly cut down by a knife. Whomever carried out the assassination, he or they must be highly skilled combatants. What is more, at least one of the nightmare pilots that opposed us was of prodigal levels. He managed to hold me off in a Glasgow, and I am fairly certain was also responsible for murdering Sir Kuel and stealing his nightmare. Combined with his other feats, once in possession of a Sutherland, and I am almost inclined to believe our opponent in Shinjuku was Colonel Kyohiro Todo of the Japanese Liberation Front." Yuffie regarded Jeremiah. "But you do not believe this to be the case?" "No, Your Highness," Jeremiah said, shaking his head. "Our intelligence is fairly certain that the JLF was not responsible for the Shinjuku incident, and what we know of Colonel Todo indicates he is not one to carry out a rogue, unauthorized operation. In addition, there was a message left behind by your brother, Prince Clovis, body. Yuffie raised an eyebrow. Oh? And why is this the first time I am hearing of it? Forgive me, Highness, I had knowledge of it suppressed, Jeremiah said, bowing his head. I assure you however that it was not substantive, though it does reveal an interesting insight into whomever murdered your brother. The princess regarded the Margrave's bowed head for a few lingering seconds. What did the message say, Margrave? It was in Japanese, Highness, Jeremiah answered, head still low. I can provide you with a photo, but it was of 2 characters written in blood. I have been informed that they translate to, divine punishment. Yuffie pursed her lips. Divine punishment. Jeremiah finally straightened. Yes, Your Highness. The usage of these characters suggests a more radical group than the JLF. While the JLF would not have hesitated to attempt your brother's murder if given the opportunity, I believe their goal would have been more nuanced. I agree, Yuffie said, slightly surprising Jeremiah. All indications are the Japanese Liberation Front seeks to restore Area 11's sovereignty, not engage in petty terrorism and acts of wanton destruction. Has the Inquisitio any suggestions for which resistance element in the area might be responsible? Not as of yet, Highness, Jeremiah said. The murder of your brother is an escalation, far beyond anything we have seen before, and most of the cells that might have the skill and resources to be responsible for the Shinjuku incident were regarded as more restrained than this. We may have to revisit those assessments. I see. Yuffie took a deep breath. Margrave. We will find those responsible for my brother's murder. I trust I will have your assistance. Strange how the princess could phrase that last sentence as both a statement and a request. But it hardly mattered, as a loyal son of the Empire Jeremiah could no more refuse a direct request from a member of the imperial family than stop breathing. He nodded. Yes, Your Highness, you have my sword and myself. Yuffie nodded and gave Jeremiah a disarming smile. Thank you. The man felt his heart quicken. Yes, here was a princess worthy of her heritage. It would be an honor to serve her. The motorcade arrived without incident at the Viceroy's palace, both the residence and the workplace of Area 11's ruler. Along the streets were crowds of people waving bright neon flags and media pressing against the barricades, trying to get just a bit closer without provoking the abundant security personnel present. Yuffie stepped out of the car and waved at the crowds, which only elicited even greater cheering. The princess managed to keep a smile on her face all throughout the short walk into the palace grounds. Only once she was sure she was outside the sight of the public did her stern demeanor reassert itself. There was much work to be done and no time to waste. The school was all abuzz with the arrival of Princess Euphemia, something Colin actually found herself thankful for. With all the excitement, her return to school went by almost unnoticed beyond the circle of girls that tended to congregate around her whenever she was actually in attendance. The girls were pleasant enough to be around, even if Colin did not share their interest in fashion and boys. She could at least feign interest well enough, however, and sometimes she did pick up interesting tidbits. Who knew tricks for hiding stains on a dress could also be applied to hide smudges of blood? Today, however, Colin was after specific bits of information, and fortunately that topic proved easy enough to direct the group towards. Almost everyone had seen the news broadcast of the princess' arrival at the Viceroy's palace, and anyone who did see it had their take. And I'm pretty sure the princess suit was a custom make from Burberry. If only they would talk about something besides the princess wardrobe. But that's expected of royalty, Sophie said. Ah, I wish I could see the rest of her wardrobe. Another girl snickered. I think it's the person wearing the dresses that you want to see the rest of. The dreamy look on Sophie's face disappeared and she stuck her tongue out as the others laughed. Eventually Sophie joined in as well. That's right, Colin thought to herself even as she pretended to laugh with them. Sophie did lean that way. Has anyone actually heard anything about the princess? Colin said, trying to direct the conversation onto more useful topics. I think this is the first time I've ever seen her. That's true, Sophie said thoughtfully. I think she's a year younger than us and is supposed to still be in school. I wonder why the Emperor chose her as the new Viceroy? And so quickly after Prince Clovis' murder. Who knows how the imperial family thinks? Another girl said. I mean, I know that we have a lot of children from noble houses at Ashford, and Millie herself is former nobility, but none of them can hold a candle to the Emperor and his family. Oh, Millie might be able to keep up, said another. You know she'd wear them down with all of her impromptu parties and whatnot. The girls giggled again. The granddaughter of the headmaster and current student council president was notorious for her eccentricity. Then again, she tended to make sure everyone had a good time in her various schemes, so that notoriety was simply another form of popularity. Still, if she's as young as us, do you think she'll be okay? Colin asked, feigning concern easily enough. I mean, the terrorists did manage to get past Prince Clovis' security. That seemed to put even more of a dampener on the mood, and Colin wondered if she had pushed too far. I'm sure the princess will be fine, Sophie finally said. The military's not going to let anything happen to her, especially now. And they'll definitely catch the terrorists who murdered Prince Clovis. Colin reminded herself once more that despite his callous treatment of the Japanese, Clovis was actually very popular with the Britannian population in Japan. In fact, there were even some Japanese that bought into his propaganda, considering how many were willing to walk away from their heritage and become honorary Britannians. Then again, Colin knew that reality was more complicated than that. For a lot of people, swallowing their pride was a necessity if they wanted to get a decent job, have access to real healthcare, and in some cases just survive. The world was not black and white, however much Colin would have preferred it that way. Enough with the gloomy talk, another girl said, let's talk about something else. Oh, Colin, have you heard about the president's latest plan? Another one. Colin said somewhat tiredly. What is she going to have the students do this time? It's going to be a dance. Sophie answered excitedly. I was going to tell her about that, the other girl pouted. Sophie giggled. Sorry, I just couldn't keep it in. But you better watch out, Colin, I know half the guys in our grade will probably try to ask you out. It looked like she would be feeling sick for quite a bit from now until after this dance. Excuse me, Colin Stotfeld. The girls looked up to see another fellow student with long brown hair standing over them. Yes, that's me, Colin said. I'm Shirley Fenette, the newcomer said with a smile. Millie asked me to fetch you, could you please come to the student council office with me? Sure, Colin said, wondering what was going on as she rose. No fair, Shirley, Sophie pouted. You're stealing Colin away from us just after she came back to school. Colin chuckled dryly. I'll see you all in class. Note to self, do not allow herself to end up alone in a closed space with Sophie Wood. Colin followed the brunette through the school's hallway, responding to her prompts as they walked. Are you feeling better now? Yes, much, thank you, the girl said politely. That's good, Shirley flashed her an easy smile. We've been in the same class since the beginning of the term, but I think I've only seen you a few times, so I never had the chance to get to know you. Colin forced herself to smile back. Say, do you know what Millie wants with me? The girl held up a finger to her lips. You'll find out soon enough. That was not reassuring from Colin's perspective, especially considering the student council president's reputation. The rest of the walk was spent with Shirley trying to get to know her better and Colin answering the girls with care. It would not do for her to claim that her hobby was knitting if the girl had no idea how to knit. Fortunately, Colin did know how to, a skill she picked up from her biological mother, and one of the few pastimes the girl engaged in to help relieve her stress. Most other things she did seemed to almost always increase it. They finally arrived at student council office and Shirley knocked to announce their entry. She opened the door and held her hand out for Colin to enter first. Colin blinked. Was this a trick of some sort? The girl was tempted to use her new power to peek into the room but did her best to resist. There was definitely a cost to her ability and Colin doubted it was limited solely to her headaches. Oh, Guy was right, she should only use it when she absolutely had to. If the student council wanted to pull a prank on her, then so be it. She stepped in. And walked right into a shower of confetti. Surprise! Two energetic voices and a third more subdued one shouted. Colin blinked, running her hand through her hair to brush off some of the paper scraps. What? The blonde-haired girl she quickly recognized as Millie grinned as she stepped before Colin. You must be the elusive Colin Stotfeld, she said. Yes, that's me, Colin said in confusion. Don't worry, Millie said, you're not in trouble or anything. But don't just stand there in the doorway, come in. The girl grabbed hold of Colin's hand and started pulling her into the room. Colin held her ground for 1 second before remembering she was supposed to pretend to be the frail sick girl at school and let the president haul her along. If Millie noticed the initial resistance, she gave no indication, happily pulling Colin to the center of the room where a large cake waited. What is this? Colin asked. A cake. Millie said merrily. Colin sighed. I can see that. The other girl chuckled. It's a little welcome party for you. The look of resignation turned into confusion. For me? Well, I had a thought, Millie said. You've been missing school a lot and because of that haven't been able to join any clubs. That's really a shame since club experience is such an important part of school life since it lets you meet people with similar experiences and whatnot. So, I thought, why not have you join the student council instead? You'll get to hang out with us and you'll also get to hang out with people from the clubs. Though they're mostly here to complain about the budget we give them, the only boy present said. The name is Rivals Cardamond. I'm the student council vice president. The bespectacled girl with her hair tied up in a ponytail smiled at Colin. I'm Nina Einstein, the treasurer. And you already know me, Shirley said, but let me introduce myself again. I'm Shirley Fenette, the secretary. A pleasure, Colin said, still working out just what Millie was trying to do. But is it really, all right? No worries, I talked it over with Grandpa, Millie said. And don't worry about your absences, the student council's work is really irregular, sometimes we get a lot and sometimes we have nothing to do all day but drink tea. That's usually when the president comes up with some new plan that creates a lot of work, which stresses her out, and then she comes up with an even crazier plan to oof. Millie withdrew her elbow and went back to slicing up the cake with her trademark grin. Another note to self. Don't piss off the student council president. Millie, I brought the cups, a voice called out. Oh, thank you Nunnally, Millie said, setting down the knife and walking over to the latest person to enter the room. The girl wore the uniform of Ashford Academy's middle school section, but what really set her apart was the wheelchair she rolled in on. Colin regarded the new girl curiously. She had only heard in passing that Millie had a little sister but had never seen the girl before. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, the girl said with a slight bow from her wheelchair. My name is Nunnally Ashford. Colin smiled gently at the girl and bowed herself. It would have looked really stupid trying to curtsy in the relatively short skirts of the school. A pleasure to meet you as well, I am Colin Stotfeld. Nunnally here is an honorary member of the student council, Millie said cheerfully, so we make sure to invite her to all the celebrations. The girl giggled. My sister likes parties a lot, so I have plenty of chances to come and play. Colin continued smiling. Is that so? But anyway, now that we're all here, grab a slice. Millie said. Here Nunnally, a big one for you. Thank you, the girl said sweetly. As Colin bit into her own piece, she realized that Millie had basically given her no chance to actually decline the invitation. The girl was good. Colin made a third mental note. Be very careful around Millie Ashford, there was no telling what insanity the girl would end up dragging her into. The first day had passed in a flurry of meetings and reading reports. None of the advisors Yuffie had inherited from Clovis were outright incompetent, but most of them tended to suffer from limited imagination or tunnel vision. That was unfortunate, seeing as this would require Yuffie to basically build up her administration from near scratch, a process that would take time. It was hard to accuse the young woman of impatience, but Yuffie did not like to dawdle. Still, she at least had a basic idea of what needed to be done to improve the situation in Area 11. Since becoming Viceroy, Clovis had passed a raft of regulations pertaining to businesses in the area, restricting ownership and requiring a variety of registrations and licenses, many of them redundant, overlapping, or irrelevant to what activities a business might seek to engage in. The goal was blindingly obvious, the first being to stifle commercial activity by 11s and the second to protect the vested interests of the larger Brightonian commercial entities. Yuffie already had a list of regulations and licenses she would be cutting, along with another list of simplified registrations businesses needed to have to operate. Cutting that much red tape along should see a percentage or so of increased economic activity for the fiscal quarter. And that was just the start of it. That was of course only the start. The restrictions on non-Britannians working or running their own businesses was an unnecessary and even costly policy. While in theory it reduced competition for jobs and customers for Brightonian businesses, it also effectively cut off a very large market for those same businesses. Without money, the 11s could not afford the goods offered by those businesses after all. And restricting the access of 11s to the formal, legal market only caused them to look to more illicit sources for their needs. Demand was not going to go away after all. This shadow economy might have been profitable for some, but it exacted a large indirect cost to society as a whole. The loss of revenue from taxes was an obvious one, but the abuses and crime that the shadow economy promoted had a knock-off effect. More crime required more police resources to deal with and almost invariably resulted in reduced efficiency of general services. Of course, convincing the current vested interests of this would take some doing, but Yuffie's authority as Viceroy could take her quite a ways. In the meantime, she would need to make allies of her own and position them to displace those interests that ultimately proved uncooperative with her reform efforts. There was also of course the issue of the continuing investigation of her brother's murder. Your Highness, one of her secretaries bowed as she entered. Earl Asplund and the representatives from the Asik have arrived for their appointment. Send them in. The secretary hesitated. There is an 11 in the party, Highness. The secretary in question had come with Yuffie from the homeland, and so her reason for bringing that up was entirely different from if one of the old hands of Area 11 had done so. To her, the issue was not that a number would be entering the princess' presence, it was simply a notification so that Yuffie would not be taken by surprise. It was also a warning to the girl that others were watching and would not be so blasé about the 11's presence. Understood, Yuffie said. Please, show them in. The secretary bowed once more before retreating. A minute or so later the door opened once more and a party of 3 entered, the bespectacled man in the lead, obviously the Earl, while a woman in shoulder-length indigo hair followed right behind. Trailing the group was an 11 likely around Yuffie's own age. He looked distinctly nervous and seemed to be trying to avoid looking directly at the princess. Your Highness, Lloyd greeted with a bow, the others emulating him. How may the Asik be of assistance to you? Earl Asplund, thank you for making time in your busy schedule, Yuffie said with a smile. The Earl regarded her with a curious grin of his own. His assistant on the other hand looked somewhat irritated, though with the glare she was subtly shooting the Earl he was more likely the target of her ire, not Yuffie herself. I requested your presence because I understand the Asik deployed an experimental nightmare during the Shinjuku incident. The Earl's eyes seemed to almost light up. Yes, we did. The Lancelot. A masterpiece of a machine if I don't say so myself, it performed wonderfully during its first field run. Yuffie cocked her head. You believe the results of that day to have been a success. Lloyd, as socially inept as he was not boneheaded enough to walk into that obvious a blunder. I mean, that is to say What the Earl means to say, Your Highness, the woman said as she withdrew her elbow, is we sincerely regret our failure to defeat the terrorists before they could enact their plan. The Lancelot was able to outperform the Sutherlands that had been stolen, but unfortunately no one foresaw that the attack by the enemy nightmares was only a distraction. And you would be Captain Cecile Crumey, Your Highness, the woman said with a salute. I serve as Earl Asplund's direct assistant on the Lancelot project. And as his minder I see, Yuffie said with a playful smile. Sometimes, Your Highness, Cecile said, cracking a smile of her own. Yuffie nodded. And what of you, sir? The boy stiffened at being directly addressed and snapped to attention. Private Sozaku Kururugi, Your Highness. Yuffie cocked her head to the side. Private Kururugi is currently serving as the test pilot for the Lancelot, Lloyd said with a grin. Yuffie raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Private Kururugi is only a test pilot, Your Highness, Cecile interjected quickly. He does not have formal qualifications as a knight. But he was still being allowed to pilot a nightmare, Yuffie noted. This was not entirely unprecedented. She knew of some units that employed non-Britannians as nightmare pilots without actually granting them the title of knight. Still, it was highly irregular, and Yuffie could name offhand a dozen or so nobles or conservatives that would be offended by the mere notion of a non-Britannian in one of the war machines. It was obvious that Cecile and Sozaku were worried about Yuffie herself would be amongst them, whereas the Earl seemed almost completely oblivious to just how much his little project was violating convention. Tell me, Private, Yuffie said. Were you also the one that piloted the Lancelot against the commandeered Sutherlands? Yes, Your Highness. Yuffie regarded the young man. He did not seem like much, a bit scrawny and with mussed hair that looked completely immune to attempts to comb it down. Yet appearances could be deceiving, and Yuffie could see a determined light in his eyes. According to the Margrave, one of the terrorist pilots was at prodigal levels, Yuffie said. That you defeated the terrorists in nightmare combat, even if the Lancelot is supposed to outperform them, is still a notable achievement. In fact, it is because you did defeat them I wish to speak with the Asik. Cecile and Sozaku relaxed noticeably while Lloyd looked on eagerly for some reason. At present there has been very little to go on about the terrorists that murdered my brother, Yuffie said, clasping her hands before her on her desk. For that matter, we do not even know if the ones the Lancelot engaged were the same ones that ultimately murdered my brother. But they are our only lead, so I ask if there is anything you might remember from the battle that might help us in tracking them down. Sozaku took a deep breath. From when I was piloting the Lancelot itself, I'm afraid there isn't anything else I can add, Your Highness, except that I agree with the Margrave's assessment. The first Sutherland I engaged was definitely being piloted by an ace. Even in the Lancelot I was barely able to beat her, and only because I got a really lucky shot. And even then the pilot managed to eject just as I hit him. Whoever she is, Your Highness, she is very, very good. Yuffie nodded. Interesting that two very different people had arrived at the same conclusion about this mysterious terrorist. Had some resistance movement been hiding this ace, biding their time until just the right moment? A possibility, though the probability of it was incredibly small. Yuffie blinked. Wait, she? Yuffie said aloud. Sozaku cleared his throat. I saw one of the terrorists, ma'am, when pursing them on foot. It was a girl, probably around our age, except that she looked Britannian instead of Japanese. She had red hair, some of the tips spiking to the side. She was the one in the Glasgow, the same one that managed to escape the Margrave initially. A girl their age that looked Britannian but fought with the Japanese liberation movement. Was she a half-blood? Another variable to the equation. Thank you, Private, I appreciate you telling me this. Sozaku bowed his head. Your Highness, may I speak freely? Sozaku, Cecile hissed softly. Please, Yuffie said, cutting off any further protests by the other woman. Highness, I spoke very briefly with this terrorist, Sozaku said. I pleaded with her to surrender, but she seemed convinced that the only thing that would await her was execution. The terrorist was not wrong, Yuffie thought dryly. Had Clovis still been in charge, all she would have received was an execution after a very thorough and likely painful interrogation. I don't think she's a bad person, Your Highness, but she seems to be embittered and lacking hope. There are a lot of Jap 11s who feel that way, but it doesn't have to be that way. If they thought they had a chance, I'm sure they would lay down their arms and integrate peacefully. Yuffie regarded the young man. In some ways he was being hopelessly naive, but in others Yuffie herself was counting on enough people thinking like him amongst the native population for her plan to work. It is true, Many Japanese have lost hope, Yuffie said, eliciting looks of surprise from the others at her using those people's original name instead of the number the Empire had branded them with. I intend to try to give them back some of that hope, and I myself wish for them to become productive and happy members of the Empire. I trust I will have your help in this, Private Kururugi. Yes, Your Highness. Suzaku said enthusiastically. Yuffie offered him a smile, causing the boy to blush. Well, he was at that age, and come to think of it, Yuffie herself was too. But she had yet to find anyone she could consider an equal. And who knew what arrangements the politics of the court would ultimately see happen in that regard. Not that Yuffie intended to allow herself to be shoehorned into just any marriage after all. Suzaku, try to remember your current obligations, Lloyd said in a mildly irritated tone. Of course, Lloyd. I mean Earl. I'm really grateful to you and Cecile, I mean Captain Krumi, for everything you've done for me already. Yuffie giggled. Well, if nothing else, young Suzaku was full of amusing antics. I'm sure there will be many ways for you to help without abstaining from your duties with the Asik, Yuffie said. Oh, I'm glad you think that, Your Highness. Lloyd said, his enthusiasm returning. Yuffie tilted her head to the side. What? Well, one of the reasons I came here was to offer you the use of the Lancelot, Lloyd said. It's still under development, but we're at the stage where we need some hard data from field tests to really finish it, and if you are going to be hunting those terrorists, then that would be a perfect opportunity for my Lancelot to shine. Yuffie raised an eyebrow. The battlefield is not a playground, Earl. Lloyd's mouth opened to respond, but it suddenly snapped shut. Looking down, Yuffie saw Cecile's foot grinding into the man's foot. What Earl Asplund means to say is that the Lancelot itself is ready for field deployment, Cecile said with a polite smile. We believe that it would be a major asset to any effort in rooting out those that challenge Britannia's control of the area. Yuffie shifted her gaze from Cecile to Suzaku. Would you be able to fight your own countrymen, Private Kururugi? Suzaku nodded stiffly. Yes, Your Highness. I know I just said before that I think most of them will come around when things get better, but right now every time they launch an attack they just get more innocent people killed in the crossfire. If it means stopping that from happening, then yes, I will fight, Your Highness. That was a convoluted and somewhat contradictory philosophy the boy seemed to have adopted, but Yuffie did not point that out to him. True, if the Lancelot really was as powerful as the Earl was claiming, and with dangerous resistance ace out there with a modern Sutherland nightmare, having it available would be not just useful but maybe even essential. Very well, Earl Asplund, Yuffie said. I will discuss how best to employ the Lancelot with my military advisors. Lloyd's mouth began opening again. And I will make clear that prejudices towards both the machine and its pilot will not be grounds for restricting its deployment, Yuffie said with a smile. Lloyd closed his mouth even as the corners twitched up into a smile. He bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Highness. I look forward to a long and mutually beneficial partnership. As do I, Yuffie said, in effect dismissing them. While Lloyd and Cecile turned to leave, Suzaku hesitated. After a moment he turned to fully face Yuffie once more. Your Highness. Yes. There's one more thing about the Shinjuku incident, Suzaku said. Out of the corner of her eye she saw the Earl and Cecile freeze up. Interesting, they knew about it as well? Speak, Yuffie commanded. The container that the terrorists stole, there wasn't any poison gas in it. Yuffie frowned. How do you know this? I was there when it got smashed open accidentally, Suzaku said. I saw what was inside. It was a girl with long green hair. The frown deepened. If you would, Private Suzaku, could you provide me with every detail you remember? And so Suzaku did just that, explaining how his unit had caught up with the terrorists and found them trying to load the supposed gas container to a new truck. He explained how they launched an attack to try to stall them, only for the Glasgow to counterattack and kill everyone else. How he then tried to convince the pilot and her compatriot to surrender, only for the seal on the container to be smashed apart when the nightmare tried to flatten him. And how finally a girl with long green hair spilled out of the container instead of the poison gas they all thought was inside. As Yuffie listened, she considered the implications piece by piece. Assuming Suzaku was telling the truth, and she could see no indications of him lying, the gas story was obviously a cover for something much, much bigger. The money she had discovered being siphoned from the official budgets was looking more and more suspicious. In fact, Clovis himself was likely responsible, using that money for some sort of clandestine project involving this girl. That would explain his panicked reaction when the container was stolen, but also why he had only deployed a limited number of troops to try to retrieve her. He was afraid of his secret being accidentally uncovered. But now his secret was out, even if the prince himself no longer needed to worry about the consequences. Yuffie, however, was still alive, and something told her that uncovering just what her brother had been working on could make or break her own rule of Area 11. The only question was how to find it. The migraine in her head throbbed. The numbers began lining up once more. Yes, there it was, the patterns that she had only glimpsed at before but which were now crystal clear. Yuffie steeled herself. Whatever she found, the princess just knew would be unpleasant. But she would still dig, for herself, and for her vision. It had been a long, tiring day for Colin. Millie's claim of the student council work being irregular might well have been true, but when Colin arrived after last period ended she found the council buried in budgetary work. The school had an absolutely ridiculous number of clubs and student organizations, and all of them were clamoring for a slice of the very limited budget. It was not just enough that they go through every application, but they also needed to balance the needs of each club in fair and objective ways. By the time Millie had called a break for the day, Colin was seriously thinking about faking sick for the rest of the week just to get out of having to do this again. But that was more liable to attract attention by making her seem unsocial, so she would need to suck it up and bear with it. And probably punch Guy the next time she saw him for making her go back to school at a time like this. About the only good news was that she managed to avoid seeing the Lady Stotfeld upon arriving home, though she still needed to go through the experience of having her own mother greet her as a servant. Colin was a bit more curt than usual today thanks to her general exhaustion, but the girl made yet another mental note to try to make it up to her mother later in some small, discreet way. As she entered her room, however, that exhaustion disappeared immediately. Colin's book bag hit the ground and toppled over at her feet. The girl herself was gaping at her bed and the person lounging about on it. "You!" Colin cried. The woman rolled over and gave Colin a playful grin. "We meet again, thee to whom I am pledged." It was the girl with long green hair, the same one that Colin had seen get shot in the head. She was somehow alive and she was rolling about on Colin's bed. The girl just barely managed to avoid a hysteric scream. Instead she slammed the door shut and advanced on the bed. The servants did their best to ignore the sounds that came out of the young lady's bedroom tonight, all save one who snuck worried looks in its direction. End of chapter 4. CC doesn't really need a reason to speak archaically. Considering her personality, she'd do it just for the trolling potential. Based on the feedback, a majority seem to want the history snippets while there's one against. As such, I'll be adding them in, though I've tweaked wording to reduce some of the certainty in some of them. Some of them are still pretty unambiguous, but there's a degree of flexibility in interpretation that I think I've managed to achieve. Be sure to look back at the previous chapters for the added inserts. Some give away more than others. A pretty lengthy chapter all things considered, and there were even a few parts that I didn't add in. But I think I've got a decent amount of content here, and so I'll be leaving it here. I'm going to hop back to Intune to work on that FIC's next chapter before continuing with this one. I don't know whether I'll get another chapter out before my trip to NYC next week, but I'll try. No promises, obviously. A word on the size of roles. It's obvious that, well, the dead don't stay dead, and so there will be a lot of characters in play. The main thing, however, is Yuffie and Colin are the main characters. Suzaku and everyone else are definitely not intended to usurp them in that role, they exist to provide support. That is not to say they won't be seeing lots of action and whatnot, but ultimately the story is about Yuffie and Colin. To be frank, if I was less than impressed with Jeremiah's character development, I was even less impressed with Suzaku's in the canon. My interest or even ability to write a story where he gets to take center stage would be limited, to say the least. But he still has a purpose to serve in this FIC, and he will certainly be leaving a mark in history. Colin at least needs someone to beat up on after all. Anyway, drop a review if you've enjoyed a cold calculus this far. And if any of you have a guess as to what the title's meaning is. One final note, all of the chapter titles thus far is in Latin, so video is not, well, video. What it is I leave for you, my readers, to figure out. Chapter 5. Upon her arrival in Area 11, the Princess Euphemia set about establishing alliances and recruiting competent individuals to her administration. Some would rise from the middle-level bureaucracy, having demonstrated themselves as competent and industrious workers even during the reign of her brother Prince Clovis. Others came from more unexpected quarters, such as several honorary Britonians whom held positions of respect before the invasion, and their inclusion in the princess administration scandalized many of the nobility. This muted disapproval, however, did not slow the princess, and she quickly built up a cadre of loyal administrators that she could begin delegating work to. Even before the immediate furor of her appointment died down, the princess began making arrangements for the continuation of her own education. To this end she made a call upon Ashford Academy, a prestigious private school run by the former noble Ashford family. The consequences of the continued association between the princess and the Ashfords were to prove profound for the empire at large. Toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 5, VD. Colin spent perhaps a full minute just pointing at the girl on her bed. When she finally recovered her senses, she acted on pure instinct. She slammed the door shut and tackled the girl. "Who the hell are you?" Colin demanded. "I saw you die." "Did thou?" the girl said with an impish grin. She reached up and stroked Colin's left cheek. "Hast thou enjoyed the gift bestowed unto thee?" Colin's eyes widened. "So that was you. What did you do to me?" The girl's outburst only earned her a chuckle. "'Tis a troth most sacred betwixt thou and I." "Troth? What the hell is a troth? Speak normally." "Tisk tisk, such an ill-mannered rantipole, this be how thou greets a guest." Colin's eyebrow twitched. "You're not a guest, you're a trespasser." Now explain why you're here. How you're here. The why 'tis simple, I come to uphold my troth. The how equally so. The girl pointed at the window. From yonder window. Colin fought back and urged to strangle the mysterious girl, she needed her alive to answer her questions. Then again she had seen the girl die once already only for her to show up in her bedroom, so maybe strangling her would not actually achieve anything. Besides relieving her stress, that is. But it was clear the mysterious girl would not be giving up her secrets easily, so Colin took a different tact. What is your name? She asked. That infuriating grin again. CC. C2. Colin glared at the girl. Is that supposed to be a joke? Thou asketh for a name, thou shalt receiveth an answer. All right, fine, C.C, Colin said. What do you want? Must I repeat myself so? To thee I have plighted my troth, and thus with thee shall I remain. That troth thing again, Colin ground her teeth in frustration. Okay, the girl was obviously not going to explain what that meant, so she needed to figure it out herself. She was speaking in archaic terms, so that word was probably English but long out of use. Colin thought back to her classical literature course, they had just done Shakespeare fortunately. Had troth been a word that playwright had used? Colin blinked. Truth. The girl laying under Colin rolled her eyes. I say, what hast thy tutors read to thee? And what century are you living in? Colin retorted. Apparently that was not it. Did troth have a secondary meaning? Wait. What was that line? Virtue's office never breaks men's troth, Colin repeated from memory. A pledge. The girl smiled. I. Colin climbed off the girl, looking at her quizzically. You, pledged an oath to me. I, the girl said once more. Till our contract be concluded, a troth be betwixt thou and I. What contract? The girl stared into Colin's eyes. No, her eye. Colin caressed her left eye. Quite, the girl said in satisfaction. What exactly is this? The redhead asked. 'Tis the power of kings, CC answered, the Geass. Geass. Colin said, searching her memory. That sounded Gaelic. A gift, or a curse, that comes with an associated taboo, the violation of which will result in death or dishonor. My, it seems thou art learned. Colin frowned. So, what's my taboo? CC regarded Colin for a moment before turning away. 'Tis late, I shall retire for the eve. Hey. The girl ignored her and began climbing under the sheets. Now wait just a damn minute. Colin cried, throwing aside the sheets and climbing back atop CC. This be the conduct of a lady or a cad? The girl said. Shut it, Colin snapped. We're both girls, so if I beat you up no one's going to care. Well, not entirely true, but in this one instance being a girl offered her a slight advantage. Which was stupid, since violence visited upon defenseless individuals of either gender by either gender should have been considered abhorrent. Double standards and all that. C.C's eyes narrowed as she regarded Colin. After what seemed an eternity of her staring silently, she opened her mouth. I have a wish, I seek fulfillment thereof, the girl said. Time shall tell if thou art capable of meeting mine wish. Tell me what it is now and I'll tell you right away, Colin said. The girl smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. Impatience, a virtue it be not. Can thou see thy own wish fulfilled when full of such? Colin growled at the girl but once more climbed off. All right, but you better not take too damn long with your wish, I've got stuff to do. And in thy own endeavours shall I rendereth aid, CC said, until our contract be fulfilled. And just what makes you think you'd be of any help to me? Colin retorted. CC regarded her one eye again. Right, stupid question. Fine, be that way. The girl dove under the sheets again. But we are going to have a talk tomorrow, Colin said. And a good night to tea, was the response. Colin grumbled. And you will not be sleeping here every night? In point of fact, Colin did not particularly want CC to be sleeping here tonight either. But she was tired, it had been a long day, and she did not have the energy to figure out where to stash the girl instead. That was a problem for another day, after a preferably full night of sleep. The morning meeting had gone well enough, the bureaucrats accepting the changes to Area 11's regulations grudgingly but still accepting them. From all indications, those subordinates that managed to find positions with direct access to her brother Clovis tended to be those that did not openly disagree with him. That sort of mentality could be very dangerous, Yuffie knew, which was why her own search for replacements took on a new urgency. Your Highness, Baron Rochester has arrived. Please show him in. The secretary bowed before retreating. Mere moments later the door opened once more to reveal a tall, well-built man. He bowed upon coming into the princess' presence. Your Highness. Baron Rochester, Yuffie replied with a smile. Please, have a seat. Thank you, Highness. There was a noticeable tension leaving the Baron's face as the invitation was extended. Imperial protocol had many nuances and informal rules, but the one about seats was fairly straightforward. One either was invited to sit at the start of the meeting or one stood throughout. That Rochester was granted the privilege right away indicated the princess wished to deal with him in a cordial manner. That she herself remained seated instead of standing to greet him indicated that a distance yet remained and the princess was not going to be going out of her way to shorten it. Equal or greater effort would be required on the Baron's part for that. "And how may I be of assistance to you, Highness?" Rochester asked once settled in. It really was a comfortable chair, which the Baron took to be a good sign. "It is my understanding that you have acted as one of the primary liaisons between the Empire and the Numbers Administration Council." Rochester nodded but said nothing, waiting for Yuffie to ask a specific question. Good, the man was not one to waste words. "Tell me, Baron, what was the rationale for leaving the major industries, especially the Sakuradite operations, in the hands of 11s? The Baron raised an eyebrow but answered the question nevertheless. "They had the expertise, Your Highness. Bringing in our own people to take over the mines would have likely resulted in production plummeting and remaining depressed for years as we learned the ropes. Since then they have kept production efficient without any major disruptions." A frown appeared on the man's face. "I hope you are not suggesting that this arrangement be terminated, Highness." Yuffie regarded the Baron quizzically. "And if I am, Baron?" "It would be a mistake, Your Highness," Rochester replied immediately. "The council members may not be Britonians by blood but they have thus far been very cooperative in their dealings with the Empire. Furthermore they provide a pillar of stability for the native population and an example for those same people to emulate. Removing them after they have served the Empire loyally for so many years would send a clear message to the general population that we Britonians lack any sense of loyalty to even those that willingly adhere to our society's laws. Such a message is almost certain to incite further unrest." Yuffie said nothing for several moments before finally cracking a smile. The Baron had spoken his mind with frankness and clarity and without any visible fear of retribution. That suggested Rochester was either confident enough in his own position to be willing to risk offending a member of the imperial family, or more likely in the Baron's case, he held a strong conviction in himself and would not lie simply to appease his social betters. "Your assessment has merit, Baron," Yuffie said. Once more Yuffie noted a slight relaxing of the Baron's features. The man may have believed in himself but he was also smart enough to know that one did not make enemies with members of the imperial family lightly. "I have no objections to the current arrangement with the council," Yuffie said, "but neither do I know any of them personally. My brother seems to have kept them at arm's length, barely acknowledging their existence despite the important role they play in the social stability of Area 11. Though I loved and still love him dearly, I believe that to be a mistake." This time it was Rochester that regarded Yuffie intently. After a brief hesitation the man nodded, indicating his respectful agreement with the princess. "You on the other hand, Baron," Yuffie continued, "have had substantial interactions with the council and know them personally as well as professionally. That being the case, I would like your personal opinion of them, both as a collective as well as individually." "Of course, Your Highness." Rochester took a few moments seemingly to collect his thoughts before going on. "At present the members of the council are all from Japanese noble families claiming to trace their lineage back centuries, to the days of the old imperial court in Kyoto. There is considerable intermarriage between the families and all are related to each other in one way or another. Publicly they adopt a collaborationist political position, which has allowed them to retain substantial amounts of their personal wealth. Privately I would not be surprised if they feel some resentment for the Empire's occupation of their homeland, but they seem pragmatic enough to understand that active resistance would be futile and would only result in their own executions and the seizure of their assets." "And what of passive resistance?" Yuffie asked. Rochester shrugged. "I would not be surprised if they retain some contacts within the Japanese Liberation Front due to their past association with the former Japanese government, but on the whole I have seen no indication of outright defiance. The closest would perhaps be the humanitarian aid they provide to 11s that refuse to become honorary Britonians, but that act of magnanimity has done little to reduce the resentment the general population feels towards them and so would not be terribly useful as a vector for rallying people to them. Conversely the aid they do provide offers a small but measurable safety net that helps keep tensions from rising completely out of control and so I would advise against trying to restrict it." "Duly noted," Yuffie said. "Please, continue." The Baron nodded. "The current leader of the council is Taisa Kirihara, an industrialist whose wealth comes primarily from Sakuradite mining. Before the war he held a great deal of behind-the-scenes influence in the Japanese government. Sir Kirihara was one of the first members of the former Japanese elite to offer cooperation with the occupation authorities and for this he is considered a pariah by many of his own people. The other council members are mostly of the same vein, save for their youngest member, a girl named Kagaya Sumeragi." The Baron paused thoughtfully. "I believe she is your junior by 2 years, Highness." "So young?" Yuffie said quizzically. "I am not clear on the nuances of her appointment," Rochester said, "but she at least appears competent. It may well be that there are no other eligible heirs to the Sumeragi family, though that may be giving Dame Sumeragi too little credit." From what little interaction I have had with her, she has been level-headed and displayed considerable knowledge about her family's business interests. I see, Yuffie said with a nod. Though I must note, Baron, that what you have told me thus far are all simple facts. The princess offered a sly smile. What of your own opinion on council members? Rochester returned a wiry smile of his own. If the princess believes my own personal opinion will be of assistance, then I am honored to share them. The man's face returned to a composed expression. I believe that the council members ultimately have their own self-interests at heart, but I also believe that they recognize that they only possess authority if others recognize that authority. To that end they seek to play both sides, working to maintain their historical position with the 11s while ingratiating themselves with the true power reigning over Area 11, the Empire. Hence the likely contacts with the JLF, Yuffie suggested. The Baron nodded. While I do not wish to be accused of baseless speculation, it would not surprise me if their relationship with the JLF were not deeper than simply maintaining an open channel. In that Yuffie shared similar thoughts. The princess regarded the Baron. Rochester was obviously an intelligent man and he even possessed a bit of imagination. He also did not seem to possess the xenophobic prejudices so many other Britannian nobles had, considering his ability to maintain a cordial working relationship with the council and his willingness to support their continued stewardship of large parts of Area 11's economy. Part of that was almost certainly due to self-interest, since as one of the intermediaries between the Empire and the NAC the Baron was likely able to engage in some side businesses to line his own pockets. But that was par for the course in the Empire, and so long as the Baron did not abuse his position, Yuffie could live with a little money making on the side. At the same time, the Baron was not completely blind to the realities of the area, seeing as he suspected his erstwhile business partner's contact and perhaps even discreet support for the Japanese Liberation Front. The JLF was the most organized and well-equipped of the various resistance movements and the only one that stood any chance of actually standing up to Britannia's military might. Not a good chance, but still a chance. If they really were getting support from the NAC, the danger they represented increased exponentially. The question was how to convince the NAC to rescind their support without having to destroy them outright. One other thing the Baron was right about: the amount of chaos that would result with the collapse of the council would effectively gut Area 11's economy for years, something Yuffie could not afford to have happen on her watch. But that was a problem for another day. Right now, however, Yuffie beamed the Baron a wide smile. Congratulations, Baron. The man looked back at her in confusion. I have been seeking a new industry minister since my appointment, Yuffie said. Sir Friedman may be an excellent economic theorist, but I am afraid his academic leanings means he often fails to grasp the practical realities of industry. You, on the other hand, have been heavily involved in Area 11's industry for years now and have demonstrated a thorough and nuanced understanding of its inner workings. Rochester blinked. It took him a few seconds to muster a response. I am honored, Your Highness, truly. I had no idea this was some sort of interview for a position in your cabinet. If you had been aware, it would have defeated the purpose of this meeting, Yuffie said with a playful smile. That you answered my questions frankly and openly indicates that you have a firm presence of mind and the confidence to execute any policies that my administration generates. The only remaining question is, do you accept? Of course I do, Rochester said immediately. It is an honor to be of service to you in this capacity, Your Highness. I am glad to hear it, Yuffie said with a solemn nod. Your first task will be to arrange a meeting with Sir Kirihara and Dame Sumeragi. Your Highness. As Sir Kirihara is the leader of the council, I feel it would only be appropriate as the new Viceroy of Area 11 to make his acquaintance, Yuffie said. I also intend to adopt a more engaged policy with the council for the continued development of this area's economy. Rochester pursed his lips and Yuffie watched as he struggled with himself. It was obvious he wanted to ask a question, but his curiosity warred with his instinctive deference to Yuffie's stature. Ultimately, however, his curiosity won. And Dame Sumeragi, Your Highness. Yuffie smiled gently to let the man know she did not mind indulging his inquisitiveness. You yourself said that she appears quite competent. If that is the case, she represents the next generation of Area 11's native leadership. I would like to see and judge her character for myself. The princess shrugged. And besides, it should be interesting to meet someone around my own age with a similar set of expectations and responsibilities on her shoulder. Rochester seemed to think over the response before offering his own. I believe I understand, Your Highness. I trust you do, Yuffie said with one final nod. I thank you for your time today, Baron Rochester, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you, Highness. Rochester stood and bowed at the dismissal. I will endeavor to live up to your confidence. There was a noticeable upbeat step to Rochester's gait as he left the room, Yuffie noted with amusement. The princess looked over at the display showing her schedule of appointments for the day. One down, far too many to go. I'm not sure this is really necessary, Cecile-san, Suzaku said half-heartedly. No complaints, the woman said sternly as she adjusted the boy's suit. You're still a minor and an education is very important. If you're going to advance in life, you at least need to finish your secondary schooling. But is it really necessary for him to be going to school? Lloyd asked. Couldn't we just tutor him here at Camelot and be done with it? Social interactions with his peers is also important, Cecile countered. The only way he'll get that is if he goes to a proper school instead of you trying to cram crazy ideas into his head. Crazy, you really are too harsh, Cecile, Lloyd protested. The young woman ignored her nominal superior and gave Suzaku a wide smile. I've already taken care of the paperwork and you'll start at Ashford Academy tomorrow. For today though you have an important mission. A mission? Suzaku said, tilting his head to the side. Princess Euphemia has some business at Ashford and you will be accompanying her, Cecile said. Suzaku's eyes went wide. Think of yourself as her unofficial bodyguard for this outing, the woman continued. We're not expecting anything to happen, but better safe than sorry, and with you around the princess will have another person watching her back, albeit discreetly. The boy nodded firmly. Yes ma'am. But at the same time you are also going to get registered as a student, don't forget that. A sigh. Yes ma'am. Half an hour later Suzaku found himself sitting across from the princess in her limo. He tried his best not to fidget and keep his composure but found it impossible not to sneak peeks at her. Yuffie on the other hand seemed focused on the papers in her lap, flipping through them one by one, crossing this out or jotting down a note there. The princess never seemed to cease working. She was, in a word, incredible. The boy blushed at the thought and looked away again. When he snuck another peek the princess thankfully seemed oblivious to his anxiety. It was with some relief when the car came to a halt. The driver opened the door and Suzaku exited first, scanning the surroundings to make sure there were no readily apparent threats. It seemed unlikely any terrorists would be able to penetrate the campus, but the boy was not taking any chances. Something told him that Princess Euphemia would be the one to restore hope to Japan and her people. He would not let her, even if he must serve as her shield. No, it would be a privilege to be her shield. The area looked clear, the only people present were the princess' own security detail and representatives of the school. The old gentleman standing at the bottom of the steps must have been the headmaster and the students standing behind him the members of the student council. They all looked like decent people, even if they were giving him curious looks. That was not unexpected seeing as he was Japanese and wearing the Ashford uniform. Cecile had insisted on that and he had found himself unable to disobey the woman. Private Kururugi. Yuffie asked from inside the car. Is something wrong? Apologies Your Highness, Suzaku said quickly. I just wanted to be thorough. Yuffie offered a slight smile. Thoroughness is to be commended, but we should not keep our hosts waiting too long. Of course Highness, my apologies once more, Suzaku said with a slight bow before stepping aside. As the princess stepped out of the car the elderly man came forward and bowed. The students behind him emulated the motion. Your Highness. Reuben, Yuffie said a smile. Please, no need for such formality, especially from you. The old man straightened and smiled kindly at the princess as she walked over and embraced him. I am glad that you are well, Your Highness, Reuben said. And I you as well, Yuffie said as the two parted. She glanced up at the students waiting up the steps. Hello Millie. Millie flashed her trademark smile even as she herself bowed. Not even the student council president would be able to make a curtsy look good in that skirt. It has been a long time, Your Highness, the girl said. The princess giggled. Just Yuffie is fine. Your grandfather I can understand, but there is no way I'd ever be used to you being so formal with me. Suzaku regarded the princess in surprise. She knew the Ashfords. And she was allowing them to be so familiar with her? Whatever you say Yuffie, Millie said with a grin. But come in, come in. I'm sure your guards will breathe much easier once you're undercover. The princess smiled demurely. Yes, I suppose I should take pity upon them. The head of my security looked rather askance when I informed him of how light a detail I was restricting him to for my ride here. I see you haven't changed at all, Millie said cheerfully. The smile on Yuffie's face turned more forlorn. If only that were true. While Suzaku was not sure what the princess meant, the girl named Millie seemed to, and a sorrowful look appeared on her face for a moment before the girl forced a smile to displace it. There was a shared history between the two girls, something that happened in the past that they both felt regret over. It was not something between them, but something they both experienced. But what? Suzaku had no idea, but perhaps Cecile or Lloyd might know. As the group entered the building Suzaku made sure he was before Yuffie, once again sweeping the premises. Out of the corner of his eye he noted the headmaster regarding him with amusement and, was that approval? At least someone here did understand the importance of good security. All of them eventually ended up a large conference room and Reuben pulled out the chair at the head of the table. Please, Your Highness. You have my thanks, Reuben, Yuffie said, gracefully accepting the invitation. The elderly man took a seat on the princess' right while Suzaku maneuvered himself to stand slightly behind her. Private Kururugi, I believe for this discussion you may have a seat, Yuffie half suggested and half ordered. Reluctantly Suzaku nodded. Yes, Your Highness. Once everyone was actually seated, Reuben got things rolling. You and Millie are already acquainted, Your Highness, so let us get the rest of the introductions out of the way. The old man glanced at the other students who all shot up instinctively. I'm Rivals Cardamond, the only boy in the group said with a bow, Vice President of the Student Council here at Ashford. The girl next to him bowed next. Shirley Fenette, I'm the secretary. And finally the bespectacled girl. And Nina Einstein, I'm the treasurer. It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness. Yuffie regarded them all with a genuine smile. Well, though it may be redundant, allow me to introduce myself. I am Euphemia Lee Britannia and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintances. She glanced over at Suzaku. The boy interpreted it as a signal for his turn. He stood and bowed. I am Suzaku Kururugi, I will be attending Ashford Academy starting next week. A pleasure to meet all of you. The girl with glasses, Nina, actually seemed to flinch. Suzaku did not let it bother him. Only patience would win him acceptance. Suzaku is a member of the Camelot Research Organization, Yuffie lent a hand. Reuben nodded. Of course. I have already received the paperwork from a Captain Krumi. All seems to be in order for you to begin attending class, Private Kururugi. Suzaku bowed again. Thank you, Headmaster. Shirley, Rivals, the private will be in your class, I trust the two of you can lend him a hand where needed. Sure thing, Rivals said. Of course, Shirley said with a smile. Suzaku relaxed slightly. Those two at least did not seem to have any issues with his heritage. Thank you, he offered with a smile of his own, but please, at school just call me Suzaku. No problem Suzaku, Rivals said as Shirley nodded, her long hair bobbing up and down. Reuben chuckled and regarded the princess once more. While I am delighted to see you again, Your Highness, and what a lovely young woman you have grown into, I doubt this is purely a social visit. Yuffie giggled playfully. No reason not to mix pleasure with business. I am here to also enroll in Ashford Academy and there was a private matter that I wished to discuss with you. Gasps sounded on the other side of the table though Reuben himself did not visibly react at first. We would of course be honored to have you as a student here, Your Highness, but, I presume you had a specific arrangement in mind. He said after a few moments. The princess nodded. That is correct. Due to my responsibilities as Viceroy it would be physically impossible for me to actually sit classes. As such I would like to make an arrangement wherein I am provided coursework equivalent to what is done at school. Once completed I would return the coursework to Ashford for evaluation. I am of course prepared to come to Ashford to sit any tests. That will not be necessary, Reuben said with a smile. I have faith in your integrity, Princess, and so long as you give me your word that any tests you sit will be with the appropriate restrictions, you may take them at the Viceroy's palace. Yuffie returned the smile. Thank you for your consideration, Headmaster. And there's no reason you can't attend some of the school activities if you do have time, Millie chipped in. We've got lots of festivals and fairs that I'm sure you'll have a blast at. The princess giggled. I see you take after your grandfather in that respect as well, Millie. But of course, the girl said proudly. It's an Ashford's duty to make sure everyone feels welcome and has a good time. The princess glanced ever so subtly at Millie but the other girl immediately picked up on it. Speaking of which, Suzaku, she said, why don't we show you around the campus? That way you won't be completely lost on your first day here, the place is pretty big. But I should stay with her. I will be fine, Private Kururugi, Yuffie both assured and commanded at the same time. Go. Reluctantly the boy stood and bowed. Still he could not help but give the princess a parting glance as he stood at the doorway. The smile Yuffie gave him only made him more anxious but he obeyed her tacit order and allowed Millie to hustle him away. An interesting young man, Reuben said as the door closed. Yuffie shrugged. He is earnest, that much can be said. The old man chuckled. Despite the private's obvious infatuation with the princess it did not like Yuffie would be reciprocating any time soon, if ever. But to business. What did you wish to discuss in private, Your Highness? Yuffie clasped her hands together before her. Before that day at court, the Ashfords were an old and respected noble family. Reuben's eyes flickered. Both of them knew which day the princess was referring to and even now it was too painful to bring up directly. Your family owned a successful technology company, one that promised to revolutionize the Empire's armed forces. The revolution did indeed happen, but the Ashfords had not seen any benefit from it after the fallout of that day. Publicly many blame the failure of your family fortunes on your extravagance and profligacy. You and I however both know that those slanders were simply added on after the fact to try to obscure the true reasons. One said reason being the Ashford family's support for Empress Marianne. Support that ended up causing their downfall when another faction at court decided to make a direct power play and assassinated the Empress and her only daughter. Well, officially assassinated her only daughter, Reuben thought darkly. And if he had it his way none of 6 Britannia would remain officially dead. If the world ever discovered the identity of the girl he considered his own granddaughter, then it only became a matter of time before the bastards that attempted to take her life would try to finish the job. The ultimate truth, however, is that you are a skilled administrator, Reuben, who pays careful attention to detail and is assiduous in his work. Those are talents that I am in desperate need of, so I come before you to beseech your help. Reuben regarded the girl. All trace of humor was gone from the princess' face and her eyes shone with a clear determination. There was even a slight hint of desperation. Your Highness, Reuben said slowly. My disgrace has resulted in considerable distance between my family and the politics of the court. That distance, the relative obscurity we enjoy, offers a measure of security for us. My family, my granddaughter, is important to me, Your Highness. Were we to attempt to bridge that distance, I cannot but fear that what safety we presently enjoy will vanish. I understand completely, Reuben, Yuffie said. And I cannot even promise that what security my patronage would offer would match what security you have now by staying in the shadows. And I know that there is not much else I could offer you. Your family is doing quite well after all financially. That elicited a raised eyebrow from the old man. Yuffie chuckled wearily. I did my homework before calling on you, Reuben, the princess said. You have hidden your family's assets well, but a rough estimate of the stocks, bonds, and other financial instruments your family holds puts their value at several £100 million. Oh, there is no need to worry, I have no intention of revealing this to anyone, and I was very discreet about my own inquiries. I just want you to understand that I know I cannot bribe you with anything as mundane as wealth. I may not even be able to ever offer your family your noble status back. What I can offer is more abstract. More abstract than a noble title, Your Highness. Reuben said in an almost playful tone. Quite, Yuffie said with a smile before her face hardened. I offer change, Reuben, so that the likes of Empress Marianne's murder will never happen again. Reuben regarded the girl levelly. The subtext of Yuffie's proclamations were blindingly obvious. It was also incredibly dangerous. The girl had all but declared she intended to tear down the cutthroat political system that dominated the imperial court, the very system that had the approval and one would even say encouragement of her father, the emperor. The princess was asking him to sign on to what was literally a coup in the making. Could he really put his family at risk like that? Could he risk not only safety, but the potential rewards, not just the material rewards if the princess succeeded, but the societal ones? The upper crust of Britonian society was a snake pit, filled with self-interested nobles that were slowly tearing the empire apart. If the EU and the Chinese Federation were ever defeated, the nobility would turn on the empire's own people once an external enemy no longer existed. It might take a decade or a century, but eventually the empire would collapse and the people, his people, would see unfathomable suffering and destitution. The empire's condition reminded Reuben of a series of paintings by the artist Thomas Cole. It was in Reuben's opinion Cole's greatest series of works, though the artist himself was forced to repudiate the work after the completion of the last painting. The series was supposedly destroyed, but in reality the paintings were split up and disappeared into the hands of several private collectors. 2 of those paintings were in Reuben's own collection now, and the Ashford Patriarch was aware of the location of 2 others. The course of empire captured quite accurately, in Reuben's opinion, what could happen to any nation that succumbed to decadence and vice. To arrest such decline required not only iron will but great power, power that the Princess Euphemia was obviously trying to marshal. The question before Reuben now was, did the princess actually have a great enough chance at succeeding for him to cast his lot with her? Or was it too late and the empire's future lay only in what destruction and desolation promised? The silence was only broken after a very long time. Reuben watched from his office as the princess motorcade pulled out of the academy grounds. As its lights disappeared in the distance, the door opened and his granddaughter invited herself in. "Whew, well, that was quite the roller coaster," Millie said with remarkable cheer. "I wasn't expecting Yuffie to enroll herself, even if she won't actually be attending class." Reuben's reflection nodded, the old man still staring out the window. "What do you make of the Kurugi boy?" Millie shrugged. "He's a bit passive, doesn't seem to want confrontation but isn't afraid to stick up for himself. He'll probably catch some flack from the other students, but he should be okay in the short term, at least enough to graduate. If things get out of hand, I'll intervene." That was his granddaughter, direct and the take-charge kind of girl. Reuben smiled proudly. "Have you considered what you will do after you graduate?" he asked. The girl shrugged again. "Not really. Got to parties, dodge marriage interviews. I suppose I should look into universities. Or I might just flunk my exams and get held back a grade." That elicited a sigh from the old man. "For the good of my heart, Millie, please do not do that." Millie gave a pout before smiling again. "All right, Grandpa, seeing as how you are twisting my arm like that." Reuben chuckled. "Have you thought about a job in government?" All humor disappeared from Millie's expression. "Did Yuffie make you an offer?" "She invited me to become her chief of staff." Millie's eyes narrowed. "Did you accept?" "I promised her an answer by tomorrow." The girl let out a long sigh. You're going to accept. The Ashford family is once again in the sights of the imperial family, Reuben said. We cannot remain hidden in the shadows anymore. I know, Millie said, and if it was going to be anyone that was dragging us out into the light, I'm glad that it's Yuffie doing it. But her standing at court isn't that high, she has Princess Cornelia backing her, but that's about it. I am not so sure, Reuben said. The hand of Prince Schneeisel also seems to be involved. Prince Schneeisel? What makes you say that? The Camelot Research Institute is patronized by him, Reuben said. Millie cocked her head thoughtfully. Hey! Yuffie has the Prime Minister's backing. Now that changes the dynamics. Indeed. For the better or worse, however, I cannot yet say. So is that why you are going to accept? To see where Yuffie really stands, and to see if she has any actual influence. Reuben nodded again, still facing away from his granddaughter. I would like you to accompany me. Hence the government job. Her grandfather chuckled. I am not as young as I once was, Millie. There will come a time when you must take the reins of the family. At least this way I can pass on some of my lessons in a more active environment than the school. And besides, it would also allow you to gauge your own opinion on how much the princess has changed. Millie hummed thoughtfully. I still haven't graduated yet. There is time yet for you to make your decision, Reuben said. The girl clasped her hands together. I'll think about it, grandfather. Reuben nodded and Millie made her exit. But he knew, just like Millie did, that there could only be one decision. For better or worse, the Ashfords would once more become entangled in the politics of the court. Perhaps this time they would do a better job of protecting those dear to them. Millie had cancelled the student council meeting for today, something Colin was grateful for. At present she was headed towards the border between the concession and the ghettos with CC in tow, futilely trying to keep the girl on a tight leash. It was not working, but the strange girl at least had enough common sense to tone her antics down when police officers or patrols of soldiers crossed their paths. The other girl fortunately was of a similar size to Colin and so could wear her clothes, though the redhead still felt irritated at the unnecessary comment about the looseness of the chest area. In a way that was a compliment, but Colin was in no mood for such nonsense. Once outside the concession they turned after the first block. Guy was already waiting with his car and he regarded the green-haired girl warily. Not surprising seeing as Colin had claimed to witness said girl getting shot in the head. The man said nothing however until after they were deeper into the ghetto. Even then he simply asked Colin how she was doing. It was only after they were in the relative privacy of the apartment he was sharing with Tamaki that Guy addressed CC. Colin tells me you're the one who gave her that power. 'Tis so, CC said. I have giveth a boon upon thy comrade. Until the time cometh for our contract to be fulfilled, I shall render what aid she desireth. Guy frowned, doing his best to parse the strange speech the girl used. Colin let out a sigh of exasperation. She says she has a contract with me, one she won't explain properly, but until I can fulfill whatever my end of it is she'll hang around and help me, Colin translated into Japanese. I see, Guy said a bit dubiously. But, you said she won't explain what the contract is. No, beyond saying that there's some wish she wants fulfilled and that she's waiting to see if I'm capable of fulfilling it. And that doesn't sound the least bit suspicious to you. The two looked over at the girl who was poking and prodding the various things cluttering the living room. I don't think she's lying, Colin said, and we should be able to test out if she's really serious about helping us soon enough. Assuming you've found us a new target. Guy sighed. It's still too soon, Colin. Security's still tight within the concession end. And what about the ghettos? Colin cut him off. Since the prince's death a bunch of Brightonian thugs have been crossing over to beat up innocent people. Shouldn't we stop them? The man sighed again. That's not exactly easy to do. The gangs pop out of nowhere, beat people up, and then retreat before a response can be mustered. We don't have the manpower to do some kind of wide-scale stakeout to catch them in the act. And even if we did, you certainly would not be part of it. Why not? Colin demanded. Because you have a cover to maintain which requires you go to school, not spend days on end out here in the ghettos. Guy shook his head. I'm sorry Colin, I know you don't like sitting around, but the fact that you have free access to the concession is a lot more valuable than you realize. In point of fact Colin did understand just how important her access was. The girl still hated sitting around doing nothing however. If 'tis a hunt you desireth, then 'tis a simple matter to findeth prey, CC spoke up, reminding the two of her presence. What? Colin said. Have thou a map of thy city? Guy looked over at Colin nodded. The man ended up pulling out several maps. Tokyo was huge after all and really each district was its own little city. And where have these vagrants appeared? CC asked. With a pencil Guy marked the spots of the reported incidences. And what be the times? I'd have to look those up, Guy said as he noted a few down. These are the ones I remember off the top of my head. CC snatched it from him when he was done and circled another point on the map. Colin and Ogai leaned in to take a closer look. That's one of the checkpoints into the ghetto, Colin said. From whence these vagrants entered to shew their caddish manners, CC said. Why do you think that's their point of entry? Colin asked. The times and measures both align, CC answered. But not half a lieu from any point. Lieu, that was French, Colin was certain of it. League. CC flashed a smirk. Yet, 'tis so. Not that that helped, a league was historically an amorphous measure of distance. But looking at the map Colin was able to make a rough translation. Not half a league CC had said, whereas all of the reported attacks were within 2 kilometers of the checkpoint. We can work with this, Colin said. Once you dig up the specific times we might even be able to find a pattern. Then we can actually stake out that checkpoint to see if there's any suspicious activity. Yeah, you're right, Ogai said. Hey, that was some pretty quick thinking. To fight thy enemy one must know where thy enemy be, CC said. True enough, Colin conceded before straightening. All right, CC, you'll be staying here the night. Ogai's eyes widened while the girls narrowed. My place is by thy side, she said. Are you sure that's a good idea, Colin? Ogai asked nervously. Then he blinked. See, too. That's what she claims is her name, Colin said before looking back at the girl in question. You don't have any papers yet, so I can't get you back into the concession easily. I'm in the process of getting you some forgeries though, but they're not going to be done until tomorrow. And quite frankly, you can't stay at the Stotfeld estate even if you did have papers. You're way too conspicuous, and if anyone found you I would not be able to cover for you. The other reason Colin was so valuable to the resistance cell, her relative wealth made it possible for her to get much better forged entry papers into the concession than most other resistance movements could afford. In fact, they were not even actual forgeries, just filled with falsified information. C.C's expression did not change. My place is by thy side, she repeated. Make what arrangements thou needeth with thy coiner, but my place is by thy side. Coiner? What did oh, that probably meant counterfeiter. Colin ground her teeth. The girl really could be stubborn. Both in her speech and her intentions. Colin, I think CC, has a point, Ogai said, surprising the girl. She's obviously not Japanese, and having her stay here long term could cause some serious problems for me. I really think you'll need to make arrangements to have her either stay at the Statfelds or someplace close by. Colin massaged her temples. All right, fine, I'll think of something. But today you are staying here, CC. I wasn't kidding about not being able to get you back into the concession without papers, not with the heightened security, and tomorrow is the earliest I'd be able to get them done. Much more likely that it'll take 2 days. The girl tilted her head, her hair swaying with the motion. Finally, however, she nodded. Tally not then, my patience hath limits. And what about mine? Colin muttered before sighing and turning to Ogai. Let me know when you've got a pattern worked out for those jackasses. I want to be there. Colin. No buts, Ogai, you only got the idea because of CC and I'm the one she's helping. The older man sighed and held his hands up in defeat. Fine. But you are going to need to wear something to obscure your face. I am not letting you get identified. Fine by me, Colin said. All right, I'll get you back to the concession now, Ogai said, grabbing his keys. Oh right, Colin said, reaching into her bag and pulling out a few slips of paper. Gas ration tickets. These should tide you over for a bit. The man smiled. Thanks, Colin. These help a lot. No problem. Might as well spread the wealth around how I can. Colin glanced over at CC. Behave. The girl offered a wide smile. Colin was not reassured in the least. End of chapter 5. I'm already regretting C.C's speech pattern. Ahem. Alphonse Pierre Juin is a real person. He was the last living holder of the title Marshal of France. He also died shortly after the time period Code Geass is supposed to take place in, but then again most of the famous officers of World War II would have been very old at this point. So, not a made-up French name. Unless one is referring to Lamperouge, which while one who knows the language can make sense of, I do believe it is a made-up name. I meant to say this last time, but there are distinct and specific limits to the powers of each girl. They'll be explored in more detail, but those limitations are why Colin didn't recognize Suzaku as the pilot of Lancelot. One way of thinking about it is, was Colin specifically trying to identify said pilot? I had considered a Yuffie x Colin pairing and even went through a few mental exercises to see how that might be portrayed tastefully and convincingly. It certainly would have been an interesting challenge to do it realistically, but I ultimately discarded the idea. I just did not see a rationale for it considering the two women's personalities, and also could not see a way it could be used to advance the plot that other, less contrived mechanisms wouldn't be more suitable for. So, no Yuri pairings are planned. And I don't really count Nina's one-sided crush on Yuffie a Yuri pairing. Not that I'm confirming or denying that it'll happen in my FIC. To be frank, I'm something of a newcomer to the Code Geass fanfic community. The anime came out long after the point where I did any extensive reading of FICs for any of the franchises I'm a fan of. It also came during a time when I was still learning the art of prose fiction, and I doubt I could have done anything like Intune or a code calculus in a convincing way. That being said, I have taken peeks at more recent fanfics to get an idea of what the state of the fandom is. The Peggy Sutro seems to be just as prevalent in the Code Geass fandom as it is in the EVA fandom, and the quality equally as uneven. Then again, that could be said for all fanfics across all franchises. Those of you who have been following my EVA FIC in Tune will likely have noticed that for that FIC at least, I have an obvious plan and I move the FIC forward at a deliberate pace. Sometimes it's fast, other times it's slow, but the plot as a whole does advance with every chapter released. The reason is because I am extremely wary of plot fatigue, both on the part of my readers and for myself. If a story drags on too long, the risk becomes not only readers having trouble maintaining interest but the writer also losing interest. Dauntless, for example, is fairly well written characterization-wise, but at 90+ chapters and over 600,000 words it feels like the wider story plot is at a standstill. Progress is being made in the arc plots, but lack of progress in the overall story plot itself is still problematic. Not that I'm claiming Dauntless is bad, though I do take issue with some of the portrayal of military matters, but when the source material itself is so sloppy to begin with, there's not much I can do but shrug when the same issue crops up in fanfics. But if I actually hit 600k words with this story, I damn well better be nearing the end. Otherwise I'll probably be too burned out to ever actually finish the story, which I consider a disservice to my readers. Anyway, that long spiel above is basically an assurance from me that I do have a plan for how the story will progress. I do have a plan for at what point the story will end, and said plan is set up to try to maximize the probability of me actually finishing a cold calculus. I had a similar plan for Intune when I first started that FIC, and at 300k words it is close to 80%, well, probably closer to 70%, complete after 5 months. So I think I have a pretty good shot at keeping this FIC on track. As one writer to another, my personal recommendation would be that before starting a FIC one knows what one wants to write and have at minimum an ending in mind. I presume a significant number of us are here to improve our craft as much as have a little fun. Anyway, leave a review if you've enjoyed the story thus far or if you have questions. I generally try to remember to answer them in my author notes. If I don't for several chapters, it's probably because answering it would spoil something that I want to keep under wraps. Despite the spoilers in the chapter openings. And I am intentionally not answering questions about a certain ex-prince. Wink wink nudge nudge. Addendum, reads comment regarding the 6 houses French expletives checks Code Geass wiki. Well, lovely, the wiki is incredibly sloppy about terminology as well and doesn't actually specify if Britannia knew about the name 6 houses of Kyoto or not. Merd. I don't remember Code Geass, especially the first season, to the granularity that would allow me to recall exactly how much the Britannian side knew about the whole 6 houses thing. I'll however trust the reviewer that brought it up, and in context it does make sense. The appropriate dialogue and prose has been adjusted. And yes, I do know some French. Most of it swear words, that's about the only thing I really retained from taking the language in high school. Chapter 6. Despite the Princess Euphemia's preference for resolving conflicts peaceably, Her Highness also recognized that there would be times when force of arms was the most effective or only recourse available. To this end the princess also gathered military assets whose loyalty she could trust, a process that was greatly accelerated by a combination of almost fortuitous events. The first was of course the arrival of her sister, Cornelia Lee Britannia, fresh from her conquest of the Middle East. The goddess of victory wasted little time reorganizing the forces of Area 11 into a disciplined and competent force, weeding out the sycophants and glory hounds that riddled its ranks. The second actually occurred before Cornelia's arrival and involved the Lady Colin Statfeld-Kaujaki, one which resulted in a humiliating debacle for the purist faction. Toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 6, Visum. The desert is a harsh and formidable landscape, filled with dangers both mundane and unexpected. As a certain European field marshal once noted, it is a tactician's paradise but a quartermaster's hell. Despite never having met the man, Cornelia understood the sentiment perfectly and had thus composed her strategy accordingly. Victory needed to be achieved quickly and the pressure on the enemy maintained to prevent them from recovering their strength. To this end Cornelia had led a series of lightning strikes against the forces of the Middle East Federation, overrunning bases and outposts and appropriating the stockpiles of fuel and supplies to continue her advance instead of waiting for her supply train to catch up. It was a risky strategy, only one step away from disaster if the enemy managed to stall her or decided to adopt a scorched earth defense to destroy their own resources to deny Cornelia their use. Unfortunately for the MEF, by the time their generals were able to agree to such a course of action, Cornelia had already cut halfway through the Federation's territory and morale was plummeting, making implementation of the strategy next to impossible. Even worse, the princess had managed to seize the port city of Kuwait, likely her main objective since setting out from Muscat. With control of the Persian Gulf secured by the Britannian Navy, the port city of Kuwait thus provided the perfect place for supplies to be shipped in by sea, eliminating any need for overland convoys that might fall prey to ambushes, the elements, or opportunistic nomad tribes that still wandered the deserts. After spending a month building up supplies in Kuwait, Cornelia's renewed offensive headed north and overran Baghdad in short order. 2 months on and the princess was poised to seize Jerusalem, the last major stronghold of the Middle East Federation after the fall of Beirut. Resistance has stiffened considerably as we approach Jerusalem, Cornelia noted as she regarded the situation map in her field command center. If they had fought this tenaciously while we were advancing through Arabia, they might well have ended the invasion before it even truly began. War is won by those committed to its prosecution, General Andreas Darleton remarked. The Arabs, though their political and financial influence would buy their victory, and so did not bother investing their wealth a proper military. They have paid heavily for their complacency. Those that have survived this long have learned their lessons well, Cornelia said. Taking Jerusalem will not be easy. Darleton nodded. We have the resources to outlast them in a siege, now that our supply lines have been secured. Cornelia smirked. Now Andreas, what kind of goddess of victory would I be if the best I could do is starve out my enemy? The general chuckled. Your words, Your Highness, not mine. You have already crushed the MEF in every way that matters. Taking Jerusalem is simply screwing in the nails to their coffin. Maybe so, but if we want to minimize the threat of future revolts we need to crush the MEF's military decisively, Cornelia said. To that end we need them to commit the rest of their Bamides. Darleton nodded in understanding. The Bamides was an interesting machine of war, a product of nations unable to match Britannia's technological sophistication and so forced to rely on brute force over finesse. Even so, it was a capable weapon, well suited to desert fighting. Its long-range cannon was capable of killing most opponents that dared approach it, while its thick armor was generally sufficient against any weapon capable of engaging the Bamides at its preferred range. Combined with its specially designed skimmers, the Bamides was quite capable of controlling the terms of engagement when fighting Britannia's standard forces. Perhaps somewhat ironically, the very things that gave it an advantage against the Britannia's regular army made it hideously vulnerable to the Empire's own nightmares. Its large size meant the Bamides was not nearly as maneuverable, and the only close-range weapon it possessed was a machine gun that was completely ineffective against the armor of current-generation nightmares. The only thing that saved the Bamides from complete obsolescence was the simple fact that only a fraction of Cornelia's army was composed of nightmares. A good 3/4 were still made up of tried-and-true tanks and mechanized infantry, the exact sort of opponents that the Bamides excelled at fighting. Cornelia, however, had not earned her current position as Marshal of the Empire by fighting her enemies on their terms. Another reason she had pressed forward so hard was to force the MEF to commit in strength to try to stop her, which for the MEF meant deploying their best weapons and troops. Seeing as the vanguard of Cornelia's advance was composed solely of nightmares, the MEF had seen considerably less success from the deployment of their Bamides than they might have expected. By now intelligence indicated that the MEF's remaining strength of Bamides stood at less than 5% of their pre-war numbers. And while Cornelia knew it would probably be impossible to get that down to zero, she was still going to try. What is 9th Division's status? Cornelia asked. Recovering from their march, Darleton said. The mechanics are overhauling all of the engines to deal with the wear and tear of their journey. The sand gets into damn near everything. Cornelia nodded. EDA to active readiness. 2 more days minimum, Darleton said. The 6th is in better shape. They managed to avoid getting hit by any sandstorms along the way and so made better time. The troops have also managed to get some rest since their arrival. Then we will use them to bait the Bamides, Cornelia said. Have the 6th set up its artillery elements in range of Jerusalem. I want continuous bombardment of the city's walls. Make clear that I do not want any stray shells hitting the residential districts. Yes, Your Highness, Darleton acknowledged. Hopefully the 9th will also be ready to engage by the time the MEF decides enough is enough and moves against the artillery, Cornelia said. If not, it will be even more imperative that the Nightmare Corps is ready to deploy at a moment's notice to intercept the Bamides before they can engage the 6th in strength. I will press the 9th Engineering Corps on the urgency of the maintenance, Darleton said. Cornelia nodded. Good. By week's end the princess intended to have crushed the last of the MEF's resistance and be on her way to Area 11. She would not leave her little sister exposed to whatever had claimed Clovis. Figuring out the pattern of the Britannian vigilantes turned out to be trivial. Spotting them entering the ghettos was even easier. Based off of the timing of the attacks, it was evident that the gangs were leaving the concession during off-peak times, likely to avoid any witnesses from spotting them. The Britannians at least showed some imagination by entering the ghetto separately before joining up in smaller groups. They would then pick a target and then converge on their intended victim or victims, always people that looked unlikely to be able to defend themselves. Their first victim had been a housewife out shopping. By the time anyone found her, she was half dead from blood loss. Their second victim had emerged with a broken leg and a concussion. Some were luckier, even managing to escape the mob while one person was still in a coma. Finding the perpetrators and putting a stop to their actions were however two entirely different matters. Killing them outright might have ended this particular bunch of thugs, but it would only result in retaliation from the Britannian side. No one would believe that a Japanese fighting back was a legitimate case of self-defense after all, and if the authorities decided to do a sweep, the number of people that would get hurt would dwarf any that these unofficial vigilantes might get their hands on. No, escalation would not be the answer here, as satisfying as Colin would have found it to permanently end these thugs. But the Britannians crossing over on these little escapades were ultimately cowards, picking on people who could not fight back and hiding in the group to avoid facing any personal consequences. Thus the solution to this problem was the same as when dealing with any other bully. Make picking on the people of the ghetto unappealing and they would think twice about coming out here again. Alright, are we clear on the plan? Ogai asked. The others nodded. Remember, no wild antics, stick to your assigned role and do not deviate, Ogai said, his eyes on Tamaki. So was everyone else's for that matter. The man flushed. I got it already, he complained. Stop staring at me already. Ogai chuckled before his face hardened once more. As far as we can tell, these guys don't have anything worse than knives, but don't let your guard down. They may well have brought guns as backup. More nods, solemn ones these time. Then let's go, we only have a small window of opportunity. The group pulled on their masks and moved out, all 6 of them. The resistance cell was never very large, at its peak numbering no more than a dozen members. 3 of their number were discreetly tailing separate groups of the thugs, while a few trusted outsiders had agreed to lend a hand keeping track of the others. They needed to move quickly before the Britannians selected a target and called on everyone to converge. With their numbers, each group individually was not terribly difficult to take down, but if they managed to meet up or were alerted to being stalked, they might escape unscathed. That would send the entirely wrong message. Soon enough the first group came into sight. The streets were fairly empty, more and more people staying indoors to avoid falling victim to the vicious attacks. The 4 Britannians were not making much of an effort to hide their presence. In fact, they were flaunting it, daring anyone to challenge them. Unfortunately for them, today they had picked the wrong neighborhood to terrorize. Ogai Sel stepped out in front and behind the 4, drawing pistols on them. Hands up, Ogai ordered. The Britannians froze. Wacha wait in FO. Tamaki shouted in badly accented English. Hansu AP. This time the Britannians obeyed, throwing up their arms quickly in the face of the obviously excited Japanese nut with a gun. 2 other resistance members stepped forward and wrenched their arms behind them, cuffing them and quickly slapping packing tape over their mouths. Desperate sounding moans escaped the Britannians, but at this point they were completely at the mercy of Ogai and the others. If you don't make a fuss you'll make it out of this alive, Ogai said in his more practiced English. If you give us too much trouble however you may end up needing to be carried out of here, got it? 4 heads frantically nodded. Good. Ogai nodded to Tamaki. Get them into the truck. The Japanese man was not entirely gentle as he pushed the Britannians into the waiting vehicle and slammed the doors shut behind them. With no light inside they would have to sit there in the darkness until the cell was ready to deal with them. No one felt terribly broke up about the discomfort of their passengers as they moved to the next group. The second group of Britannians crumbled as quickly as the first, leaving only 2 more groups left. They were making good time, though it would not be long before one of the remaining groups called to check in with the others. They needed to hurry. Hands up! Ogai shouted, having adjusted his approach to a more forceful display than the first time. The group this time only had 3 Britannians, and while 2 looked about frantically before raising their hands, the third did so more slowly and deliberately. As Naomi approached to cuff him, suddenly he lunged and seized the woman, twisting the gun out of her hand and jamming the barrel against her head. Inoshit, let her go! Ogai shouted. I don't think so, the Britannian said. Here's how this is going to work. All of you are going to drop your weapons right now and walk away. Me and my buddies are going to then head back to the concession, and after we're clear, we might decide to let your little friend here go. The man sneered. Or we might decide that she needs to repay us for the inhospitality you've all shown. Damn it, Tamaki hissed in Japanese. Let me drop the guy. Tamaki, shut up and don't do anything, Ogai snapped back before switching over to English. If you want to run away, then go, but you are not taking her with you. I don't think you have a choice, the Britannian said. Unless you want your friend's pretty little brains blown out. The man tightened his grip and Naomi's face became flushed as her breathing became more ragged. Damn it, man, we need to do something, Tamaki uttered. We can't let them walk away like this. Tamaki, stop undermining me, Ogai nearly snapped. Yes, it's most unbecoming for a subordinate to argue with his betters, even if it's between you ants. The resistance fighters stared in surprise. Indeed, I understand your primitive tongue, the man goaded them, so don't think about trying to make plans behind my back, it's not going to work. Ogai felt a cold sweat pour over him. The plan was risky, true, but they had set it up to try to minimize anyone getting hurt on both sides. Now this Brighton was about to blow it all and likely get Naomi killed. Think, oh guy, think. There had to be a way. A figure stepped past him, taking the decision out of his hand. If you need a hostage to assure you safe passage, take me instead. Jaws dropped, on both sides. Colin stepped closer to the Brightonian. Well. And why should I give up the hostage I already have in hand? The Brightonian asked. Because I'm the cell leader, which makes me a much more valuable hostage, Colin proclaimed. Ka, what are you doing? Oh guy said, just barely reverting to Colin's agreed upon code name. Shut up, Colin snapped. I trusted you to oversee this mission and you blew it. You're obviously not suited for independent field command, so I'm cleaning up your mess. Now shut your mouth and don't get in my way. The others stared at Colin aghast at first, but as her words sank in, the girl's intent became obvious. To them at least. Most of them. Tamaki's mouth was still hanging open. The Brightonian chuckled. So this was all part of a test? To see if your guy had the chops? Ha, you've got guts, girl, I'll give you that much. Fine, since you seem so determined to clean up your guy's fuck up, I'll let you take the fall. Kick your weapon to my buddy and get over here. Colin bent down and placed the gun on the ground before kicking it over to the aforementioned man. The Brightonian scrambled for the gun and hurriedly pointed it at the others. All that did, however, was see some of them shift their aim to him instead, causing the man to swallow. Colin paid the interplay no mind, instead walking over slowly to the Brightonian holding Naomi. That's close enough. Colin stopped. Turn around. The redhead obeyed. You, sweetie pie, handcuff her. Colin glanced back to see Naomi looking at her. She nodded slightly. The Japanese woman reluctantly took the cuffs and locked them around Colin's wrists. Good girl, the Brightonian said. Without warning he tossed Naomi to his companion and lunged for Colin. He never laid a hand on her. Colin's foot on the other hand landed squarely in between his legs, landing a solid kick in his groin. All of the men winced instinctively, only to wince again when Colin spun around and landed a spinning kick squarely into the crouching man's head. She followed this up with a side kick that knocked the gun out of the other Britannian's hand and then an axe kick that knocked the first Brightonian flat on his face. Colin kicked away the gun and glanced at the third man. She raised an eyebrow. I suggest you let her go. The thug frantically pushed Naomi away and threw up his hands again. The man that Colin had kicked the hands of quickly emulated his partner. Someone get these off me and onto this bastard here, Colin ordered. Naomi did the honors, freeing Colin and quickly securing the still dazed Brightonian on the ground. For good measure Naomi gave the man a hefty kick in the side. The other two offered no further trouble as they too were secured. How much time did we lose? Colin asked Ogai. The man regarded her worriedly. Time, we're on the clock here, Colin said sternly. Ogai sighed. It seemed for now they would need to keep up this pretense. He flipped open his phone and called their last lookout. A grimace appeared on his face as he listened the report. The last group is making a run for the checkpoint, he reported. They were the deepest in, we should be able to cut them off, Colin said. AKA, Ogai said. We've gotten 3 of the 4 groups. That should be enough. No, it's not, Colin said. We need all of them to make this point or it's not going to stick. Ogai glanced over at the largish man being hauled off. He was apparently still in too much pain to walk by himself. I think you've made your point, Ogai said. And this is my OP, not yours. He cracked a grin. Unless you were serious about me not being up to snuff for field command. Colin regarded the man before sighing. All right, fine. We'll let this last group go. More loudly. We'll just have to scare this lot enough that the others piss their pants hearing what they barely avoided. I think some of them already did, Naomi said in disgust from the back of the truck. The redhead snickered. Jiro. Get to work. Tamaki grumbled. Why do I have to do the shit jobs? Literally. It's what happens when you disobey the field commander, Colin retorted. More grumbling could be heard but Tamaki got to work, stripping the Brightonians of their clothes. 2 of the other men helped at least until all of their prisoners were down to just their underwear. Priestess, your turn, Colin said with a big smile. Naomi returned it. All of the men, Brightonian and Japanese, shivered. Except for the big guy, he was still curled up after Colin kicked his nuts in. Well then, let's get started, Naomi said, opening up a briefcase. As she pulled out the implements the prisoners' eyes went wide with horror. More than one shot pleading looks to their male captors but none of them would meet their eyes. Colin on the other hand was grinning as widely as Naomi as she approached the prisoners. Should we go out and search for them? A Brightonian man watching the checkpoint intently suggested. Not without backup, another man said. If they had something that could take down Captain Mucklin, we're not gonna stand a chance by ourselves. Damn it, this wasn't supposed to happen, a third cursed. Those stupid 11s shouldn't have the guts to stand up to us. It was probably one of those terrorist cells, the first man said. No one else is stupid enough to try to defy Britannia. Don't understand why the Viceroy doesn't just send in the troops to cleanse the place. Hey, watch it, the Viceroy is a member of the imperial family, you don't want to get charged with lèse-majesté. But it's still strange, the man persisted. Why is she going easy on the 11s? And you heard those rumors about that 11 they're letting pilot that new white nightmare? The other man shrugged. What, you gonna say she's an 11 lover? Well, no, but... Hey, something's happening at the checkpoint. All three men looked over and saw the guards there running about. Maybe they're back. Let's go take a look. The trio were not the only onlookers gathering at the checkpoint as quite the crowd was building up. Nevertheless they were able to force their way through until they were at the front of the gates and peered through. What they saw caused all three to blanch. Running frantically toward the checkpoint were the dozen other members of their gang, all in nothing save their underwear with hands obviously restrained behind their backs. That by itself would have been a sight, but what really got the people talking was the fact that each man's face was heavily made up with lipstick, eyeliner, and blush. Whoever had subjected these men to such treatment had shown no moderation or restraint, literally caking makeup onto their faces. Then there were the names drawn with lipstick all over their bodies. Their names, to make it blatantly clear who these men were. Those bastards. That's disgusting. The cries of outrage were however quickly overshadowed by someone breaking out into laughter. Others quickly joined in and soon enough the majority of the crowd was excitedly taking pictures with their cell phones or laughing their heads off. The guards at the checkpoint quickly shepherded the men into the building to get them out of view, but it was too little too late. Within minutes photos had been texted to friends and colleagues throughout the concession and not an hour passed before the media caught wind of the spectacle. By the time evening fell it was receiving almost as much coverage as the upcoming memorial ceremony for the deceased Prince Clovis. The drive back to Ogai's apartment was done in uneasy silence between the occupants of the car despite the triumph of the day. For Ogai the silence was due to his increasing concern over Colin's conduct. The girl had seemed to be calming down after her initial burst of burning rage after Naoto's murder, but ever since Shinjuku she seemed increasingly impatient to do something, anything, to continue the fight against Britannia. Colin on the other hand was busy mulling over one of the IDs they had confiscated from the thugs. Specifically, a military ID of a certain Britannian army captain. The man in question was not a knight, just a regular commissioned officer, but his presence amongst the vigilante gang was worrying in the extreme. If the gang really did have some sort of unofficial backing in the military, then there might yet be forceful retaliation and attempt to make up for lost face, at which point the restraint the cell had shown would have been rendered moot. That thought gnawed at Colin. Tamaki on the other hand kept his mouth shut, not out of any deep thoughts but simply because the environment in the car was so gloomy, instead focusing on the news report being broadcast over the radio. By the time they arrived he could not wait to get out of the car and go grab a cold beer back in the apartment. Too bad Colin and Ogai would be right behind, bringing the gloom with them inside. Thou hast returned victorious, a voice greeted the trio as they entered. Cece was lounging about on the sofa, an empty pizza box laying next to her. Cece, did you leave the apartment? Colin demanded. Nay, this age be but full of wonders, I have but to call to receiveth the bounty I desireth. Ogai and Tamaki blinked before looking helplessly at Colin. She ordered takeout, the girl simplified. Ogai smacked his forehead. Great, just what I need, for the local pizza guys to think a foreign teenage girl is staying at my place. Don't worry, she'll be out of your hair by tomorrow, Colin said, casting a glance on the girl in question. Her papers are ready and I've got a cover for her, assuming she has the self-control to actually play the part. Cece chuckled. Am I to become an actress? No, you're to be my personal healthcare assistant. Everyone else at the room stared at Colin. It was Cece however that first managed to muster a response. Be that a jest? No, Colin said with a grin. Seeing as how I am a sickly girl, it makes sense that I should have a personal nurse on hand in case I suffer from any attacks. This way you get to stay by my side and help me when I need it, assuming you can tone down your snark for more than a minute a day. Cece responded with a grin of her own. Thy challenge be accepted. What about her speech pattern? Ogai asked. She's being passed off as a French national, Colin said. That'll work with her cover as an EU agent that we're telling the rest of the cell. The leader of said cell nodded slowly before chuckling wryly. I never knew you could be so devious, Colin. Needs must, Colin said. Speaking of need, we need to decide what to do with this. The girl pulled out the military ID they had seized and Ogai grimaced. I'm not sure there's anything we can do, he said. We've let him go and this captain, Mucklin probably isn't stupid enough to poke his head in the ghettos again without a lot more backup than we could handle. Colin scowled. So he's going to get away. I'm not so sure about that, Ogai reasoned. We just sent him back half naked with makeup all over his face. You saw all of those people taking pictures, by this time tomorrow his reputation will be well and truly ruined. I suppose, Colin said reluctantly. Don't forget you crushing his jewels, Tamaki put in. I mean damn girl, you really went for his weak spot there. Colin flashed a predatory smile, eliciting a sigh from Ogai. Before he could say anything however CC intervened. I see that thou hast made good use of mine gift. Ogai raised an eyebrow, that was at least simple enough to understand. You used that, Geass thing today. The smile disappeared into a scowl. When I disarmed that guy. I thought we agreed you should only use it as a last resort. And that bastard holding Naomi hostage didn't qualify. Colin retorted. She had a point there, Ogai had to admit, so he did not try to dispute it. I know what I'm doing Ogai, Colin said sternly. I'm not out there taking unnecessary risks, I saw a situation and my Geass allowed me to figure out the quickest and best resolution to it. Ogai sighed again. Maybe it worked this time, but what you did was incredibly risky still. Colin regarded the man levelly. Ogai, you're my brother's best friend and you've always looked out for me, but you can't keep putting my safety above the success of the cell as a whole. In fact you're more liable to get more of us hurt that way. Trust me to make individual tactical decisions and I'll trust you to set the group's targets, okay? Mine contractor speak the truth, CC added in. If one seeks to avoid all risk, fortune will forever elude thee. Alright, I get the point, Ogai said tiredly before cocking his head to the side. It's been a long day. Why don't Tamaki and I cook up something for dinner and we turn in? The radio mentioned curfew for the night thanks to what happened at the border checkpoint and it's too late to get you back to the concession. You'll stay the night and I'll drive you back tomorrow morning, sounds good. Colin nodded and glanced over at CC. CC, we're helping in the kitchen. You need to start pulling your own weight if you are going to pass off as my assistant. The woman chuckled bowed in an exaggerated manner. Thy wish is mine command. It was never a good thing when one was summoned in the middle of the night for a meeting. When the one calling the meeting was known to be a genial and thoughtful person like the Princess Euphemia that cared about the convenience of others and Jeremiah knew someone was going to be in a lot of trouble. The man strongly suspected he would be that someone, or at least one of the someones. Upon his arrival the Margrave was quickly shown into the princess' office. Along the way quite a few of the servants that had arrived with the princess from the homeland shot him disapproving looks. Was it because the princess herself was angry with him? Or did they simply disapprove of the fact that the princess had need to call upon him at this hour? Neither bode well for the Margrave. As Jeremiah entered the office he bowed his head low in greeting. Your Highness, I have come at your summons. Margrave Gottwald, Yuffie said formally and sternly. What do you make of the incident that occurred this afternoon at one of the concession checkpoints? Jeremiah winced. He knew exactly what the princess was talking about and it burned him with shame that such an obscene event had drawn her attention. Then again how could it not? The spectacle that resulted had been shown repeatedly over the news all evening. I am truly shamed to have allowed such an incident to occur while on my watch, Jeremiah said. I have already detained the men involved and begun questioning them. Once I have ascertained the facts of the incident, I will provide you with a full and detailed report. Margrave, stand, Yuffie commanded. Jeremiah straightened but almost wished he had not. The princess' eyes were cold and hard and gazing into them caused the man to break out into a cold sweat. The facts of the incident are quite obvious, Yuffie said. A group of Brightonian civilians accompanied by a captain in the Brightonian army was for some reason in the ghettos. They were obviously overcome by 11s in the area and humiliated before being sent fleeing back to the concession. The question, Margrave, is why this group of Brightonians was in the ghettos to begin with, and why the 11s would respond to their presence in such a manner. Have you any thoughts on the matter, Margrave? The question directed at Jeremiah was twofold, the Margrave knew. First and foremost the princess really was asking him if he had any idea what was going on. The second, and more important part, was Euphemia indirectly testing how honest Jeremiah would be with her. The Margrave swallowed. There have been unconfirmed reports of groups of vigilante citizens entering the ghettos to seek justice for Prince Clovis' murder, Jeremiah said very carefully. Vigilante groups, Yuffie repeated flatly. And since when has the Brightonian military been so lacking in discipline that one of its commissioned officers would consider it acceptable to engage in such acts? When did the oath all officers swore to the throne and the empire upon being commissioned mean so little that this, captain, violated a direct order from a scion of the imperial family to stay out of the ghettos? When did the military become full of nothing but glory hounds and joy seekers whose notion of carrying out their duty is to harass and intimidate unarmed civilians? The level of Yuffie's voice remained the same throughout but the tone hardened with every denunciation. The anger behind the princess' words were palatable and still she had yet to actually raise her voice. It was a cold fury on display before the Margrave and it was already more than he had ever wanted to bear. Yuffie however was not finished. Willful disobedience of an order issued by a superior is grounds for a court-martial and dishonorable discharge in times of peace, Yuffie continued. In times of war, or in areas that have yet to be pacified it is grounds for execution. Furthermore, disobeying a direct order from the viceroy of an area is tantamount to treason. Would you disagree with any of those statements, Margrave? No, your highness, Jeremiah forced himself to say as calmly as he could manage. Then what is your recommendation for how Captain Mucklin should be handled, Margrave? What is a fitting resolution for a pureblood that went against the decree of a member of the imperial family and made a spectacle of himself while the rest of the area mourns the death of my brother? That last one stung hard, and Jeremiah found himself searching for words. Your highness, I apologize profusely for the dishonor one of my subordinates has brought upon the military, Jeremiah said, bowing his head once more. Margrave, Yuffie said, her voice as cold as the Arctic wind. Do not divert your eyes. If your words are truly sincere, you have no reason to hide your face in shame. It was hard, so very hard to meet the princess' eyes. Not when their blue was as hard and cold as ice. Your highness, Jeremiah nevertheless said, raising his head to meet the princess' gaze. You speak truth, Captain Mucklin's conduct is unbecoming as both an officer of the Empire and as a member of the purest faction. Truly. Yuffie said. Is it not declared in the purest manifesto that no numbers should be granted the honor of serving the Empire in its armed forces? And that the Empire can only remain strong so long as the numbers are reminded of their subordinate place within the Empire? How then, exactly are Captain Mucklin's actions not in accord with the agenda of the purebloods? That elicited another wince from Jeremiah. We purists believe that the Empire already possesses all the strength it requires from its own people. There is simply no need to allow those of questionable loyalty into the Empire's service. The purists believe this, do you, Margrave? Yuffie asked. Yes, your highness, Jeremiah said. One thing he had learned very quickly about the Princess Euphemia was that she valued honesty and frankness even when she did not share the same opinion. Yuffie regarded Jeremiah silently for several moments. I find it interesting, she finally said, that a former member of the royal guard of Empress Marianne VI Britannia, a woman who was descended from French nobility, would go on to form a political organization dedicated to the sort of exclusion that would have disallowed her to rise to the rank of knight and gain the attention of my father the Emperor. Do you perhaps regard your time under Her Majesty's service as a stain on your honor, Margrave? The accusation twisted like a knife in Jeremiah's heart. I hold no such thoughts towards the Empress Marianne. Jeremiah nearly exploded. Her Majesty was truly deserving of her rank as a Knight of the Round and then her place at the Emperor's side. And yet Empress Marianne was not a pure-blooded Britannian, Yuffie pressed, her voice growing darker and darker. Her family were noble exiles from France who lost everyone after that nation's Republican Revolution. If you truly believe that Britannia has no need to call upon the services of those not of pure Britannian heritage, then how can I believe you are not secretly pleased with the Empress' downfall? How can I know that you do not relish the murder of my beloved sister Nunnally and the suicide of my dear brother Lelich? Jeremiah gaped openly at the princess. How could she accuse him of such disloyalty? Of such dishonor? But the Princess Euphemia was dead serious, the flatness of her tone and the pain behind every word of that last sentence that perfectly clear. And deep down Jeremiah knew that the princess had a point. How could he claim to believe firmly in the purest creed without also washing the Empress Marianne in the same brush that he painted all others of foreign heritage with? For Marianne VI Britannia had not begun life as a child of high society, she had grown up as Marianne Lambrouche and clawed her way up through the ranks through pure competence and honest achievements. The Margrave fell to one knee. I am shamed, Highness. Shamed that the truth you speak was something I willfully ignored for so many years. I sought to soothe my greatest failure, my failure to prevent the death of Her Majesty and her children, and blame others for my own fault. I beg your forgiveness. It is not my forgiveness to grant, Yuffie said. Those to whom you owe your apologies are no longer here to accept them. I know this to be so, your highness, Jeremiah said. And yet I must still beg your pardon, for I have shamed myself not only before Her Majesty but also before your own august self. You charged me with maintaining order within the concessions and in this I have failed. I thus beg of you, for your mercy or your judgment. Seconds passed with the only sound the ticking of the large grandfather clock decorating the office suite. Yuffie took a deep breath and clasped her hands before her on the desk. Margrave Gottwald. Rise. Jeremiah obeyed, meeting Yuffie's gaze without hesitation. Since my arrival I have seen the decay which has taken hold in the area, I have observed the degradation of the people that has resulted, and I comprehend the cause of this decay. I do not believe this comprehension is beyond you, and once you have achieved it you may yet find a way to hold your head high when you stand before Her Majesty once more. Thus I give you not my mercy nor my judgment. I give you a chance, to redeem yourself in your own eyes. Once you find the strength to forgive yourself, I will grant you that which you ask for. The Margrave bowed deeply. My gratitude, your highness, now and forever. The following day the court-martial of Captain James Z. Mucklin was announced by the Margrave Gottwald. The crime, disobeying the orders of his lawful superiors by engaging in unauthorized incursions into the ghettos and through such actions attempting to subvert the authority of the Viceroy Her Imperial Highness Euphemia Lee Britannia, Third Princess of the Realm. The implications of this act was not lost on any who saw the news, nor the fact that the charge carried with it the death sentence if the captain was convicted. The denizens of Area 11, Brightonians and 11s both, waited with bated breath for the outcome of the trial. Suzaku finished buttoning up his uniform with a sigh. It was his first day of school, and if he was completely honest, he was still a little worried. The student council, well, most of them, had been welcoming enough when he visited Ashford Academy with the princess. The wider student body was more likely to emulate the black-haired girl with glasses, however. In fact, her avoidance of him might even be preferable compared to the likely bullying he would see. But Cecile had insisted that he should attend school, and when the captain got into her insistent mode, not even Lloyd dared stand in her way. It was a very interesting group dynamic in the ASEC, one that Suzaku found himself almost enjoying. "Suzaku, are you ready?" Cecile called into his room. "You don't want to be late for your first day of school." "I'm ready," Suzaku called back as he hurried to the door. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Cecile-san." "No problem, Suzaku," the woman smiled brightly. Yes, just as I thought, the Ashford uniform really does suit you." The boy smiled shyly. "I'm not entirely sure about that." "No self-deprecation today, young man," Cecile said. "You need to project confidence and dignity worthy of yourself. You are after all an honored member of Camelot and our representative on the Ashford campus." "I thought I was just a part for the Lancelot," Suzaku said with a wiry smile. "Don't listen to Lloyd," Cecile said. "He has a weird way of showing it, but he also values you as a person. Well, as much as he can value anyone." With that qualifier, Cecile closed off any avenue for protest, something the woman was quite well aware of if her smile was any indication. "Cecile-san, can I ask a question?" "Of course." It's about the princess." Cecile tilted her head to the side. "What of Her Highness?" She seemed very familiar with the Ashfords. How do they know each other? "The headmaster used to be a baron active at the court in Pendragon," Cecile said. "Millie Ashford herself also lived there for the first few years of her childhood." "I see," Suzaku said, "so the princess and Millie met as children." Cecile nodded. "That is the gist of it. Any further detail you will have to ask Millie yourself at school." Suzaku nodded but paused as a thought occurred to him. The headmaster used to be a baron. Cecile pursed her lips. He lost his title of nobility due to fallout from political infighting at the court. It was why he ultimately migrated to Area 11. "I see," Suzaku said more quietly. "The Ashford family, however, has done quite well since then," Cecile said. "Many prominent families send their children to the academy, and it is regarded as the best school for both primary and secondary education in the area." The woman glanced over at Suzaku. "So stay on your toes, Suzaku, and don't bring any shame to the ASEC name." "I won't, Cecile-san," Suzaku assured the woman. Half an hour later he stood before the main gates of Ashford Academy, trying to work up the nerve to walk through. Fortunately, a helping hand was soon extended. "Yo," a voice sounded as said hand clapped Suzaku on the shoulder. The boy jumped slightly and turned to see a familiar face standing next to him. "Oh, Rivaled-san," Suzaku said. "Millie thought this might happen, so she sent me to fetch you," the other boy said with a grin. "Come in, let's go." Thank you. Don't worry about it, I am the student council vice president, it's my job to look out for all students." "But still, thanks," Suzaku said. "Don't mention it. Come in, let's get you to the office. I know you've registered for classes, but you still need to pick up a few things and we can introduce you to your homeroom teacher." Suzaku nodded as he handed his ID over to the gate guard. The man looked over both it and the boy carefully before handing the card back to Suzaku and waving him through. The boy offered a bow before stepping through the gates. He really was going to attend school here. It still did not feel quite real, but with every step the reality sank in just a bit more. As they walked through the halls, more than one person stared at Suzaku and the boy did his best to appear oblivious. "Here we are, the main office," Rivaled said not long after they entered the building. His ears seemed to perk up. "Oh, that sounds like Colin. Looks like she's well enough to come back to school again." Suzaku strained his ears and quickly picked up on the voice Rivaled seemed to recognize. "Yes, here are Mademoiselle Cloutier's credentials, as you can see she is well qualified as a medical assistant." Rivaled opened the door and stepped in with Suzaku following. He glanced over towards the direction of the forces and froze mid-step. The two girls seemed to sense his entrance and glanced over. The redhead's eyes widened while the girl with long green hair narrowed hers. Suzaku's response was little better as he felt his jaw drop. It was them, that Japanese resistance fighter and the strange girl inside what was supposed to be a poison gas container. Both were wearing Ashford uniforms and both obviously recognized him. Time seemed to stand still as the three locked gazes on each other, oblivious to everyone else around them. Suzaku swallowed. Some time told him the next few moments would make or break more than just his school life here at Ashford. He could not afford to make a mistake. He turned to face the two directly. The fields of Megiddo were aflame and littered with the aftermath of battle. Dozens of shattered Bamides dotted the land, some still smoldering from when their ammunition or fuel cooked off. A few ragged survivors on foot were making their way towards Jerusalem in a futile attempt to escape the Britannian forces. Those not completely devoid of sense had surrendered themselves rather than try to make the 100-kilometer trek. Especially seeing as the Britannian forces would almost certain begin their own march upon the city soon enough. The MEF was done for, its last major fighting force broken on the plains of Armageddon. Cornelia surveyed the scene from her personal Gloucester, noting with satisfaction the orderly state of her own forces. The MEF had shown considerable imagination and tactical sense, mustering their forces to strike north at the Princess supply line instead of being baited by her artillery strikes on the city. Unfortunately for them, Cornelia had prepared for such a contingency and her Nightmare Corps was positioned to perform a flanking maneuver. She would have liked to be in the first wave that struck the enemy, but a general fighting on the front lines was a general that was not paying attention to the bigger picture like she was supposed to. Still, rank did come with privileges, and once the situation was well in hand she had given Darlton command and took personal charge of the forces that moved in to cut off the MEF's retreat. By now evening was settling in and the Britannian forces were withdrawing to their own camps. Cornelia could see no sign of the patrols that were supposed to sweep the surrounding area for sneak attacks or enemy scouts, which was how it should be. If she could make out those patrols from her position, then the enemy could just as easily find them from theirs. Cornelia smiled proudly at the efficiency of the forces under her command. 3 months, that was how long it had taken Britannia to break the Middle East Federation, even with all the discreet support the European Union had funneled to their allies. With this, the conquest and formation of Area 18 was now an established fact. Cornelia could hand the land over to a regular officer and the bureaucrats and hurry to Area 11 now. Margrave Gotthold was supposed to be a competent officer, and Cornelia vaguely remembered having him under her command what seemed like a lifetime ago as part of Empress Marianne's royal guard, but Clovis had been murdered under that man's watch. Cornelia frowned. Just as the Empress had been murdered under hers. The Marshal shook herself. No, the same fate would not befall her beloved sister Yuffie. She would go to Area 11, whip its military into shape, and crush this insolent insurrection. This Cornelia swore. End of chapter 6. Hat, 2 cliffhangers, one scene-wise and one plot-wise. In real life, a general does not lead the charge against an enemy. A general stays behind the front lines to coordinate the battle. If you're Rommel, your definition of behind the front lines might be a bit looser than convention, but your primary responsibility is still to issue commands to the troops, not taking shots at the enemy yourself. And if as a general you do find yourself in that situation, then things have either gone completely to hell on you or you're incompetent. There is very little middle ground. But that probably isn't dramatic enough for anime. Let's see if I can make it dramatic in text. A big problem with having lots of characters is that they all need screen time to develop properly. Suzaku and CC have been kind of getting the short end of the stick the last chapter, which I need to avoid doing if I'm going to be able to employ them properly for the roles they are intended for. To make any of their actions believable, what they do has to make sense from the context of their personality. I think this was one of the major failings of the anime. Too often a character's development was dictated by the demands of the plot, and their way of thinking was abruptly changed to whatever was most convenient. That's not realistic and is likely a reason for why certain characters get a lot of hate. Though, having said that, if one hates a significantly large percentage of the characters, then, what exactly are you a fan of in Code Geass? Anyway, word count per chapter is highly likely to start climbing if it really does turn out I need to inject more scenes to develop the characters more thoroughly. I'm of two minds about that. As I said in Intune, I prefer to keep my chapters between 6,000 to 8,000 words. If I start regularly towing or breaching 9,000, that might end up being a bit tiring for people to read through. Anyway, I hope all of you are enjoying my vision of Euphemia. I really don't feel like the canon did her justice, and even in Nightmare of Nunnally it seemed like she just did not get enough screen time to shine. Colin, on the other hand, got railroaded into so many ridiculous things by the writers that even though she got loads of screen time, her character still felt underdeveloped. Drop a line if you've enjoyed a cold calculus thus far. Chapter 7. The rivalry between the Lady Colin Statfeld Kaujiki and Suzaku Kururugi was very much in the public's imagination upon their respective debuts on the battlefield. Even now, several generations later, the duels between the Red Queen and White Knight remain topics of considerable interest. The two are arguably the most talented Nightmare pilots of their day, and both brought their all as they fought over the future of Area 11. The battle between the two was after all not merely one of strength but also of opposing ideology. For much of their conflict, Kururugi represented collaboration and integration with the Empire, whereas Statfeld Kaujiki regarded such appeasement to be betrayal of their people. The final test for each ideology came, however, when the Black Rebellion erupted and both were confronted with the cost that upholding their ideals would entail. For one, it would be a defining moment. For the other, it would lead to a place in infamy. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 7, Rivales. Colin recognized the Japanese boy in the Ashford uniform immediately, and her mind raced. What was he doing here? He was a student? That was not entirely unheard of, Ashford was open to honorary as well as native Brightonians, but the cost of tuition put it well outside the range of most people regardless of their heritage. How had he gotten in then? He was just a foot soldier the last time she saw him. The boy turned and Colin tensed. CC moved a step to place herself subtly between Colin and the Japanese boy, a motion that was not lost upon the staff, rivals, and the boy himself. And then he bowed. Colin's jaw dropped. Of all the things she imagined he might do, accuse her of being a terrorist, attacking her ORCC, bowing was not amongst them. My apologies, miss, for the misunderstanding that happened upon our initial meeting, Suzaku said. I hope we can set that aside and start off on a proper footing. The other teachers and rivals now shifted their gaze to Colin to see how she would respond. The girl saw through immediately what the boy is trying to do. He knew that making a spectacle here would do him no good, no one would take his word over that of the Stotfeld daughter. If he reported back to his superiors they might believe him, but by then Colin would be long gone. On the other hand, if he could maintain freedom of movement he could report back to his superiors all the more quickly. Like hell she was going to let him pull that off. Before she could respond, however, CC intervened. What is thy name, boy? Suzaku looked at the green-haired woman in surprise. She spoke with a strange accent, but he understood the gist of her question. Suzaku Kururugi, he answered. And thou be of no harm to mine mistress? The woman asked. See, Cecilia, what are you doing? Colin hissed. The duty that was bestowed upon I, CC said. Observeth well, milady, dost thee sense duplicity in Monsieur Kururugi's words? Colin narrowed her eyes and regarded Suzaku closely. Her head throbbed slightly, but she ignored the slight headache. The boy's breathing was calm and his heartbeat slow and steady. There was no panicked excitement which one might expect from when a person was lying, and Suzaku held her gaze instead of trying to look away. He doesn't have to be outright lying to be dishonest, Colin said as her temper flared slightly. Who knows when he'll change his mind next? Suzaku knew perfectly well what the red-headed girl meant, and she was not entirely wrong. He was trying to buy time, but not to report to his superiors. He genuinely wanted to find a chance to speak with the girl, both girls, to understand just what had happened back in Shinjuku. If he could not convince her he was genuine about not wanting to cause her trouble here at school, she would disappear, and with her the secret of the supposed poison gas, the green-hair girl whose name of Cecilia was obviously a fake. Lady Stotfeld, do you know the transfer student somehow? The teacher Colin and CC had been speaking with before interrupted. Lady, that meant she was somehow associated with the nobility, Suzaku noted. Yet she had been in Shinjuku as a resistance fighter. The girl was quite the enigma. We met a few days ago, Colin stated flatly. It was not a pleasant meeting. Suzaku winced. It had not exactly been pleasant for him either, even if he lived through it. I understand that you may resent me for what happened that day, Lady Stotfeld, Suzaku said, but I bear you no animosity. I am glad that both you and Ms. Cecilia are fine. Dropping their names like that might not have been very tactful, but Suzaku was running out of options. The girl was obviously not willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, not surprising considering her attitude in the tunnel. She saw him as some kind of racial traitor, though seeing her here at a Brightonian school and finding out she had some kind of relation to nobility made things more than a bit confusing. Unless the circumstances of her birth were not civil? Suzaku winced inside. That was an all too likely possibility considering some of the abuses the nobility had committed over the years. That might well explain the girl's anger towards the Brightonian system despite apparently benefiting quite handily from it. It also made it all the more imperative Suzaku got a chance to actually speak with her privately, to make the girl aware of what Princess Euphemia was trying to do. Surely that would help lessen some of the bitterness the girl felt. Thou shalt find deeds greater than words where mine charge be concerned, boy, the woman called Cecilia said before looking over at Colin. Milady, I suggest thou stayeth thy hand till the sooth of his words be beheld. He may be a carl but not necessarily be he a blackguard. Colin frowned at CC, but dared she risk it? If Suzaku really was only buying time, then walking out of here and leaving him alone would simply see a squad of soldiers come down on her by day's end. But CC was right about one thing, the boy was not lying right now. This meant he wanted something badly enough from her that he was prepared to forego reporting her long enough to get it. Colin just needed to figure out what it was and keep the boy from getting it, at least long enough for her to make her own contingencies and perhaps even eliminate the liability the boy represented. Maybe even the boy himself. Is there anything else you need, Mr. Reeds? Colin asked her homeroom teacher. The man cleared his throat. That should be all, Colin. He had switched to a less formal form of address now that he was not speaking for Suzaku's sake. Your health monitor is now authorized to accompany you while on school grounds, though I think I speak for all of your teachers that we sincerely hope there never arises a need where her presence is a necessity. Colin smiled and bowed. I thank you for the sentiment, Mr. Reeds. I will see you in class. As the girl left the room she pointedly did not look at Suzaku. C.C.'s gaze however lingered. I trust thou will not be so couth as to levant from milady, she said pointedly before departing herself. What does Levant mean? Suzaku wondered aloud. To leave without settling debts, Rivalds said behind him. The boy turned to regard his guide. Rivalds simply shrugged. We just finished a Shakespeare unit in class. He gazed at the two departing girls. Though what in the world did you do to get Colin Stotfeld mad at you? Suzaku sighed. There was a misunderstanding when we first met a couple of days ago. Some people on both sides got hurt. A minor understatement that. If Suzaku was right about the green-haired girl, the three of them were the only survivors of the tunnel skirmish. And while he had been recovering in a field hospital, Colin had launched a counterattack against the Brightonian forces that culminated in Prince Clovis' assassination. Though as Princess Euphemia had pointed out, they did not really know who actually carried out the murder. It might have been the resistance group Colin was associated with, or it might have been another group taking advantage of the chaos. He should not jump to conclusions, that would only get more people hurt. You'll want to get that cleared up right quick, Rivalds said. Colin's really popular in the school, and if the guys think you did something to hurt her, well. Suzaku grimaced. That would make his school life more or less unbearable if it came to that. Is there a way that I can get in touch with her? He asked. Well, since she is attending class today, she'll probably be dropping by the student council, Rivalds said. She's our newest member. You could try coming after school. Thanks, Rivalds, Suzaku said. I appreciate it. The teen chuckled and clapped Suzaku on the back. Hey, you don't seem to be a bad fella. And if it really is an understanding, it wouldn't be fair for you to get your chops busted over it. Suzaku smiled. The other teen might not have understood the significance of his words, but the Japanese and Suzaku did. Too many people would have automatically assumed Suzaku was in the wrong, especially when the person he supposedly wronged was the daughter of a noble. But Rivalds was treating him just like any other person and was willing to give him a chance. Suzaku prayed that he would not let the other student down. As Millie watched the other members of the student council work, she felt a tinge of worry. The source of that worry was the red-headed girl working sedately through the club finance requests the council had received. Her personal assistant, a French girl with exotic green hair, was also lending a hand. A brief exchange of words was all Millie needed to know that she would like the French girl, assuming everything else worked out. The current issue lay with Colin herself. While Millie had had many reasons for extending Colin an invitation to the student council, the only reason the red-haired girl was allowed this close to Millie's friends and little sister was because the student council president had been certain that deep down Colin was a kind person. Millie considered herself an excellent judge of character, but no one was perfect. Could Colin be her one great mistake? Time to find out. Colin, Millie called to the girl. The girl said, looking up at her senior. Do you have something against Suzaku Kururugi? Colin's face twisted into a scowl that was quickly smoothed out into simple displeasure. Boy, did she have it in for him. He and I are in disagreement right now, Colin said cryptically. Is it because he's an 11? Millie asked. No. Colin said, the scowl returning with force and causing Shirley and Nina to jump slightly. Millie raised an eyebrow. She had not been expecting such a vehement denial, which either made it true or Colin was seeking refuge in audacity. Seeing how quickly the girl had snapped and the sharpness of her eyes, Millie was inclined to believe it was the former, for now at least. Sorry, Colin said to the other girls. No, I don't really care that he's an 11. Though since he's an honorary Brightonian, I guess he's technically not an 11 anymore. Millie cocked her head to the side. You don't agree with the honorary Brightonian system? It feels too fake, Colin said. I mean, the people who become honorary Brightonians aren't really Brightonians, and they're not really treated with much dignity, even if legally they're supposed to have most of the rights that we do. At the same time, they're renouncing whatever their original heritage is. Can you really trust someone who respects their own heritage so little that they would discard it like that? Colin may not have meant to reveal it, but it was pretty obvious to Millie just what her disagreement with Suzaku was. Colin was proud, Millie could see that now. Not that pride was entirely a bad thing if it was in moderation. If the situation were reversed and Brightonians were the second-class citizens, Colin would be unlikely to bow down to whomever had conquered her people. She would fight, even if her frail body meant she would only end up in an early grave if she did. I understand what you mean, Millie said, but try to remember that not everything is black and white. You don't think it's right that a person forgets their heritage? Well, I'll bet you that some honorary Brightonians think the same and that they feel really torn up inside about their choice. Do you think your scorn makes them feel any better? Maybe they shouldn't feel better, Colin said, though the redhead averted her eyes. Stubborn, Colin was definitely stubborn, Millie decided, but deep down she was a kind person. Off to Colin's side, CC chuckled. Thy speech be most eloquent, Mademoiselle la Presidente. Why thank you, Cecilia, Millie said with a grin before looking back at Colin. Anyway, I think there's probably more to Suzaku's situation than meets the eye. Do you know who he's the son of? No, not really, Colin said with a shake of her head. Genbu Kururugi, Millie said, the last Prime Minister of Japan. The redhead's eyes widened. Wait, he's an honorary Brightonian. Millie nodded. So don't be too hard on him, I'm sure his own feelings are all sorts of complicated. Alright, I get your point, Colin said. Millie smiled. Having said that, I need to ask you a favor. Colin regarded the girl warily. If it's about Suzaku I can't make any promises. It is about him and it does involve a promise, but not in the way you think, Millie said. Suzaku actually serves in the military, though he seems to be part of a research group instead of as a soldier. Colin's eyes narrowed, a reaction not lost upon Millie. Oh. Anyway, I'd like to keep Nunnally as uninvolved with anything military related as possible, so could you not talk about her at all if you ever do speak with Suzaku? The girl was right, that was not what Colin had in mind when Millie first broached the favor. Is there a reason behind keeping him away from Nunnally? Colin asked. Something happened when Nunnally was a child, Millie said with obvious reluctance. Recalling her senior's little sister was confined to a wheelchair, Colin held up a hand. You can stop there, I understand. Thanks Colin, Millie said with a wide smile. This means a lot to me. Hey, this should be straightforward enough, Colin said, seeing as I don't really expect to talk to him again. Millie's gaze wandered over to Rivalt's, a gaze that Colin's own followed. You might need to. By tomorrow half the campus will know you have beef with Suzaku, and if it doesn't get cleared up quick he's going to have all the boys after him, seeking to defend your honor. You don't want him dead that bad, do you? You'd be surprised, Colin muttered under her breath before sighing. Fine, I'll try to clear the air between us. But that doesn't mean I'm going to like him. Fair enough, Millie said with a smile. A knock sounded on the door and Shirley stood to answer it. The girl opened it wider a few moments later to reveal a somewhat tired-looking Suzaku standing there. And speak of the devil, Millie said. Now's as good a time as any. Colin sighed. You planned this, didn't you? Yes and no, Millie said. Rivalt's told me he would probably be dropping by to talk to you after school, but I had no idea when exactly he would show up. I see, Colin said dryly as she stood. I shall remember this, President. Millie flashed a smile. I await with trepidation. With a most unladylike snort, Colin pushed herself away from the table and walked over to the door with CC in tow. Shirley flashed the two reassuring smiles before leaving them alone. Once she was out of earshot, Colin turned to regard Suzaku. What? We need to talk, Suzaku said in an almost pained tone. So, talk, Colin said. Suzaku glanced over her shoulder at the rest of the student council. Amongst them Millie was not even bothering to pretend she was not straining an ear in their direction, though cupping one ear with her hand was rather audacious even for the Ashford girl. Colin sighed. Fine, we'll take it up to the roof, she said, but if you try anything funny I won't hesitate to toss you off it. Suzaku smiled weakly and held up his hands. I just want to talk, I mean it. Sure, and the moment you hear something you don't like you'll run back to your masters like a good loyal dog, Colin said dismissively. Suzaku frowned. I'm serious, Colin-san. I do want to talk to you, but please don't assume that means I'm going to just roll over for you. If it looks like you're the one that doesn't want to listen, then I have a duty as an honorary Brightonian to report you. Colin's eyes narrowed dangerously. And what would a person who abandoned his heritage know about duty? I haven't abandoned my heritage, Suzaku said. I may be an honorary Brightonian, but that doesn't mean I've stopped being Japanese. Before Colin could respond, CC chuckled from behind. Ah, so thou hast chosen to forge thy own portion, the girl said. Suzaku looked helplessly at Colin. Portion, oh, destiny, Colin said, finding the word in her memory. Does she, always speak like that? Suzaku asked the red-haired girl. Yes, Colin said with a sigh before shaking her head. Come on, let's get up to the rooftop. I'm pretty sure Millie will be leaning against the door trying to eavesdrop if we stand around here much longer. Suzaku nodded and followed the two. With classes over for the day, those students still on campus and not on their way home or back in the dorms or common areas were busy with clubs, and thus they had the halls more or less to themselves. That was probably for the best, as there was no telling what rumors would start flying around if someone saw Suzaku with Colin and the green-haired girl. Not that there were not already enough rumors as it was, Suzaku thought glumly. He had spent most of lunch dodging other male students who thought he had somehow offended Colin instead of eating lunch. That might also have been for the best despite his rumbling stomach. Cecile meant well, but her taste buds were remarkably flexible. All right, we're here, Colin said as the three stepped out onto the roof of the main campus building. What did you want to talk about? Suzaku took a deep breath. From their brief exchange thus far, he already knew Colin was passionate about her beliefs and regarded him as a sort of racial traitor. That was not an uncommon reaction towards honorary Brightonians, from their own people and native Brightonians both. That should not have been how it was, and Suzaku was determined to do his part to change that. Before I start, I ask that you let me finish speaking before you try to dispute my viewpoint, Suzaku said. Colin regarded him thoughtfully before simply nodding. Thanks, Suzaku said with a slight smile. The girl's face remained impassive. I recognize that the Empire is responsible for a lot of suffering. It's the one that invaded Japan and killed so many people after all. I don't dispute that things are likely to be better if Britannia never invaded or if it was pushed out successfully. But the fight to throw them out is getting a lot of people killed, people not even involved in the resistance movement and who don't want to be, who just want to live their lives as best they can. I don't think it's fair that those people get dragged into the fight. Colin frowned but held her peace. What Suzaku said made sense, but if he used that as a way to appeal to some collaborationist ideology, she would toss him off the roof and worry about the consequences later. I want to help make my people's lives better, Suzaku continued. I don't want to get a lot of them killed in the process, which is what defeating the Empire militarily would entail, because let's face it, the Britannia of now would never leave Japan willingly. But there is a way to make things better, if we can make the Empire itself a better place. If we can turn the Empire into a more tolerant place, a place where there's no distinction between native and honorary Britannians, no difference between Britannians or Japanese or any other ethnic group, then we can end the suffering our people are going through. They can live the lives they want, the lives they deserve. You'll be long dead before that happens, Colin said, breaking her silence. Suzaku smiled wearily. Maybe. Even probably. But someone has to take that first step, or the journey will never be started. CC let out a low whistle next to Colin. 'Tis be a man that stands before us, milady. An idealist, mayhaps even a mooncalf, but a man nonetheless. 'Tis a hard path he has chooseth to walk. Fool, Colin said just as Suzaku glanced at her again. Mooncalf means fool. Suzaku chuckled dryly. I suppose I would seem foolish to some people, but I still believe in my course. Colin stared at Suzaku. And what makes you think the Empire is even capable of changing? What makes you think the nobility would allow that kind of change to happen? Well, you're of the nobility, right? Suzaku reminded the girl. You want Britannia to change, don't you? The boy was at least not a complete idiot, Colin conceded privately. Idiotically naive, but not just plain idiotic. I am half Japanese, Colin stated. Were that to become public knowledge, noble society would shun me almost immediately. Not all of them, Suzaku insisted. Princess Euphemia wouldn't. Colin snorted. The new viceroy? She's Clovis' sister. Do you really expect me to believe she's cut from a different cloth? She is different, Suzaku stated confidently. The princess wants to eliminate the corruption and mistreatment that was so prevalent during Clovis' reign. And you honestly believe her? Colin said incredulously. Do you believe everyone who spouts that kind of rhetoric? It's not just words, Suzaku insisted. You saw the news, right? That Britannian captain being court-martialed for what he was doing in the ghettos. Yeah, I saw her clamping down on a source of potential political opposition within the military, Colin countered. Suzaku frowned. Is that all you're able to see? And are you so blind that never even occurred to you? Why did it take until that captain was publicly shown up for the princess to take action if she was so serious about putting an end to all the corruption and abuse? Or are you going to make up some excuse about how she needs time? Well, every minute, hour, day that your precious princess doesn't crack down on people like that captain is more time for them to make others suffer. You don't want more people to die? Well, I've got news for you, they're dying right now because they can't get medicine, can't get food, or because they've lost all hope. Some people can't wait, Suzaku, and your princess inaction is costing those people their lives. The glower that Colin was delivering was impressive, and it took some effort for the boy to not back away. There was no denying the validity of her points, but Suzaku believed with all his heart that in the long run his way was better. Colin likely understood that, but it was clear that she simply had no faith in him or the princess. That was fair enough, she did not know him, and the only reference she had was when the two were down in the tunnels trying to kill each other. She had also not met Euphemia either, so she would not have experienced the princess' willful conviction firsthand. Would you be willing to at least talk to the princess? Suzaku asked. Colin frowned. Why should I? Because I'd like you to at least give her a chance to convince you that she really does want to make things better. And how do I know this isn't some attempt on your part to stall so you can call in reinforcements to arrest me? Colin pressed. I've had all day to do that, Suzaku pointed out. If you think that gives you any credit, you think too highly of yourself, Colin replied. I do not trust you, Suzaku Kururugi. Your actions and convictions do not suggest integrity, they suggest a self-absorbed need for vindication. You want me to give the princess a chance to explain myself? Why? So that I'll agree that you were right and I was wrong? You think too highly of yourself, Suzaku. Other people's lives do not exist for your own self-satisfaction. Suzaku felt as if he had been punched. Was that really how he appeared to Colin? No, she was just being bitter. She had to be. He was trying to help people, trying to make sure as few people as possible died on both sides. Why could Colin not see that? Why did she refuse to see that? Why can't you see the harm you're causing? Suzaku asked. The people you're killing and getting killed. I do see them, Colin replied coldly. And then she blinked. That's it. Suzaku frowned, almost daring to hope. What? You feel guilty, Colin said. You're trying to make yourself feel better about having to kill your own people as a Britannian soldier. That's why you're so dogged about the whole reforming the empire from the inside. It's got nothing to do with making things better for our people, it's about your own goddamn sense of guilt. Suzaku staggered back. You're wrong. Suzaku shouted. I do want to make things better. Then why can you only think of your way as the only way? Colin snapped. You're placing your own self-satisfaction above our own people and you're too fucking blind to see it. The boy clutched his head. No, you're wrong, all you're doing is getting more people killed. All I'm doing is getting shitheads like you killed, Colin countered. Do you really expect me to feel bad about that? With a scream Suzaku lunged at Colin, but before the girl even had a chance to defend herself a blur flashed past her and Suzaku's head slammed against the roof. The boy moaned pitifully as CC kept him pinned. Raise thy hand against milady again, cad, and thou shalt meet thy maker this day. You what are you? Suzaku asked. You were in that container, there was supposed to be poison gas but you were inside instead. 'Tis most impolite to inquire a lady's secrets, CC said with a harsh grin. Are you done? Colin asked, towering over the boy. Or should I have Cecilia toss you over the fence and tell the police you tried to assault me? Whose word will they believe, I wonder, an honorary Britannian or the Stotfeld daughter? I thought you hated how nobles abused their power, Suzaku said bitterly. And I thought you wanted to reform the system from inside out, Colin replied. Or are you saying that what you just tried now wasn't attempted assault? Despite him being the one on the ground, Suzaku had to admit Colin had a point. She really could go to the police and claim completely truthfully he made the first move. She would not even need to rely on her standing as a noble's daughter, they would believe her without hesitation just because he was an 11. Worst of all, however, was what Lloyd and Cecile might think. They had done so much for him, could he repay them by causing a scandal of such magnitude? We're done, Suzaku finally said. I can't hear you, Colin said, leaning over. We're done, Suzaku said louder. I won't report you to my superiors and I won't cause any more trouble for you at school. The way the girl eyed him was unnerving, it was as if she could see right through him. Would she actually believe him? Or would she choose to follow through with a more permanent solution? Suzaku did not want to hurt her, but he would fight back. Assuming of course he was even a match for the two girls. I'll take your word for it, Colin finally said, for whatever that word is worth. A slight irritation burned inside Suzaku. If she held his word in so low regard, why was she accepting it? But he knew. She had really managed to peg him. After being so dismissed, there was no way his pride would allow him to break that word, at least for a while. I just ask one thing in return, Suzaku said. What, you want me to get the boys off your back? Speaking of which, the angle that Colin was standing at was starting to make things incredibly awkward. Suzaku looked away, hoping that his blush would go unnoticed. No, that's not it, he said quickly. I just want you to keep an open mind, to look objectively at what the princess is doing. Give her a chance to prove herself instead of just dismissing her out of hand. Colin raised an eyebrow. Fine, I'll do that. But if she turns out to be another Clovis, don't expect any of us to hold back. Suzaku winced at that, seeing as Clovis had ultimately paid with his life for his actions in Japan. Hey, why are you blushing? Colin suddenly asked. He winced again. Oh crap. Oh you pervert. The last thing Suzaku remembered was a kick to his head. It was a most familiar sensation, providing final confirmation that Colin really was the girl he met down in the tunnels. Not that said confirmation was needed or wanted at this point. Thou art certain the boy will keep his word? CC asked as the two left the unconscious Suzaku on the roof. For now at least, Colin said. We're going to need to prepare some contingencies though, in case we need to bug out quickly. Prudent, CC agreed, though I be loath to abandon the comforts thy degree bestows. Don't get too comfy, Colin said. We're fighting a war, not having a weekend picnic. For the meantime though, I'm going to need to talk to Ogai about this. If Suzaku really is telling the truth about the new viceroy, we may need to adjust our strategy. Methinks the boy was earnest. Me too, but what he believes and what is really the case are two different things, Colin said, circling down the stairs back into the hallways. He might just be deluding himself because he needs to believe that what he's doing will make a difference. As they rounded a corner, a brunette nearly bumped into Colin. Ah, Colin, there you are. Shirley exclaimed. Oh, Shirley, you were looking for me. Colin said, her face reverting to a more relaxed expression. Well, you were gone for a long time, so Millie got a bit worried and so I volunteered to go look for you. The girl looked about. Is everything settled between you and Suzaku? Colin thought for a moment before responding. No, not really. But so long as he stays away from me I don't expect there to be any problems. Oh, I see, Shirley said with a frown. He didn't seem a bad sort when he came with Princess Euphemia. Hey? He came with the princess? Colin said in surprise. The other girl nodded. She introduced him and asked us to look out for him while he was attending Ashford. You weren't here for that, since Millie didn't want to keep you around that late. Colin thought back, recalling the day when Millie had cancelled the meeting. She had not thought to ask, only focusing on the opportunity it gave her to slip out of the ghettos with CC. Apparently that was an oversight. I wouldn't say he's a bad person, Colin found herself slightly backtracking. He and I just don't see eye to eye on a few things. It'd be better if we didn't bump into each other and end up causing more friction to develop between us, that's all. Is that so? Shirley said thoughtfully, stroking her chin. Might it be that you're interested in him? No, Colin said immediately and firmly while CC did not try very hard to suppress a snicker. Well if you say it that way then that's probably not it, Shirley said. Anyway, is there anything else that needs to be done today? Colin asked, changing the subject as quickly as she could. Oh, no, we've finished the work for today, Shirley said. You really were gone for a while, you know. Colin offered the girl a reassuring smile. Sorry about that, Shirley. And thanks for coming for me. No problem, the girl said with a bright smile. You're a friend on the student council, of course we'd worry. Shirley Fenette, Colin mused, was a carefree girl that did not seem to think too much about the harshness of the world around her. That however did not make her a bad person. Say, Shirley, what do you think of the new viceroy, Princess Euphemia? She's rather young for such a position, at least I think so, Shirley said, tapping her fingers together. Let's see, she's I think the third princess? And I think she's actually sixth in line to the throne. That's pretty impressive actually, didn't we learn in class that the emperor decides the succession purely at his own discretion? Something like that, Colin said, though he's supposed to take into account the opinions of the great peers of the court. Right, Shirley said with a nod. Say, you really do know your stuff even with missing so much class. Colin smiled wearily. Being in bed all the time means I have lots of time to read. I'm sorry, Shirley said quickly. I didn't mean to, I mean. It's all right, Colin assured the girl, her smile taking on a gentler appearance. But anyway, I just wanted to hear what your personal opinion on the princess was. Not just her official position, but her as a person since you met her. Well she seemed very nice, Shirley said. She's actually enrolled in the school, but can't actually sit classes because of her duties. She worked out an arrangement with the headmaster for her to do schoolwork and sit exams remotely. Colin frowned thoughtfully. That's interesting. She does seem to take education seriously, well, more seriously than me, Shirley said with a chuckle. Maybe that's why she helped sponsor Suzaku for the school. Maybe, Colin muttered. Shirley glanced over at the girl. You know, if you want to learn more about the princess you should probably ask Millie. Colin looked over quizzically. Millie. The brunette nodded. Yep. Millie's family used to be nobles before, well, political stuff happened. Colin chuckled. It was very much like Shirley to describe the cutthroat politics of the imperial court as stuff. Anyway, she used to live in Pendragon and knows the princess from back then, Shirley said, brushing aside the obvious unpleasantness for why Millie no longer lived in the capital. I see, Colin said. Thanks Shirley. The girl responded with a bright smile as they reached the student council room. Happy to help. As the door opened an excited voice called out. Ah, Colin. Shirley, get her in here. Without hesitation Shirley took hold of Colin's hand and pulled her deeper into the room. This time Colin remembered not to resist and so was dragged in without much difficulty by the officially stronger swim team girl. President, target retrieved. Shirley said with one arm raised. Excellent. Rivals, out. Yes ma'am, the boy said with a chuckle. As he passed Colin he gave her a wink, leaving the girl only more confused. What's going on? Colin asked. Well it's just that as a member of the student council we need to get your measurements. Millie said with a huge grin. Colin's head snapped to face the beaming girl. Hey. You've at least heard of all the events we hold on campus right? Millie explained. Well the student council has a responsibility to take the lead and dress appropriately for whatever theme we're doing. The swimsuit day, the ballroom dress day, Nina counted off a few examples. Seeing as you'll also be joining us, we need to get your measurements so that we can make sure we get clothes that will fit you. Millie said cheerfully. It took a few more seconds for those words to register. Wait. Millie glanced over at CC. I'm sure you agree, Mademoiselle Cloutier, that engaging in group activities will help maintain Lady Statfeld's spirit. Colin's head now snapped to gaze at CC. A look of horror appeared on the redhead's face as she saw the amusement written all over the other girl's expression. Verily so, CC said with a grin that matched Millie's. Please proceed, Mademoiselle La Presidente. Merci, Mademoiselle Cloutier. Wait. Colin protested. Don't I get a say in this? Don't bother, resist, it'll just prolong things, Millie said, chuckling. On second thought, resist all you want, we'll just get to enjoy it longer. A cry of despair echoed from the student council room and Rivals mentally pictured what was going on inside. It did kind of suck being stuck out here like this, but it was a small price to pay to otherwise be involved in Millie's antics. Interesting times took on a whole different meaning with Ashford's student council president, that was for sure. Lieutenant Colonel Kyohiro Todo stepped an ornately decorated Japanese-style room. He came to a halt before a false wall with screens over 6 alcoves. I have arrived per your summons, honored representatives of Kyoto, Todo said with a low bow. Please, make yourself comfortable, Lieutenant Colonel, the figure behind the center-left alcove said. My thanks, Todo replied before settling down onto his knees. A situation has arisen, one that requires great care in its handling, another voice spoke up. The Numbers Administration Council has been instructed to send representatives to Clovis Memorial Ceremony, representatives drawn from all of the noble houses. We dare not decline, but Britannia is unlikely to move against us at such public an event, a third voice said. The new viceroy, however, has made an interesting request. She has invited Kirihara-sama and Sumeragi-sama to direct one-on-one meetings after the ceremony. That was interesting, Todo agreed. Prince Clovis had tended to keep the members of the NAC at arm's length, barely acknowledging their existence even at official events that required their presence. And while the Princess Euphemia might have a straightforward reason to speak with Kirihara Tezu, the official Japanese leader of the NAC, her reasons for wanting to meet with Sumeragi Kagaya, the youngest representative, was more ambiguous. As I have said, we do not suspect treachery, the voice continued. It would however be prudent to take measures to ensure the safety of Kirihara-sama and Sumeragi-sama. The difficulty is how to do so without arousing Britannia's suspicions or offending their sensibilities. Todo nodded in acknowledgement of the point. We thus come to you, Lieutenant Colonel Todo, the first voice said. The princess has granted Kirihara-sama and Sumeragi-sama permission to bring along one retainer to their respective meetings. We request that members of the Four Holy Swords might be available to serve in this capacity. We are at your command, Todo said, bowing his head. My warriors will not allow any harm to come to Kirihara-dano and Sumeragi-dano while they draw breath. Excellent, one of the representatives said. In addition, we feel that it would be beneficial if your subordinates might be instructed to make note of any martial matters that may arise in conversation and advise their respective charges accordingly. So the 6 houses intended this to use the meeting with the viceroy to both gauge the princess' political position and what her intentions might be in dealing with the various resistance movements. Clever, assuming the princess did not find out and take umbrage at such discourtesy. I will instruct them to do so, Todo said however. The shadow shifted, indicating a nod. We thank you for your service, Lieutenant Colonel. So dismissed, Todo bowed before retreating out of the room, already considering how best to complete his mission. Senba was old but wise, and seeing as the Britannians were unlikely to actually threaten the NAC representatives, his mind was important than any dulling of his form. He would do well as Kirihara-dano's escort. The question was who should escort Sumeragi-dano. No, there was no question, seeing as there was only one answer. Chiba was the only appropriate choice here. She was one of the younger members of the swords, but her mind was as sharp as any of Todo's other blades. Chiba would guard the young Sumeragi heir well and see that the right questions be asked. And maybe they would all find out from just what cloth this Princess Euphemia was cut. Might Japan have received a viceroy that had the vision to see beyond her own self-importance? Todo would not be holding his breath on that count. But neither would he dismiss that possibility out of hand completely. He might be a mere soldier, but he understood the political realities of the day. It was Britannia that held the fate of Japan in its palm, not the people to whom the land rightfully belonged to. As such, it was up to the viceroy, representative of Britannia's will, whether the Japanese suffered or prospered. That may yet change in the future, but they lived in the present. Todo eagerly awaited to see what kind of present their new viceroy would deliver, and what kind of future she would promise. Suzaku did not know how long he had been out for, but with the fading light it was obvious evening was almost upon them. The boy rubbed his head, wincing at the bruise from Colin's kick. He had learned that the noble girl was reputed to be sickly and frail. At this point he did not doubt for a moment that that was all just an act. Colin Stotfeld could be absolutely merciless when she was given cause, and in some respects Suzaku knew he was technically at fault. Picking up a girl's skirt was not something a gentleman should do after all. Well, might as well get back to the barracks, the boy muttered to himself. Picking himself up, Suzaku brushed off his uniform before heading to the roof door. He gave the handle a twist but all he got was a clicking sound. R. The boy twisted again. R. The door was locked. Suzaku looked around. Now how was he supposed to get down from here? End of chapter 7. Note, I already mentioned this in an addendum like 2 chapters back, but the way that the 6 houses get referred to will be following a convention. See said addendum for more details. I need to time my releases better. Within 24 hours of my update my thing gets buried by 6 other works? Yet, not really the best way to achieve exposure. No, I don't think I'm going to do a CCX call in pairing either. My head hurts just thinking of how that would even work with the 2's personalities. It'd probably be hilarious, but I'd probably hate every moment of coming up with ways to write it. Peitan would have been perfect for a role I need filled later on. Unfortunately in the real world by the time Code Geass takes place he's already dead and buried. So I'll need to find someone else's name to drag through the mud. It's actually kind of amazing, the bulk of this chapter was taken up with 2 scenes. I'm not really sure I moved the plot along that much, but this is just more setup. I have plans for what the next action-related sequence will be, but Code Geass has a lot of dialogue-heavy vibes due to a lot of stuff being centered on opposing ideology. Granted, the ideology on display in Code Geass has about the complexity of a brick and the consistency of Swiss cheese. The series itself can get really wordy in places. The characters and plot could have been so much more interesting if the writers had bothered adding some actual depth to the characters or making them think beyond their initial intentions. But no, we got the mess that was the second season where the idiot ball got tossed back and forth between almost all of the characters. Having said all that, this FIC is moving a lot more slowly than In Tune was at this point. Or at least it feels like it. I'll have to see if I need to adjust pacing or just start pumping out longer chapters to cram in everything I want to happen, and to hell with my self-imposed word limits. Oh, for those people who don't want to get too spoiled by the opening snippets, I'll be putting ratings on how spoiling I consider each snippet at the end of the notes from now on. Anyway, if you've enjoyed, leave a review. If you have questions, leave a review. If you have complaints, leave a review. I think I answered all questions thus far asked. What is thy name, boy? What is your name, boy? And thou be of no harm to mine mistress? And you are no danger to my mistress? The duty that was bestowed upon I observeth well, milady. Dost thee sense duplicity in Monsieur Kuruigi's words? The duty I was given. Look carefully, milady, does Monsieur Kuruigi seem to be lying? Thou shalt find deeds greater than words where mine charge be concerned, boy. Milady, I suggest thou stayeth thy hand till the sooth of his words be beheld. He may be a carl but not necessarily be he a blackguard. You will find deeds greater than words as far as my charge is concerned, boy. Milady, I suggest you stay your hand until the truth of the matter is determined. He may be commoner but he is not necessary a scoundrel. I trust thou will not be so couth as to levant from milady. I trust you will not be so crass as to run away before the matter is settled. Thy speech be most eloquent, Mademoiselle la Presidente. You are most eloquent, Madame President. Ah, so thou hast chosen to forge thy own portion. Aha, so you have chosen to forge your own destiny. 'Tis be a man that stands before us, milady. An idealist, mayhaps even a mooncalf, but a man nonetheless. 'Tis a hard path he has chooseth to walk. A man stands before us, milady. An idealist, maybe even a foo, but a man nonetheless. It is a hard path he has chosen to walk. Raise thy hand against milady again, cad, and thou shalt meet thy maker this day. Raise your hand against milady again, cad means someone who behaves dishonorably towards women, and you shall meet your maker this day. 'Tis most impolite to inquire a lady's secrets. It is most impolite to inquire about a lady's secrets. Verily so. Please proceed, Mademoiselle la Presidente. Indeed. Please proceed, Madam President. Snippet spoiler, minimal. Chapter 8. The challenges the Princess Euphemia faced in her governorship of Area 11 were both numerous and all too often potentially fatal. As a princess of the realm, however, few Brightonnians could overtly challenge Her Highness' decrees, and as such opposition to her reforms by necessity needed to be indirect. The princess was of course aware of this, hence the complete restructuring of the cabinet she inherited from her brother. Opposition within the military was both trickier to handle but more straightforward to suppress. Initially, Margrave Gottwald's staunch public support for the princess deprived the opposition of a visible figure to rally behind, and his reputation and professionalism easily eclipsed any other potential malcontent. The arrival of Princess Cornelia Lee Britannia, Marshal of the Empire, put paid to any further thoughts of mutiny within the ranks. But opposition to the Princess Euphemia did not disappear completely, and combined with the staunch resistance of various Japanese liberation movements, a dangerous combination brewed, culminating in a series of threats to the princess' life. Toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 8, Dum in Vicem Rarsisacur Remus. Suzaku, what happened? The boy grew maced. Count on Cecile to notice his somewhat beat-up visage. I got into a misunderstanding at school, Suzaku said. A misunderstanding? The captain said with a raised eyebrow. And what was the source of this misunderstanding? How to explain this? He could not exactly tell Cecile the whole truth, but he might be able to get away with telling her just enough of the truth. I accidentally saw under the skirt of a girl, Suzaku said with an all too real blush. She has a lot of admirers and they decided to take offense for her. Well, she took offense too. Cecile regarded the boy before sighing. And on your first day too. I'm really sorry Cecile-san, Suzaku said with a bow. I really didn't mean for this to happen. It's all right, Cecile said. Have you apologized to the girl? Yes, Suzaku said. And she didn't forgive you, Cecile surmised. Yes, Suzaku said more quietly. Have you considered asking the student council for some help on this? No, I should take responsibility for my own mistakes, Suzaku said. Even if it was an accident I should still take care of it myself. Cecile smiled gently at the boy. Don't try to shoulder too much by yourself, Suzaku. Remember, you're not alone. Thanks Cecile-san, Suzaku said with a grateful smile of his own. I won't. Good. Now come along, we need to get you fitted for your new uniform. The boy blinked dumbly. My what? Princess Cornelia is arriving tomorrow and the Viceroy has ordered a full honor guard for her, Cecile explained. As the pilot of the Lancelot she has requested your presence so we need to get you a proper dress uniform. Princess asked for me to be there. Suzaku said disbelievingly. Cecile nodded. It's quite the privilege. You'll be representing all of us here at the ASEC, so do your best Suzaku. Yes ma'am. Euphemia regarded the report before her desk with thoughtful consideration. Captain Mucklin's court-martial was stirring up all sorts of reactions within the political and military circles of Area 11. Most people could read the lines and surmised correctly that Euphemia did not approve of the mistreatment of 11s even if officially the captain was being charged for attempting to circumvent an order issued by a member of the imperial family. Such a crime when committed by a commissioned officer was serious enough to warrant a full panel seeing as one possible punishment could be death. As it was the captain was almost certainly going to be stripped of his rank and dishonorably discharged from the military. The captain would serve as an example, but changing the culture of the Britannian forces stationed in Area 11 would be a long and arduous task, a point reinforced by the report she was now reviewing. Corruption in the military took many forms with the wanton abuse 11s were subjected to during policing actions but one part. Participation in the area's grey economy by soldiers was another problem of varying degrees. A major one was the disposal of weapons in the black market, ranging from small arms all the way up to nightmare frames. The latter should not have been possible but after careful examination of industrial activity in the area Euphemia found a curious anomaly in the records supposedly certifying the scrapping of obsolete Glasgows left over from the invasion. The scrapping of so many nightmares should have resulted in a marked decrease of commodity prices with the increased supply of metal and other recyclable materials. That decrease did not appear to have ever happened, indicating a very high probability of the Glasgows not being scrapped. The question then became where did they go? A conspiracy of this scale would have required immense resources, not just to move all of the nightmares but also to manipulate the paperwork of the Britannian bureaucracy to hide said movement. That suggested the involvement of the industrialists that made up the Numbers Administration Council, which further suggested the Japanese Liberation Front was the ultimate recipient of those nightmares. As inferior as they were to the Sutherlands and the next generation Gloucesters now coming into service, that many nightmares in resistance hands could still prove a potent challenge should open conflict erupt in Area 11. Preventing that from happening would be no easy task. A knock sounded, drawing Yuffie's attention. Enter. The sturdy old man that entered bowed. Your Highness. Yuffie smiled. Reuben, thank you very much for coming. Please, sit. Thank you Highness, Reuben said as he walked over and settled into one of the chairs. I trust you find your office adequate for your needs. Indeed Highness, Reuben said, a corner of his mouth quirking into a smile. You have a most efficient staff, I wonder whether I can really be of help. Believe me, all of them are glad that you are here, Yuffie said with a chuckle. They already feel slightly less overworked. Reuben responded with a laugh of his own. Then I suppose I should begin demonstrating my usefulness. The man pulled out the folder under his shoulder. I have assembled a list of individuals whose integrity and competency I trust. You already have an industry minister in Baron Rochester, an excellent choice in my opinion, Your Highness, and I believe at present the most crucial post that needs filling is that of the Exchequer. To be honest I debated whether I wanted to offer you that position or your current one, Yuffie said as she accepted the folder and glanced at the contents. Ah, excellent, you also have candidates for education and healthcare. Reuben nodded. If Your Highness truly wishes to harness the economic potential of the 11s, they need to be provided with more services that would allow them to make contributions beyond that of basic laborers. Proper healthcare and education are two such. The difficulty would be delivering such services in the ghetto, Yuffie remarked. Yes and no, Your Highness, Reuben said. One must keep in mind that before the conquest Japan was a relatively modern state with its own doctors and teachers and the like. At present many of them are out of work or are without sufficient supplies to carry on practicing. Remedying that supply problem should be feasible with a modicum of investment. Quite. Still, this would require finding someone with the vision to plan a deployment of resources into the ghettos. We must also ensure that the supplies that are delivered are not waylaid by opportunists. That is why I recommend a medical professional with a military background, Your Highness, Reuben said. So I see, Yuffie said as she looked at the profile. Colonel Samantha Fraser, ranking officer of the Britannian Army Nursing Corps stationed in Area 11. The colonel is a commoner and is held in high regard by many for her dedication to her duties, Reuben said. Her professionalism is impeachable and I believe she can be trusted to ensure services are provided to whomever you order, 11s or Britannians, Your Highness. Very good, Yuffie said. And education. I have a perhaps unorthodox proposal in that regard, Your Highness. Yuffie looked up at Reuben, head cocked aside quizzically. Oh. I request that you permit me to oversee the initial preparation for the education initiative, Your Highness, seeing as I have some experience in the field, Reuben said, smiling slightly. So you do, Yuffie said with a chuckle. Are you certain this will not unduly strain you, Reuben? I promise that I will take care of my health, Your Majesty, Reuben assured the girl. In addition, I would be training a candidate to succeed me as the education minister. And such a candidate would be my granddaughter, Your Highness, Reuben said with a composed expression. I see, Yuffie said thoughtfully. I was not aware Millie was interested in the field of education. To be completely honest, neither is she, Reuben said, that quirk of a smile reappearing. I cannot promise that Millie would be the best candidate to succeed me and if one more qualified does appear I would have no objections to taking him or her on. I however do trust my granddaughter to devote herself to a cause she believes in, and the improvement of the area she calls home is one such cause. I see, Yuffie said again, and the young woman meant it. If it had been anyone but Reuben, Euphemia would have immediately assumed that this was a case of nepotism and trying to pack Yuffie's cabinet with partisans. But the man offering the services of his granddaughter was Reuben Ashford and the significance was entirely different. Yuffie did not doubt that Millie would be a capable assistant that would grow into an equally competent education minister given time under her grandfather's tutelage. But that was not the only reason Reuben made his proposal. In a way he and Millie were telling Yuffie that they were prepared to cast their lot with the princess, to commit not just themselves but the Ashford family itself to her. That was no minor step for a family stripped of its nobility after such a commitment in the past ended in tragedy. This was the Ashfords telling Yuffie that they believed in her ideals enough that they would take the plunge once more, discarding the safety of their relative anonymity and re-enter the politics of the imperial court. I see indeed, Yuffie said for the third time as she smiled. In fact I believe Millie would make an excellent understudy, and it would allow the two of us to spend more time together. There is much for us to catch up on after all. I am glad you think so, Your Highness, Reuben said with a slight bow of his head. Now that education is settled, Yuffie said, moving the meeting along, could you tell me a little about your suggestion for the exchequer? Of course, Your Highness, Reuben said. Sir Lawrence Craft is a skilled businessman, a disciplined man who understands the finiteness of wealth. He is widely regarded as frugal despite his own considerable wealth and he abhors waste. At the same time he understands the distinction between pinching pennies and extracting maximum value for one's money. A most important distinction, Yuffie nodded approvingly. I see he currently works as the head of the Imperial Bank of Britannia's Area 11 branch. Yes, Highness. IBB is only the third largest of the banks operating in Area 11, but that is because Sir Craft is very careful about with whom his bank will do business with. For the most part his bank holds deposits from normal everyday Britannians whereas the majority of his loans are to businesses with steady and reliable revenue flows. In general IBB will not engage in speculative transactions regardless of how high a return is promised. This generally produces a lower profit than the other banks, but conversely IBB has never faced a major shortfall in funds like what happened to so many banks back in the homeland about 30 years back. Yes, the Great Depression, Yuffie said. Sir Craft would have lived through that, no? Yes, Your Highness. Perhaps that is why he is so prudent with his bank's money. There are certainly less suitable men for the position of exchequer, Yuffie said as she closed the folder. Please arrange for interviews with all of them, I will wish to speak with them before making any final decisions. Of course Your Highness, Reuben said. Will there be anything else? Not at present. And thank you for accepting my offer, Reuben. I know I've said it several times already, but it does mean a great deal to me. Reuben smiled at the princess and bowed. It is an honor to be so entrusted, Your Highness. I have no doubt that you will achieve your vision and I am simply glad to offer what meager aid I can. The rundown warehouse Ogai owned was useful on many levels. First, he made a small amount of money from renting out space in it for people who needed a safe place to store things. Second, it was a safe place to store his cell's own equipment, and the trucks he owned could be used to move said equipment where it was needed so long as he took care to avoid checkpoints and the like. Finally, it offered cover for the other members of his cells when they needed to assemble. No one would think it too strange that a warehouse might see many people entering and leaving. And thanks to Colin's connections, Guy was actually able to get some of the building's material needed to keep the warehouse structurally safe. The same could not be said for so many other places in the ghettos. Today the members of the cell were gathered for what was supposed to be an informal meeting and work session, with Inu leading the effort to inventory their current stockpile of equipment. Said inventory took a back seat as Colin dropped her little bombshell about the transfer student at Ashford Academy. "We need to pull you out," Guy said immediately. "No. Colin, I'm not kidding. If that student knows you're a resistance fighter, there's no telling when he'll report you." "He won't," Colin insisted, "at least not in the short term. He seems fixated on trying to convince me to give up being a resistance fighter and become a collaborator." "You don't know that," Guy countered. "Yes, I do," Colin said, tapping the left side of her head. "I could tell he wasn't lying." Guy shut his mouth. They had done some experimentation of Colin's powers, and one thing the girl did exhibit was a somewhat frightening ability to tell when someone was trying to deceive her. According to Colin, it was because she could notice when someone's heart started beating faster or their breathing became more irregular. However, right now amongst the cell only he and Tamaki knew about Colin's power. Inu, the only other person present besides Cece, who was lounging about munching on a slice pizza, was not privy to that secret, and so he could not openly discuss it right now. "All right, maybe he wasn't lying then, but you don't know when he'll change his mind and decide you're a lost cause," Guy persisted. "That's probably not going to happen without some pretty clear warning signs," Colin said. "And there is a big reason for me to stay at Ashford. I might be able to get in touch with the Viceroy." Guy frowned. "Colin, you're not thinking of trying to kill her, are you?" The girl shook her head. "No, I've learned my lesson after what happened with Clovis. But we need to learn more about the princess." Suzaku seemed insistent that she wanted to make things better for Japan, but just because he honestly believes in her doesn't mean the Viceroy is herself genuinely committed. "The princess has been keeping a tight rein on the military," Inu interjected, "and that captain we caught in the ghettos is facing some pretty hefty charges. If it was just a disciplinary issue, he probably wouldn't be looking at the possibility of a death sentence." Colin nodded. Suzaku tried to argue that, but he, well, let's just say he's not very articulate. Behind the redhead, Cece snorted, making clear her own assessment of the boy's persuasiveness, or lack thereof. "Anyway, we're in this fight to help people who are suffering," Colin said. "Not for vengeance, not for petty thrills. If the princess really is serious about treating the Japanese people with dignity and respect, we should be trying to help her, not trying to kill her. It's what Naoto would have wanted." The last was said so softly it was little more than a whisper. Inu walked over and gave the girl a tender embrace while Guy regarded Colin proudly. Immediately after Naoto's death, the girl had come dangerously close to succumbing to her grief and rage. By Shinjuku she was getting better, but was still driven by a need to avenge her brother, a need that ultimately led her to assassinate Clovis. The prince's death seemed to have provided Colin with a measure of closure, seeing as it was Clovis' brutal policies that saw Naoto tortured and executed. Guy had originally worried that killing the prince would only cause Colin to want more, to succumb to a bloodlust against any member of the imperial family. That was fortunately turning out not to be the case, something the Japanese cell leader was devoutly grateful for. "Why do you think you can get in touch with the Viceroy?" Guy asked as Inu released the girl. "Because she's officially enrolled in Ashford even if she isn't actually attending," Colin said, "and as a member of the student council I should be able to get messages to her relating to official school business. That'll at least help establish initial contact. Also, she and Millie, the student council president, knew each other when they were young. I get the impression that the two still consider each other friends. If I could work out a believable reason, I could probably get Millie to pass on a message or even help introduce me." Guy thought it over carefully. "That is certainly promising. But I'm still not happy about you putting yourself at risk like that. That's why I want to make sure I have an exit strategy," Colin said, "a quick way of bugging out if things do go south. That's where all of you come in." Guy and Anu exchanged looks. "We'll do what we can," Guy said, "but remember that Ashford is inside the concession, even if it's in one of the outer districts. If you can get out of the concession we can make you disappear pretty easily, but past the checkpoints our options are limited." "I know," Colin said. "But it would still be prudent to explore my options." "Speaking of options," Guy said, looking over at Anu. "How are we on munitions?" "It's about what we expected," the woman said. "Shinjuku saw us use up a lot of our stock. We have about 5 magazines worth left for the rifles and 12 for the pistols. Of course the pistols are different calibers, so in point of fact we only have about 4 for each caliber. The rifles at least are all Brightonian make, and the Brightonian standardized on a single caliber for those a long time ago." "And explosives?" Guy asked. "A couple of grenades, not really anything to write home about. What about stuff for the Sutherland? Colin asked. Just what was left on board after we escaped, Inu responded. It was hard enough getting ammo for the Glasgow, but there are enough of those are floating around amongst some of the bigger resistance cells so we could get some ammo and power cells from time to time. A Sutherland is another matter entirely. I'm pretty sure ours is the only one liberated from the Brightonian military. The Glasgow also didn't have a rifle, just a pistol, so we don't have any extra ammo for it, and we don't even have a pistol anymore for the Sutherland to use since we lost it in Shinjuku. Colin grimaced. So it's just a big white elephant? Not entirely, Inu said. We can probably get a replacement pistol. The Sutherland can use any weapon a Glasgow could, same with the rifle ammo. That's all doable without revealing that what we have is a Sutherland. The power cells are another matter entirely, however. If people found out we were looking for power cells for a Sutherland, they would immediately pin us as the ones in Shinjuku, Ogai said grimly. That would attract far more attention than we'd be able to handle. I might be able to rig something up to recharge the cells, Inu said, but it wouldn't exactly be reliable. Make a list of the parts you need, Colin said. I'll see if I can get my hands on them in the concession. Inu nodded before glancing back at Ogai. In general though we're pretty low on supplies. We won't be running any serious ops with what we have. So we need to resupply, Ogai said. Yes, and this is not something that Colin can get us, Inu said with a grin at the girl in question. Sneaking out fuel rations and concrete's not quite the same as ammunition, Colin said with a smile of her own. And I wouldn't want you to risk it either, Ogai added pointedly. This is going to be tricky though. Our usual suppliers all seem to be having issues of their own thanks to the crackdown Margrave Gotthold started. Fewer Brightonian soldiers willing to offload things, especially weapons, into the black market. What about communications gear? Inu asked. A couple of our radios got trashed or needed to be abandoned in Shinjuku as well. Possibly, Ogai said. I'll ask around, some of the dealers may be sitting on old stock that they haven't offloaded yet. But we might need to consider options outside our usual sources. Inu raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to risk that? No telling how trustworthy these other parties might be. That risk is always there. But the problem right now is that we're still considered small fry. If we could make contact with, say, the JLF, we might be able to get our hands on a more steady supply line. That would be nice, Inu said wistfully. Maybe we should make an approach, Colin said. The others looked at her. We were the ones that took out the Viceroy, she said. We also fought the Brightonian forces to a standstill in Shinjuku until they sent that new white nightmare after us. Shouldn't that count for something? Ogai pursed his lip. Maybe. But I'm not exactly wild about broadcasting to everyone that we were behind Clovis' death. Colin does have a point though, Inu said. And we're definitely one of the few resistance groups with a working nightmare. We may not be in the big leagues ourselves, but we're not small fry anymore. We should try to exploit that. The question is, how do we do that without it coming back to bite us, Ogai said. Too bad we can't do something flashy and claim credit for it, Colin said. A few other resistance groups know of us, but we still fly under the radar when it comes to the general public. Even after sending a Brightonian captain running back to the concession in his underwear all made up. Inu said with a smirk. Yes, even then, Colin said with a wistful grin. Ogai fidgeted somewhat uncomfortably. As a man he could at least sympathize with what the Brightonians had suffered through, even if they deserved it and worse for what they were doing in the ghettos. I'll make some inquiries, Ogai said. In the meantime we may have to lay low for a bit, or at least keep violence to a minimum for any operations we want to run. We still need to figure something out about our supply problem, Inu pointed out. I wonder, Colin said thoughtfully. The Brightonians have been shipping in a lot of weapons and equipment. Could we make off with maybe a crate or something? No, Ogai said immediately. The harbor is well guarded, Inu said. It's also inside the concession, so even if we could get in and hijack a truck with weapons, we would still have to pass the checkpoints back into the ghetto. Colin grimaced. There has to be some way to get what we need. Actually, Inu said thoughtfully, we could hit one of the smaller supply convoys the Brightonians use to keep their outposts stocked on food and fuel. Those tend to be much more lightly guarded, seeing as what they carry isn't nearly as valuable as munitions. How does that help us? Ogai asked. The food, we could distribute amongst the ghetto districts to raise some more awareness about our cell, Inu said. The fuel, there's always a market for fuel. We could probably raise enough cash to get our usual dealers to cough up what goods they still have. Maybe, but seeing as we're short on ammunition as it is, would it be cost-effective to actually expend more just to hit one of these convoys? Ogai pointed out. If we play it right we won't need to fire a shot, Inu said and waved at the nightmare behind them. We use the Sutherland. It has enough charge for a few hours at least, and even without additional weapons it's more than a match for the number of escorts those convoys run with. Colin grinned. I like it. She regarded Ogai. You in? The man sighed in resignation. We'll have to scout out a convoy first. And we need to make this count. If we succeed, the Brightonnians will definitely beef up security or merge their smaller supply convoys into larger, better guarded ones. Fair enough, Colin said as she stood. Let me know when you have a target. Where are you going? Ogai asked as he watched the girl circle about. Need to finish painting the Sutherland, Colin said, picking up a face mask. Can't go out there sporting Brightonian colors after all. The two adults chuckled. The Sutherland's legs were already a bright red. There was little doubt it would be ready for its debut. Thy goal seems nigh impossible, CC remarked as Colin worked. To topple the heretofore puissant Brightonian Empire? And thou lacketh even the slightest of vision to achieve thy swiven. Colin glanced back at the other girl. The goal isn't to defeat Britannia, it's to help the Japanese. Fighting incessantly is only going to make things worse, we need to be more strategic about what we do. For that, we need more information to pick better targets and more supplies so that we can actually hit those targets. Oh? And what pray tell would incur thy wrath? There are plenty of Brightonians that take advantage of the Japanese or actively hurt them, Colin said. That Brightonian captain for one. Then there's the lack of food, medicine, all sorts of stuff. There also used to be regular sweeps through the ghettos where the Brightonian military would press gang healthy people to work on construction projects for expanding the concession, but those stopped about a year ago or so after the last expansion was completed. If they start up again, we need to be ready to fight back. A pittance when thou be athwart Britannia. Colin snorted. You call taking down Prince Clovis a pittance? CC smirked. Mayhap. The Emperor possesses no shortage of scions wherethrough his will be done. So long as Suzaku wasn't lying about Princess Euphemia, then in some ways we've achieved our objective, Colin said. But until then we need to be vigilant and make sure we're ready to act if the princess tries anything nasty. Therewith thou shalt payeth her highness a most final call. Colin's jaw tightened. Yes. You got something to say? Meseems that thy true enemy be the Emperor himself, not his scions. Aim for the Emperor? But he's in the homeland. Art thou a lady of quality? Eek, who be the greatest danger to a king? Colin's eyes narrowed. His heirs. The smirk turned into a grin. Right. The Emperor has always promoted a policy of segregation and inequality, Colin said thoughtfully. But the Princess Euphemia is pursuing a different method in Japan, assuming Suzaku is telling the truth. It was an interesting thought, the possibility that the Emperor Charles could be displaced by a more compassionate monarch. Yet from what she knew of the imperial court, anyone who could succeed in ascending the throne would need to be utterly merciless. If Princess Euphemia was truly that ruthless, would she be any better than her father? We need more information, Colin said finally. That much hasn't changed. This time it was Colin's turn to smirk. And Colin Stotfeld just might be able to get it. The Princess Cornelia's arrival in Area 11 was treated with the appropriate pomp and circumstance, though Yuffie, knowing her sister well, kept the ceremony to a minimum. As such, after a review of the honor guard greeting her, Cornelia, Yuffie and their respective entourages entered the waiting cars and drove for the Viceroy's palace. The streets were once more lined up with well-wishers, Cornelia likely even more popular than her younger sister thanks to her many visible achievements on the battlefield. The princess, however, did her best to mostly tune them out inside the well-insulated car. Her mind was on other matters after all. That white nightmare, Cornelia began. Yuffie smiled tolerantly. She knew this would come up eventually, though fortunately her sister had enough tact to not openly convey her displeasure at seeing a number as a nightmare pilot. The Lancelot, Yuffie said. It is a prototype developed by the ISEC. The ISEC, that's one of Schneeisel's think tanks, is it not? Cornelia said thoughtfully before frowning. That would mean the Lancelot is a next-generation prototype. Why is it being entrusted to an 11? Private Kurugi is an honorary Brightonian, Yuffie corrected her sister. And it was Earl Asplund that selected him as the Lancelot's pilot. He apparently determined that no other candidates possessed the aptitude to control the prototype. Aptitude? Cornelia said, eyebrow raised. That seems highly doubtful. Yuffie glanced over at Jeremiah, who grimaced. As much as it pains me to admit this, Your Highness, Jeremiah said, this, Private Suzaku is undoubtedly skilled. The terrorists that attacked Shinjuku had amongst their number an extremely competent nightmare pilot, one that managed to defeat every knight that engaged him, including myself. Are you certain that he did not succeed merely because of the prototype's improved performance characteristics? Cornelia persisted. Have you not always told me that a weapon, no matter how excellent, is useless if wielded by a poor soldier? Yuffie chided. Her sister, Cornelia recalled, could be very stubborn. But then again, that was a quality the two shared. If Private Kurugi is truly worthy of piloting a nightmare, that assessment should be made by a soldier, not an engineer, Cornelia said. Fair enough. Yuffie turned to glance over at the other man accompanying them. General Darlton, would you be so kind as to assess the private's competency? Cornelia clucked her tongue. She also needed to remember that what Yuffie wanted, she got. And by using Darlton, whom Yuffie knew to be a fair and dutiful soldier, she would undercut any future protests by Cornelia unless the Marshal wanted to sound like a hypocrite. Very well, Cornelia finally conceded before looking over at Darlton himself. I expect a thorough evaluation of Private Kururugi, General. Of course, Your Highness, Darlton said with a nod. As satisfied as she was going to be on this matter, Cornelia turned toward Jeremiah. Have there been any more major breaches of discipline since the checkpoint incident? No, Your Highness, Jeremiah replied. I have implemented a more rigorous accounting of who enters and leaves the concessions. Individuals serving in the military are registered each time they cross a checkpoint, and we are comparing records to see if there is any suspicious movement on their part. I have also had my staff begin setting up a system that all people in the area can use to send in reports about incidences of violence, Yuffie said. Everyone, including the 11s? Cornelia asked. Of course. They live under our rule. If we wish them to acknowledge and accept our authority, we must take into account their circumstances and needs. The Empire has already extended the opportunity for numbers to have their needs seen to by becoming honorary Britonians, Cornelia said dismissively. Those that reject the offer have made clear that they have no intention of ever acknowledging the Empire's rightful authority. Yuffie's eyes narrowed. Would you ever acknowledge the authority of someone who treats you with so little dignity? And what is that supposed to mean? Cornelia said frostily. We are supposed to be leaders of the Empire, sister, Yuffie said. That responsibility does not end with the conquest of a land and its people. It only just begins. Area 11 is not just the concession and those that live within it, it is all of what used to be Japan. And yet the Empire barely has a presence in the ghettos. Yuffie's eyes hardened. Why? Cornelia said nothing. She knew the reason why, just as her sister did. The Empire simply did not have the manpower to forcibly assert its dominance in the ghettos, and so they left those districts more or less rot. It was a failing that polite society within Britannia pretended did not exist, as every previous attempt to resolve it usually resulted in significant expenditure of both blood and gold for very little gain. Proposals for solving the problem via greater integration of native populations, while raised, were never seriously considered since it ran counter to the ideals that underpinned the Empire's manifest destiny. But Yuffie had never believed in such ideals, Cornelia knew, meaning she would have no reservations with adopting integrationist policy. The Marshal, however, could only see one way that this could end. The Emperor would never permit it, she stated. If that is the case, then he is free to recall me, Yuffie replied. Until then, I remain Viceroy with all the responsibilities and privileges it entails. Cornelia regarded her sister with wary concern. She cared for her greatly, but there were some things that Cornelia held to as firmly as Yuffie did for her own ideals, one being the unequivocal superiority of Britannia and its people. For her own sister to seemingly disregard that superiority was more than a little troubling. The notion of equality was delusional after all. To think that all people should be treated the same was equivalent to denying the talents and abilities of those that were truly gifted. And a society that repressed those who possessed such gifts might as well be dead thanks to its stagnancy. Surely her sister could understand that much? You do not have to agree with me, sister, Yuffie said, and I will never ask you to execute a policy you do not believe with. But I am the Viceroy of Area 11, and I am the one that will set the policy. Were I to let someone else dictate it, I would be failing in my duties. Cornelia felt a slight anger rise within her before squashing it. From anyone else those words would have been a direct insult. From Yuffie it was both reassurance and in some ways a plea. Yuffie cared about her enough to not want her to do something Cornelia genuinely did not believe in, and so her sister was effectively offering her a way out. But doing so would be a very public repudiation of her sister's ideals, something Cornelia would never bring herself to do. Yet the final cost of Yuffie living true to her own ideals, Cornelia shuddered to think what it might be. Her sister would not be dissuaded, Cornelia knew that for certain. The only way to ensure Yuffie would not fall victim to the politics of the imperial court was to make her policies so successful that attacking her would be the ruination of any noble foolish enough to attempt it. I believe in you, Yuffie, Cornelia finally said, even if I do not always agree with you. A noticeable tension seemed to be lifted from her sister's shoulders as Yuffie took a deep breath. The smile she gave Cornelia, however, was heartfelt as she slid closer to her sister and leaned against the older woman. Thank you, sister. That means more to me than you can imagine. Cornelia laid an arm around Yuffie, half embracing the girl. Members of the imperial family had few people they could lean upon, to provide succor in trying times. Generally the only ones an imperial scion might be able to find comfort from were those siblings that they might be close to. It was why, despite any arguments they might have, despite any conflicting ideologies, Cornelia could never be genuinely angry at Yuffie and vice versa. It was also why the loss of a cherished sibling was all the more devastating. And so, as much as Cornelia was prepared to support Yuffie in her plans to extend Britonian authority across more of Area 11, she would still be vehemently hunting for those responsible for Clovis' death. She had already failed to avenge 2 siblings, she would not fail yet another. The funeral for Clovis was grand, befitting a man of his stature. Thousands of mourners lined up to pay their respects for the 3 days his body was lying in state inside the viceroy's palace. Despite the potential security concerns, Yuffie had insisted that her brother be placed on the garden roof, a recreation of the Imperial Ares Villa, a place that elicited memories both joyous and heart-wrenching for herself, Cornelia, and Clovis himself. On the 3rd day, Clovis' casket was led through the concession trailed by a caparisoned horse. Both Yuffie and Cornelia followed on foot behind, the viceroy in a simple black dress while Cornelia settled for an equally dark suit. To their sides were the Glaston Knights, General Darlton's sons in formal parade dress but armed and charged with ensuring this day would not see the Brightonian people given greater reason to mourn. The walk took about 10 minutes in total, but it felt like an eternity to Yuffie. Every step felt like her shoes were of lead and she barely even noticed the crowds to her sides. Her tears were already shed, her heart steeled for what she would need to do next. The simple truth was that she was cynically taking advantage of Clovis' death to advance her own agenda. Was that wrong? Possibly. But however much she mourned the dead, she herself was still alive. She could not wallow in grief or self-pity, not if she was to prevent more of those she loved from joining Clovis, Lelich, and Nunnally. No, there would be no more siblings robbed from her. That she swore. The procession arrived at the magnificent cathedral and the casket was lifted inside. Prayers were said and solace offered by the bishop. And then a large screen was lowered and a live broadcast from Pendragon appeared. The emperor could not leave the homeland for his son's funeral, but he would deign to least say a few words. Yuffie held little expectation for anything sentimental or heartwarming. Bombastic, or perhaps even grandiose, but her father would not waste tears on any of them, this she knew for fact. On the screen, Charles Z.I. Britannia, 98th sovereign of the Holy Brightonian Empire, stepped to the podium. His stern, imposing demeanor was captured almost perfectly by whomever was managing the cameras. It would never do to make the emperor look bad on live television after all, bad for one's career and just possibly one's health. The emperor forcefully seized the podium. This world that we live in is a world of falsity. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. All of these commandments, lies in the face of reality, the emperor proclaimed. They are nothing more than pleas from the weak, who use fictions such as morality and justice to save themselves. But such deceptions are useless in the face of the singular truth of this world, the survival of the fittest. One must overcome and consume all in one's path, whether it be wealth, your fellow man, or even the world itself. Only then will the greatness of man be unchained. Britannia will destroy these lies and bring forth absolute truth. Charles's fist rose into the air. All hail Britannia! Instinctively the soldiers, both those attending the address in Pendragon and those watching in the cathedral, echoed their emperor. All hail Britannia! The rest of the audience as applause rippled through the crowds. A distinct sense of unease accompanied it, however. Was this truly the most appropriate place for the emperor to be spouting doctrine? At the funeral of his own son? From her seat midway through the cathedral, Colin frowned even as she applauded with everyone else. As the daughter of the Stottfeld family, there was absolutely no way she could have missed this and maintained her cover. At the same time, coming here had provided useful confirmation. CC had been right about one point. The emperor himself was the true force behind the institutionalized discrimination within the empire. Regardless of what Princess Euphemia might achieve in Japan, it would all be for naught the moment the emperor decided it went against his doctrine and imposed his will upon her home. The problem was how one fought someone as distant and powerful as Charles Z.I. Britannia. Colin watched as the princess stood and walked toward the stand as the screen receded. She moved with a regal bearing, holding her head high even as her expressions were obscured by the veil. A hushed silence fell as the princess approached the podium. Colin narrowed her eyes, focusing on the woman. And then they widened. What Colin saw before her was all that she could see, a young woman around her age wearing an austere black dress with her face partially obscured by a veil. Colin could not see the princess breathing, she could not see the woman's eyes, all she could see was what her naked eyes would tell her. The princess was someone completely blocking the effect of her geas. That was impossible. Or was it? CC was not here, and even if she had been, this was no place to demand an explanation. That would have to wait as the princess faced them all for her own speech. Yuffie regarded the audience before her. It would be the first time she ever delivered a public address. The girl took a deep breath. I remember, as a child, the concept of death was foreign to me. I remember believing that my family would be with me always, that we would love and be loved by each other for many years to come. Today, I will have bid farewell to 3 of my family. All eyes were fixed on her, Yuffie saw. She had their rapt attention, something no one could claim about her father's speech. It is never enough, when we compare what we have now with what we have not, Yuffie continued. We strive, we desire, but in so doing we live. I see my family, and I see the absence that has grown with the passing of years. I accept that absence not, even knowing I can never have back what is gone. But I desire still, for I am alive. The strain on Yufi's face was no act, and what was visible under the veil was projected with crystal clarity on the screens positioned throughout the cathedral. Every word uttered by the princess was listened to attentively, the masses sensing that this was a pure, heartfelt moment from the young woman that Euphemia ultimately was. Yet that humanity stirred their hearts beyond what the regality of nobility could ever hope to achieve. I will never see my dear brother again nor hear his words or laughter, save for what precious memories I hold within, Yuffie said, one hand falling over her heart. I cannot seek now his solace nor console him in turn. But to him I may still promise that the duty left in my care will be fulfilled. I may still promise that those of us who share his blood, we will not allow more of his blood to be spilled. Yuffie turned about to face the casket wherein her brother lay and curtsied. And when we meet once again, dear brother, I ask that you find me true to my words. End of chapter 8. This chapter was bloody hard to write. Yuffie needs to stop giving goddamn inspirational speeches, they take forever to compose. The other reason is that I'm needing to do way more setup than I had to for in Toon. Code Geass characters were kind of a mess, as I said before in the series their personalities changed based on the dictates of the plot, not the plot advanced based on what actions their personalities would have chosen. If I am to make this a believable story, I need to make sure all the justifications for how the characters act are present instead of relying on my readers to reference the characters from canon because, quite frankly, the canon versions are too inconsistent to serve as references. Incidentally, I added one more scene to chapter 7. It's a short one meant primarily for humor and doesn't really add anything to the story proper, but I thought it would be amusing after the fact and so tacked it on. Is Colin a hypocrite? Not any more so than any other human being is. I at least don't recall anything from the previous chapter in her little argument with Suzaku that was outright hypocritical. One has to keep in mind that the two are taking very different approaches to trying to achieve the same thing, namely the betterment of the Japanese people. That each approach has a very likely possibility of undermining the other approach in order to make progress should be pretty obvious to everyone who has seen Code Geass. And ultimately, as Colin pointed out, Suzaku is not a very articulate person. He did a shitty job justifying his actions in the series and that hasn't really changed here. In spite of his lack of a silver tongue, Colin does get what he's trying to do, but as is pretty obvious she doesn't think it's going to work and she isn't willing to stop what she's doing for the sake of something she has no faith in. As is also pretty obvious, Colin doesn't have any faith in Suzaku himself, so even if she thought his idea might work, she's not likely to trust him to be able to pull it off. I suppose at the very end where Colin gets him to keep his mouth shut might seem hypocritical if someone read it as Colin using her noble/Britannian status against Suzaku, a Japanese. That part might not have been worded as well as I would have liked. Colin wasn't threatening him from that angle, she was threatening him with derailing his attempt to show that it was possible to integrate successfully in Britannian society. Is that hypocritical? Maybe. I suppose it all depends on whose approach your own personal ideology leans toward. Let's see, spoilers. Technically the biggest spoiler is already out there, Yuffie succeeds. That's in the story summary after all. The other stuff, well, revealing anything is always a calculated gamble. Whether it's a good or bad idea depends on whether my writing is enticing enough to keep people reading despite knowing what some of the endgame is. Having said that, anyone who thinks that knowing what happens to various characters would allow you to guess what will happen, go read in Toon and try telling me that I'm that predictable. That said, I will not be answering any questions regarding what are in the snippets at the start of the chapter. I know at least some people have elected to skip them entirely and so I will not be talking about them in the author notes until the very end. Looks like my readers are getting tired of C.C's speech pattern faster than I'm getting pissed off at writing them. At this point I'm not likely to switch it basically that would cause some dissonance, but I will have a section at the end of each chapter that basically translates every line she has from now on. I may also go back to do the same for previous chapters if I find the time. I'll at least do it for chapter 7 since I'm re-uploading that anyway. Note that I'm not offering direct translations, I'm just offering the essential meaning. Thy goal seems nigh impossible. To topple the heretofore puissant Britannian Empire? And thou lacketh even the slightest of vision to achieve thy swiven? Your goal seems impossible. To topple the up till now might Britannian Empire? And you lack even the slightest idea of how to achieve your dream? Oh? And what pray tell would incur thy wrath? Oh? And what would piss you off? A pittance when thou be athwart Britannia. A mere pinprick against the likes of Britannia. Mayhap. The Emperor possesses no shortage of scions wherethrough his will be done. Perhaps. The Emperor has no shortage of children that he can use. Therewith thou shalt payeth her highness a most final call? Thereupon you will pay her highness a most fatal visit? Meseems that thy true enemy be the Emperor himself, not his scions. It seems to me that your true enemy is the Emperor, not his children. Art thou a lady of quality? Eek, who be the greatest danger to a king? Aren't you a noble lady? In addition, who is the greatest danger to a king? A right correct. Snippet spoiler, minimal. Chapter 9. It is difficult to chronicle the rise of the Empress Euphemia without also documenting the rise of the Lady Colin Statfeld-Kaujaki. Although the resistance group the Lady Statfeld-Kaujaki led started out as a minor cell, over time its actions and victories would draw the attention of not only the wider Japanese population but also the Britannian authorities. The first such incidents culminated in a major scandal involving the trafficking of narcotics by certain Britannian officials and nobles. The political fallout of this scandal was immensely useful to the Princess Euphemia, allowing as it did for the removal for many of the old guard in Area 11's hierarchy. From this incident the princess began to view the various resistance cells as potential resources to be co-opted, assets that could attack those political opponents of hers whom were too prominent to move against openly. The ruthlessness this implies surprises many to this day thanks to the careful reputation the Empress cultivated as a fair and just woman. Most historians however agree that the Princess Euphemia would have never ascended the throne without it. Toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 9, Absit Invidia. Kaguya adjusted her clothes once more, the formal Britannian business suit she wore considerably stiffer than the modified kazumi she normally wore at home. Showing up for an audience with the new viceroy donning traditional Japanese would have been monumentally stupid politically, however, so she suffered through the slight chafing of the new suit. The door opened and Kirihara stepped out, leaning against his cane as Senbei Ryoga trailed him at a respectful distance. Kaguya stood and bowed to her elder. Kirihara-sama. Kaguya-sama, the older man greeting her by name but still retaining the respectful honorific. Kaguya frowned, noticing the slight unease in Kirihara's voice. Are you feeling ill, Kirihara-sama? Did something happen in the meeting with the viceroy, was the unspoken question. I am fine, Kirihara said, thank you for being concerned for an old man such as myself, Kaguya-sama. Kaguya gave the man a practiced smile so as not to draw any further attention from the Britannian personnel present. After a nod Kirihara walked towards the door. As he passed Kaguya however a hand reached over and gave her arm a squeeze. Be careful with the viceroy, the old man whispered before smiling and patting Kaguya's hand as if he were merely saying farewell. Kaguya continued smiling as she bowed slightly. The viceroy will see you now, the secretary said once the antechamber's doors closed behind Kirihara. Thank you, Kaguya said with a nod and proceeded towards the office entrance. Chiba Nagisa followed, sticking a bit closer than her counterpart had for Kirihara, but then again Kaguya was many years her junior and so the lieutenant was likely feeling a bit more protective. The two passed the threshold into a tastefully appointed and relatively cozy room. Kaguya had never visited the viceroy's personal office when Clovis still reigned, but something told her the Princess Euphemia had made an explicit decision when she decided on this room for her own office instead of using the one that was supposed to officially serve as her workplace. For one thing, despite having enough space for a sitting area with a pair of couches and love seats along with a coffee table and end tables, the room itself was positively tiny compared to the grandiose chambers most Britannian nobles seemed to think were necessary to remind others of their standing and others' insignificance. In here however no space was wasted, every piece of furniture was functional, and even the massive desk the princess sat behind seemed entirely necessary seeing as there were a total of 6 computer displays on it along with stacks of neatly arranged papers. Along the walls were a few shelves and from the corner of her eyes Kaguya noted that there were books on economics, statistics, a few history texts, and a book of fairy tales? Well, perhaps that was a memento from the princess' childhood, something she was loath to leave behind due to the memories associated with it. Kaguya could certainly understand that. A single painting of the emperor hung to the left behind the viceroy, though due to its size Kaguya surmised that it was there mostly for the sake of form and not because the princess actually cared. The photo frame that sat facing towards the princess on the other hand likely did hold something of sentimental value and Kaguya felt an itch to see what was in it. It was however unlikely that she would find an excuse to walk around the desk to get a view, especially with the dark-skinned woman standing sternly behind the princess. The woman was obviously a soldier, selected to ensure the princess' safety in case anyone from the NAC was insane enough to try something this day. Seeing as Kaguya was not on a suicide mission however she did her best to ignore the woman and treat her as mere background. Instead Kaguya fixed her attention on the princess and bowed at the appropriate distance from the table. The princess had changed out of her black morning dress into a still austerely cut business suit. Despite having even less. Your Highness, it is an honor to be summoned. An amused smile crossed Euphemia's face at the obvious false courtesy, much as a frown appeared on Valletta's. But so long as Kaguya was not overtly rude the Britannian side could not openly express any disapproval. Welcome, Dame Sumeragi, Yuffie said before glancing over at the woman trailing the girl. And your assistant would be? Kaguya blinked, not expecting the viceroy to pay any attention to her escort, but did not falter. This is Ms. Minami Sakurai, Kaguya said and the woman bowed once more. She has served the Sumeragi family for many years. Minami Sakurai, Yuffie said, still smiling disarmingly at them. I shall remember that. Chiba stiffened slightly and kept her pose rigid. Fortunately Yuffie's gaze returned to Kaguya and the woman let out a slight sigh of relief. Please, have a seat, Yuffie invited. Thank you Highness. 14, Yuffie said thoughtfully. That was about when I first formally entered the administratum. That smile again. Though I suppose our responsibilities are not likely to be completely the same. You worked in the administratum, Your Highness? Kaguya said curiously. Yuffie nodded. As an auditor. I examined the various accounts and budgets of the myriad of ministries, operations, and other such subunits of the Empire. I also looked at reports to discern whether there existed issues of efficiency. For all its wealth, the resources of the Empire is finite after all, and as stewards of the nation we must ensure that losses to waste be minimized. Kaguya nodded. This was a sentiment she understood and even agreed with, even if the one preaching it was the viceroy responsible for keeping her people under Britannia's heel. Tell me, Dame Sumeragi, Yuffie said, clasping her hands and resting her chin atop them, what is it that your family does? Kaguya blinked. Your pardon, Highness. Your family is involved in the production of saccharide, that much I know already, Yuffie said, but could that truly be all? Surely all the wealth that comes into your hands is not used simply to maintain your lifestyle. A backhanded provocation if Kaguya had ever heard one, but ambiguous enough that again she could not openly take offense. This Princess Euphemia was good. My family has a variety of interests beyond our core business, Kaguya replied. Some of our charitable works involve supplying clinics in the wards outside the concessions so that its residents have access to basic health services. Services that were denied them by the Britannian government, went the unstated point. Two could play at this game, even if Kaguya risked a great deal more by trying to get a rise out of the viceroy. The smile never left the princess' expression, however. She cocked her head to the side. Indeed? An admirable undertaking. Would you happen to have any records of the type of services most in demand? And what requests go unfulfilled due to lack of the necessary supplies, equipment, or qualified personnel? The question took Kaguya by surprise, but she kept her voice calm. I would need to consult our records, Your Highness. But such records do exist. Yuffie pressed. Yes, they do, Kaguya said in a puzzled tone. Just what was the princess getting at? Excellent, Yuffie said. The young woman reached over to press the intercom. Rachel, has Colonel Fraser arrived? Yes, Your Highness. Please send her in. At once, Highness. The door opened and a smartly woman in formal military attire walked in. She saluted sharply. Colonel Samantha Fraser, reporting as ordered, Your Highness. Colonel, I appreciate your punctuality, Yuffie said and gestured to the seat next to Kaguya. Please. Thank you, Highness. The newly arrived woman paid Kaguya absolutely no mind as she sat down, her attention fixed on the viceroy. Kaguya on the other hand studied her carefully, albeit discreetly. The eagles on her collar indicated she was a full colonel, not just a lieutenant colonel, but it was the red shield on the woman's armband that really caught Kaguya's attention. The red shield of EIR, the Valkyrie of Healing. Colonel Fraser was a member of the Britannian Army Nursing Corps, not a member of the regular Britannian forces. Colonel Fraser is organizing the establishment of treatment centers in the outer wards, Yuffie explained to Kaguya. We intend to use the hospitals that are still intact and would welcome your family's input on which buildings are still structurally sound and what services are most urgently needed outside the concession. The questions about her family's work made sense now, Kaguya mused. Suggested provisions for making sure the supplies intended for these treatment centers all reach their destinations would also be welcome, Yuffie added. And there it was, the other shoe. The Britannians never entirely the NAC and always assumed that the council members possessed some backdoor channels to the various resistance elements. Those suspicions were rarely ever brought up, likely because even the Empire might someday find it useful to have some means of sending discreet messages to those they considered rebels or terrorists. It looked like that someday was today. Of course, Highness, Kaguya said agreeably. I am sure if the residents outside the concessions were made aware of what these supplies are intended for, there should be no difficulty in ensuring that they arrive safely at their destinations. Yuffie nodded, accepting the roundabout answer. Colonel, I believe I asked you to prepare a brief for the first medical treatment site that is to be established. Yes, Your Highness, Fraser said, pulling out a data disk. I have it with me right here. Yuffie gestured to the display mounted on the wall. Please, could you provide us with a précis? Of course, Your Highness. The colonel walked over to the display and inserted the disk into the computer hooked up to it. The display came to life and after a minute or so of setup a map of Tokyo appeared. Specifically, a ward within the Tokyo Greater Metropolitan Area. Yuffie frowned slightly. That is, the Shinjuku ward. The princess said. Correct, Your Highness, Fraser said with an apologetic look. The Shinjuku ward is right next to the concession and thus significantly reduces the distance that would need to be traversed in order to deliver supplies. In addition, there is a hospital campus especially suited to our needs. Oh? And which one would that be? Fraser zoomed into a coordinate on the map. The former site of the Keio University Medical College. Most of its buildings are still intact and could be put into working order with a little effort. In fact, there appears to be a sort of community medical center using the buildings now. Yuffie glanced at Kaguya. Is that one of the clinics your family supports, Dame Sumeragi? Kaguya needed to think about that for a moment. I believe we have provided supplies to them in the past. Yes, Your Highness. I would need to consult our records on whether they have received support recently. If there is someone in your household who has interacted with those running the community clinic, I would appreciate if you could make them available to Colonel Fraser's team to help facilitate the establishment of a more formal hospital, Yuffie said. Or rather, the re-establishment of the hospital. I will look into the matter, Your Highness, Kaguya promised. Excellent. Yuffie nodded to the colonel. Please, continue. Yes, Your Highness. Fraser turned slightly toward the monitor. As a university campus, not all of the buildings were designed to serve as treatment centers. Your Highness has specified a target of 1,000 beds. Both Kaguya and Nagisa inhaled sharply at that, an act more or less ignored by the Brightonians in the room, and I have selected the buildings clustered around the main gate for the wards. The community clinic is likely already using some of the rooms, but with a rotating schedule to shift patients out of the old rooms as refurbishment is completed in others, we should see minimal disruption of current treatment services. Very good, Colonel, Yuffie said. And have you had success in finding the necessary personnel? Yes, Your Highness, Fraser said. At present I have 73 physicians whose credentials we have managed to verify and another 26 whose records were lost in the war but whom based on interviews demonstrate in-depth knowledge that indicates their qualifications are likely real. We also have 126 verified nurses and 69 unverified but likely qualified individuals. Then of course there are likely to be individuals already practicing at the clinic. Assuming they are willing to stay, staffing the hospital should be feasible even if personnel are a bit stretched. Now that was interesting, Kaguya noted. That all sounded like the hospital itself would be staffed by Japanese. A not entirely unreasonable proposition seeing as the people living in the ghettos were unlikely to look kindly upon a large number of Brightonians suddenly overrunning one of their few community centers. Still, all around very promising, Yuffie said. Very good work, Colonel. Fraser nodded at the praise. Thank you, Highness. Dame Sumeragi's family is also supposed to have records of the type of services most requested at the clinic and the usage rates of various supplies, Yuffie said. Would those be helpful in determining prioritization and rationalization of what supplies to deliver? Immensely, Your Highness, Fraser said. I had originally thought simply to provide proportional quantities based on usage patterns at hospitals within the concession and my own experience with battlefield medicine, but if we have hard numbers we should be able to better balance the initial delivery of supplies and subsequent weekly deliveries. I trust your family would be willing to share those records, Dame Sumeragi? Yuffie asked. Kaguya nodded, not that she had a choice. Yes, Your Highness. Is there anything else you believe we should be made aware of at this time, Colonel? Yuffie said to Fraser. There is one last matter, Your Highness, involving the security of the site, Fraser said. Nagisa's expression flickered ever so slightly. Yuffie nodded for the woman to go ahead. Please. I am afraid Your Highness' instructions for a predominantly honorary Brightonian security detail has been difficult to fulfill, the Colonel said. The majority of such units tend to be commanded by officers of less than excellent standing and discipline, and unfortunately it is extremely difficult to determine which units are simply saddled with poor leaders and which genuinely deserve their low readiness scores. Yuffie nodded. An excellent point, and one I should have considered. The reorganization of the military will however take time and I do not know when appropriate units might be ready. We will need security of some sort, Your Highness, Fraser said. Notwithstanding the personal safety of our patients, the medical supplies are valuable and we must ensure that they are not lost to petty theft. A suggestion if I may, Your Highness. Kaguya found herself speaking up. Yuffie looked over at the girl again. Yes, Dame Sumeragi. Kaguya considered very carefully her next few words. My family, and those of the other council members on the NAC, may be able to provide personnel from amongst our own retainers to help secure the hospital. All of them are also honorary Brightonians. There it was, Kaguya was offering her own people to help with this endeavor. It was pretty obvious that the Viceroy wanted greater participation in society by the Japanese, and this hospital, and others like if this first one proved successful, would serve as a positive role model for the residents of the ghettos that were unwilling to become honorary Brightonians. At a more abstract level though, the princess plan would only work if the Japanese saw that the people working in the hospital were more than simply laborers at the beck and call of the empire. And while accepting Kaguya's offer would not really mean anything to the people of the street, it would be an indication to the NAC that the princess really did want to engage with the Japanese people. Yuffie tilted her head slightly. That would be a possibility, though any candidates would need to be properly vetted. Do you foresee any problems, Colonel? No, Highness. As such retainers are ultimately responsible to the council members of the NAC, I believe they could be entrusted with this particular task while the military's reorganization is in progress. Very well, your kind offer is accepted, Dame Sumeragi, I thank you for your consideration. Kaguya bowed slightly in her seat. You are most welcome, Highness. How Sumeragi will put its all into supporting this noble endeavor. On this Kaguya was entirely honest. The six houses could not attempt to undermine something like this without severely undercutting popular support for the liberation movement. Even if the Viceroy's ultimate goal with this endeavor was to eventually subsume of the Japanese people into Britannian society. The good that this hospital could do, however, the number of lives it might improve, that was immeasurable. The princess had chosen something that was effectively inviolate as the opening move of her campaign to win the hearts of the Japanese people. Kaguya could not help but shiver slightly. Little wonder Kirihara had warned her to be careful around the princess. The presentation by the colonel came to an end and the woman departed after receiving Yuffie's thanks once more. The conversation then moved to the sitting area and servants entered with a tea service. To Kaguya's surprise, green tea was one of the options she could have chosen. The girl however erred on the side of caution and asked for black, eliciting a playful smile from the princess. It was hard to tell when the princess was being polite versus testing Kaguya. Yet as the conversation turned to things like Kaguya's own education, her upbringing, and Yuffie compared the girl's experiences to her own, the Sumeragi head found herself relaxing more and more. By the time Kaguya departed, the smile she gave Yuffie in their parting was actually genuine. Charisma, it was something the Viceroy had in spades. As the door closed and Kaguya and Nagisa settled into the car, the JLF officer finally spoke. Sumeragi Dono, do you truly intend to cooperate with the Viceroy's hospital project? Kaguya regarded the woman. Do you believe I should not, Lieutenant Chiba? It is not my place to say, Nagisa said cautiously, but the goal of this project is obvious. The Viceroy intends to use it as a way of garnering support from amongst the ghetto residents for incorporation into the empire, to weaken support for independence. That is likely true, Kaguya agreed. The problem, Lieutenant, is that the Viceroy does not really need my cooperation on this endeavor. She will proceed regardless of whether my retainers help provide security. Furthermore, any attempts to actively sabotage this project would have a direct, detrimental impact on the residents of the Shinjuku ghetto. Sacrifices must be made in the struggle for independence, of course, but to be so callous in demanding them from others? That path leads to our eventual ruin. It is as you say, Sumeragi Dono, Nagisa said reluctantly. Kaguya smiled gently at Nagisa. Do not fear, Lieutenant, the six houses' support for the JLF and all those who fight for Japan's liberation will not waver merely because the Viceroy has demonstrated a token of goodwill to our people. But what of the next token, Your Grace? Nagisa asked before clapping a hand over her mouth and bowing. My apologies, that was impudent of me. It is fine, Kaguya assured the woman even as she thought it over. The older woman did have a point after all. Consider, Lieutenant, what it would mean if the Japanese were allowed to reclaim our name and our rights within the empire. In that case, what would we be fighting for? Nagisa's mouth moved wordlessly as she struggled to answer. Eventually the woman gave up and gazed at Kaguya silently. We may well have to ask ourselves this if the Princess Euphemia is genuine in her efforts, Kaguya said. Well, I admit that it is unlikely, but one never knows. Still, best that we start pondering it now than find ourselves making hasty decisions if the time ever comes. Sumeragi Kaguya was, despite her youth, a remarkable person, Nagisa decided. In some ways so was the Princess Euphemia Lee Britannia. As the car continued on its way back to the Sumeragi estate, Nagisa pondered the question set before her. What would there to be fight for if the Japanese were allowed to be Japanese within the empire? Colin burst into her room and slammed the door shut tight, causing CC to glance over from the sofa. The girl was munching away at a bag of chips while watching some soap opera on TV. Colin placed herself between said TV and CC, hands on her hips. We need to talk. Egad, CC said lazily, and what hast thou so mazed? Is it possible for someone to be immune to my power? CC smirked. Hast thou truly not attempted to use thy gift upon Moi? Colin blinked. And blinked again. The girl leaned in and narrowed her eyes. Shortly after they widened. I can't read you. Verily, CC said dryly. Why is that? Colin demanded. I be the one whom granted thee thy gift, CC said. Dost thee think I be so drab as to permit thee to turn thy gift against me? That Colin had to admit was a good point. Nathless, CC said, straightening and staring Colin in the eye, thy worry seems to be aimed at another. Whom else hast thy gift failed upon? Colin grimaced. The princess. I tried to get a read of her during the funeral ceremony, but I couldn't get anything off of her. Does that mean she has the same power as you? The power to grant other people, powers? CC hummed. 'Tis unlikely. More probable be that her highness was gifted by another. Colin's eyes narrowed. Another? There's someone else out there like you. CC smirked. And what dost thee believe, milady? The red-haired girl ground her teeth. Listen you said you're here to help me, right? We have a pact, CC corrected. For fulfilling mine wish, thou hast my aid. But you still haven't told me what the blazes your wish is. Colin exclaimed. Pour on it, CC said. Whether thou art capable of fulfilling mine wish remains to be seen. Thou must proveth thyself alone in that. Your wish involves this power, this Geass. Colin said questioningly. Then does that mean you aren't going to answer any of my questions about the Geass? 'Twould be unjust should I remain entirely silent, hereat thou might become silly at a most importunate moment. Ask, and I shall answer at my whim. Like that's any different than usual, Colin muttered before sighing. So the princess, is there a way to definitively figure out if she has a power, a Geass? Should her highness utilize her Geass, perhaps thou might sense it. And would her Geass be like mine? CC shook her head. The Geass manifests uniquely for each whom receiveth its gift. Though soothly, a distinction mayhap be difficult to discern when regarding the effect. So it might work differently, but someone else's Geass could basically allow them to do the same thing as me. Colin paced back and forth in her room. If that was the case, if there were other people with the Geass, that could seriously complicate things if more of them showed up in Japan. She came to an abrupt halt before CC. How many other people have you granted the Geass to? CC regarded the girl thoughtfully, tilting her head side to side. At first Colin thought the girl was mocking her again, but the hardness of C.C's eyes indicated otherwise. None should pose a threat to thy goal, CC finally said, fixing Colin with her stare. But know this, should a past contractor dare intrude upon thy path, 'twould be thou whom I shall lend my aid. And that was as much as Colin would get out of the girl as CC laid back down so that she could look around the redhead at the TV. Colin spent a few moments scowling at CC but knew that her displeasure would not move the enigmatic girl. Yet one thing that stuck out at the end there was C.C's explicit siding with her. Casting her lot with Colin was not that surprising in and of itself, but the fact that CC did so explicitly against a past contractor suggested that there were others running around possessing the Geass. Others that might be enough of a threat that she would need C.C's help dealing with them. That was more than a little unsettling. And if Princess Euphemia was not one such past contractor, then who had given her a Geass? CC seemed unwilling to divulge this information, at least so long as said source did not start interfering with Colin's own life. But the girl's instincts told her that such a crossing of paths was inevitable. This source must have been within Britannia and Colin had made the Empire her enemy. One way or another she would eventually face this force. Only the fates might discern just how that battle would end. The three semi-trailer trucks rolled through the quiet eve of the countryside with a pair of Humvees leading and trailing respectively. It was a small escort, but then again they were not expecting any trouble. The convoy was only carrying rations and parts after all, the only weapons were the ones the soldiers themselves were carrying. Even the drivers were unarmed. The run promised to be entirely routine and so the soldiers in the two Humvees barely paid attention to the rolling countryside. They were not entirely sleeping on the job, however, the driver certainly needed to keep his eyes on the road. That was perhaps why the first warning the convoy had of trouble was the driver of the lead Humvee slamming down on the brakes even as he cursed. Not that it did much good as something slammed down on the hood of the Humvee and neatly flipped the vehicle up. More screams sounded but the vehicle did not flip over entirely. Instead very large fingers gripped the roof of the car and pushed it down over onto its side, leaving the only doors accessible atop while also neatly blocking the road. The soldiers within the first Humvee were still trying to untangle themselves when crunching metal sounded again behind their position, indicating that the trailing escort had met a similar fate. A head appeared in the broken window above them and leveled a rifle at the soldiers. "Don't move," the man ordered. Another figure appeared, also bearing a weapon. Considering the confined space and their own lack of preparedness, the Britannian soldiers wisely held their hands up, as best they could. A few minutes later, a few more minutes than Colin was really happy with, the Britannians were pulled out of their mangled Humvees and forced to huddle up. Their weapons and gear were confiscated so they were left with only their fatigues. The drivers, interestingly enough, were all civilians and obviously unused to being put in such circumstances, seeing as how they fidgeted. Colin did not bother wasting any sympathy on them, however. "Here's the deal," Colin said over the Nightmare's loudspeaker. "We've got what we came for and we're prepared to let all of you go alive. However, we're not about to let you just phone home and call for backup to try to pick us off as we're leaving." The Nightmare's hand opened to reveal the intact radio pack. "We'll be taking this with us and leave it 2 kilometers out from here next to the road. After you find the radio it's up to you what you do, but we'll be long gone and you're in the middle of nowhere, so try to get your priorities straight." The Britannians looked at her with a mixture of shock and resentment, but none made a move. They were not that stupid, at least. Looking over, Colin saw Anu give her a thumbs up, indicating the woman had not found any tracker beacons on the trucks. Colin proceeded to shove the wrecked Humvees off the road and the semis were turned around to head back for the city. The cell's own vehicles formed up to create a more ragtag escort, but out here they were unlikely to run into opposition. Still they kept an eye on the Britannians until they were out of sight. Only then did Colin roll her Nightmare into the truck that had brought it here. Needless to say she did this while the truck was still moving, they did not have time to waste stopping and starting up again. Nicely done, Ogai said over the radio. I'd say that was a successful debut for the Red Knight. Colin snorted. Not exactly dramatic, pulling a highway robbery. But we got what we came for and that's what's important, Ogai said. Remember. Keep the big picture in mind, Colin finished for the man. Yeah, I got it. In the truck Ogai exchanged knowing smiles with Inu. Some things about the girl was never going to change. Several hours later the trucks rolled into Ogai's warehouse, all indications being they had escaped clean. Alright, let's crack them open and see what we've got, Ogai ordered. The cell members quickly unlocked the trailers and began pulling out the crates. Much of it was food as expected but Anu almost squealed as they pulled out spare parts for radios. There was also a smattering of medical supplies, bandages and painkillers and the like. A decent haul, Ogai said as he looked over one of the meal, ready to eat, MRE, rations. If nothing else we'll be able to distribute some food to a few of the community centers. There's always military rations floating around. I could use a couple of crates for the KO hospital, Inu said. We've been getting a lot of patients due to what happened in Shinjuku. Ogai nodded. Take whatever you need. Oi, boss man, get over here. Tamaki called from one of the other trailers. Ogai frowned and walked over, followed by Inu and Colin. What is it? Tamaki held up a container holding some sort of translucent brown liquid. What do you make of this? Ogai took the container and looked it over but before he could reply Inu sucked in her breath. The others glanced over at her. You know what this is? Ogai asked. A look of righteous anger suffused Inu's expression. I'm not 100% sure, but that looks like refrain. Eyes widened all around her and soon enough all shared her anger. Is there a way to safely find out? Ogai asked. Give me a sample, Inu said, a small sample. I'll get it tested at the hospital. Alright. Tamaki, find a clean bottle or something and pour some out for Inu. Roger that. As the other man walked over Ogai turned to Inu and Colin. If that really is refrain, then why was it in that convoy? The man wondered aloud. At a guess? They were sneaking it out to sell, Inu said. Someone at that base has to be a dealer, or at least a middleman. Ogai grimaced. That's not good. That much refrain, what do you think the street value is? Inu walked over to look at the single crate. None of the others around it held any more vials. Probably a couple £100,000, the woman said. The question is what will we do with it? I don't like this, Ogai said. I'd prefer to just destroy it, something vile like that, we can't risk it getting out onto the streets or being caught with it. We need to stamp it out at the source, Colin said, find out who the intended recipient was. And how are we supposed to do that? Ogai said. Colin glanced over at Ogai. No. No, you are not going anywhere near that place, Ogai said. Inu looked at the two in confusion. What? Nothing, Ogai said, rubbing his temples. Inu, get your sample checked out. We'll figure out our next step after we've actually confirmed this is refrain. Alright, Inu said, though she cast a questioning look at them as she walked off. Once she was out of earshot Colin turned to Ogai. Get me within a kilometer of that place and I can find who the recipient is, Colin hissed. You know I can. Don't you remember what I said about being careful about when to use this power? Ogai countered. And this isn't important? Ogai, someone at that outpost is peddling refrain. We need to do something about it. We're too short on supplies, Ogai insisted. We're. Ogai, Colin said very flatly. I am going. If need be I'll go with just CC. You can either come along and watch my back or you can sit out of this, but you cannot stop me from doing this. Damn it Colin, this isn't a game, Ogai said vehemently. No, it's war, and to win a war we have to take risks, Colin said. We can't keep playing it safe, not if we actually want to win. You said you'd stop trying to pamper me, was that a lie? Ogai ground his teeth. That wasn't a lie, Colin, but there are necessary risks and unnecessary risks. What you're talking about is... What I'm talking about is taking down a major drug trafficking ring, Colin cut him off. You need to get your priorities straight, Ogai. Me or Japan? Who do you care more for? Your country or your best friend's little sister? Cause there may well be a time when you have to make that call and if you hesitate you're liable to lose both. Colin. It doesn't even have to be choosing Japan over me, Colin pressed on. You could choose me over Japan, but you need to resolve this now. Otherwise you're putting all of us at even more risk by being indecisive. We need a leader who knows what he wants Ogai, a leader that loves us but is still willing to send us out to our deaths. Ogai grimaced. I don't know if I can do that Colin. Naoto could, Colin said, her own grimace making clear saying that was as painful for her as it was for Ogai to hear. I'm going to run this OP, oh guy. I'd appreciate your help with the planning and execution, but I'm doing this with or without your support. Colin walked off leading Guy trying to grapple with his internal turmoil. Everything Colin said was true and it ate at him. But the thought of putting the girl, Naoto's little brother, into ever greater danger was almost unbearable. True, in the Shinjuku operation she had been in the thick of things, but that was when they were desperate, when the fear of a poison gas attack on the Japanese population demanded they do whatever was necessary to stop it. And then it turned out that there was no poison gas, that they had risked it all for nothing. The doubts had crept in afterward and were still hanging in the back of Guy's mind. But Colin was right, if he continued hesitating like this he was liable to get them all killed because he couldn't make a hard call. So why was he still not able to make a decision? The field Suzaku found himself standing on was fairly Spartan, not entirely surprising seeing as militaries worldwide tended to admire practicality over aesthetics. This was true even for the Britannian army with its officer corps packed with nobles, though from the few rare glimpses Suzaku had seen of the officers' lounge there were some amenities those of commissioned rank enjoyed that could be termed extravagant. Boots sounded against the tracks and Suzaku stiffened as a man in the combat dress of a Britannian general approached. Lieutenant General Andreas Darlton, Marshal Cornelia Lee Britannia's direct subordinate and confidant, one of the most decorated officers in the Britannian army. He was the one that had summoned Suzaku here for reasons the young man could only guess at. Considering the scowl upon the face of the general and the 4 men accompanying him, it was not likely to be good. Nevertheless, the man was Suzaku's superior, so he saluted smartly. Private Kurugi, reporting as ordered, sir. Darlton looked over Suzaku with a barely concealed expression of disdain. Suzaku knew of the general's reputation and had hoped that a man that adopted orphans and granted them the opportunity to become knights of the empire might be fairer and more open-minded. That was perhaps a naive hope after all, considering the general's familiarity with Marshal Lee Britannia. Suzaku Kurugi, Darlton said flatly. The Asik has deigned to allow you to pilot a nightmare, an honor generally reserved for those that prove themselves worthy of the title of knight within the empire. Suzaku tried to hide his trepidation. He had expected something like this to eventually happen. There was bound to be dissatisfaction and resentment at a Japanese for being allowed to pilot a nightmare, even if it was a prototype. Lloyd's status as a noble would have offered some protection, loath as Suzaku was to use his connections like that, but the one confronting him now was Darlton, a noble in his own right and confidant of Princess Cornelia. Unless Lloyd was prepared to lean on Princess Schneeisel himself, it was unlikely the Earl could shield Suzaku in this instance. He needed to come through this with his own strength. Yes sir, Suzaku replied respectfully. Darlton began circling the young man. The requirements for knighthood are extensive, one must be fit within both body and spirit. The Earl may be a noble, but it is not his prerogative to excuse you of those requirements. Suzaku said nothing. In the military you did not speak your mind unless invited to, that much he had enough sense to understand. Glaston Knights, Darlton said, having come full circle around Suzaku. Sir. The 4 men cried together in response. 4 laps around the track, on the double. Sir. The 4 shot off, breaking out into a flat-out run instead of a steady jog. Darlton regarded Suzaku. It would behoove you not to be last, Private. Sir. Suzaku shouted before dashing off after the others. In the end Suzaku was not last, though he was certainly not first. The Glaston Knights were regarded as the cream of Princess Cornelia's personal unit, and a simple run of a mile was child's play for them. The pace they set saw Suzaku going all out to keep up, and he had just managed to achieve third when the laps came to an end. That was however the extent of his ability, however, as the knight in first place had half a lap ahead of the one in second, who had a quarter at least on Suzaku himself. The boy was panting heavily as he reached the end, barely able to stand. 50 push-ups, now! Darlton shouted. Sir. Suzaku fell in line with the others and began furiously bobbing up and down. The muscles in his arms soon shared the burning sensation with those of his legs, but at least it was a different part of his body being exercised. This time all of them were moving in sync, the lead knight setting a brisk pace that seemed incredulous to the young man. He kept up however, and even managed to do so without cutting corners. Not that his arms were feeling particularly grateful about that. Sit-ups, 100. Sir. Where the others were finding the breath to shout so loudly Suzaku had no idea. He tried his best to emulate them, though his own cry was a mere rasp at this point. Halfway through Suzaku felt his ABS starting to cramp up. By the 100th the boy felt as if he was going to throw up. He was barely back on his feet when the next command came. Squat thrusts, 50. He was going to die. That was Suzaku's conclusion as he dropped down, thrust his legs out into a push-up pose, before retracting them into a squat and jumping up. Things became a complete blur and Suzaku felt his body become incredibly light. Or perhaps it was just his head that was feeling light. Either way, when the final count of 50 sounded, Suzaku almost went down for another squat thrust before his brain caught up with his ears and forced his body to stiffen up into an at-attention pose once more. About the only consolation in all this was the Glaston Knights were also breathing heavily at this point. If they were not feeling it by now they would have been absolutely inhuman. Bartholomew, Darlton said. Sir. One of the knights immediately walked over and picked up 2 swords. One he presented to Darlton himself, the other was thrust into Suzaku's hands. En garde, Private, Darlton said as he unsheathed the blade. Suzaku hastily did the same, noting that the blade was not dulled. He clasped the handle with both hands, eliciting a frown from Darlton. The sword is not a katana, Private, Darlton chided. Attempt to wield it like one and you will only end up hurting yourself. Suzaku grimaced, knowing the general was right. He had however instinctively gone into the pose thanks to those early years under Tudu's mentoring. Suzaku released one hand and shifted his stance. Darlton nodded. Till first blood. The general glanced over at Bartholomew. The man raised his hand. Read. Suzaku tensed. Begin. Darlton lunged forward, thrusting his blade at Suzaku's center. The boy deflected the strike and tried to land one of his own. Despite his size however Darlton was amazingly agile, twirling his sword about and deflecting Suzaku's swing. Before the young man realized what was happening Darlton was inside his guard and slammed a fist into his chest. The wind knocked out of him, Suzaku stumbled back even as he desperately raised his blade to shield himself. Darlton effortlessly parried aside the feeble swings but did not move in for the kill. The reprieve gave Suzaku time to recover and his movements regained some of their original vigor. He was still on the defensive however as Darlton kept advancing on him. Opening up the distance between the two, Suzaku readjusted his stance once more. The general was a frighteningly competent swordsman, easily surpassing any of the instructors Suzaku had had since joining the Britannian military. He might well be a match for Tudu-sensei himself. Furthermore Suzaku was already worn down from all the running about, negating a big chunk of the traditional advantage a younger man's endurance might confer against an older opponent. Perhaps that was the entire point of the previous exercises, to push Suzaku to his limits before Darlton finished him off. The boy's grip on his sword tightened. He would not fall here, he would not give the general the satisfaction of such a lopsided victory. Suzaku cried and charged, eliciting a look of surprise from the general. That surprise did not last long however as Darlton executed a lateral slash against Suzaku's unguarded side. The boy however angled his own blade, catching Darlton's sword and using the point of contact to pivot around. Suzaku spun, using his momentum to slam his fist into the general's side. Darlton gasped in pain as he stumbled back, trying to disengage his sword from Suzaku's. The boy shoved the general's weapon aside before slashing downward with his own. Halt! And stopped just a hair's width from slamming the blade through the man's shoulders. Winner by first blood, General Darlton. Suzaku blinked. What? Darlton straightened and pushed aside Suzaku's blade with his own, the glint of the sword mixed with the red of blood. Look at your hand, boy. Suzaku looked down and gasped. There was a gash on the back of his hand. When had that happened? The young man was still staring at his wound when Bartholomew stepped forward to retrieve the sword. Suzaku handed it numbly over. You have the strength of body, Darlton said, causing Suzaku to look up. You have the strength of spirit. Suzaku's eyes widened. Perhaps someday you will have the strength of mind to go along with them, Darlton continued as he finished wiping his sword and sheathed it. Do not disappoint, Private Kururugi. Her Highness has placed immense faith in your qualities. Suzaku stiffened and snapped a salute. Yes sir. Have your wound looked at, Darlton ordered. The Viceroy requests your presence this afternoon at 1400 hours. Do not be late. Yes sir. Suzaku repeated. 3 hours later after his hand was stitched up under the watchful eye of an obviously disapproving Cecile Suzaku was ushered into the Viceroy's office once more. It was his second time seeing the place and he noted the changes. A lot more papers were on the princess' desk now, along with several shelves packed with books. This was truly becoming a place of work for the Viceroy. Private Kururugi, Yuffie said with a gentle smile. I hope you will forgive General Darlton for the injury you suffered this day. There have been parties that expressed dissatisfaction with your current position, and so I requested the general to conduct an informal evaluation. That made sense, Suzaku thought to himself. If he gained the general's approval that would help relieve some of the direct pressure that could be applied against him. Reducing the indirect pressure was a whole other matter but every bit helped. Suzaku bowed. I hold no ill will toward the general, Your Highness, he said. Please convey my thanks to him for what he has done for me this day. And I of course thank you, Your Highness, for your consideration. Yuffie nodded, accepting the boy's gratitude. You are welcome, Private, but if you wish to truly thank me, then continue to remain dutiful to the Empire. Of course Highness, Suzaku said, though deep down that dutifulness was to the princess herself instead of the Empire at large. There was one other matter that I wished your input upon, Yuffie said. You served as a member of the regular Britannian military alongside other honorary Britannians. Suzaku nodded even though it pained him slightly to recall his slaughtered comrades. He did not hold it against Colin for fighting as hard as she could down there, especially seeing as she too lost people in Shinjuku. But of his squad he was the only survivor, and a large chunk of the platoon he was part of had fallen as well. Yes, Your Highness, Suzaku nevertheless said. Then might I impose upon you to make some recommendations for competent and loyal honorary Britannians that could be entrusted with a special task? Yuffie asked. Suzaku blinked. May I ask what that task is, Your Highness? Certainly, Yuffie said. I am endeavoring to extend public services into the wards outside the concession. The first step of my plan is the establishment of formal hospitals in the wards so that its residents may have access to health services. These hospitals, however, will need some protection, until at least the rule of law is more firmly established, and I believe that deploying honorary Britannians as security would create considerably lower tension than deploying regular Britannian units. Suzaku blinked again. You're opening hospitals in the wards? Pardon me, Your Highness, I do not mean to doubt. Yuffie smiled reassuringly at Suzaku. Your surprise is excusable, Private, seeing how little past administrations have done for the wards. I however consider their redevelopment a major priority if Area 11 is to ever become a full and productive member of the Empire. Suzaku tried to keep his elation under control. The princess was doing exactly he had hoped she would when they first met. She was reaching out to the Japanese, engaging them with dialogue and offering help instead of demanding submission and treating them as menials. Of course, Highness, Suzaku said. If you could give me a day or so, I can come up with a list of people I knew back in the army that I believe are trustworthy and loyal. Excellent, Yuffie said. Your assistance in this matter is greatly appreciated, Private Kururugi. I hope that you will continue serving as an example of what can be achieved. Suzaku nodded firmly. I will, Highness. And, thank you for giving all of us a chance. As Suzaku departed after his dismissal, Yuffie sank back into her chair. She was manipulating the young man to a certain extent, playing his idealism to her advantage. Yet Yuffie felt little guilt about it. She did want to help the Japanese after all, and she did believe that successful integration of Area 11 required that its original residents be accorded greater standing and rights. Yet she needed to tread carefully. She must never give the impression that Area 11 might ever be allowed its independence. Self-rule, on Britannia's terms, possibly, but never outright independence. That would be political suicide of the highest magnitude within the Empire, and Yuffie herself did not really believe that the various areas would be better off separated from the Empire. Most were all too likely to succumb to the disease of populism and eventually keel over under tyranny of another sort, of the unruly masses. Better that the Empire be guided by a firm but benevolent hand. The time was coming after all, when she herself would need to demonstrate her firmness. For now, however, benevolence was still paying dividends. There was as yet no need to remove the silken glove to reveal the iron fist. End of chapter 9. I had considered naming this chapter Absit Inuria instead, but switched it to Absit Nvidia on reflection. Whenever I need to write dialogue for CC, I try to channel Hollow. Which may be a tad ironic seeing as Hollow's VA is actually Colin's, not C.CS. The tricky part with Colin in this story is that, if she is to become what all of you believe to be the Zero of this story, she needs to take on an actual leadership role. In the canon anime she never actually led beyond the small unit level, she never made any strategic decisions, so to speak. It was always someone else pointing her at an enemy. If she is to become Zero, as some of you keep speculating, she has to start making decisions for herself. If she becomes Zero, that is. I'll leave the direction I'm taking with her open to speculation. Ogai in the original series did not impress me very much. Or at least his characterization didn't. He was indecisive as all hell and clearly way over his head in a lot of situations. This was especially evident in the latter part of the second season. Again, problematic / lack of character development that was prevalent throughout the entire series can probably be blamed here. But overall he wasn't an entirely impressive character. And then there was that really contrived Valletta subplot with him. How the blazes do you not recognize the second in command of the purist faction? Writing Yuffie, my version of her at least, is actually pretty fun, as indicated by her taking up I think over half the chapter. There is a certain degree of uncertainty that I want to display about how good Yuffie is. In the anime she was kind of the sickeningly sweet variety where she was literally too nice to everyone. That wasn't believable even before the whole SAZ idea. Anyway, I leave it up to you to guess what her long-term goal is. Some of you seem to have come to conclusions as to what Colin and Yuffie's relationship will be based on an earlier spoiler. Let's see how certain all of you remain about those conclusions with this chapter. One aside, from here on out during conversations involving Britannian characters they will be referring to the ghettos as wards. I've changed this in previous instances in my draft and I may go back in a definitive version to fix this in the uploaded versions, but I just wanted to call out this change. Anyway, back to In Tune before I work on the next chapter for this. As always, feedback would be appreciated. C.CS translations. Egad, and what hast thou so mazed? Wow, and what has you so worked up? Hast thou truly not attempted to use thy gift upon Moi? Have you truly not tried to use your gift upon me? Verily. Indeed. I be the one whom granted thee thy gift. Dost thee think I be so drab as to permit thee to turn thy gift against me? I was the one who granted you your gift. Do you think I am so stupid as to allow you to turn your gift against me? Nathless, thy worry seems to be aimed at another. Whom else hast thy gift failed upon? Nevertheless, your worry seems to be about someone else. Who else did your gift fail to work on? 'Tis unlikely. More probable be that Her Highness was gifted by another. That is unlikely. It's more likely that Her Highness was granted the gift by another. And what dost thee believe, milady? And what do you believe, milady? We have a pact. For fulfilling mine wish, thou hast my aid. We have a pact. For fulfilling my wish, you have my aid. Pour on it. Whether thou art capable of fulfilling mine wish remains to be seen. Thou must proveth thyself alone in that. Think about it. Whether you are capable of fulfilling my wish remains to be seen. You alone must prove yourself in that. 'Twould be unjust should I remain entirely silent, hereat thou might become silly at a most importunate moment. Ask, and I shall answer at my whim. It would be unfair if I kept completely quiet, otherwise you might end up defenseless at a really bad time. Ask, and I shall answer what I will. Should Her Highness utilize her geese, perhaps thou might sense it. Should Her Highness use her geese, you might sense it. The geese manifests uniquely for each whom receiveth its gift. Though soothly, a distinction mayhap be difficult to discern when regarding the effect. The geese manifests differently for each person. Though truthfully, it might be hard to distinguish between the end result. None should pose a threat to thy goal. But know this, should a past contractor dare intrude upon thy path, 'twould be thou whom I shall lend my aid. None of them should pose a threat to your goal. But know this, should a past contractor try to interfere with your plans, it would be you who I help. Snippet spoiler, medium to minimal. Chapter 10. Snippet spoiler rating, high. Do not read if you do not want to be spoiled. It must be remembered that though the reign of Charles II is considered the zenith of the Pax Britannia, the empire was not completely unchallenged. Unrest seated in many of its conquests, and the other great powers of the day, the European Union and the Chinese Federation, were constantly on alert for chances to test and erode Britannia's power. It was from the EU that an especially dastardly opponent emerged, a cunning and ruthless tactician that scored a series of major victories against Britannia, including inciting in Japan what is known today as the Black Rebellion. Of Britannia's many enemies, Leroy Noir is generally regarded as having come the closest to toppling the empire. Perhaps ironically, the Black King's actions ultimately set the stage for the ascension of Euphemia I. Toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 10, Alia I Acta Est. The outpost was a small thing, really just a makeshift camp with a couple of prefabricated buildings and a chain-link fence surrounding it. It was out in the countryside and thus pretty remote, relatively speaking, meaning it should have been easy pickings for any resistance group that wanted to bloody Britannia's nose. One look at the gun emplacements around the base, however, made clear that taking it would not be a simple matter. The outpost might not have been large, but it was fairly well fortified, with its approaches restricted by barbed wire, ditches, and those then covered by heavy machine guns and even a few anti-armor guns. Thus for the majority of Japan's resistance groups, an attack was just not worth the effort, seeing how much firepower they would need to crack the place. Traditionally, a sneak attack was also considered futile, seeing as the terrain surrounding the place was complete flat and devoid of anything that might be used for cover and camouflage. One could try a Trojan horse of some kind, driving up in a bright neon vehicle, but any such vehicles were challenged over radio, and failure to respond correctly would see said vehicle riddled with bullets. And on the off chance someone did manage to have the codes for the day, a vehicle would still be thoroughly searched beforehand. All in all, Britannia's hard-won experience in fighting an insurgency was being put to practice here with thorough efficiency. Of course, no place was impenetrable, especially when one possessed abilities such as Colin did. Still, not even Colin could sneak in an entire army with her, which resulted in only 2 other people crawling after the girl. The first was CC, who muttered a brief complaint about the lack of dignity of their action this day. The second was Anu, who was along in case they ran into any electronic countermeasures that Colin might not know how to work around. The suggestion for the latter had come from Ogai, who was waiting nervously several kilometers away in a pickup, manning the radio as another cell member kept watch. "This is such a bad idea," Ogai muttered. "Not like you could have stopped her," the man on watch remarked. "Colin's always been spirited. And to be frank, she is right about this. Shutting down this refrain network is worth the risk." Ogai ground his teeth and said nothing. Yes, it probably was worth the risk, but he still could not come to terms with Colin putting herself into the fire like this. Maybe that made him a bad leader, but he could not change that about himself. Closer to the base, Colin crawled slowly towards her goal. The base's defenses did indeed look impressive, but with her powers it was trivially easy to spot weaknesses in the perimeter. Here and there were gaps in the fields of view of the sentries on duty. Even more inexplicable was a slight ditch under a section of barbed wire, one big enough for a person to crawl through if they were careful. That had to have been intentional. There was no way the Brightonians were that incompetent, especially seeing as one sentry was specifically looking down at said gap. More likely than not it was a clandestine entryway, possibly to allow refrain dealers to enter and exit the base discreetly. Still, with someone actually watching that particular hole, Colin could not risk using it, at least not with CC and Anu in tow. At the same time, with the guard's attention so fixated on the hole, he was ignoring another area he was likely nominally responsible for. That would be their point of entry. Under the cover of darkness, Colin maneuvered her little group over to the section of barbed wire. The girl took out some wire cutters and began snipping away. Soon enough she had a section cut out and pushed it very carefully aside. Once they were through, Colin put the wires back the way they were. Hopefully no one would notice until they were ready to take their leave. From there the three women got up to the fence. In another blind spot, Colin cut them a hole and they crawled through. They were in. Now for the tricky part, finding out who the refrain dealer was. A pair of soldiers on patrol walked by and Colin signaled to Anu. The woman nodded, pulling out her own knife. It was a solid blade, a Brightonian combat knife liberated from its previous owner who no longer needed it. Much as these soldiers would no longer need theirs. As the two soldiers passed, Colin and Anu reached out, clapping their hands over the soldiers' mouths even as they slammed the knife into the base of their necks. CC kept her blade at the ready, prepared to assist either woman if the need arose. A gurgle sounded but faded quickly as the soldiers sagged. Quietly and quickly Colin and Anu stripped the soldiers of their gear. The body armor would be too bulky for sneaking around, but the added weapons would still be welcome. Plus the keycards would be quite useful. They stuck the bodies in an out-of-a-way spot and made their way to another part of the base. As it was, Colin had already found what she was looking for. There was a secret compartment in the drawer of the platoon quartermaster, containing a ledger that was obviously tracking the man's dealings in the drug. The problem was Anu did not know about Colin's power, and it had been decided early on that the fewer who knew about it the greater its advantage would be. As such, Colin needed to figure out a way to discover the ledger that was plausible. Fortunately the quartermaster was already a suspect, who else could fudge the supply logs easiest after all, so heading over to search his office would not arouse any suspicion. The main building, really just another prefabricated unit that was slightly larger than the rest, was pretty well secured. Its main entrances were well lit and had guards standing at attention outside. Fortunately there was a back door that was not being observed, even if it was locked. Time to find out if the keycard they had stolen was any good. Colin slid it through the reader and was greeted by a simple message. Enter passcode. Great, another two-factor system. The girl's eyes narrowed as she focused on the keypad. Only 4 of the numbers had fingerprints on them, so it must have been a shared code for all of the soldiers on base. She tried the most likely combination. A click sounded as the door unlocked. How did you do that? Anu whispered once they were inside. Oh, right, Colin chided herself. The numbers were a bit smudged on 4 of the numbers. I guess I got lucky with my first try. Anu looked at the girl incredulously. Do me a favor, Colin, and don't do that again. If you had guessed wrong, this late at night, they might well have alarms set up to go off. Colin tried to look sheepish. Sorry about that, Anu. The older woman sighed. Let's get to work, the sooner we're out of here the better. Colin looked about, making sure there were no guards. The trio then proceeded through the darkened halls, making sparing use of their flashlights. Fortunately Colin knew exactly where the quartermaster's office was, and so there was a minimum of bumbling around. The room was locked but with a standard keyhole instead of an electronic one. All right, give me some light, Anu said. Colin and CC positioned their flashlights to shine on the keyhole as Anu went to work. Lockpicking was one of the many skills the woman had picked up since the occupation, and another reason why she had come along on this mission. About a minute passed as Anu futzed with the lock until a distinct click announced her success. The 3 walked in carefully, though Colin wasted little time going over to the desk. She began feeling her way about it, pretending to be looking for anything out of the ordinary. Aha, the girl said as she pulled out what looked to be a completely normal drawer. What is it? Anu asked. Look. Isn't this too shallow? The other woman glanced at the drawer in question and then at another on the other side of the desk. Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's pry this open. The 2 wedged the tips of their blade against the false bottom and pulled. A crack sounded and Anu and Colin froze, though Colin knew that no one had heard them. After a few seconds she reached down and pulled the wooden piece out, revealing a notebook. Placing it on the desk, Colin shined her flashlight over it as she flipped through the pages. Look at this, the girl said. This guy's been dealing for years. And not just refrain, but also other drugs, food, even weapons. Anu nodded, but her hand suddenly shot out. Wait, what's on this page? Colin leaned over and looked more closely. She shucked in her breath sharply. Midori K, Ayani R, Naomi M. It was a list of names, all Japanese and all obviously female. And then there were the sums next to them. Son of a bitch, Colin swore. "'Twould appear he be a peddler of many a base pleasure," CC said in obvious disgust as she read along with them. "The bastard's also in human trafficking," Colin said in cold fury. "We need to stop him. We can't go after him like this," Inu said. "He has to be in the barracks with all the other soldiers sleeping. If we try hitting that place we'll have the entire base after us." "Damn it, we can't just let him get away with this," Colin hissed. "And we won't," Inu said. "The problem is finding out who he deals with." Colin frowned. "He's almost certainly in the barracks and we can't just break in there to question him. And we probably won't be able to lure him out to capture him," Inu said. "But there are ways. In the meantime, we can at least make sure this guy isn't around to hurt anyone else." The woman pulled out and slid it into the secret compartment. After a bit of futzing about she closed it in satisfaction and nodded. Colin returned it and proceeded to lead them out of the outpost. No one had seemed to miss the two guards yet, so they made it away safely. Once they were away, Anu pulled out a cell phone and dialed a number. Colin grinned fiercely at that. Makeshift bombs were another of Anu's specialties, or at least the remote detonators used for them were. Another member of the cell actually handled making the charges. Sometime tomorrow the fruits of their labor would remove another abuser of the Japanese people. "Is Colin absent?" Millie asked as the rest of the student council assembled. "Yeah, she's apparently sick again," Shirley said. "She wasn't in class today." I wonder what her condition actually is," Millie said. "She's supposed to be anemic," Rivalds said. "At least that's what most of the boys think." "I suppose that would make sense," Millie said. "Shame, I wanted to speak with her." "About what?" Shirley asked. Millie glanced over at Rivalds. "Well, it seems like Suzaku's been catching a lot of heat from all the boys. Whatever misunderstanding happened between him and Colin hasn't been cleared up, and with how coldly she's been treating him, a lot of the boys seem to think he really did do something to hurt her." "Oh boy," Rivalds said with a sigh. "Poor guy. Then again, we still don't know exactly what happened between the two. Hence why I wanted to speak with her," Millie said. "It's not exactly setting a good example for a member of the student council to be the cause of harassment on campus after all." "True enough," Rivalds agreed. "I'll try to get the guys off his back long enough for you to get in touch with Colin." Millie beamed the boy a smile. "Thank you, Rivalds." "No problem," Rivalds assured her. "Besides, you're busy enough as it is, what with being an understudy to your grandfather." "How is that going anyway?" Millie gave an exaggerated sigh. "It's a lot of work is what it is. There are a lot of schools in Area 11 and quite frankly quality is really uneven. The private ones like Ashford are pretty good, but the public ones the government runs tend to be really hit and miss. Grandpa is cracking down on them though, and the princess has promised more funding." That was probably part of the problem. The previous viceroy didn't bother making sure the schools had enough money to carry out their mandates. "I've got to say, Princess Euphemia really is something," Rivalds said, folding his hands behind his head. "I mean, she's only been here for what, 2 weeks? And she's really turning things on their head. Was she like this when you knew her back in the homeland, Millie?" Millie pursed her lip. "No, she wasn't. Back then, she was a lot more carefree." "Hey," Rivalds said quietly. No one said anything, no one made any comments. All knew what the boy was thinking, that Princess Euphemia must have been irrevocably changed after that incident. The same incident that took away Euphemia's brother and sister and that saw Millie gain a sister of her own. Millie had not picked the members of the student council arbitrarily. Nina was basically another little sister to her, and the three of them considered each other family. Shirley was a more typical Brightonian girl but valued friendship more than social advancement, and thus would not betray the little girl she liked to dot upon as much as Millie herself did. Rivalds had a strong sense of integrity and, like Shirley, considered his family and friends more important than moving up into high society. The only wild card was Colin, and bringing her in was a calculated risk on Millie's part. Having the Stotfeld daughter befriend Nunnally was not without its dangers, but based on Colin's reaction when Millie asked her to keep quiet about her little sister with Suzaku, the girl might yet turn out to be an ally. Assuming of course Colin's agreement was premised on concern for Nunnally and not because she disliked Suzaku. "We could try calling her house or her cell to see when she's coming back," Rivalds suggested. Maybe," Millie said, "we do need to ask her about this after all." The girl flipped through the pages before her. "If she comes with us to Lake Kawaguchi, we'd probably need to switch up who rooms with who at the hotel." "Shall I make the call?" Shirley asked. Millie smiled at the girl. "Please do." As the blonde girl hummed, Shirley pulled out her cell phone and looked up Colin's number. Ringing sounded after dialing, but after a few seconds an automated message began playing, telling Shirley the owner was not available and asking her to leave a message. Next the girl tried the Stotfeld residence, this time getting a response. "Stotfeld residence, how may I help you?" A woman, likely a maid, answered. "Hello, my name is Shirley Fennet and I'm a member of the student council at Ashford Academy. I was wondering if I could speak with Colin. One moment please. That moment dragged on until a minute had passed. I apologize for the wait, but milady is sleeping right now. Could I perhaps take a message for her? Yes, that should be fine, Shirley said. The student council's planning a trip to the Lake Kawaguchi resort this upcoming weekend and we were wondering if Colin would be joining us. She is a member after all. We had hoped to invite her earlier, but due to her absences we were not able to get in touch with her. Understood. I will convey your invitation to Lady Colin. Thank you very much, Shirley said. I bid you good day, Ms. Fenette. A click indicated the other end had hung up and Shirley closed her cell. Well? Millie asked. She's sleeping, Shirley informed the others. A maid answered and said she'd pass along the message. Well, I guess that's that, Millie said. In case she does come, you mind rooming with her, Shirley? And Nina, you okay with squeezing in with me and Nunnally? The two girls in question nodded. It'll be just like when we were kids, Nina said with a smile. Millie chuckled. Yeah, I suppose it will be. Colin's cell phone rumbled, notifying the girl of a new text message. Only a few people had this particular number and most of them were camped out with her right now waiting for the Brightonian quartermaster to show up. The girl reined in her senses as she flipped open the phone. As she suspected it was from her mother, her real one. The message in Japanese. Your friends invited you to go to Lake Kawaguchi with them this weekend. Her friends? Colin wondered who her mother was talking about. And then she recalled a passing remark by Millie about Lake Kawaguchi. This meant it was probably student council related. Colin fired back a response telling her mother to decline the invitation for her. There was still this refrain ring to crack after all, some weekend trip could wait. A few minutes later the phone rumbled again. The girl frowned. You should go. Colin felt her chest tighten. It was surprising how much those few words could mean. This was her mother, trying to be a mother, telling her she should spend time with people who she thought were Colin's friends. For all her resentment over being handed over to the Stotfelds, Colin was understanding more and more how incredibly painful the act must have been for her mother. It was not an act of abandonment as Colin had assumed when she was younger, it was her mother trying to provide her with a home and standard of living that her mother would herself be losing thanks to the Empire's invasion. An act of self-sacrifice that she had been too foolish to recognize for what it was at the time. There was still some resentment in the girl for the forced parting, but Colin was becoming more and more determined not to take it out on her own mother. She sent another response. Let them know I'll think about it. That was the best she could do right now. Taking down this trafficking ring had to take priority, too many people were being hurt by it. Colin tucked away her phone and felt a mild relief when it did not buzz again. And also a slight regret. All right, here it is, Inu said as she spread out another map. This is the supply depot that the convoy we hit came from. It's run by contractors, not the Brightonian military directly, which could explain why it's being used as a refrain distribution point. What company is it? Colin asked. Keller, Brown, and Ruth, Inu answered. Colin grimaced. KBR. Looks of displeasure were echoed on the faces of the other cell members. KBR was one of the largest service contractors employed by the Brightonian military, responsible for everything from engineering work to running basic services. It was also notorious for the way the company constantly tried to pad its profits. This ranged from cutting corners to employing and underpaying desperate Japanese, or in some cases outright cheating them of their wages. All in all, KBR was the quintessential Brightonian company, grinding the downtrodden under its heels while profiting from their misery and desperation. The Emperor would be proud. Even if it was his treasury that KBR was also cheating money from. Hitting this place is going to be a lot more complicated than the outpost, Inu said. We'd need more intel, actual weapons, maybe even more manpower. I know a few other cells that we can trust, Ogai said. They're probably as short of arms as us, but with what we've offloaded so far we have a bit of cash we can spend to get more weapons. But either way we're going to need more time to prepare. Colin frowned. Patient the girl was not. Ogai gave her an understanding smile. You got us this far already, Colin, he said. Let me do my job and get us ready for the next battle. Colin sighed. Fine. I assume we probably won't be doing anything for at least a week. If not longer, Ogai said. That was not what Colin wanted to hear, but she knew Ogai was probably right, so she simply nodded. I got invited to some trip with the student council anyway. Might as well go on that. Oh, where to? Inu asked. The Lake Kawaguchi resort, Colin said, or at least I think it's the resort. Oh. Inu said, her ears perking up. Isn't the Sakuradite conference also happening this weekend there? Yeah, another cell member said. There will be diplomats from quite a few countries. Inu's eyes narrowed speculatively. Is there any chance your French contact could put you in touch with an EU diplomat? Someone who might be able to help arrange more concrete support. Colin pursed her lip. C.C.'s cover within the cell was that she was a DGSE operative sent to reconnoiter Japan to identify resistance movements that might be worth supporting. If they were going to keep up that charade, they needed to produce some tangible results for the others to see. Maybe, Colin said. I'll ask her about it, but this is a bit short notice. Inu nodded understandingly. It's a shame we don't know more about this refrain ring. That might have been a juicy enough tidbit to get them interested in backing us. Colin nodded even as she felt a growing headache of just how they were going to keep this charade going. She was sorely tempted to reveal the truth to Inu at least. The woman was extremely smart and would likely start suspecting something sooner rather than later. At least we have a target, Ogai said. I'll sound out our contacts, see what else we can learn about KBR's activities. Once we have more intel we can figure out how we want to hit the place. Suits me, Inu said. I need to get back to the hospital anyway. Tamaki, you coming? Yeah, sure, the man replied. Let me guess, you need me to help unload all the MREs. Why, you wouldn't dream of letting a lady lower herself with manual labor, would you? Inu said with a bright smile. The others chuckled, Tamaki included, and the two headed off to Inu's van. Come in, let's get you back to the concession, Ogai said to Colin. You apparently have a trip to pack for. So I do, Colin said with a sigh. Ogai regarded the girl. You know, I know you don't like it when I harp on this, but having friends at school? That's not a bad thing, Colin. You should cherish them, whoever they are. I know, Colin said. And I suppose everyone on the student council are good people. It's just, it feels unfair that I get to enjoy all this when all of you are stuck out here. Ogai gave the girl a pat on the head. You care about us, Colin, but don't deny yourself the experience of living because of that. Remember, we care about you too and we want you to find happiness where you can as well. I'll be happy when Japan is free of Britannian tyranny, Colin said, eliciting a sigh from Ogai. But then she grinned at the man. But I'll settle for being with my friends in the meantime. As Colin packed for the weekend outing, CC seemed to gaze off blankly into the distance. At first Colin did not take note of the girl's expression, but when she turned to tell CC to get her own things together she hesitated. C.C. The green-haired girl looked over at Colin with an expression she had never shown before. Colin frowned. Is something wrong? Mayhap be not, the girl said. A Ruth that refuses to avant. Colin frowned. Some sort of distress? What could get CC so worried when the girl seemed to treat everything else with carefree disregard? Is it something to do with the geese? Colin asked. CC smiled wearily. Mayhap or mayhap not. Pour not on me, it shall not be a let. If you say so, Colin said. Anyway, you need to get packed. You're supposed to be my assistant, not the other way around. CC chuckled but proceeded to do as she was told. That perhaps should have warned Colin that something was amiss. As it was, the girl would only be able to regret her oversight after the fact. And so we are certain that Britannia's position will be to maintain the current production quotas. Yuffie said. Rochester nodded. Yes, Your Highness. At present the market rate stands at £60 per ton. Several of the other members of OSEC are likely to press for a reduction in the production quota to try to increase prices, but seeing as any such cut would almost certainly disproportionately fall upon us, I do not believe it would be to our advantage to accede to it. Not that the Empire really needed to play the consensus game. Yuffie nodded. Neither do I. And considering the fiscal demands on the area, reducing our revenue is not an option. Indeed, Your Highness. Rochester flipped through his papers. I must admit, Your Highness, your grasp of the economics of the saccharidite industry and its effects on the wider economy is extremely impressive. Yuffie gave Rochester a practiced smile. I always did seem to have an intuitive grasp of maths. And she was massively cheating, using her newfound power to basically absorb and work through numbers no mere human could hope to hold in their head. But I've long since learned that merely being able to juggle numbers does not impart genuine understanding. After all, a rise in the price of saccharidite might make for a neat and clean number after the effects of supply and demand are accounted for, but it does not tell of the increased hardship a family might go through making ends meet because their electricity bill has increased. Rochester nodded thoughtfully. You demonstrate a conscientious attention to the effects of your policy decisions, Your Highness. That is admirable. But, and I do not intend offense, I would caution that you try to remain objective when deciding the best course of action to take. Have no fear, Baron, Yuffie said with a thin smile. There is little risk of me succumbing to populism. The Baron cleared his throat. I would not dare to suggest such a thing, Your Highness. Of course, Yuffie said before moving the topic along. Still, there are some rather practical considerations beyond the immediate impact of whether saccharidite prices rise or fall due to production numbers. For example, to raise production requires that there be spare capacity to do so. To lower it, how many machines will need to be idled? How many workers given fewer shifts, Any modern industry is fiendishly complex. It would be foolhardy to believe that we could account for every single variable. The best we can do is try to ensure enough slack exists that damage from the inevitable shocks we do not predict are minimized. You have a most pragmatic point of view, Your Highness, Rochester said. In some ways it is most refreshing. Why thank you, Baron, Yuffie said. Now, was there anything else we needed to cover before the conference? Rochester ruffled through his papers again. I do believe that is it, Your Highness. Very well. Thank you for your hard work, Baron. I am pleased to say that you have met my expectations. Not exceeded, Your Highness. Rochester said with an almost playful smile. Well, if you would like me to lower my expectations for you, Yuffie responded with equal mischief. Rochester bowed his head in concession. I am grateful for your trust in me, Highness. The biannual meeting of the Organization of Saccharide Exporting Countries was opened with great fanfare by the Viceroy of Area 11, the Princess Euphemia Lee Britannia. With saccharidite being one of the key resources of the area, it was only natural that the princess would take a keen interest in the proceedings. Thus it was widely known that Her Highness would be attending the conference along with her industry minister. Over a dozen delegates from other saccharidite-producing countries were also present, though all were eclipsed by the reserves Area 11 possessed. In theory, the Empire could have simply dictated the price of saccharidite, but something that blatant might well have been enough to prompt the EU and the Chinese Federation into declaring open hostilities. And so the Empire obeyed the forms, consulting with the few other saccharidite-producing countries on what production levels should be to ensure a stable and mutually profitable price for them all. Overall, when all the aides and junior diplomats were included, more than 100 people were attending the conference proper, with probably twice that many journalists hovering over them trying to pick up some tidbit to gain an advantage over their competitors. International diplomacy was not the only cutthroat engagement on display today. Despite the very risk of exposure should the Princess Euphemia catch sight of her, Millie had still brought Nunnally along with them to the resort. There was no reason her little sister should be cooped up all by herself back home, and Millie was determined that Nunnally experience as much of life as the girl wanted. Nunnally deserved that much, at least, especially since for her own safety she was effectively cut off from the only members of her original family that genuinely cared for her despite their proximity. As it was, keeping the girl out of sight while still letting her enjoy herself required a delicate dance be carried out by the rest of the student council, especially seeing as their newest member was not privy to Nunnally's secret. At the same time, Colin had accepted Millie's half-truth of wanting to keep her little sister out of the complexities of noble politics and was surprisingly cooperative in helping Nunnally maintain a low profile. Millie was starting to suspect that Colin's views were even more unorthodox than she originally thought. Investigation of just how unorthodox would have to wait until they got back to school, however. Here you go, Nunnally, the red-haired young woman said as she set before the girl a plate topped with a variety of selections from the buffet. Thank you, Colin, Nunnally said. For now, though, Millie was content to watch as Colin looked after Nunnally as naturally as if the girl was her own sister. A few minutes later, Rivals and Shirley made it back with their own plates. Sheesh, the boy said as he plopped down. With all the reporters around, the buffet tables are like a battlefield. You just have to know how to ask politely, Shirley said. Millie smirked. Not all of us have your ample charms to exploit, Shirley. The brunette flushed. Press. Oh, you, why do you have to sound like a perverted old geezer all the time? But your reaction is so much fun to watch. Shirley stuck a tongue out at the other girl, eliciting laughs all around. But anyway, what should we do this evening? Millie asked after she was done. We'll be hitting the beaches tomorrow morning, so let's go for something low-key tonight. What about karaoke? Shirley suggested. They're supposed to have a really nice setup here at the hotel. Oh, sounds interesting, Millie said before glancing at Colin. Have confidence in your voice, Colin. Colin smiled playfully at the other girl. Wouldn't it be quite the scandal if I didn't? Millie chuckled, knowing full well what the other girl meant. Daughters of the nobility were expected to be masters of social grace, and being able to sing was considered a crucial trait. Despite her own family's disgrace, Millie's parents had forced the girl to endure such tedium as a child, or at least tried to. Millie had become an expert at finding out of the way places to hide by the age of 10. That instinct served her well for a variety of purposes even today. Karaoke it is then, Millie said, and then smirked at Rivals. I expect a command performance, Mr. Vice President. Spare me, please, Rivals said in mock horror before chuckling. What about you, Cecilia? 'Twould be of ages since I last made merry melody, CC said. And fairness demandeth that such a woman of quality as Milady Ashford be repaid in full for her most generous invitation. Then we should have a duel, Millie said. No, dueling duets. We face each other in duets and the audience votes on the one who was the star. Looks of wiry acceptance, answered the girl, but no one objected outright. And besides, Millie's crazy ideas tended to see everyone have fun one way or another. Colin's phone rang and the girl pulled it out to see who it was. There was no name associated with the number, but it was one she recognized instantly. Excuse me, Colin said as she rose. The dining area was a busy place, but Colin managed to find an out-of-the-way spot. She did not even have to resort to her powers. She flipped open the phone. What is it? Colin, get out of the hotel now. A frantic-sounding guy cried. What? What's going on? I just heard through a contact of mine, but a resistance group is planning on hitting the Lake Kawaguchi resort. They're after the Viceroy. Colin paled. Roger, need to go. Stay safe, Colin, the girl heard guy say before she snapped shut her phone. The time for discretion was over. Colin expanded her senses and absorbed all the information around her. She saw all the regular guests, people who had come much like the student council for a relaxing weekend. She picked out the delegates, a mixture of diplomats, bureaucrats, and even a few military officers, for all that this was supposed to be mostly an economic-centric conference. But a modern war was one based on a country's industrial might, and nowadays said might was fueled almost exclusively by saccharide. And then Colin's inner eye fell upon the hotel staff, the people who moved about almost invisibly simply because everyone ignored them. The cooks, the servers, the housekeepers, all those people who were needed to see to the needs of the guests. How many temporary staff had the hotel needed to bring on to deal with the surge of customers due to the Saccharide conference? How many of them were infiltrators from whichever resistance guy had just warned her about? Colin's senses swept across every person she could find, her mind racing as she examined each one in detail. Pain pounded her head and her left eye throbbed, but she persisted. There, that server was watching things with just a bit more interest than one might expect. That group of chefs were exchanging knowing looks. A janitor was walking out of a closet and passed on a weapon to a housekeeper. In fact, there were a lot of people armed. And then all of a sudden a surge of bodies began to converge upon the dining area and the nearby conference halls. Shit, Colin muttered. Pulling out her cell phone, she fired off a text to Millie. Hopefully the girl would get the message quickly enough and believe her. Colin melted back into the background, disappearing just in time to avoid being spotted by a group of men and women rushing past. The girl's mind raced. She needed to get her friends out of there. Maybe she could arrange some sort of bargain through guy's contact. Colin moved quickly and quietly to a better hiding spot. If she was going to be of any use to her friends, she needed to remain free herself. We're clear, a woman said as the car she drove passed the last checkpoint. The man seated immediately behind her nodded and glanced up at the person sitting to the left of the driver. Get us to your closest safe house, he ordered, one that we can use to contact the rest of your group. The man nodded and began giving directions to the driver. Lieutenant, another man seated in the car said. Are you sure this is a wise course of action? Our orders from the Marshal were to attempt to establish contact with a major Japanese resistance cell that the EU might be able to bolster with proper support, the first man replied. Considering the numbers and coordination this operation took, I would say the blood of the samurai would qualify. Based on what our prisoner has said, the samurai intend to take the Viceroy and other guests at the resort hostage in order to force concessions from Britannia, the other man went on. This strategy has several major flaws and is ultimately an act of desperation, not one indicative of a strong and well-led resistance force. True enough, the lieutenant said. Still, the samurai are supposed to be one of the largest in central Japan. If nothing else, they would offer a useful supply of manpower in further moves against Britannia once we assume command of their leadership. And if the Princess Cornelia makes it her personal mission to crush them for daring to threaten her sister. The lieutenant's mouth quirked up into a most eerie half-smile. Then they will serve as a distraction while we build up other, more useful assets. Other assets? The Japanese Liberation Front is composed of not only soldiers of the former Japanese army, but they are also rumored to be remarkably well supplied with modern weapons, even nightmares, the lieutenant explained. They should serve as a workable foundation to build a proper army that can challenge Britannia's rule of Area 11. I see, the other soldier said thoughtfully. And if you can seize control of the JLF's backers, you would also be able to gain access to the other resistance cells that they considered worth sponsoring. Indeed, the lieutenant said. Before the conversation could go on, the radio that had been playing a soothing classical sonata crackled with an excited voice. We interrupt your regular programming for this emergency broadcast. Reports from the Lake Kawaguchi resort have come in that terrorists have attacked the OSEC conference being held there. As of yet we have no clear numbers for the terrorist, nor of any casualties amongst the resort's guests. Authorities are mobilizing and there has been a suggestion that the army may also deploy to assist in the situation. Wait, hold one. We have just confirmed that the Princess Euphemia was on site at the conference at the time of the attack. The Viceroy's office has yet to issue a statement about her current whereabouts, but there is a possibility that the princess is still at the resort. Well, looks like they've made their move, the lieutenant remarked. Good thing we got out when we did. The other passengers in the car nodded their assent, not that any of them had an actual say in the matter. A telltale faint redness could be seen in all their eyes save for the lieutenant himself. Then again the young man's left eye was but a milky white. Beneath the obscuring contact a purple sigil burned bright. End of chapter 10. A bit shorter than the last chapter, but I wanted to set the stage so to speak. The next chapter will see quite a few developments. As all of you may have noticed, I have decided not to use the JLF for the Lake Kawaguchi incident. Primarily because I have a use for them later on in the story, and also because the entire thing was damn amateurish from a military perspective. Seize hostages without an extraction plan? Holding up in a defensive posture? That has never worked out well in real life for the hostage takers, even when authorities fail to save the hostages. I probably should stop harping on the lack of realism when it comes to military and geopolitics in Code Geass, but it was one of those things that really irritated me even as I enjoyed other aspects of the series. But suffice it to say, I intend to develop this story so that there are discrete steps in the development of plot points and events. Case in point, the refrain thing is set up to be resolved after the hotel incident, but I've been setting the stage for it for a few chapters now. And the ending scene had some foreshadowing quite a few chapters before with the conversation between the EU field marshals. Code Geass had a tendency to do spur-of-the-moment plot points that tended not to be very well foreshadowed or felt contrived. I want to avoid repeating that. Oh guy. I'd just like to say in response to a specific review that everything said review described is indicative of how one is not supposed to run a resistance cell fighting an asymmetric war. The chain of command cannot have a singular point of failure nor over-reliance on a single individual to hold the entire thing together. And again, how the blazes does a Japanese freedom fighter not recognize the second in command of the purist faction, one of the most ardent persecutors of your people? The entire Ogai/Valletta subplot is just so incredibly hard to swallow. Never mind the way both characters' personalities were twisted about to justify the whole thing. Any depth that Ogai does possess went straight out the window whenever Valletta got involved. Yet, take that as confirmation that that pairing is not happening in this FIC. This is something I have no problem spoiling. Yuffie seems to be attracting a variety of reactions, some like her while others find her almost eerie. That's, well, intentional. And it relates to the title of this FIC. The exact ramifications will be revealed in time as the story progresses, as well as how various characters and story react to her methodology. I've decided to move the spoiler ratings to the top of the chapter above the snippets. That'll likely be more useful to my readers. I will be traveling overseas, again, due to an unexpected issue that cropped up. I am less than pleased about having to spend basically 24+ hours on a plane. Again. Within the span of 2 months. As you can probably tell, I hate flying. Anyway. Next up will be a chapter of In Tune, which I'm sure those of you actually following are eagerly anticipating considering what I've promised to reveal in it. And seeing the cliffhanger I just left all of you reading this FIC with, I'm sure you're all eager for me to get cracking on the next chapter for a cold calculus as well. We'll see how much writing I get done while in China. As always, feedback is welcome. CC Translations. Mayhap be not. A Ruth that refuses to avant. It might be nothing. A bad feeling that refuses to go away. Mayhap or mayhap not. Pour not on me, it shall not be a let. Maybe or maybe not. Don't worry about me, it won't be a hindrance. 'Twould be of ages since I last made merry melody. And fairness demandeth that such a woman of quality as Milady Ashford be repaid in full for her most generous invitation. It's been ages since I last sang. And fairness demands that a woman of your high social standing be repaid for your generous invitation. Chapter 11. Snippet spoiler, low. The Lake Kawaguchi terrorist attack is remembered for many things. In the context of the Empress Euphemia's rise to power, 3 noteworthy consequences stand out. The first was, despite having the lives of herself and her subjects so threatened, the Princess Euphemia remained magnanimous in her treatment of the Japanese people. While the blood of the samurai were ruthlessly purged, the princess continued with her plans of extending basic services out to the ghettos. The uninterrupted rollout of medical services to the wards after the attack initially baffled many of the viceroy's subordinates, but the goodwill it engendered amongst the Japanese population was to have ramifications no one at the time could have foreseen, save perhaps for the princess herself. With this act, the Princess Euphemia established a reputation for firm but fair rule, a reputation that would serve her well throughout her reign. Toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 11, Ad vitam aut culpam. Gunfire sounded, causing all of the delegates to start. Yuffie's eyes narrowed and she did not resist as one of her guards pulled the young woman up and started leading her towards one of the emergency exits. The door suddenly slammed open and a Japanese man burst through. He went down hard as the guard opened fire. The insurgent behind him was more careful and began trading shots with the soldiers inside even as all of the civilians ducked for cover, Yuffie included. And then the main conference door burst open and more insurgents poured in. The few Brighton guards still standing were promptly cut down. Zenbyu Xiaometsushida. Yuffie could not even begin to claim to be fluent in Japanese despite the crash course she had been undertaking since Clovis' death. There was simply not enough time to absorb the sheer vocabulary, much less the subtle nuances of the grammar, but she could take a guess at what the Japanese man had said. A declaration of victory tended to carry similar tones and style regardless of what language it was made in. The insurgents surveyed the room and quickly zeroed in on Yuffie. One marched over and grabbed hold of the girl. Koi! Unhand her, you 11 bastard! Rochester rose. The insurgent manhandling Yuffie released the young woman just long enough to point his gun at the noble and pull the trigger. Rochester cried out in pain as the round cut through his side. Baron! A flare of rage suffused the girl and she landed a solid kick into the back of the shooter's knee. The man was not expecting the attack and nearly toppled over. Before he or anyone else could respond, Yuffie slammed an open palm against his cheek, producing a sickening crack. The insurgent keeled over, clutching his broken jaw even as a muffled howl of pain escaped him. Guns were quickly trained on the princess. Stop! Yuffie commanded. No one opened fire, but neither did the guns cease pointing at the girl. You want me alive, Yuffie said, that much is obvious already. But if anyone else opens fire on my guests and my subjects, then it will be in vengeance that my sister storms the resort. Am I clear? The other insurgents exchanged glances, not quite sure just how they were supposed to respond to such an imperious command. Technically they were the ones supposed to be in control and the princess should be quivering in fear of what they would do to her. Yet it was obvious Euphemia retained her regal pose even under such circumstances and would not bend easily to their whims. Finally one of the insurgents nodded and stepped to the side. If you would come with us then, princess. Yuffie looked over at Rochester. The Baron was already being seen to by the personal aide Yuffie had brought with her, a bright young woman trained in not only clerical matters but emergency aid just for such contingencies, though the expectation during such training was that the princess herself would be receiving the aid. Take care of him, Jane, Yuffie said. I will, your highness, the woman responded without stopping her bandaging of the Baron's wounds. Baron Rochester, Yuffie said, and the man looked up at her weakly. I will not forget your courage this day. The Baron tried to say something but was quickly hushed by Jane. Yuffie regarded the still moaning insurgent on the ground. She gave a most unladylike but blatantly dismissive snort before walking over to the English-speaking insurgent. Lead the way, the young woman commanded once more. The insurgent gave her a look of grudging respect before turning about and heading for the door. Millie pulled out her cell phone leisurely as it beeped to notify her of an incoming text. There was nothing leisurely about her slamming it shut and suddenly picking Nunnally up and charging for the door. We're leaving, now. Her friends did not hesitate in chasing after her, but just before they reached the dining room entrance, panicked screams filled the room. Their way was suddenly blocked by several Japanese armed with handguns and bladed weapons. Down! All of you! Millie's heart froze as she stared at the barrel of the gun. She staggered as rivals pulled her down to the ground, getting the girl and her sister out of the line of fire. More insurgents were piling in and now the sound of gunshots could be heard, the conference's security personnel responding to whoever these people were. Nunnally's grip on her sister tightened as the girl pressed against her. Millie. It's going to be all right, Nunnally, Millie assured her sister even as she cradled her. Just stay calm, everything's going to be all right. Nunnally nodded, trying to remain composed, but the grip of her hands on Millie's blouse belayed the fear and anxiety the girl was feeling. All of you, hand your cell phones over now, the same man that had shouted at them before demanded. A shuffle of movements as all of the diners pulled out their phones and held them out meekly. Millie frowned, chancing popping open hers. It was still displaying Colin's text. She quickly hit the delete button and then confirmed it before snapping it shut again. Fortunately the intruders did not notice her movement, likely because the rivals and Shirley had positioned themselves to help further shield Nunnally. Like the others, Millie surrendered her cell phone, but at least this way even if they looked they would not be able to see that someone had tried to warn her. Hopefully that would allow Colin to remain free, she owed the girl that much. All of you, center of the room, another gunman ordered. Their English, while rough, was understandable and the people gathered in the dining room quickly obeyed. Millie and the others maneuvered themselves over to Nunnally's wheelchair, which fortunately was along the way, and set the girl back in it. So far none of the intruders seemed to have noticed the fact that she was being carried before and ask any awkward questions. Still the student council positioned themselves around Nunnally as much as possible. As they walked, Rivals looked about. Hey everyone, he said in a hushed tone, where's Cecilia? The others looked up in surprise and saw that the boy was right. The green-haired girl was nowhere to be seen. What the hell do you mean they've taken the resort? Guilford tried not to flinch as his princess exploded at him. We just received emergency calls from the conference. Armed gunmen appear to have breached the perimeter and overrun the internal security forces. We're still trying to determine the extent of their penetration, but it's not looking good. What the fuck were the security forces doing? Cornelia demanded. How did they let that many insurgents get through? To that Guilford had no answer and he made no pretense of knowing. Having served at Cornelia's side for so long, he knew that if there was one thing the princess hated more than outright incompetence, it was feigned competence. Deploy the 9th Battalion, Cornelia ordered as she turned to Darlton. I want a complete lockdown of the area, no one gets in or out. At once, Your Highness. Darlton clicked his heels and marched out with all speed. Gilbert, with me. I'll be taking direct operational command. Yes, Your Highness. As Cornelia charged out of her office, her thoughts were focused solely on her sister. She had warned Yuffie, warned her that the insurgency in Area 11 could not be treated lightly, that it needed to be crushed swiftly and thoroughly before it could fester into something more dangerous. Were they already too late? How had the rebels even marshaled the necessary arms and manpower to attempt this? This had to be the work of one of the larger so-called liberation fronts, perhaps even the JLF itself. Your Highness, a man called out to her. Cornelia looked back but did not stop walking and saw Jeremiah hurrying to catch up. Margrave, keep this quick, Cornelia said. We do not have time to waste. Your Highness, we've received a message from the hostage takers, Jeremiah said darkly. That did give Cornelia pause and she spun about to face the man. What does it say? They claim they've captured the Viceroy, Your Highness, Jeremiah said softly, and they have issued a set of demands in exchange for her safe release. Cornelia ground her teeth. The entire notion was preposterous. The Empire did not negotiate with terrorists ever, no exceptions, regardless of whom might be a hostage. It was claimed that not even capturing the Emperor would see Britannia bow to the demands of others, though this had never actually been tested before. With a princess of the realm, as far as the Emperor was concerned, her death would simply be used as a warning to the other imperial scions about the need to remain vigilant to avoid the same fate. The people behind this charade were either desperate or incredibly amateurish despite managing to blindside the Inquisitio. Or they knew there was no chance of then actually succeeding and merely meant to use this event to galvanize the other liberation movements. One viceroy had fallen already after all, to see two slain in such a short span of time could seriously undermine Britannian confidence. And cast Yuffie in history as a foolish girl that had bitten off more than she could chew. What are their demands? Cornelia asked even as she resumed walking. Much of the usual, Jeremiah said. They want all prisoners held by the security forces freed, the restoration of self-governance, and the Empire's eventual withdrawal from Area 11. Cornelia scowled. Are they complete imbeciles? I wondered much the same, Your Highness, Jeremiah said with little humor. The Empire would never agree to such demands, they have to know that, so it begs the question of why they are making them in the first place. They want to drag this out, Cornelia said, to show our helplessness as they stall for time. The longer we are unable to resolve this crisis, the weaker the Empire looks, thus potentially galvanizing their fellow malcontents. Then we should strike quickly, rescue Her Highness the Viceroy and put these traitors to the sword. Do not make grandiose promises that you cannot keep, Margrave, Cornelia said darkly. I am aware of the price of failure, Your Highness, Jeremiah said, and I have been considering the tactical difficulties we face. Schematics of the resort are being forwarded to the command center as we speak, and I have ordered off-duty maintenance staff be brought in to provide insights into any methods of entry that we may be able to exploit. Cornelia raised an eyebrow. I stand corrected, Margrave, you have thought through the matter. Notify me immediately once you develop relevant intelligence. Yes, Your Highness. Jeremiah snapped a salute before hurrying off. The Marshal wasted no time herself either. 10 minutes later she was in the air headed towards Lake Kawaguchi, even as a convoy set out from MacArthur Base with the personal nightmares of the princess and her royal guard. One thing that Britannia would not lack when it set out to bring these insurgents to heel would be firepower, but as Cornelia knew painfully well, this battle would almost certainly be decided by other means. Colin slinked through the now empty halls, casting her sight wide so no one would be able to get the jump on her. She had thus far identified 60 insurgents, the majority scattered around the hotel perimeter. One large group was clustered around the dining hall, likely guarding the hostages, while another group, presumably the leadership, was in the conference area. From what they were wearing it looked like most had been masquerading as cooks and waiters. If Colin was to guess, they were probably extra hands hired to help with all the additional guests the hotel was expecting for the OSEC conference. First thing was first, Colin needed to figure out how to get the hostages out of here safely, preferably without blowing her cover. Most of the hotel guests were innocent civilians and did not deserve to get caught in the crossfire between the liberation movements and the Britannian military. Colin scowled. That these insurgents were willing to involve civilians at all put them on the entirely wrong side of morality as far as Colin was concerned. No, these were not freedom fighters, they were terrorists. She needed a weapon. And something to hide her identity. The terrorists had been careful enough to grab the guns of the fallen security detail, but they had not bothered with their armor and other gear. The girl grimaced at the gory remains of the guard at her feet. This one had gone down from a very unlucky hit to the head, leaving his armor intact albeit splattered by blood. It would have to do. Colin stripped it off the dead man, saying a quick prayer for a Valkyrie to see fit to guide him to Valhalla, and put the armor on. Next was a helmet from a soldier whose body was riddled with bullets. The body armor all of these soldiers wore could stop a few shots from handguns and if you were lucky a rifle round, but they would not save one from concentrated fire. Colin adjusted the goggles and once satisfied she was mostly incognito grabbed the only weapons available, combat knives that the terrorists had apparently decided were worthless with their possession of guns. They were about to learn just how much of a misconception that was. Pain shot through her head as the migraine flared up again, but Colin fought it down. Against this many people she needed every advantage she could get here, and without the Geass she stood no chance. Thou! Colin nearly screamed in shock as she spun around. As it was, a certain green-haired girl nearly got decapitated as Colin slashed the air where her head was just a moment ago. CC was however very nimble and had already retreated a step. C. Colin hissed. Don't sneak up on me like that. Damn it, you know my powers don't work on you. CC sniffed dismissively. And what dost thee intendeth alone? I'm going to free the hostages, Colin said, and then I'll decide whether the princess is worth helping or not. By thy lonesome. CC repeated snidely. Well, you're here, aren't you? Colin snarked back as she thrust a knife handle first at the other woman. Make yourself useful and help me. CC chuckled and bowed theatrically, swiping the blade from Colin's hand. Thy wish is mine command, mademoiselle. Colin snorted, grabbed a helmet, and shoved it onto C.C's head while making sure all of the girl's hair was also stuffed under. We'll find you something less conspicuous to wear later. CC looked down at her civilian dress and shrugged. To shame the guy's OTH world, I will begin the fashion. Less without and more within, Colin finished with a smirk. You really think I wouldn't know Shakespeare when I hear it? CC chuckled and waved for Colin to take the lead. The two hurried toward the dining hall. While the terrorists had established a well-guarded perimeter to keep anyone from getting into the hotel, once inside there were few patrols to run into. Lack of manpower was more than likely the reason for this, what with the majority of their numbers stationed at various choke points into the complex. Only a dozen or so gunmen were guarding the hostages, and they could have been easily overwhelmed if all of the guests mobbed them, assuming of course one accepted a horrific body count in the process. The two made swift progress with Colin guiding them. They were upon the first patrol quickly, and CC demonstrated once more her deftness with a blade was the equal of Colin as she slashed the throat of one gunman and very nearly literally disarmed him to keep his gun from going off. The redhead utilized a similar approach in disabling her target, slitting the wrist of the hand holding the pistol before shoving a second blade into the man's throat. CC regarded the stunned expressions on the faces of their victims and regarded Colin. A little more than kin, and less the kind. Colin scowled. They may be Japanese, but they're nothing like me. 'Tis not what I have saith. CC replied with a raised eyebrow. I barely understand half of what comes out of your mouth, Colin said as collected the pistols and handed one to the other girl. Do not start shooting until I give the say-so, I don't want these guys becoming alerted to our presence. CC nodded and quickly followed in Colin's wake. Much blood still needed shedding. Team 2, reporting in, the corporal said. We're in position. Roger. Do you see the entrance? Yes, moving in. Are we sure about the code? Straight from the maintenance staff, the operator on the other side said. Remember, this is a recon sweep, avoid contact with the terrorists if at all possible, we don't want to spook them and cause them to start killing hostages. Understood. The squad leader nodded to the others. All right, let's do this right. The others returned it. A soldier punched in the code and a click sounded as the door unlocked. He pulled it open and the point man burst through, rifle at the ready as he swept the room. Another soldier was right behind and scanned the opposite direction. Rapid clicks sounded until it was nearly a constant hum. Oh she! A stream of bullets smashed through the two soldiers, their screams drowned out by the thunder of the fire pouring down upon them. Command, they've got a minigun. The squad leader tried shouting above the dinge. The Britanian soldiers returned fire, trying to take out the gunner or just maybe jam up the weapon, chewing them apart. Sparks splattered the armored plate shielding the gunner, but ultimately none made it through. The whirling died down and the dust settled along with it. There was no longer a door, instead pieces of a shattered frame jutted from the wall. Around it lay the bloodied corpses of the Britanian soldiers. It has been confirmed, Jeremiah said darkly. All subterranean entry points into the hotel have been heavily fortified, the only way through those strong points is with overwhelming force. And if we move in force, they will kill the hostages, Cornelia stated flatly. The image of the Margrave nodded. An entry from above is also not an option, Cornelia said tiredly. At this rate our only option would be to try forcing our way in quickly enough to reach the hostages before they start shooting. Not, necessarily, Your Highness, Darlton said. Cornelia looked up at her trusted second-in-command. Do you have an idea, Andreas? The general nodded. AHAHO jump, Highness. The terrorists may be watching out for any air units at lower altitudes, but they would be considerably less likely to notice us inserting troops from that high up. How many could we get in? Cornelia asked. And how quickly can we get them in the air? No more than a squad, a 5-man team. And I took the liberty of ordering the plane overhead half an hour ago, Your Highness. They should be over the target zone now. Cornelia smiled approvingly at Darlton. I commend your initiative, General. Send them in. Their exact orders, Highness. Darlton asked. The Marshal grimaced. Highest priority is getting Yuffie out of there. Darlton nodded and spoke into the radio to relay the command. He supposed it was a good thing Her Highness had not asked just who made up the squad. Once they move to secure the princess, we should storm the perimeter, Guilford said, tapping the projection of the hotel layout. We know that the hostages are all being held in the dining hall. If we move quickly enough, our troops could overrun their guards and get there before they have a chance to kill any of the civilians. Chancy, but we don't really have any other choice, Cornelia said. Once their chain of command gets cut off, the insurgents are likely to panic and decide they have nothing left to lose. We have units on standby ready to make the attempt nevertheless, Your Highness. Cornelia looked over at the monitor displaying the Margrave's face. Oh. Before being awarded her knighthood, Dame Nu was a member of the Ranger Corps, Jeremiah said. She possesses extensive training in rapid insertion and assault and already has an ops plan ready to go, with different contingencies depending on what the ultimate objective of the assault is. Is that so? Patch her through to the command channel. Yes, Your Highness. A few seconds later, another portrait appeared on the monitor with Jeremiah sharing screen space with his subordinate. Your Highness, Valletta bowed. Dame Nu, Cornelia replied with a curt nod. The Margrave informs me you have a plan for assaulting the hotel. Yes, Highness, Valletta said. The entrances into the hotel are well covered by the insurgents, but they very plainly lack the manpower to completely cover their perimeter. That means any fighting that breaks out, they will be unable to support each other and each enemy element can be defeated in detail. Conversely, we do not necessarily need to assault the actual entrances to gain entry into the hotel. Cornelia grunted in understanding. Breaching charges against the walls. Yes, Your Highness, Valletta confirmed. Based on the schematics, if we breached along the northeastern wall, we would be able to bypass their defensive positions and make a straight run for the hostages. Time from breach to target? Cornelia asked. 2 minutes tops, Your Highness, Valletta answered. 1 if no one falls behind with me. The Marshal raised an eyebrow. You, Dame Valletta. I believe am the most suited to lead the assault, Your Highness, Valletta stated, not with bravado but the cool confidence of a warrior who was beyond needing to prove her elite status. Very well, Dame Valletta, Cornelia said with a fiery grin. I would say prepare your troops, but seeing as I seem to be surrounded by competent subordinates who know how to take initiative, I'll simply assume you already have them ready. Valletta bowed once more. I thank you for your confidence in Your Highness. Thank me by succeeding, Cornelia said, and by showing these 11 bastards that no one escapes unscathed after threatening Brightonian citizens. Valletta met Cornelia's hard gaze with one of her own. By your command, Highness. Suzaku took deep breaths to try to remain calm. He had never done anything like this before and in fact had never actually gone through airborne qualification. Few honorary Brightonians were accepted for the training even if they volunteered. Now however he was about to perform one of the most difficult insertion techniques, a high-altitude high opening, or HAHO, jump. This particular method involved opening parachutes while still at very high altitudes mere seconds after exiting the plane and then navigating to the desired target. Being able to perform this navigation required a great deal of training, which was why Suzaku was not designated as the lead for the jump. That responsibility had been given to Claudio Darlton, one of General Darlton's adopted sons and also the one that had literally ran the pants off Suzaku during the little informal review. All Suzaku needed to do was follow the man's lead, which was easier said than done with just a crash course in how to use the parachute. As Suzaku futzed with his chute, Claudio walked over and took hold of the straps from the young man. Calm yourself, Private, Claudio said as he adjusted the fit. Breathe deeply, this operation is dangerous enough without you running the risk of getting the bends. Yes sir, Suzaku said as he stiffened. You've never performed a jump before? Claudio said conversationally as he checked over Suzaku's gear. No sir. Well, keep your head on straight and follow me down. Yes sir. Claudio regarded Suzaku silently for a moment. My father assigned you to this mission because he thinks you're up to the task. Prove him right, Private. Suzaku nodded firmly. I will not let him or you down, sir. See that you don't. Claudio clapped the boy on the shoulder and marched off to take up the lead position. Suzaku did as he was told, taking deep breaths and letting the oxygen suffuse his lungs. They had been in the air for close to half an hour and the entire time was spent with the breath masks on to flush their bloodstream of nitrogen in preparation for the jump. The radio hissed. All personnel, prepare for insertion. And now the time had come. Suzaku took up his spot third in line. The soldier behind him tapped him on the shoulder and he looked back. Don't screw this up, kid, the older man said. I'm behind you, so you're the one that I'm supposed to be trailing. You get lost, we lose more than half the team before we even make it to the resort. Suzaku nodded. I won't get lost, sir. The soldier grunted and went back to giving his own equipment a final check. Suzaku turned about and readied himself. Opening doors. Klaxons blared as the rear hatch was lowered. Another soldier standing by waved his arm, signaling for them to go. Claudio charged and leapt with the second man right behind. Suzaku followed in their footsteps, throwing himself out with somewhat less grace than the men that preceded him and immediately counting down. Once he reached 0 he pulled the strap and felt his body jerk as the chute expanded and caught air. He locked his gaze on the person below him and tugged at the handles, doing his best to control his descent and follow after. The muscles in his arms quickly began burning as he made adjustment after adjustment. Winds roared and buffeted him. At this height he could not hear anything, not even the panting of his own breath. Suzaku resisted the temptation to look around. That had been one thing he was very explicitly warned not to do when performing a jump like this. Distractions would only get him completely lost and screw the people above him. For the next half hour Suzaku fought to stay on course. He had already been humbled once before when the Glaston Knights pretty much ran him into the ground. Taking that experience to heart, Suzaku had increased the intensity of his own workout. Not enough time had passed however for his physique to have seen that much improvement, though Suzaku was not certain if any training in the world would have made him ready for this. The hotel came into view and Suzaku gazed down at it. That turned out to be a really stupid mistake and he panicked as he lost sight of the soldier below him. His head turned frantically about until he saw the blinking light atop the parachute below him. Suzaku duly adjusted his trajectory and veered after. They circled downward in a spiral toward the roof. This close Suzaku made out 4 insurgents surveying the sky. None seemed to have caught sight of the approaching Britonians. None would have the chance as the muffled crack of a rifle sounded 4 times. One insurgent dropped after each shot and the roof was clear. If his exit from the plane was less than graceful, his landing barely qualified for the term. Suzaku hit the ground hard, crumpling up and rolling about as his parachute tried to pull him along with the wind. He hit the release and was suddenly free, but momentum carried him for a few more meters before the boy finally managed to stop himself. Pulling off his mask, boy took a deep breath. "Kururugi, get on your feet," a voice snapped. Suzaku pulled himself up. "Weapons check." The young man hefted his rifle and made sure his pistol and flashbangs were still there. "Clear. Clear. Clear. Clear," Suzaku said last. Claudio nodded. "All right, remember, locating the Viceroy is our primary objective. If we see a chance to secure her, we take it regardless." "Understood." Nods all around, though Suzaku looked on grimly. Regardless meant regardless of what happened to the other hostages. He could understand the logic behind the choice, but it did not sit well with him. Their objective should have been to get everyone, including the princess, out. He was certain that was what Her Highness would have wanted too. Move out. The plan was simple: infiltrate the hotel from the roof and work their way down towards where the Viceroy was being held. The threat of a kidnapping had always been treated seriously by the princess security detail, and one of the contingencies in case an attempt succeeded was tracker beacons that the military could lock onto. The biggest risk was of course any would-be kidnappers finding and disabling the beacon, hence why Yuffie wore quite a few seemingly completely ornamental decorations. At least 2 of them were still transmitting and placed the princess in an office by the main security room, the squad's target destination. As Suzaku followed the others, he tried to figure out just how he might get not only Euphemia out alive but the other hostages as well. Not for a moment did the boy ever consider whether he should or should not make the attempt. Millie looked around, taking note of the number of guards and where they were. There was no telling when they might decide to make an example of someone or that they were out of options and start shooting. Millie was determined that Nunnally would not be counted amongst the victims, even if she needed to shield her herself. "There are 10 guards, Rivals whispered to Millie, "at least that I've actually seen. If there are more outside, they haven't bothered coming in here." To that Millie nodded. It seemed she was not the only one considering their options. "Millie," Nunnally murmured as she pressed against her. They're here for Yuffie, aren't they?" Millie grimaced. Her adopted sister was too smart by half. She gentle caressed her. "Calm down, Nunnally, you know that Princess Cornelia is not going to let Yuffie come to harm." The statement seemed to offer Nunnally some comfort as she fell silent. That she pressed herself tighter against Millie indicated that her concern was not entirely assuaged. Heavy footsteps thudded as another insurgent marched into the dining hall. Millie looked up, her eyes narrowing. The large man glanced in their direction and stopped. Millie felt her heart freeze and she tightened her grip on Nunnally. As if sensing their friend's distress, Rivals and Shirley shifted so that they blocked the way to the 2 girls. The Japanese man sneered and began approaching them. Millie's mind raced, trying to figure out something, anything, that she could do. Running was completely out, they would be gunned down before they got close to any of the exits even if they were not guarded. Fighting back was also likely to be equally futile with similar results. And then the man reached them and Millie was out of time. Shirley tried to step in his way but a backhanded strike sent her spinning aside with a cry. "Shirley! Bastard!" Rivals said, lunging at the man. The boy was rewarded with a kick to his gut before being slammed into the ground. "Rivals!" Millie screamed. The insurgent reached out and seized Nunnally's arm. "No! Let my sister go!" Millie lashed out, desperation taking hold as she threw a punch at the man. She was no Sayako, but the girl did have some self-defense training, and so when the man moved to block, Millie used the opening the motion created to land a kick against the man's groin. The man cried in pain but remained standing. He released Nunnally and threw a punch of his own at Millie. Kisama. The girl managed to deflect the strike, albeit not entirely, the mass difference simply too much for her to overcome. The second blow came quickly, the man now aware that his intended victim was not entirely defenseless. The third blow broke through Millie's defenses and she cried in pain as the insurgent's fist slammed into her gut. Taking advantage of her momentary weakness, the man grabbed Millie by her hair and smashed her face into the floor. Blood began pooling. Millie! Nunnally screamed. Rivals threw himself at the man, tackling him away from the downed girl. He wailed on the figure beneath him, trying to make sure the man would not get a chance to counterattack. Suddenly a bang thundered in the room. Rivals looked down and saw a sickening stain begin spreading in his shirt. A fist struck his chin, sending the boy spiraling back. Stop! Nunnally cried. I'll go with you, so stop it already. The large man growled and landed a kick against Rival's side, causing the boy to cry in agony. I said stop it. Nunnally pled. Watanabe, a distinctly female voice called out, causing the large insurgent to freeze up. Ike. The man apparently named Watanabe scowled at the woman but obeyed, grabbing Nunnally's wheelchair and dragging the girl along. As she was pulled out, Nunnally saw Shirley frantically trying to put pressure on Rival's wound while Nina attempted to tend to Millie. Her sister's hand twitched, the last thing Nunnally saw. The girl was grateful for that much, even if she knew how unlikely it was she would hold that hand ever again. The terrorist leader that had organized the entire attack was visibly losing patience with Yuffie. In point of fact, the slight bruising of her cheek was from the man slapping her after becoming angered by Yuffie's lack of response to his threats. Or lack of the response he desired. Yuffie had spent the last half hour demonstrating to the man that whatever her supposed public reputation for elegance and eloquence, she knew plenty of imaginative invectives with which to describe the terrorist, his intelligence, or lack thereof, and her complete lack of regard for what he wanted. Area 11 is the Empire's now and nothing you do will change this, Yuffie stated coldly. Every time you fools attempt such absurdity, you invite a response from the hardliners who would not hesitate to level entire wards to simply kill one of you. And if they decide that 11s are not worth the trouble of civilizing, then they will enact a final solution. Another slap as Yuffie's face jerked aside. We're Japanese, you fucking bitch, the terrorist screamed at the princess. We're not the ones that need to be civilized, it's you damn Britannian barbarians. And here I thought a mark of civility was knowing how to hide one's fangs, Yuffie sneered. The man's hand rose to hit her once more, but he visibly restrained himself and pulled back. It would see you have more iron than that mewling brother of yours, the man said, and Yuffie's eyes hardened at the insult, something else that seemed to escape the terrorist. Let us see whether you have genuine conviction to back your beliefs. Koi. The door opened and Yuffie could see where this was leading from a mile away. If you truly believe that threatening a hostage will allow you to coerce me too. Yuffie stopped mid-sentence as a girl was pushed in on a wheelchair. She was probably no more than middle school age and had brown hair that flowed well down to her waist. It was the eyes, however, that drew Yuffie, the soft purple-tinted eyes that she thought she would never gaze upon again. Nunnally. The younger girl's eyes began tearing up. Yuffie. Oh, you two know each other. The insurgent leader said with a smirk. Then this makes things simple. He took out his pistol and shoved it against Nunnally's head, eliciting a terrified squeak from her. You will either agree to our demand and record the statement, or I blow out your little friend's brain. Yuffie froze. Her mind both raced and locked up as she witnessed the absolutely impossible. Nunnally, her little sister, was alive. Crippled and confined to a wheelchair, but alive. But she might well not be for much longer if Yuffie did not acquiesce to the insurgents' demand. That demand was simple in the extreme. Renounce Britannia's rule over Japan, apologize for the Empire's invasion and treatment of the Japanese during the occupation, and admit that Britannia was in the wrong. In other words, demands that if Yuffie acceded to would have almost certainly led to her execution as a traitor. It was also completely pointless, seeing as the Empire would immediately repudiated Yuffie's statement and almost certainly increase the oppression the Japanese were subjected to just to dissuade anyone else from trying this again. If the objective of these insurgents was to free Japan, there were fewer methods that could match this one in ineffectiveness or outright stupidity. Shock slowly transformed into rage as Yuffie's emotions caught up with her logical analysis of why none of this would work. This man, this insurgent, this worthless piece of garbage was threatening her family. Not just any family, but someone she had thought lost to her so many years ago and now returned to her as if by providence. And he thought she would give him the satisfaction of giving in to his demands? Yuffie stood, the smoldering glare she directed at the terrorist breaking through his smug facade as the man realized that maybe, just maybe, the iron will Yuffie had displayed thus far went far deeper than he realized. Tell me, sir, do you honestly believe that you can threaten me? The man opened his mouth, but Yuffie cut him off before he got a word out. Behind me stands the might of the Britannian Empire. Whether I stand or fall, its strength will remain undiminished. If you dare harm my subject, know that if I do not perish with her this day I will drown your people in their own blood. I will burn their homes, salt the earth they stand upon, and unleash a rain of vengeance such that will see me upheld as the epitome of Brightonnian manifest destiny, this I swear. The terrorist leader and his subordinate both stared at Yuffie, and even Nunnally seemed stunned by her sister's vehemence. The gun that was pointed at the girl's head had drifted away and was even now slowly being turned on Yuffie instead. You really are crazy, the cell leader said with a nervous chuckle. You believe all that nonsense about how Brightonians are better than everyone. You're even more of a monster than that bastard brother of yours. Yuffie's eyes narrowed. Slander my family again and I shall show you how much of a monster I am. The terrorist ground his teeth. We're not walking away from this alive, I knew that before I kicked off this OP. But I can make sure that none of you do either. He pressed down on his radio. This is Izanagi. Kill the hostages. Nunnally gasped while Yuffie stiffened. The hiss of static echoed from the radio. Izanami, Irika. More static. Yuffie reached a conclusion a moment before the second person to react. Gah! The terrorist leader screamed as Nunnally shoved a taser into his side, only to cry out in turn as the other insurgent smacked her head. Yuffie threw herself forward. They might all die this day, but they would not die lying down. The sound of gunfire echoed. End of chapter 11. I considered whether I wanted to resolve the hotel incident this chapter, but as the word count climbed I decided to split it, and so we are left with a second cliffhanger. A couple of things to note. First, as should be fairly obvious, there are no damsels in distress in my version of Code Geass. There may be situations where someone is unable to effectively fight back, but they will never be completely helpless. Much as in the real world. Yuffie obviously has some self-defense training, and the Ashfords have also carefully considered means to protect Nunnally. After all, who would expect the paraplegic middle school girl to be packing a taser? How effective those means are, well, you'll find out next chapter. A lot of secondary characters are getting exposition. This is perhaps inevitable as there is a lot going on and I need to show someone doing the stuff. I generally prefer to use existing characters instead of creating entirely new ones like some other authors do. In all honesty, it's more a matter of laziness than anything else. To create a new character requires a significant amount of work to make them credible in the eyes of the fandom. I will however create characters when there is an actual need, as is evident with Rochester and Frasier. I am mildly curious as to whether anyone has any comments on the secondary characters thus far. So far most comments have been about Yuffie or Colin. A few odds and ends about Suzaku. And an attempted defense for Ogai that, well, did more to reinforce my view of him than dissuade me from my view of the character. I mentioned this in Intune, but it bears repeating here. I have a pretty straightforward rule when it comes to using non-English languages in things like dialogue. When I use other languages, the intent is not to show off or try to make things feel more authentic or any such nonsense. I do so purely to convey the foreignness that the people in story would experience when they hear an unfamiliar language. I will almost never insert, say, Japanese between two characters who are native speakers of the language. I don't feel any need to remind readers that the conversation is technically happening in Japanese by using the language itself. If a reminder is warranted, I'll mention it in the prose instead. Also, you are not going to see me use honorifics when the people in the conversation are all Brightonians. I really don't care that the Code Geass anime did that. It's another of what I consider sloppy points in the series that I will not repeat in my writing. The entire thing about there being a tunnel wide enough for a nightmare to traverse under the hotel was pretty obviously for the sole purpose of showing off Suzaku's piloting skills. Seeing as Suzaku is intended to play a different role in my story, I'm throwing that right out. Justifying the insurgents sneaking in Gatling guns is hard enough, justifying them sneaking in a huge custom nightmare-mounted coil gun? Yeah, no, not touching that. I think it's clear that Yuffie has a couple of layers to her. Before this chapter what was on display was a sort of analytical but still charismatic individual. Now we've seen a hint of what might be a dark side. How deep does it go? That's something for future chapters to touch upon. There is a reason CC speaks the way she does, but it's a complex thing that I'm still in the process of designing. I do need to start injecting hints however, so that when the matter is brought up enough foreshadowing has happened that people don't feel entirely blindsided. I do keep an eye on the stats for this FIC. I believe I have somewhere between 200 and 300 readers, in so much as the latest chapter's reader count tends to hover in that range. Ultimately the rate of feedback for this FIC is actually higher than in Tune, so I suppose that's good. Now if I would get put onto the TIFF Tropes Code Geass FIC recommendation page by a reader, that would be a first step to my master plan of becoming the most recommended FIC writer on TIFF Tropes. I kid. I'm not sure I'd survive writing enough to pull that off. I don't think C.CS dialogue this chapter warrants me providing translations. Anyway, drop a review of what you all think thus far. Chapter 12. Snippet spoiler, medium. The second consequence of note as a result of the Lake Kawaguchi terrorist attack was the discovery of her supposedly deceased younger sister, Nunnally 6 Britannia, as one of the hostages taken by the terrorists. The details of her sister's survival would take a while longer to reveal themselves, but once the Princess Euphemia learned of them, she arrived at two conclusions. The first was that the Ashford family was not only capable of keeping a secret. The second was that they were also worthy of her trust after having safeguarded the Princess Nunnally for so many years. The Ashfords have been stalwart allies of Euphemia I and her line ever since, though their loyalty has cost the family their blood on many an occasion. The third and final consequence of note was the first meeting between Euphemia Lee Britannia and Colin Statfeld Kaujaki, a meeting that would set in motion great changes for not only the two young women but the world at large. Toward a new dawn, the rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 12, Cui Bono. Colin's senses swept the dining hall and she made final confirmation of the position and number of insurgents guarding the hostages. In the process she also became aware of three things that sparked a near berserk rage within her. The first was the sight of Millie clutching a makeshift bandage against her head. Dried blood caked her hands and hair. The student council president was not crying, yet, but her breathing was a pretty clear indication that she was distraught. The second was Rivaltz lying on his back, surely pressing his blood-stained jacket over his side. The reason for the girl's action became eminently clear as Colin saw the bullet embedded in the boy's flesh. Rivaltz was not the only one with a gunshot wound, but Colin did not know the older man that also suffered thusly. She did know the good-natured boy, someone who was actually willing to stand up for Sozaku, an 11, and despite her own dislike of the honorary Brightonian she respected the student council vice president's integrity. He most certainly did not deserve to get shot. And then there was the very telling absence of the wheelchair and Millie's little sister sitting within it. Colin broadened her senses and locked onto the girl. She was riding up the elevator with another insurgent. "We're going in," Colin said. "Cover my back and remember the plan." CC nodded, gun raised. Colin took a deep breath to try to quell some of the smoldering fury within her. It did not work. She stepped out into the hallway and fired off 2 shots, nailing her target with a double tap. The other insurgent was just spinning around when his head too exploded in a geyser of blood and gore. That felt a lot more satisfying. Colin broke out into a run, charging the insurgents that were rushing to respond to her attack. The next pair that broke out from cover to open fire were cut down almost immediately, one by Colin and the other a second later by CC. Almost half of the insurgents were down. Colin slid to a halt next to the large doorway and popped off a single shot, nailing the gun arm of another terrorist and momentarily neutralizing her but not killing the woman outright. CC took up position at another door and fired off a few shots of her own, mostly to distract the insurgents as Colin crossed the doorway to get under cover again. She moved more quietly albeit still quickly, stopping at the corner and waited. The crack of a rifle had just sounded when Colin leaned out and nailed the shooter with a headshot. The rifleman's partner pulled back from his exchange of fire with CC and instead sprayed a burst in Colin's direction. The girl had already crossed the hallway however and was hurrying towards another vantage point. 5 down, 5 to go. CC was now completely out of sight and Colin could only trust the girl to follow the plan. The strange girl could be quirky and even outright irritating but thus far when the chips fell she came through so Colin was not that worried. The sound of pistol fire moments later confirmed that CC was once again engaging the insurgents. Colin rounded another corner at a full sprint, kicking off against the opposite wall to keep from running into it. She opened fire, dropping the insurgent that she had disarmed previously. Her appearance proved fatal for another gunner as his gun swung toward her before a shot from CC sent him staggering. The man did not get the chance to recover as Colin finished him off with a follow-up. 7 down, 3 to go. The last of the insurgents were hunkering down and Colin could even hear their curses at being attacked by demons. The girl smirked as she slammed a fresh clip into her gun. A demon was not a bad thing to be compared to as far as she was concerned. Time to make their fears come real. Colin aimed at the wall and opened fire. 4 rounds smashed through the sheetrock without any difficulty and down went another insurgent. The last 2 spun about and sprayed the wall where the shots came from, thoroughly ventilating it. Colin however was long gone and was already repositioned by the time they stopped shooting. That was her cue to start and once more the girl nailed an insurgent through the walls. The last person standing, a woman, let out a panicked scream and turned to fire at Colin again. Her gun clicked, a sound Colin could hear even on the other side. Coming to a halt Colin took aim once more. Might as well keep using what worked. Colin took aim and fired. And heard a series of cracks as the rounds failed to penetrate. "Shit," Colin hissed as she sensed the woman making a break for it. Colin took off after, tossing aside her spent pistol. Apparently she had hit a stud and the frame was thick enough to stop the rounds where the drywall was not. How had she not noticed? No time to worry about that however, she could not let the last insurgent get away and warn the others. The only one with a radio was already dead but if the other reached either the perimeter or the elevator she could sound the alarm. Assuming of course all the gunfire had not roused them already. The other woman was fit but Colin far surpassed her in athleticism. She gained with every step and had the added advantage of knowing just where the woman was trying to go. Colin charged into the dining hall to the gasps and cries of the huddled hostages. She paid them no heed, cutting through the room and making her exit through another door. Her target nearly tripped over herself at seeing Colin moving to flank her. The redhead suffered no such misstep and reared back. She slung her arm forth and sent her combat knife flying towards the insurgent. The thud that sounded did not mark the blade sinking into the woman's flesh, however, instead impacting against the wall and throwing her target off balance. Colin closed the remaining distance with little trouble and landed a hard, solid kick against the woman's head. The crack this time marked the snapping of the woman's neck and her body went limp. Colin panted, the rush of adrenaline starting to fade as she stood above the broken corpse. 10 down, 0 left of the insurgents guarding the hostages. Colin walked back to the dining hall, picking up a new gun and ammo in the process, and found CC standing watch over the civilians. "Rosalind, get these people out of here," Colin ordered. CC nodded. Acknowledged Juliet. Behind her goggles Colin raised an eyebrow, not that the other woman could have seen it even if she was not turning to obey the command. Not a trace of accent or inflection. Colin was becoming more and more certain CC was just trolling her with her archaic speech. She would give the girl a piece of her mind later. Wait. Colin glanced over to see a visibly shaky Millie stumble towards her, Nina doing her best to support the other girl. "My sister, the terrorists took her," Millie said. Please help her. Whatever you want, my family, we can." Colin held up a hand, cutting the girl off. "I will see to your sister, have no fear." Millie's body noticeably slackened as the tension left the girl. She smiled gratefully at Colin, apparently still not recognizing her classmate under the makeshift disguise. "Thank you, I thank you," Millie said, the tears finally bursting forth. "Evacuate with the others," Colin said as she turned to leave. "Wait," Millie called out as she wiped her eyes. Who are you?" Colin hesitated. She could not reveal the truth to Millie, that was far too dangerous, but neither could she simply walk away with giving some sort of answer. All of the hostages were shaken up and Millie in particular was on unsteady ground with her sister taken and a friend shot. She needed to at least try to avoid unsettling the girl even more. "I am, one who avenges," Colin stated before walking off. Millie blinked and watched as the figure in blood-stained armor headed out. A sense of confusion more than anything else pervaded the young woman. One who avenges? Whom was the strange woman avenging? And could an avenger also save? Those thoughts lingered with Millie even as Nina began pulling her back to join the evacuating hostages. Millie prayed that the answer to the latter question was an unequivocal yes. The insurgents had not been entirely blind to the possibility of being infiltrated from above. The main stairwell that ran through the heart of the hotel was heavily fortified with another minigun mounted behind a makeshift barrier. This one did not have the metal plates that protected the ones guarding the basement access points, but that did not measurably increase the chances of the Brightonian strike team in taking it out and still being able to complete their primary mission. Faced with such an obstacle, the logical course of action was to try and find an alternative route, which was exactly what Suzaku and the others were doing. The problem of course was finding one that the insurgents would not be expecting and thus likely booby-trapped. The solution was to similarly think outside the box. Or rather outside the building. "All right, based on the blueprints the security office is on the north quadrant of the building," Claudio said, pointing at the relevant parts of the sheet. "We can force entry into these suites on the south side where they don't seem to have posted any lookouts. From there we'll need to move quickly. Any patrols we run into we want to take out quickly and quietly if possible. Stick to your crossbows unless they manage to shoot back. If shooting does start up, we go all in and try to get to the princess as quickly as possible." "Understood." The other four nodded. Suzaku's grip tightened on his own weapon. If the shooting really did start, Yuffie's chances would drop to effectively 0. They needed to be very, very careful and take out any patrols in their way without alerting the rest of the insurgents. To achieve this, the team had been issued with crossbows in addition to the standard firearms. The suppressors mounted on said guns were certainly not intended to make firing them a silent affair, that was in the realm of fantasy. They would however allow the squad to actually hear something besides their own gunfire if they ended up in an outright firefight. Claudio folded up the blueprint and shoved it into a pocket before exiting with the others right behind. No opposition was encountered as they proceeded to the suites on the south side, and soon enough the squad was securing lines as they prepared to drop down. Once again Suzaku was third down, another soldier taking point with Claudio sliding down second. It was fascinating watching the older man work. Claudio's experience was quite evident in not only how he himself moved but also in how he directed the rest of the squad. Each soldier in the squad could be considered to possess some trait or skill, and Claudio assigned each of them tasks appropriate to those skills. The adopted son of Andreas Darlton had obviously absorbed his father's lessons well and would be a leader men would be only too glad to serve under in time. For that matter, Suzaku himself found that he actually enjoyed serving under Claudio. It was nice to be following orders from a competent officer for a change. Leaning to the side of the door, Suzaku watched the point man extend a small mirror to peek outside. The soldier then held up 2 fingers to indicate the number of insurgents he saw before waving for the others to move back. The sound of footsteps was soon audible as the pair of insurgents neared the room. Suzaku glanced over at Claudio to see if the man had any new orders for them. A series of hand signals were directed to the point man, who nodded in response. Suzaku and the others, however, received no further instructions and so simply sat tight. Murmurs were soon audible, but Claudio and the other soldier remained motionless until the thud of footsteps began receding. The knight nodded and point man stepped out silently with Claudio right behind. 3 seconds later the whistle of crossbows sounded, followed by the toppling of bodies. Claudio and the other soldier hurried over, grabbing the bodies and hauling them into the suite they had entered. Looking down at them, Suzaku saw the 2 well-placed bolts sticking out of the insurgents' skulls. Quick and clean, and now 2 more terrorists were out of the picture. They don't have radios, another soldier remarked. That means we have some time before they notice their comrades are missing, Claudio said. Let's get moving. The sound of gunfire erupted, causing all of the soldiers to jerk up. Shit, move! Claudio screamed, tossing aside his crossbow and unslinging his rifle. The others did likewise, and the 5 soldiers charged into the hallway. What greeted them in the main atrium was a scene of massacre, with the bloodied corpses of half a dozen terrorists strewed about. Shouts and cries could be heard below, and a quick peek by another soldier saw bullets rise to greet him. We've got incoming, a dozen insurgents at least. Claudio wasted little time arriving at their next course of action. Suzaku, Marcus, get to the princess and get her out of here. The rest of us will hold the line and keep the insurgents from getting through. Suzaku looked at the knight in bewilderment. Sir. The other soldier grabbed Suzaku by the shoulder and hauled him along. Don't question orders, just get your ass in gear. Reluctantly and with one last parting gaze, Suzaku hurried after Marcus. We'll exfiltrate Her Highness the same way we got to this floor, the soldier said. The lines aren't long enough to get us to ground level, but we can at least get off this floor. Yes sir, Suzaku said. The 2 sprinted through the halls before coming to the security office. 2 more bodies lay slumped against the wall on both sides of the door. Marcus did not even wait, slamming open the door and charging through. Suzaku was right behind and just in time to see something hit Marcus in the face with a crackling sound. His rifle was still only halfway up before he felt the cold barrel of a pistol shoved into his own face. Drop the rifle, a frigid, feminine, and familiar voice commanded. Ma'am, we have movement. Valletta looked up and saw that her subordinate was right. The insurgents guarding that particular entryway were pulling back, all of them. Something's happened inside, she concluded immediately before speaking into the radio. All teams, status on your targets. The responses that filtered back confirmed Valletta's suspicions, as all the other positions reported the insurgents withdrawing. Valletta wasted no time reacting. Begin assault now, she ordered before switching channels even as she rushed forth with her personal unit. Your Highness, the terrorists are pulling back into the hotel. I suspect something has happened. We are launching the attack now. A brief pause passed before Cornelia responded. Understood. May the gods smile upon you, Dame Nu. Getting up to where the princess was turned out to be pretty straightforward. Getting around the minigun, slightly less so. In the end, Colin was forced to use one of the laundry chutes to flank the insurgents, taking the 6 guarding the atrium out with a combination of blade and bullets. Colin took just long enough to slam one of her knives into the minigun's rotary assemblage and snapped off the handle, taking the weapon out of commission. This done, she wasted no time dashing for the security room, dropping the 2 men standing guard with the same number of shots. Both managed to get off shots of their own, but the first went wide and the other only grazed the side of Colin's armor. Neither lasted long enough for a second attempt, and Colin kicked open the door to reveal the princess, landing an open palm strike under the chin of a large insurgent. Another man was bringing his pistol to bear against the young woman, but Colin already had him in her sights and fired. The man shuddered from the hit, and even as his head turned to gaze at Colin in shock, the girl was pulling her trigger again. Her target went down and Colin threw the empty pistol, nailing the other insurgent in the back of the head as he tried to throw a punch at the princess. The momentary distraction allowed Yuffie to land a solid kick between the man's legs, and he was still clutching his groin when Colin pulled out her second pistol and capped him twice in the head. The bloody corpse toppled over. To Colin's surprise, Yuffie seemingly ignored her and instead rushed to the side of the young girl sprawled on the floor. Nunnally. Colin blinked. The princess knew Nunnally? Then again, that perhaps should not have been that surprising if what Shirley had said about the Ashford family was accurate. Yuffie, the younger girl said between her sobs as she clung to the princess. Thank the gods, the princess whispered. Thank the gods you're all right. Colin frowned, wondering just how she was supposed to get a word in like this. And then she ran out of time as she sensed the 5-man squad infiltrating the hotel make their move. 3 of them were hunkering down in the atrium to deal with the insurgents charging up, but 2 were headed her way. Colin frowned as she recognized one of them. The girl picked up the taser on the floor and checked to make sure it still worked. It did. Moments later, as the first soldier charged in, Colin put it to use, slamming the taser into the man's face and knocking him out. Suzaku was right behind, but Colin was equally prepared and had her pistol pressing against his face as the boy skid to a halt. Drop the rifle, Colin ordered coldly. Suzaku blinked, his eyes first focusing on the barrel of the pistol and then onto Colin. They widened. You. Gun, now, Colin cut him off. The Japanese boy swallowed nervously and bent over to lay down his rifle. His eyes flickered ever so slightly as he caught sight of the princess starting to rise toward Colin, but before he could ward her off, Colin did it for him. Stay where you are, princess, Colin said, gun still pressed against Suzaku's forehead, unless you value your subject's life so little that you would not mind seeing his brains splattered on the floor. Yuffie froze. You are not with the military. No, I am not. Colin jerked her head to indicate Suzaku should make his way to where the princess and Nunnally were. I'm also not with them, however. Yuffie's eyes narrowed. If you are not with them, then who are you with? She's the one I told you about, Suzaku said, quickly amending himself when Colin's head snapped to look at him. I mean, the one I meant in Shinjuku. A look of understanding appeared on Yuffie's face before her expression darkened. So? Does that mean you were also the one that murdered my brother? Nunnally gasped, a not surprising reaction seeing as the girl was simply an innocent bystander. I was his executioner, yes, Colin said. And if you prove to be as callous and abusive of a viceroy as he was, I will be yours as well. Suzaku stiffened and was about to say something when Yuffie placed a hand on his shoulder. The young man looked at her in surprise at the touch but closed his mouth. Satisfied, Yuffie's gaze settled upon Colin once more. My brother was not without his faults, no person is, Yuffie said. Nevertheless, he was still my brother. Whatever your grievances and justifications, I will never forget that it was you who took him away from me. And I will never forget that it was Britannia as represented by Prince Clovis that took away my brother, Colin retorted. Yuffie regarded Colin thoughtfully, and to the girl's irritation her inability to get a read on the princess made it extremely difficult to interpret the princess' expression, or lack of one for that matter. This, insurgency, Yuffie finally said, causes nothing but suffering on both sides. You and I, we may have little else in common, but our loved ones have both been casualties of it. The Empire was the one that invaded Japan, Colin snapped. If Britannia had never invaded, I would have never been given reason to kill him. Don't try to compare my brother with yours. Yuffie pursed her lip. I will not dispute that, but the past is past. I cannot change it, much as I would like to. All I can do is try and forge a brighter future. A new dawn for the Empire and all its people, whether they be Britannian or not. And those of us who don't want to be part of the Empire. Tell me, how long would it have been before one of the other great powers would have attempted to absorb Japan had Britannia not done so? Yuffie responded. Colin frowned, not that that was very obvious with her makeshift disguise. What? The Chinese Federation has a history of conquest far longer than that of the Empire, and even today they still covet Japan and her wealth. Would you prefer their rule to ours? Neither, Colin replied immediately. Yuffie smiled slightly. In an ideal world, that might well be feasible. But the world is not so kind, Dame Knight. Japan would have been subsumed by one of the great powers eventually, and while the Empire has been a poor steward thus far, that can change. And you think you actually have the ability to force that change? Colin said dismissively. You really think the Emperor would let you rip apart his little social Darwinist utopia? It was my father the Emperor whom appointed me Viceroy of Area 11, Yuffie stated firmly. Until such time as he withdraws his confidence, I will wield fully all authority thus granted upon me. Colin regarded the princess. As opaque as Yuffie was, there was an unspoken undertone in that last bit. Dear gods, could CC be right? Maybe. But that did not necessarily mean the princess could be trusted. Before she could say anything further though, Suzaku raised a hand against his ear and grimaced. The terrorists are breaking through, Sir Darlton and his men can't hold them for much longer. Colin glanced over in the direction of the atrium, not that that was really necessary. She could sense the Britannian soldiers being pushed back, one was already dead and the other two were running low on ammo. Maybe she should not have jammed up the minigun after all. How were you planning on getting the princess out of here? Colin asked. Through the windows, Suzaku said. We were going to zipline down a few floors to a safer level. Colin grabbed the grappling gun on the unconscious soldier. Then let's go. Suzaku gave her a grateful look and picked up Nunnally. Colin exited the room, not bothering to confirm whether the princess was following, seeing as she could sense Nunnally and Suzaku in her stead. She led them away from the fighting and into one of the hotel suites. As Colin forced open a window, she could hear Suzaku advising his comrades that they could begin pulling back themselves. Private Kururugi, Yuffie suddenly spoke up. I have a mission for you. Suzaku stiffened to attention. Anything, Highness? Colin tried not to snort. So that was it. Suzaku was not only enamored with the princess' seeming idealism, he was outright smitten. Man. I need you to take Nunnally home without letting her be seen by the media or anyone else. And you must not reveal to anyone else what you have done. Suzaku frowned, and he was not the only one. Colin looked at the princess and then at the younger girl who seemed ready to protest. Shhh, Yuffie said, gently caressing Nunnally's face. Don't worry, Nana. We'll meet again, I promise. And I'll be fine. The princess looked over at Colin. I have a feeling that I have yet to transgress against her people. Suzaku's eyes widened as he fully comprehended what the princess intended. Colin herself was more than a little surprised. But Highness. There is no time to debate this, Yuffie cut the boy off. This is an order, Private Kururugi. Suzaku looked like he wanted to argue the point nevertheless, but the firmness in Yuffie's eyes told him that doing so would likely only undermine her confidence in him. He nodded stiffly. Yes, Highness. He walked over to secure his tether. I asked you to give her a chance, he whispered to Colin as she did the same. Please. Colin regarded him before finally nodding. Suzaku sighed in relief before going over to pick Nunnally up. The younger girl exchanged one last hug with the princess before latching tightly onto Suzaku as the boy secured her. Yuffie then did the same with Colin. Go, Yuffie ordered the boy. Reluctantly Suzaku climbed out the window. He gave the two women one last look before giving Nunnally a reassuring pat on the head. He then dropped and Nunnally's cry of terror sounded before slowly fading. Next Colin and Yuffie climbed out. You going to scream as well, princess? Colin said dryly. I have no idea, Yuffie said, sounding far more uncertain than at any other point in their encounter. Well, time to find out. Colin pushed off and the two dropped. The princess did indeed scream. In fact, she was still screaming when the rope ran out several floors below, suspending the two girls in the air. Only after Colin kicked in another window and pulled them in did she stop. This floor is clear of insurgents, Colin said. In fact, the military is storming the place already. If you go to the atrium you should be able to meet up with them without much trouble. What of yourself? Yuhai asked as the two finished unhooking from each other. Will you require that I grant you safe passage? No need, Colin said. I can get myself out just fine. Yuffie opened her mouth but a few moments later closed it wordlessly. Colin nodded once more at the princess. We shall meet again, princess, the redhead said. Under what circumstances, will be in your hands. With that Colin took her leave. It would be child's play avoiding the soldiers even now filtering into the hotel. She had done it once before slipping past Clovis guards after all. To Suzaku's considerable surprise, the address that Nunnally gave him for her home was the Ashford Academy. At first Suzaku assumed she was a student living in the dorms, but the set of buildings she directed him towards were not the girls' dormitory but the headmaster's residence. The boy's suspicions were confirmed when the maid that came to greet them bowed. Milady, thank goodness you are safe. Sayoko, is there any news about Millie? And Yuffie? Your sister is safe, the maid said, as is the princess. We should inform Mistress Millie of your return immediately. So Nunnally was the youngest daughter of the Ashford family, Suzaku mused. That might well explain the princess' familiarity with her. Any furthering musing was interrupted however as the maid bowed to him. You have our sincerest gratitude, Kururugi-san, the woman said in Japanese. Suzaku blinked. How, do you know my name? As a member of the Shinozaki clan it would be remiss for me to not recognize the heir of the Kururugi house. Suzaku flinched, but if the maid noticed she gave no indication as she proceeded to lift Nunnally out of the car and carry her inside. The boy sighed in relief. He had at least been able to carry out this mission without any complications. Still, the princess was safe and Colin seemed to be heeding his suggestion. There might yet be hope that they would one day not be on opposite sides. He could at least hope for that. As Colin expected, evading the Brightonian soldiers was not terribly difficult and she was able to reunite with CC and then the other Ashford students with little difficulty. Several hours later she had yet to go home, instead waiting with the other girls at a hospital for rivals to come out of surgery. The boy was not the only person to have been shot that day, though he had the dubious distinction of being the youngest. Millie's head wound had required a few stitches, but the girl was in and out quickly and now sat with them in the lounge. News that her little sister had reached home safely, along with a brief conversation with the girl, had calmed her considerably, but she remained somewhat distraught over Rivalt's condition. And something else as well, though Colin could not quite make out what. The TVs mounted in the waiting room were all playing news broadcasts talking about the terrorist attack. Images, even some with the Ashford group in them, were played back endlessly. Details were scant however, as the military was being extremely tight-lipped about the whole affair. This of course meant the news anchors were speculating endlessly on what transpired inside the hotel. Wait one moment, the anchor woman said, we've just had a new development. An amateur cameraman was in the vicinity and has posted some incredible footage of the terrorist attack. Our experts have reviewed the footage and we believe it to be genuine. Colin frowned. It looked like more fuel was going to be poured on this incident. She wondered idly whether the censors would clamp down on whatever it was that had been recorded. And how much success they would have seeing as it had spread far enough for the BBC to catch notice of it. The broadcast shifted from the newsroom to a grainy recording of the outside of the hotel. The image quality was poor, really, poor, and combined with the shaking that was probably whoever was doing the recording moving about, it was hard to make out anything. And then the view zoomed in and Colin caught a figure in black disappearing into a hotel window. Colin blinked. That had to have been Suzaku just as he was entering the room with Nunnally, though the shot was so grainy Colin could not even make out the younger girl's presence. And then the camera panned up and caught another black-clad figure, though splashes of scarlet were visible on the armor, as said figure climbed out of the window. A moment later a woman in a pale pink suit appeared and was helped out. Colin suppressed a hiss. Someone had recorded her rescuing the princess. Well, no one would know it was her from the video, but the act itself was now on display to all of Area 11 if not the world. As Colin watched the black figure and Yuffie drop down, the camera trying to follow their descent but only really managing to lock back on as they were climbing into the window several floors below. She rescued the princess, a voice next to Colin said. The red-haired girl looked over at Millie. She. Millie nodded, wincing and running her hand along the stitches on her head. She rescued us from the terrorists in the dining hall, and then went to save Nunnally. Looks like she ended up saving the princess as well. Do you have any idea who she is? Colin asked carefully. The older girl shook her head. None whatsoever. Her English was really good though, no trace of an accent. I'd say she's Brightonnian, though I don't think she's a soldier. Why not? Colin asked, trying to sound just curious enough but not as if she was eager to know. Just a feeling, Millie said. She didn't seem to move like a soldier, if that makes sense. And she and that other woman referred to each other by name. Well, aliases at least. If Juliet and Rosalind were their real names, I'll eat my uniform. Colin chuckled at the exaggeration and cocked her head aside in feigned musing. Juliet and Rosalind. Why do those names sound familiar? Romeo and Juliet, Nina said, walking over next to Millie. Rosalind was the first girl Romeo claimed to fall in love with, before he saw Juliet. So pseudonyms based off of Shakespeare. Colin said. Might they be vigilantes? Maybe, Millie said with a grimace. I'm grateful for them saving our lives, but I can't help but feel a bit uncomfortable about that. Colin said nothing as she understood the student council president's view. After all, the bunch of pricks that had been beating up on Japanese in the ghettos had also styled themselves as vigilantes. She turned her attention back to the news broadcast where the anchor woman was once again spouting random speculation based off of the few hard facts the public knew. An eyewitness reports from amongst the rescued hostages reported 2 women, one whose armor was stained red with blood, rescuing them from the terrorists. The Brightonian military has still not issued an official statement on these reports, but based off of the video the existence of at least this Red Knight seems to have been confirmed. Millie TSKED. Reporters these days. They'll spout anything to try to come up with a story. Colin smiled wryly. Maybe you should become one and show them how real reporting should be done. Millie snorted, but before she could reply the door to the inner wards opened and a doctor in surgical wear came out. In the blink of an eye Millie was standing before him, impressing even Colin with how quickly she moved. Doctor, how is Rivals? She asked. We've removed the bullet and its fragments, the doctor said, and I expect he will make a full recovery. I would recommend that he stay off his feet for a week or so to let his body heal, but otherwise he is doing very well. Millie let out an audible sigh of relief before bowing. Thank you, doctor, thank you very much. You are most welcome, Ms. Ashford, the doctor said. And take care of yourself as well. Millie gave him a bright smile. I will. The moment Yuffie entered the room she was enveloped in Cornelia's arms. Yuffie, the woman said. Don't you ever put me through that again, understand? I'm all right, Cornelia, I'm all right. It was only now that Yuffie could relax, here in the arms of her beloved older sister. She stayed that way for a minute or so as the tension in her muscles finally bled out. With a sigh she reluctantly parted from Cornelia and turned to one of the several others present. General Darlton. The men you sent in to rescue me. The general regarded Yuffie for a moment before clearing his throat and answering. We suffered 2 casualties, ma'am, 1 fatal. Yuffie's face tightened in a visible grimace. I see. Did he have family? Andreas nodded. I will wish to speak with them. Understood, Highness. Andreas cleared his throat again. It also appears that Private Kurugi left the operational area. Out of the corner of her eye Yuffie saw her sister frown. Best to nip that in the bud before Cornelia decided to actually vent her frustration on the young man. Private Kurugi was following my orders, Yuffie said, eliciting looks of surprise all around. The terrorists had brought up a civilian to threaten in an attempt to force me to give in to their demands. I instructed the private to see that she was returned home safely. He left you alone with that unidentified woman? Cornelia demanded. He followed orders to get a hostage to safety, Yuffie countered. You put yourself at an unacceptable risk, Cornelia said, unconvinced. Your primary responsibility in such situations is to ensure your own safety, not send the only soldier in your company off on an errand no matter how important you think it to be. Yuffie briefly wondered if her sister would have dismissed her actions if Cornelia knew just who the hostage Suzaku ferreted away was. Just possibly, and in fact Cornelia was not even entirely in the wrong. As the Viceroy of Area 11 it could be logically claimed that Yuffie's life was more important than the vast majority of the people living under her rule. But on a personal level despite the years she spent hardening her heart so that she could learn to make the impartial, rational decisions demanded of a leader, Yuffie could not completely agree with the cold, dispassionate logic that entailed. I was in no danger, sister, Yuffie stated firmly. The woman I was with assisted in my rescue when she could have easily killed me before the strike team was able to reach me. Will you accept that fact, or have you decided to dismiss my judgment? Cornelia's eyes narrowed as she stared at her sister. Finally she gave a curt nod, accepting that Yuffie's position was the stronger this day seeing as she had emerged unscathed thanks to the mysterious woman. Yuffie nodded in turn before her eyes hardened once more and her gaze swept the room. Have you determined who was responsible for this attack? We have tentative identifications on 2 of the terrorists, Jeremiah answered that one. They were known members of the Blood of the Samurai that the Inquisitio lost track of a month ago. Blood of the Samurai? Yuffie said quizzically. They are a major terrorist organization, possibly the largest, in the eastern regions of Area 11, Jeremiah explained. Based on what intelligence we do have, an attack such as this would not have been beyond their means. That is unacceptable, Cornelia snapped, her irritation finding a new target. How could a terrorist cell have been allowed to grow in such power unchecked? Jeremiah bowed his head. I have no excuses, Highness. The unfortunate fact is that far too many terrorist cells have managed to gain considerable strength during the past few years. In other words during Clovis Viceroyalty, but saying that outright was anathema and so everyone tiptoed around the issue. It was another of the systemic flaws the Empire suffered from, the unwillingness to express criticism of one's supposed social betters. One battle at a time though. The past is past, so long as we avoid repeating the same mistakes, Yuffie said. Forward all of the raw data the Inquisitio has gathered about the Blood of the Samurai to my office. Jeremiah blinked. Highness. There are many ways to find a needle in a haystack, Yuffie said. We shall see if my method will have more success than those tried thus far. The Margrave glanced over at Cornelia. The request was irregular to say the least, access to the raw intelligence gathered by the Inquisitio was restricted and not even an area's viceroy was supposed to be able to call it up at will. Jeremiah himself technically did not have the clearance to see it either. Cornelia Lee Britannia, Marshal of the Empire and the highest-ranking uniformed officer in the military however, could. After a few lingering moments of silence she finally nodded. All right Yuffie, work your magic. Find me a target. But once you do, I decide how we'll handle them. The glint reappeared in Yuffie's eyes and Jeremiah wondered whether he was about to get caught in the middle of another confrontation between the 2 sisters. The next words out of the princess' mouth however left him speechless for a different reason. So long as there is nothing left of them save ash in the wind. The expression on Cornelia's face indicated that she had not been expecting such a response from her younger sister either. But then a steely and determined visage replaced the surprise and Cornelia nodded. The 2 of them were in sync with each other on this point. Jeremiah could not help but shiver at the thought of what they would achieve when working in tandem like this. Suzaku had just enough time to shower and grab a quick bite to eat before the boy found himself shepherded to the Viceroy's palace. He had barely sat down in the waiting room before the doors to the princess' office opened and he was ushered inside. Yuffie was alone, seated at her desk with hands clasped before her. Suzaku bowed. Your Highness. Private Kurugi, the princess replied. You have completed your mission. It was not a question. Suzaku nodded. Yes, Your Highness. I brought Nunnally back home to the Ashfords. Yuffie blinked. The Ashfords. Yes Your Highness, Suzaku said in a puzzled tone. She, is Millie's little sister, is she not? The maid there called her Lady Ashford. Yes, Yuffie said softly before repeating more confidently. Yes, she is. And you have not spoken of this to anyone? No Your Highness, Suzaku assured her. The princess nodded. Good. I expect you to refrain from discussing Nunnally Ashford with anyone save myself and her family. Is that understood, Private? Suzaku nodded even though his eyes betrayed his uncertainty. Yes, Highness. Yuffie offered the boy a smile at his acquiescence. Thank you for your service, Private. It is appreciated, truly. Suzaku bowed once more, apparently placated by the smile. After the boy left Yuffie sat motionless at her desk for several minutes. She then pressed the intercom. Rachel, please summon Reuben to my office. Yes Your Highness. A few minutes almost certainly passed between the call and the door opening to admit the elderly man, but Yuffie barely noticed their passage. Her mind was still racing, picking out details and tidbits from all the numbers she had on the Ashford family, their assets, and their personal selves. The disposal of significant amounts of assets that Yuffie had originally assumed was the Ashfords liquidating their fixed assets for liquid capital in preparation for their exile. Yet there was a significant percentage unaccounted for, unless the Ashfords were keeping the cash physically on hand for some reason. Or if they had spent it on something very discreet and off the books. Something like a complete set of documents for a little girl that officially no longer existed. The clearing of a throat alerted Yuffie to the fact that she was no longer alone. She looked up to see Reuben standing before her. "How long did I make you wait?" Yuffie asked. "Just a minute or so, Your Highness," the old man said kindly. "You seemed deep in thought." Yuffie smiled slightly. "Yes, I suppose I was." Silence lingered between the two for another minute before Yuffie broke it this time. "Is she happy?" "I believe so," Reuben said. "She misses you dearly though, and was very worried when she found out you were coming to Area 11. I suppose I have not exactly helped alleviate that worry with the recent turn of events," Yuffie said. Reuben made no response and simply waited once more. Yuffie took a deep breath. "How?" The old man regarded Yuffie carefully. For all the girl's impressive self-control, his experience still vastly outstripped hers, and he saw the minute quiver in her features, the slight tremor behind her question. And because Reuben sensed the boiling emotion behind the princess calm facade, he decided to once more cast the die. "She was brought to us, by a green-haired woman who spoke with a French accent," Reuben said. Yuffie frowned. "A green-haired woman?" A nod. "I had seen her several times in Empress Marianne's company and so assumed she was one of Her Majesty's confidants. When she appeared literally at our front door with Nunnally, the girl was badly wounded. There were 3 bullets in her back, one of which we never were able to remove because it is embedded in her spine." Yuffie's facade cracked for a brief moment as an expression of unadulterated rage swept over her face. She was able to snap back quickly, but there was no mistaking her reaction. "The woman entrusted Nunnally to us, told us to make her disappear so that no one could harm her again. And so I used whatever wealth was necessary to obtain falsified documents to create a fictional identity for her. Abigail Nunnally Ashford, born 2 years after the Princess Nunnally and named after her in the hope that the two would become fast friends. Millie gained a little sister, and I a granddaughter." The princess facade cracked again, though this time likely without her even realizing it was happening. A single tear streaked down her cheek, leaving behind it a trail that was all too visible to Reuben's keen eyes. Yuffie blinked, seeming to finally realize what was happening, and wiped her eyes. Reuben said nothing, simply regarding the princess patiently. Would you let me see her?" Yuffie asked. Reuben's jaws tightened. Here was the critical point. "Your Highness. What would be the ramifications of your drawing awareness to Nunnally?" "If it were discovered that Nunnally was still alive," Yuffie replied with a composed tone, "the faction that sought to eliminate the Empress Marianne's line might seek to harm her once again." The composure crumbled as a look of grief and anguish suffused the young woman's face. I know this beyond doubt, but I still must see her. Please." The last word was but a whisper, but Reuben had no difficulty making it out. He regarded the young woman seated before him, her knuckles white as she clasped her hands and her face stained by the tears that now poured forth. This was Euphemia Lee Britannia. Not the third princess, not the viceroy of Area 11, but the young woman who had lost a beloved sibling all those years ago. A young woman who was finding out that her little sister was not lost, was indeed a stone's throw away. How could she not be overcome by all the emotions whirling within her? It would appear that his gamble may yet pay off. Reuben nodded. The smile that appeared on Yuffie's face was a rare one, a genuine and heartfelt display of gratitude after so many years of practiced and calculated displays. "Thank you." End of chapter 12. I emerge from behind the great effing firewall. It is liberating to be able to access the real internet without stupid random slowdowns and complete outright blockages. Killing off Nunnally might have made for some decent drama, but I think it would have felt a bit cheap, so to speak. A major character's death should serve some genuine meaning beyond serving to motivate other characters. For an example of what I mean, I refer all of you to Intune and how I handled the deaths of 2 majorish characters there. For an example of what I consider how not to set up character death, I refer all of you to Assassin's Creed Unity. Ahem. With respect to huge number of fanfics, many of them seem to suffer a common issue of being a form of wish fulfillment. We all have things we are dissatisfied with when it comes to the media we consume, and a FIC offers an opportunity to, fix the things we're dissatisfied about. There's nothing wrong with that desire per se. The question becomes, does solving what you disliked make for a good story? I mean, it's pretty straightforward to list all of the developments that ended up screwing Lelich or Suzaku or any of the other characters and wiping them away in the form of a Peggy Sue or the like. But much of the conflict that drove the story derived from those developments. Take them away and what drama, tension, and conflict is left? And without those, what is there to hold onto your interest? There is another category of FICS, one that tries to explore the ramifications of slight tweaks to the canon. In the Code Geass fandom, a large number of these tend towards the Lelich is still a prince in some way. A cold calculus falls within the wider category, though to be honest I'm not aware of that many FICS that claim to outright kill Lelich and let other characters take center stage. These FICS tend to keep intact the conflicts and difficulties present in the canon, albeit modified to whatever new conditions have resulted from whatever tweak the author decided to make. Personally, I think such FICS tend to be more interesting than the traditional fix FIC. Not that fix FICS can't be interesting, I think I did a pretty good job with In Tune, but then again I might be biased there. Ultimately though, if there is any wisdom in any of my ramblings, it would be that if you intend to write a FIC of your own, know what it is you want it to be. If you really want to make it through the long haul of writing a multi-chapter story, you need to keep the story interesting not only for your readers but also yourself. And to do either, you need to know what kind of story you are trying to write and plan accordingly. The Lake Kawaguchi incident has now spanned about 2.5 chapters. And it's still technically not over since I still need to deal with the aftermath. That's actually pretty long when compared to the length of previous incidents like Shinjuku. I'm actually kind of amazed it ended up being this long. I'm going to need to be very careful to make sure I don't drag out things so much that arc fatigue sets in. It is important to strike a proper balance between level of detail and pacing that will move the plot along. Another important thing is consistency. Not only in how characters are portrayed but also in things as seemingly mundane as their names in the prose. I've been going back and forth a bit on this in previous chapters, partially because the anime series itself is not entirely consistent with their own name usage conventions. At this point, however, I think I've worked out a reasonable pattern that I will be adopting for this and future chapters. My master draft will also see the changes be applied retroactively in case I ever go back to upload cleaned up chapters. The convention is as follows. All main characters and a selection of important secondary characters will be referred to by their first names in the prose regardless of nationality. All Brightonians when referred to without a title will be referred to with their first names. When a title or rank is used in association with a name, the last name will be used for everyone not a member of the imperial family. The imperial family will have their first names used. All Japanese will be referred to with their last names irrespective of whether a title is used or not. Please note that this applies only to the prose text, not dialogue. And please also note the qualifier in the first convention that may override the others. The last time a FIC of mine got recommended on TIFF Tropes, I put up a new chapter early to celebrate. I could do that for In Tune because at that point I had something like 3 or 4 chapters sitting in my queue just waiting to be published. I do not have that kind of buffering with this FIC, though I suppose it might have helped me impose a better overall consistency if I had written a couple of chapters to work out the kinks before I started publishing. Still, I think my rate of production has been pretty high even so. Being stuck on a 12-hour flight over the Pacific leaves me with a lot of free time to write and think. It will be interesting to see, assuming any of my FICs ever get their own page, which one gets one first. Watanabe is a really common Japanese name. I used it because I needed it for a basically throwaway character. There's no secondary meaning or anything. One final addendum, the assistant that was accompanying Yuffie last chapter has been renamed to Jane. Why, I leave to the fans of classical literature amongst my readers to figure out. Anyway, drop a review if you have enjoyed the FIC thus far and if any of you have questions. I try to remember to answer any that do not touch upon the spoilers in the headers or points that I am intentionally being vague about for the purpose of future plot development. Chapter 13. Snippet spoiler, medium low. Despite the steady progress she achieved, the Princess Euphemia's program of reforms did not go unopposed. While the Marshal Lee Britannia and the Margrave Gotthold initially kept dissension amongst the military to a minimum, a significant amount of passive resistance existed amongst the nobility and certain quarters of the civilian population. Most who opposed the reforms assumed that the princess would be unable to do anything about their defiance and things would soon return to the status quo as the new regulations were proven ineffectual and ultimately removed. The arrests, prosecutions, and even imprisonment of many notable members of the business community soon showed the folly of such optimism. And while some grudgingly began obeying the new regulations, others dug in their heels and became more inventive in their defiance. Resentment against the viceroy slowly grew amongst those in positions of wealth and power even as Euphemia remained wildly popular with the general population. This resentment would ultimately play into the hands of the Black King in sparking his rebellion. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 13, Ad Honorem. Officially, the reason for Yuffie's visit to Ashford Academy was to convey her sympathies to the granddaughter of her chief of staff and to also commend one of the students for his bravery in the face of the terrorists' aggressions. While some might have found the timing odd, most wrote it off as simply an indication of the growing closeness between the Ashfords and their new political patron. Suzaku was more inclined to believe that it was a re-establishment of pre-existing closeness between Yuffie and the Ashford daughters, but even he was not privy to all the details. The young man, however, took it as a sign of confidence that he was once more tasked with escorting the princess to the school. Private, please wait here, Yuffie said after they entered the house serving as the student council office. Or not? Suzaku frowned. Your Highness, you really should not be left alone, Suzaku said. That point had been emphasized, pointedly, by General Darlton when he was finally debriefed after getting Nunnally home. I will not be alone, Yuffie said. The Ashfords will be with me the entire time. Your Highness, Suzaku begin. Please, Suzaku, Yuffie said calmly but sternly. Do not make me turn this into an order. Suzaku grimaced but finally nodded. Yes, Your Highness. After returning the nod, Yuffie pushed through the doors. Suzaku tried to keep her in sight for as long as possible, but eventually they shut behind her. He hoped this would not earn him another earful from the general, or worse, the marshal. Inside the large room, Yuffie looked down from the stairwell to see Millie waiting for her alone. The princess walked down those steps in what she hoped was a steady and unhurried pace. The fierce beating of her heart made every motion seem to pass so slowly. After a seeming eternity she was before Millie, who bowed formally. Your Highness. Yuffie frowned slightly. You don't need to be like this, Millie. Don't I? The Ashford girl replied. Is it not Euphemia Lee Britannia, third princess of the realm, come to call upon my family? No, the princess said as kindly as she could manage. It's just Yuffie, here wishing to see her sister. Millie furrowed her brow. Is it really just Yuffie? Not the imperial daughter, the sixth in line to the throne. I know that you're worried, that you're afraid that I'll drag Nunnally back into that viper's pit that's the imperial court, Yuffie tried to reassure the older girl, but I swear that I will not endanger Nunnally with such a foolish act. She is safe in your family's care. I would not jeopardize that. Technically you already have, Millie said, not coldly but firmly. You're bringing attention to my family. Lots of attention, what with hiring Grandpa as your chief of staff. People will come sniffing around eventually, trying to get an angle on you. It's only a matter of time now before they discover Nunnally and make the connection. Then why did Reuben accept? Yuffie countered. He could have declined my offer, ensured his family remained in relative obscurity. Millie chuckled mirthlessly. Oh come now Yuffie, you know that wouldn't have worked, not with you. You would have gotten your way sooner or later, all denying you before would have done is arouse her curiosity. And after your little trick with Toronto arms? No way we could have kept Nunnally hidden for long once you started sniffing around. Does that mean you don't trust me? Yuffie asked. I trust Yuffie, Millie said. I played with back when we were children, oftentimes with Lulu and Nana as well. But Princess Euphemia? I'm afraid I don't know her, not yet at least. Yuffie tilted her head aside. A fair enough point. And you are right, the attention I have drawn to your family will eventually expose Nunnally. But that simply gives greater impetus to my plan. Your plan, Millie said flatly. The princess nodded. I seek a world, Millie, where Empress Marianne would never have been murdered in the first place. A world where Nunnally can live openly as who she is and not fear the jealous treachery of her own relatives. A world where kindness and compassion are regarded with respect, not disdain. Yuffie offered a hand. Will you help me forge that world? Millie looked at the extended hand and then back up to meet the princess' eyes. If you fail, we all die, without exception. The smile on Yuffie's face now was one of hard determination. Then I best not fail, for not just my sake. The two stared at each other for several moments before Millie slowly and with some reluctance took Yuffie's hand. Her grandfather had insisted that Millie be the one to make the final call, to speak with Yuffie to decide whether their family should risk it all by backing what would eventually become a power play by the princess. She was the future of the Ashford family after all, was the old man's reasoning, so she should be the one to decide how her future should unfold. But Millie knew that the actual choices before her were limited in the extreme. She could reject Yuffie's offer and the princess might well not hold it against her family. Then again she might not, but for all her supposed uncertainty Millie was confident enough in her read of the princess that she doubted Yuffie would openly move against the Ashfords. The problem was that if Yuffie did fail, regardless of whether the Ashfords backed her outright or not they would be caught in the resulting fallout. Her family could try to bail on the empire entirely, defect to the European Union and hope to disappear from sight, but anyone with an ounce of intelligence could see the way the winds were blowing. A confrontation between the two powers was inevitable and while Britannia's victory was hardly assured, there was something to be said for one side having a battle-tested military while the other, for all its hand-wringing, still maintained what was effectively a peacetime posture. No, the only way to guarantee her family's safety was to make sure Yuffie succeeded. And so Millie Ashford committed her family, fully and earnestly, to seeing that it would Euphemia Lee Britannia, who would eventually sit on the throne. Yuffie smiled ever so slightly, letting the other girl know that she understood the severity of the decision and also her appreciation for Millie having made it. Now that that's out of the way, Millie said dryly before turning about. Sayoko, please bring Nunnally in. The door at the back of the room opened and a Japanese woman pushed in the wheelchair bearing Abigail Nunnally Ashford. Or as Euphemia knew her, Nunnally 6 Britannia. The young woman did not bother waiting for Nunnally to be brought to her, she was already on the move, closing the distance between the two. The moment she reached the girl, Yuffie pulled her into a tight embrace once more. Yuffie, Nunnally said tearfully. I missed you so much. Me too Nana, Yuffie cooed. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you for all those years. I'm so glad that you're safe. Ever so reluctantly the two let each other go and Yuffie beamed as she regarded her little sister. Nunnally was much as she remembered, her flowing brown hair of a volume that easily put Yuffie's own to shame. Then there was her tender and kindly face, one that reminded Yuffie of an angel when she smiled. Yes, Nunnally should be smiling, not cringing in fear or grief. You have been well? Yuffie asked the girl. Nunnally nodded. The Ashfords have been very kind to me. Millie, she's always there for me, making sure I'm okay. The girl's smile turned slightly sorrowful. She's been a really kind big sister. Yuffie regarded the older girl who simply smiled kindly. Yes, the Ashford daughter had been the one to be there for Nunnally, to be the elder sister that cared for her while Yuffie herself remained ignorant of her own little sister's survival. She should not have resented Millie for that, but Yuffie was human enough to both feel and admit the feeling. But the princess also understood the rationale behind the deception and how at the time she would have been poorly suited to the role. Someone close to the Empress Marianne had made the call that no one in the imperial family could be entrusted with Marianne's daughter, a decision that Yuffie could not readily dispute. But things were different now. Now Yuffie did have a power base at court, one that she would soon be leveraging into something far more potent given the time. And with that something she could shield Nunnally, regardless of whether the girl decided to remain an Ashford or reclaim her heritage. I'm glad, Yuffie smiled reassuringly at her sister. I'm glad you were able to find a family, Nana. And I am more grateful than I can express with words for what your family has done. Nunnally smiled happily, obviously relieved that the awkwardness she feared was not coming to pass. I just want you to remember, Nana, Yuffie continued, her expression serious, that you also have family in me. I know the Ashfords have and will continue to take good care of you, but don't forget that if you ever need me, I will also be there for you. Nunnally nodded firmly. I won't Yuffie. The princess smiled and pulled Nunnally into a hug once more. It felt so right to have her little sister in her arms again. Perhaps one day soon she could do this in not just the privacy of this sanctum. The three girls spent close to an hour talking, sharing stories of all the memories that they could not experience together and catching up in other ways as well. To Yuffie's delight, Nunnally's sweet tooth was undiminished even now, and the young woman silently vowed to make sure to bring some choice candies the next time she paid her little sister a discreet visit. Nunnally in turn spoke of her life at school, the friends she had in class and the kindness and understanding of most of her teachers. Some were a bit grouchy and strict, but it was clear that the majority were kind people that believed firmly in carrying out their duties responsibly. That did not terribly surprise Yuffie, seeing as Reuben seemed to have a knack for attracting people of quality, another reason she had poached him to be her chief of staff. The princess was also introduced to the maid personally responsible for Nunnally, the Japanese woman that had brought her in. A few subtle remarks from Millie made clear that Sayoko Shinosaka's responsibilities extended to more than simply seeing to Nunnally's daily needs. Yuffie made a mental note to check with Suzaku if the Shinosaki name meant anything to the boy, seeing as he was the son of Japan's last prime minister. Eventually, however, the time came that Yuffie needed to fulfill the official reason for her visit and return to the palace. After one last hug and a more than slightly tearful farewell, Nunnally was led away by Sayoko and the rest of the student council was brought in. Included in their number was a red-haired girl that Yuffie did not recognize. Suzaku was also allowed into the student council room now, to the boy's palatable relief. He stiffened however when he caught sight of the others. Before Yuffie could consider the boy's reaction in more detail, Millie stepped forth with the new girl in tow. Yuffie, allow me to present the newest member of the student council, the blonde girl said enthusiastically. This is Colin Stotfeld, you may know of her father, Baron Stotfeld. Ah, yes, Yuffie said as the name clicked. While I have not met him personally, the Baron is known to me. Colin bowed respectfully. It is an honor to finally make your acquaintance, Your Highness. Millie has spoken much of you. Has she now? Yuffie said, giving the older girl a playful smile. Millie returned it before her face turned more serious. Colin tried to warn us about the terrorists before they stormed the dining hall. We almost got out of there because of that. Yuffie's eyes widened as she regarded the red-haired girl who was looking a tad uncomfortable at the attention. I saw some suspicious people when taking a call from a friend, Colin half-lied. I managed to hide and get a warning off to Millie, but not quickly enough. Nevertheless, that you tried speaks well of your concern for your friends, Yuffie said, dipping her head. You have my gratitude, Colin, for the Ashfords are like family to me. Colin looked at the princess with a stunned expression before recovering with a bow of her own. You honor me, Highness, truly. Yuffie smiled at the girl as she rose once more. The honor was mine, Colin. I hope that you and I will become friends as well. Yes, Your Highness, I as well, Colin stuttered. To say that this was getting weird for the redhead was something of an understatement. But then again, establishing a line to the princess as Colin Stotfeld was one of her long-term goals. Who knew when said line would be useful to Colin Kaujaki? Out of the corner of her eye Colin caught Suzaku smiling. The girl suppressed a snort. That guy really was too optimistic by half. He seemed to be keeping his end of the bargain though, so Colin would live up to hers. Yuffie next stepped before the only other boy present. Rivalts was actually presently confined to a wheelchair, having received express orders from his doctors to stay off his feet and rest. Bowing was also out, and so he simply nodded and hoped the princess did not take offense. Your Highness. To the surprise of not simply the boy but several others, Yuffie curtsied deeply, perhaps the only girl present who could pull off the move thanks to her formal gown. Mr. Cardamond, you risked and incurred great harm for one whom I consider a sister, Yuffie said formally. For that you have my gratitude. Ask of me what you will, and should it be within my power, I shall grant you your desired boon. Rivalt's jaw dropped. So did Suzaku's. Colin was no better, and in fact the only two that did not look completely taken aback were Millie and Yuffie herself. When Rivalts finally recovered, he momentarily forgot the restriction on his range of motion. The pain that shot through his side quickly reminded the boy of it once more. There's really no need, Rivalts said, doing his best to not look like he was clutching his side. I mean, I couldn't stop that terrorist, from taking Nunnally. You tried, Yuffie said, and as I said to Lady Stotfeld, that you made the attempt is of worthiness regardless of your success or failure. The princess' face hardened ever so slightly. How many others simply stood aside and let Nunnally be taken? To that Rivalts had no answer as much as his jaw worked trying to come up with one. Rivalts, Millie said gently before looking over at Yuffie. Please let him think about it a little, Yuffie. The girl smiled wearily. At this rate he's going to reopen his wounds trying to figure out what to do. Of course, Yuffie said with a smile of her own. She then regarded all of the student council members. You have fast friends, Millie. For that I can say without reservation I envy you. I wouldn't trade them for anything else in the world, Millie agreed. 3 days had passed since the terrorist attack on Lake Kawaguchi, and the aftermath of the incident continued being dealt with. Some of it was pure logistics. Forensic teams were scouring the hotel to try to find any useful bits of information that would help establish just how the terrorists had breached the conference's security, and also for any clues that would lead them to the terrorists' support network. Others involved dealing with the unfinished business of the OSEC conference itself. Most of the delegates were too shaken up to continue with discussions, and so the decision was ultimately made to defer any further deliberations on Sakuradite production levels until the next conference in 6 months' time. Assuming of course that OSEC still existed, which Cornelia strongly suspected would not be the case seeing the movement of manpower and material within the Empire. One interesting discrepancy was the seeming disappearance of 3 members of the EU delegation. There was no indication they were amongst the casualties of the attack, and seeing as there was no record of them leaving the country with the rest of the delegates, they likely were still in Area 11. The most probable conclusion was that they were intelligence agents intending to gather information on the area. They might even be agent provocateurs, though when she raised the matter with her older sister Yuffie gave no more than a 10% chance of that being the case. Nevertheless, the younger girl had duly informed Cornelia about the possibility of foreign infiltrators in the country, issues of internal security being under the older woman's purview after all. And because it was under her purview, Cornelia was sitting through a meeting that detailed the numerous and flagrant violations the Kawaguchi resort was guilty of so very recently. And the hotel still cannot produce valid residency and work permits for 2/3 of the temporary workers they brought on to help with the conference, Gilbert said scornfully. According to the surviving managers, most were recommended to the hotel by people who did have the permits, but this kind of scrimping is outright criminal. Have the resort managers presented any sort of defense to their conduct? Cornelia asked, not that any excuse from the miserable wretches was going to make her feel particularly merciful, seeing as their cheapskate tendencies nearly ended up costing Yuffie her life. They said that they were trying to take to heart the princess' tolerance for 11s to help more integrate into Brightonian society, Gilbert said dryly. The scowl that crossed Cornelia's face easily put the one previously on Gilbert's to shame. They said what? The marshal ground out. Further investigation indicates that quite a few of the jobs were acquired via simple bribery. However, Gilbert went on, having long since learned how best to handle his princess tempers. The various managers basically put jobs up to bid, and whomever was willing to hand over the largest percentage of their wages was hired. As the majority of the terrorists were not seeking work for the money, they easily outbid other comers. Does Yuffie already know about this? Cornelia asked. Her Highness does, Jeremiah said. She had me wait while she signed the arrest warrants for the managers in question personally. The Margrave smiled slightly in admiration. It took less than 5 minutes for her to have the paperwork ready. Cornelia nodded absently. If there was one thing Yuffie had gotten very good at, it was making sure all her I's were dotted and T's crossed. What of the weapons? Cornelia asked. How were they able to get in miniguns of all things? And how did they even get their hands on them in the first place? The pistols were smuggled in by those on janitorial duty, Gilbert said, returning to his report, and the rifles were taken from guards they killed in their initial takeover. As for the miniguns, they appear to be surplus from the invasion, likely examples captured by the Japanese army and then changing hands after the war until the blood of the samurai acquired them. As for how they were smuggled into the resort, that is still under investigation, but Dame Nu has a theory on this. Cornelia looked over at the woman in question and tilted her head. We believe that the miniguns were brought in piecemeal, Your Highness, Valletta said. They were then hidden and only assembled on site before the actual attack. Evidence for this? Cornelia asked. Indirect indications, Your Highness, Valletta said. A few of the maintenance engineers reported that before they clocked out the day before, a substantial amount of tools had been checked out for unscheduled work. And the miniguns that we have recovered were not in the best of shape, though it is difficult to tell whether that was due to poor maintenance in the intervening years or because they were hastily reassembled. I see, Cornelia said thoughtfully. Still, it is a possibility we should bear in mind for the future. Valletta nodded at the indirect approval of her hypothesis. Cornelia glanced over at the time. We will conclude this meeting here, we all have somewhere we need to be this afternoon. The others rose and offered a salute. Cornelia returned it before taking her leave first. She after all had some place to be before their shared afternoon appointment. Yuffie held up the piece of paper, squinting a bit as she tried to find further mistakes. The official transcripts had already been delivered to the various news agencies, so technically it was too late even if she did find anything wrong. Nevertheless, a variety of scribbles filled the margins, noting places where the princess wanted to make sure she emphasized certain points plus other details in case something unexpected happened during the ceremony and she ended up needing to improvise. Many soldiers had been involved in the battle at Lake Kawaguchi and quite a few had fallen in the line of duty. All of the guards stationed inside the hotel itself had fallen victim to the terrorists, and the attack that ultimately retook the site was not bloodless for the Britannian side either. Yuffie had personally reviewed every letter being sent out to the bereaved before signing them by hand. As a gesture it might not mean much, but as Yuffie had learned long ago, every little bit helped. The ceremony this afternoon would honor the courage of both the deceased and the still living that she would need to be leaving for soon. Yuffie checked the time. Cornelia had asked to see her before the two headed over and she should be here any moment now. Your Highness, Princess Cornelia is here to see you, her secretary said. Thank you, Rachel, please let her in. Punctual as usual. Something about the military mentality and its strict observance of time, a mentality that Yuffie approved of wholeheartedly. The young woman preferred a neat, orderly universe in which to execute her policies. A shame the universe so often failed to oblige. As Cornelia entered, Yuffie rose to greet her sister and glided over to the sitting area. Gilbert as usual was right behind his princess. You wished to speak with me, sister. Cornelia nodded, taking a seat as Yuffie did the same. I've come to speak with you about your personal security arrangements, Cornelia said. I have already taken steps to remedy the lapses that allowed myself to be taken hostage, Yuffie assured her sister. You remember Colonel Air? I have requested him to serve as my new security chief and his transfer is in progress. He should be arriving early next week. I am aware, Cornelia said, the sternness of her tone not abating. I am however referring to more than just your security screen, I am referring to your personal, physical security. Yuffie looked at her sister quizzically. What do you mean? Yuffie, I want you to select a knight of honor. The girl looked at her sister flatly. Really? Really, Cornelia responded in an equally deadpan tone. And for what purpose would such a knight serve? Yuffie asked. Don't play dumb with me, Yuffie, Cornelia chided. You're not in the homelands anymore, you're in a highly volatile area with an active insurgency. You nearly died at the Lake Kawaguchi resort. There will almost certainly be other attempts on your life. And how does a knight measurably improve my chances of survival beyond that of simply having a competent armsman at my side? Yuffie asked before flashing a smile at Gilbert. No offense intended, Sir Guilford. Gilbert nodded to indicate acknowledgement of the courtesy. Armsman would be a good start, Cornelia said, but eventually you will need proper knights for your royal guard. Yuffie considered her sister's wording carefully. Cornelia tended to speak her mind more openly than some of her other siblings, if only because of her bluntness. This bluntness also meant it was fairly easy to know what her sister was thinking. Is there someone whom you do not consider a proper knight, sister? Yuffie prodded. Cornelia scowled. That 11 boy, Kururugi. You are not intending on knighting him, are you? Yuffie blinked. The thought had honestly never occurred to her, but now so prompted she considered the question with her usual objectivity. At the same time her mind filled with numbers, opinion polls, confidence figures, everything from statistics on petty crime to worker productivity all converged to give her a rough estimate for the effect that such an action would cause. It was a very rough number. As wondrous as her power was, trying to focus it on a single person was hellishly difficult, and the margin of error was not anything she would have found acceptable for a formal audit. Still, it provided a guideline, one that pointed to some very unpleasant consequences should she make Suzaku Kururugi a Knight of Honor. Yuffie shook her head and Cornelia noticeably relaxed at seeing the motion. Private Kururugi may well one day rise to the rank of Knight, Yuffie said, causing Cornelia to stiffen once more, but he is not suitable to serve as a Knight of Honor. Furthermore, he would better serve the Empire as a soldier or a common knight than as a Knight of Honor. Cornelia frowned. What do you mean? Based on his simulation scores, Private Kururugi stands at the top 1% of Nightmare pilots, Yuffie said, eliciting looks of surprise from both Cornelia and Gilbert. Were he not in 11 there would be any number of officers and nobles who would clamor for his service. The fact remains however that he is in 11 and to elevate him as a Knight of Honor would be counterproductive. You've put some thought into this, Cornelia said with a raised eyebrow. Not really, Yuffie replied with a simple smile. Just a simple cost-benefit analysis. Cornelia shook her head ruefully. The things you consider simple. All right, for the sake of my curiosity, why would appointing Kururugi as a Knight of Honor be counterproductive? Would you prefer the military or the political angle? Both, assuming we have the time. Yuffie glanced at the clock. Probably. Let us begin with the military. As I said previously, the private is an extremely talented Nightmare pilot and as indicated by his participation in the hotel insertion he is also a skilled soldier. Both qualities are ideal for a knight and even more so as a Knight of Honor. I have little doubt that he could ensure my safety against a wide range of threats without much difficulty. At the same time by making him my knight I would be depriving the military of a highly useful asset, both in Private Kururugi himself and in the Lancelot Nightmare he pilots. Yuffie smiled wearily. I am not a soldier, sister, and I do not foresee myself taking to the field of battle like yourself. As such the private would be spending most of his time idling about standing guard over me. And while I personally would not object to being protected by such a competent soldier, Private Kururugi could have a much greater impact serving on the front lines than at my side, assuming of course whomever was his commanding officer employed his talents properly. Cornelia's eyebrow twitched at that last bit but she chose not to make a fuss about it. Yuffie likely meant it simply as a gentle reminder that the young man had passed Darlton's evaluation and thus she expected Cornelia to honor her side of the bargain and not treat Suzaku as an unwanted tag-along. And as much as it pained Cornelia's pride she had to admit that the Lancelot was a most impressive Nightmare, far surpassing even the custom Gloucester she piloted. Cornelia was already considering how she might get the Asik to build one for her but for now she would put the only one available, and its pilot, to actual use as needs arose. And the political angle? Cornelia asked, seeing as Yuffie seemed to be done with the military explanation, a fairly reasonable one despite her sister's relative lack of any actual combat experience. Well, the obvious one is that he is a number, Yuffie said. Do you have any idea how much political capital I would burn if I selected him as my Knight of Honor? Cornelia snorted. I can imagine. Then again you've never seemed to care how much capital you need to expend to get what I want. Yuffie allowed a smile. Indeed. But the things I want generally serve a specific purpose. Making Suzaku Kururugi my Knight of Honor would not serve a purpose and would in fact be counterproductive to my goals irrespective of the political fallout. Oh? How so? Yuffie pursed her lip. Tell me sister, of the people who enlist in the army, how many qualify for formal knighthood? Around 12%, Cornelia answered after a brief pause. 12.5%, Yuffie amended with a slight smile. And how many rise to serve as Knights of Honor? Well under 1%, Cornelia returned the smile. 0.02%, Yuffie stated, assuming we count all of the Knights of Honor amongst the myriad of princes and princesses. That earned the girl another snort from her sister. While all members of the court afforded the title of prince or princess of the realm were granted the privilege of appointing such knights everyone knew full well that really on the top 7 or 8 heirs mattered, the top 10 if one wanted to be generous. Yuffie herself just barely qualified as a member of the court's top tier but most dismissed her as simply being a hanger-on of Cornelia and Schneeisel. Those same two siblings however knew better as they watched their little sister build up a power base that was less dependent on the whims of the nobility and their more capricious relatives. Anyone foolish enough to try to move against Yuffie would be in for a world of hurt politically, and very likely physically. Suzaku Kururugi might well have the necessary talent to stand at such heights, Yuffie continued, but him doing so creates a disconnect between himself and all the other 11s. Right now he is not even formally a knight despite piloting a Nightmare, but consider the numbers. 1 in 10 is impressive, but not that spectacular. 1 in 5,000, there you start reaching some rather lofty heights. And 1 in a million? That would seem unsurmountable for a true-blooded Britonian, never mind a number. Right now in his current position Private Kururugi can serve as an example that the masses can imagine themselves in, a goal that actually looks obtainable and thus something to work towards. As a Knight of Honor, especially at his age, they might hold him in awe but few would imagine that they could emulate his rise. No, he will serve my purposes far better where he is. He may well achieve a knighthood but I will not make him my Knight of Honor. A conflicted look crossed Cornelia's face as she listened to her sister. True, one set of concerns was put to rest as Yuffie made clear she would not invite the train wreck that making the Japanese boy a knight of honor would bring, but she was also making clear that knighthood itself was not out of reach to the boy. The political consequences of that, while likely nowhere as severe as the former possibility, would still be substantial. Then there were her own personal feelings on granting such an honor to a number. But Cornelia already knew what her sister's long-term goal for the area was and knew arguing over it now would not accomplish anything. And if she was to be perfectly frank at heart, Cornelia was a military officer, one who preferred the simplicity of the battlefield where her friends and enemies were usually well defined. The problem of course was that in politics and governance the lines were not so clearly visible, and while Cornelia could navigate the intricacies of court she did not relish it. Yuffie on the other hand did so with a deftness that surprised many due to her relative age. And thus while her concerns remained many, Cornelia was willing to let Yuffie's plans play out, for now. Suzaku fought the urge to fidget. His new formal dress uniform was just a bit too tight under the arms and there had not been enough time to retailor it. The other surviving members of the rescue team seemed remarkable calm, a composure that the boy envied. His own stomach felt like it was doing somersaults. Private. The boy stiffened and turned about to find Claudio standing behind him. Sir, Suzaku came to attention. Relax, Private, Claudio said as he stepped to Suzaku's side. We may technically be on duty right now, but we are not on duty. Yes sir, Suzaku said nervously even as he tried to calm down. He glanced at the older man. Is something the matter, sir? Claudio regarded the boy for a few moments. You were put into a very awkward situation back at the hotel. Suzaku grimaced. At the time he had not thought too much about it, trusting his gut instinct that Colin would keep her word and see the princess out safely. After the grilling by General Darlton and Sir Guilford he was beginning to re-evaluate the propriety of his course of action, not that he had any idea of what else he could have done at the time. Yes sir, Suzaku simply agreed. I can't say I envy you having to make that kind of call, Claudio said, obeying an imperial order versus following protocol. It had not been easy, that much Suzaku agreed with. Conversely, ultimately it had been easier than the knight might have imagined. In a way you got really lucky, Claudio went on. If that mysterious insurgent had harmed the princes, well. Suzaku began to open his mouth but then thought better of it. He could not very well explain just why leaving the princess with Colin was fairly low risk after all, that would cast all sorts of suspicions on him and also invite questions on why the viceroy considered it so important to get Millie's little sister out of there. Suzaku himself was less than clear on that last point, but Yuffie's order rung in his head. He was not to reveal anything about Nunnally and he had no intention of even accidentally breaking that order. The two talked, Suzaku finally said. I'm not privy to discuss exactly what they spoke about, but they established an understanding. Claudio raised an eyebrow. I see. That does certainly put things in a different light. Suzaku clenched his jaw. Hopefully he had not just said something he should not have. Do not worry, this is between just you and me, Claudio said, and Suzaku relaxed just a bit in response. Princess has always been difficult to understand. Her attention often seems to be on a loftier goal. It makes her seem detached at times. You are familiar with the princess? Suzaku asked. My father has served Marshal Cornelia for many years, Claudio said. In that time I have had opportunities to interact with Princess Euphemia. She was always cordial, even kind, but I never felt like I saw her true self. The man shrugged. I doubt anyone save her family has. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Suzaku's mind as he thought back to his own interactions with the princess. Did he truly know her? Even after the times they spoke, the boy found that he could not quite put into words what Euphemia was actually like. Polite, most definitely. Kind, he at least thought so. And she was certainly capable of compassion, that much Suzaku was certain of after seeing her and the younger Ashford daughter. But there was a detachment, a line that the princess seemed to draw between her close friends and family and everyone else. At that moment said family appeared and all of the soldiers snapped to attention as Princesses Cornelia and Euphemia entered the room accompanied by Sir Guilford, General Darlton and Margrave Gottwald. Suzaku's gaze locked onto Euphemia immediately and he followed her movement as she walked over to speak with a noble seated by the exit. You're staring. The boy blinked and his face flushed slightly. Sorry, sir. Claudio raised an eyebrow. Word of advice, Private, no matter how much you might admire the princess, do not openly display it. There are many who would find such attention distasteful. The neutrality of Claudio's tone did not betray whether the knight was one of them, but Suzaku nodded and looked away from the princess nevertheless. Fortunately he did not have much time to stew as they were called to attention. It was time. The gathered stepped out to the stage and were greeted with boisterous cheers. Not even Suzaku's presence seemed to give people pause, though the boy doubted any of them were actually cheering for him. Then again, scattered amongst the crowd were not too few Japanese and he did seem to be the focus of their attention. Suzaku glanced over discreetly at the two princesses. Euphemia had taken a seat with Andreas to her right and Gilbert hovering protectively behind. An empty seat to the young woman's left was obviously meant for Princess Cornelia, but she had stepped up to the podium. 3 days ago, insurgents unable to face the might of Britannia sought to do harm to her sons and daughters with a cowardly attack on the Lake Kawaguchi resort, Cornelia began. Through the valor of our soldiers the terrorists were defeated, though not without loss. Today we are here to honor those who gave their lives in the line of duty and those whom remain with us to continue their service. And so it went. The men and women who had fallen in battle were named and their next of kin stepped forth to receive directly from the hands of the Viceroy the commendations and awards their lives had bought. Then those living and had demonstrated exceptional courage during the storming of the hotel came forth to receive their thanks. The last was a noble that wore no military uniform. Suzaku's eyes widened as he heard how the man had been shot trying to protect the princess when the insurgents first tried to grab her. And then it was their turn. Cornelia took a seat and Andreas stepped up to the podium from where he was helping the princess hand out awards. Many were the men and women who risked their lives to protect our fellow Britonians, but a select few accepted the duty of attempting to save Her Highness the Princess Euphemia. These men volunteered to perform an extremely complex and fraught insertion, one that could well have ended in disaster even before they reached the hotel. They did not fail however, and after overcoming those who sought to harm our Viceroy secured the way for her evacuation. Andreas gazed out at the crowd. The glory of our empire was built on such acts of bravery, and future glory will no doubt be won by these men as they continue in service to Britannia. Andreas turned to the side and regarded the 4 soldiers and the uniformed woman that sat closet to the general on Claudio's right. Lieutenant Victoria Celeste, rise and stand forth. The woman stood and stepped over before Euphemia and bowed. Suzaku's eyes fell on the armband with the red shield she wore, recognizing it from when he was treated during the Shinjuku incident. Victoria was a member of the Army Nursing Corps. Your husband's valor will not be forgotten, Lieutenant Celeste, Euphemia's voice echoed across the plaza. For the bravery he demonstrated in coming to my aid and in honor of his sacrifice, I have appealed and my father the Emperor has approved his appointment as officer of the most excellent order of the Britonian Empire. The princess held out the velvet box containing the medal. I humbly ask that you accept on his behalf. Victoria reached out and placed her hand upon the box firmly and bowed her head. My gratitude, Highness, for my husband. Yuffie offered a comforting smile. Victoria cradled the box against her chest and returned to her seat. There was no applause, only a solemn silence that hung in the air until Andreas spoke next. Claudio Darlton, Alexander Armstrong, Marcus Bradley, Suzaku Kururugi. There, the noticeable confusion and even consternation at a Japanese name being called. Suzaku breathed deep, doing his best not to let it get to him. He focused on where he could see Cecile and Lloyd standing near the front, the woman smiling happily at him while Lloyd looked seemingly bored before grimacing at what was almost certainly the grinding of his foot by the captain. He focused on Euphemia who was stepping forth, Darlton following with 4 boxes in his hands. A simple medal cannot express my gratitude for your coming to my aid, Euphemia said. What is presented will serve as not a reminder of my gratitude, but a reminder to others that you have rendered honorable service to the Empire and to myself. And if you yourself ever find need for a reminder of your valor that day, then I hope that these words will serve. The princess took out the first medal and pinned it on Claudio's dress uniform. Thank you, Sir Claudio Darlton. Next was Alexander. Thank you, Alexander Armstrong. Then Marcus. Thank you, Marcus Wright. And finally Suzaku. Thank you, Suzaku Kururugi. End of chapter 13. Alright, that's the aftermath of the hotel attack dealt with. The numbers that Yuffie was throwing out are based on my guesstimates for the size of the Britonian army and then what proportion of that army is made up of nightmare forces. Or rather, people qualified to be nightmare pilots. As one review stated, Code Geass is a mecha anime and they shoved nightmares everywhere, which to be perfectly frank from a purely budgetary perspective is impossible. The T-54/55 series, the most widely produced tank design in the world, had a production run of on the high end 100,000. Assuming we added up together the production of all of the post-World War II tanks built, I'd be surprised if it breached 300,000. Probably closer to 200,000. And this is including the light tanks that were basically obsolete before they rolled off the production line. Note that this number is spread across the world, so it includes the US, Europe, Russia/USSR, and China, the principal tank builders in the modern world. Nightmares based on their mechanical design are much more mechanically complicated and almost certainly more expensive as a consequence. So, no, the police force does not have nightmares. And in my version of the Code Geass universe the number of people qualified as nightmare pilots far outstrips the number of actual nightmares, which is why Yuffie specifically says qualifies when discussing the numbers. They qualify for a knighthood in so much as they have demonstrated that they possess the aptitude for piloting a nightmare, but they are not a knight because there are lots of people better than them. The majority of the fighting will almost certainly be done by more conventional forces and nightmares will only show up to serve as shock troops or to take out opposing nightmares. Kind of like in my portrayal of Cornelia's Middle East campaign. As for the specific numbers, I'm going to be holding those in reserve until there is a genuine need for me to start flashing them about in case I need to adjust them later on. One thing I want to note, events in my FIC do not happen in a vacuum. The Lake Kawaguchi attack has discrete and universe justifications for both why the blood of the samurai tried it and why it was even possible in the first place. The anime I don't think ever attempted to explain the latter, but it's not a hole that I feel comfortable leaving, since otherwise it makes the Brighton authorities look absolutely incompetent. I don't see anywhere where I said CC would stop speaking archaically. She only spoke normally with Colin at the hotel to help maintain their respective covers. I've said in the past that I try to respond to any questions or critiques posted in reviews. One review for last chapter had several different points that I will address separately. I would say that I struck several nerves for said reviewer. 1. I am being hypocritical for calling other people's stories wish fulfillment when that is what mine is. There is also an implication that I consider wish fulfillment a bad thing. Response: at an abstract level, every story ever written is a form of wish fulfillment in so much as it is an author trying to tell a story. A more careful reading of my notes, however, should make clear that my problem is not whether a FIC has wish fulfillment, it's when an author prioritizes wish fulfillment over actually having a story. A lot of writers want to hurry up and give their characters everything, and more often than not do so quickly, or right away. And when that everything includes everything needed to resolve every conflict in the story, you remove basically every source of conflict that tends to drive stories. Doing so is not writing a story, it's bad writing. If you're just starting out, it's understandable since everyone has to start somewhere, and as you write more you learn how to develop realistic plot and characters, hopefully. My earliest works were pretty much pieces of crap in the same vein. This FIC is the culmination of many years of practice. 2. I am practicing wish fulfillment by making my favorite characters Colin and Yuffie into Mary Sue's. Response: ha. Ha. I think someone missed where I said that I did not particularly like Yuffie in the Code Geass anime. And I don't think I've said anything about whether I like or dislike Colin. Even setting that aside, Mary Sue's are generally written as not making mistakes and beloved by everyone except people everyone else hates anyway. Both Colin and Yuffie have been making mistakes all throughout the story. The consequences of Colin's tend to be readily apparent since she acts on a tactical, micro level, so to speak. When she screws up, she gets her ass handed to her in some form or another, or lets someone get away like in last chapter. The consequences of Yuffie's mistakes take longer to manifest and are harder to see since her decision-making is often at the strategic/macro level. They have happened, however, and in point of fact the feasibility of the Lake Kawaguchi attack was partially due to Yuffie's actions. Why Yuffie and Colin are the dual protagonists in my story will have to wait for another author note when more plot is revealed, but the plot itself was something I conceived because I thought it would be an interesting story to try to tell, not because I have any particular character I want put on the pedestal to glorify. 3. The reviewer is dissatisfied with Suzaku's portrayal and thinks he is acting out of character. Response: don't really see the OOC myself. He's acting exactly like how I understood his personality to be at this stage in the anime. And without any specific examples as to what constitutes OOness, there's not much I can say definitively. I am going to take a wild guess though and claim that the reviewer is a Suzaku fan and would not be satisfied with any portrayal that did not cast the character in a heroically sympathetic light. Hence the previous accusation that Colin and Yuffie are Mary Sue's because they are being portrayed in what the reviewer probably considers a more flattering manner than Suzaku. And the accusation about me pursuing wish fulfillment myself with those the reviewer believes are my favorite characters. Which is strange considering things are actually going pretty well for Suzaku so far, and really way better than the character has any right to expect. The fact of the matter is, in a realistic setting Suzaku would have never gotten as far as he did. The writers basically shoehorned him into every one of his positions and hand-waved every complication he should have run into in that position. Yuffie selecting him as her Knight of Honor should have killed any possibility of her ever inheriting the throne from a political perspective, not with the entrenched xenophobia of the Empire's nobility and especially of the imperial court. She therefore should have had no bargaining chip whatsoever when she was trying to create the SAZ. Trade her claim to the throne to buy off opposition to it. No, realistically by then her standing would have been so low that her claim would not have been worth anything anyway. Schneisel and Cornelia might have been able to shield her from the immediate physical consequences of her knighting Suzaku, but not even they could have preserved Yuffie's overall standing at court. Literally the only one who could justify getting away with elevating Suzaku like that was the Emperor, because he's the Emperor of a totalitarian regime and he can damn well do anything he likes, and if you disagree then it's off with your head, and he's the Emperor. Did I mention he's the Emperor? And after Yuffie's death absolutely no one should have trusted him enough to let him keep piloting the Lancelot, much less hand over to him a WMD like the Freya warhead. Unless it was to off him in as surefire of a way as possible. That is what a realistic portrayal of Code Geass should be treating Suzaku like. But to be frank, I think he's actually doing pretty good so far in my story. So far he's gotten a medal openly acknowledging the role he played in saving Yuffie. He has two and a half noble sponsors pushing his way up through the military in the form of Lloyd, perhaps a less than reliable sponsor but still someone with some pull, Yuffie, the half because in this story I think it's pretty clear Yuffie always has a plan behind every move she makes, and Andreas, who has a public reputation for mentoring and raising up promising soldiers. As it is, I'd say Suzaku's actually in a much better position to actually make a difference than where he was at this point in the anime. And I did this all while sticking to my desired goal of building a more realistic representation of Code Geass. So if you're going to try to accuse me of intentionally mangling a character because you think I don't like him, you better damn well show textual proof. And that line in the opening snippet doesn't count, seeing as that's no worse than anything he went through publicly in the canon anime. Side note, if you think I am being an arrogant prick, you are welcome to that opinion. I however do not appreciate when people try to force upon me their desired interpretation of a character simply because my own interpretation or portrayal conflicts with theirs, especially since I'm doing the work of writing the story. And then there are the outright batshit insane requests that I've gotten in the past. Anyway, to everyone else who seems to have thus far enjoyed my portrayal of the characters, aside from the griping about C.C's speech pattern, which does have a purpose I assure you, I hope you also enjoyed this chapter. The next chapter will kick off the next story arc and will shift over to Colin and Co. more. As the dual protagonist, she needs some dedicated screen time too after all. Drop a review with any thoughts. I think if nothing else I've proven that I do read the reviews and will respond to questions and points raised therein. Page view tracking also seems to have broken over the past few days, at least for me. Aside, I would be interested in hearing more opinions about the side characters like Anu, the Darltons, etc. They've been getting a lot of screen time and I'd like some feedback on how people think they're shaping up. Chapter 14. Snippet spoiler, medium. Amongst the many soldiers who swore loyalty to Euphemia Lee Britannia, Brigadier General Jonathan Eyre is often considered to be the one all the others were measured against. Several years before the Princess Euphemia's viceroyalty of Area 11, Colonel Eyre had established a working relationship with Her Highness when he was tasked with arresting Duke Constantine of Toronto. The colonel's professionalism impressed the princess and she soon found other tasks that required his attention. After the Lake Kawaguchi terrorist incident, Colonel Eyre was transferred to Area 11 to serve as the new head of the princess' personal security detail with a brevet promotion to brigadier as befitting his new duties. Upon his death, the Princess Euphemia took the exceptional step of petitioning her father to appoint him a Knight Commander of the Order of the Bath. The request was not without some controversy at the imperial court, as some nobles considered General Eyre's commoner status as a mark against him, but the emperor ultimately ignored the opinion of the peerage and acquiesced. The empress would later admit that that was perhaps the only time she ever felt genuine gratitude toward her father. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 14, Panem et Medicina. Inu-san. A thunk sounded, followed by a string of barely audible expletives as the normally mild-mannered woman clutched her head in pain. Are you okay? A man not responsible for her sudden contact with the generator tank said. Yeah, Inu muttered as she dragged herself out from under the tank. Was that Sensei? The man nodded even as he looked nervously toward the door. He sounded a bit tense. All right, I better go see what he needs, Inu said, pulling herself up. Get started on draining the diesel. The sooner we change the filters, the sooner we can get the generator running again. Gotcha. The man went down onto his back to take Inu's place inside under the fuel tank. The community center housed at the old Ko University Medical College had only 2 diesel generators providing power to it, one laid up as Inu and a few of the other mechanically inclined volunteers stripped it down to perform some very overdue maintenance. They needed to get this done quick, however, as the other generator was working overtime, keeping all of the critical equipment running while all non-essentials were shut off to conserve power. And while no one was liable to die while they were running half on like this, they also had no fallback if the other generator decided to croak. The doctor that helped administrate the center knew this, and so if he was prepared to pull Inu off of the maintenance job, something very important must have come up. As Inu emerged from the building housing the generator, wiping her hands with a slightly less dirty rag, she came to an abrupt halt. Standing outside with the doctor were 2 other people. One was a Japanese man in a neat and tidy business suit, a suit that was way too clean for anyone who was not an honorary Brightonian, and a relatively well-off one at that. The other was a woman in the field uniform of the Brightonian military. The only thing that stopped Inu from instinctively reaching for her blade was the armband the woman wore, an armband with the red shield of the Valkyrie. There was an unspoken rule of sorts amongst the more reputable resistance movements. Members of the Brightonian Army Nursing Corps were not to be intentionally targeted, and quite a few cells went out of their way to avoid causing casualties amongst the Corps members. Part of it was due to a certain sense of honor. Killing women sworn to the assistance of others left a very bad taste amongst even some of the most jaded insurgents. Another was more pragmatic. On more than one occasion the Corps had demonstrated that they considered their oath to extend to everyone, regardless of race or loyalty. And while someone was their patient, they would not allow any additional harm to befall them. Very few were the Brightonian soldiers that dared argue that point, and those that did were more often than not sternly warned off by their own comrades in arms, for all experienced soldiers understood that the dedication shown by the nurses in treating even the enemy was a testament to the dedication to care that they themselves would receive if they ever ended up under the Corps' care. Forcing a nurse to compromise their sense of duty would in the long term be counterproductive at best and fatal at worst. That same dedication also meant that if any Britannian soldier could venture alone into the ghettos and expect to emerge unharmed, it was a member of the nursing corps. That did not mean it was a good idea for one to do so, but as Anu noted, the obvious guards scattered about, this particular nurse was not quite alone. It was rather interesting, however, that all of the guards were Japanese. Anu turned her attention back to the doctor and his guests. "Can I help you with something, sensei?" Anu asked. Yes," the doctor nodded to the two people accompanying him. "This is Lieutenant Helena Blanche, of the Army Nursing Corps. And this is Ichijo Hiroshi, of the Sumeragi estate. They are here to facilitate the restoration of the Keio Medical College into a working hospital." Anu stared at the doctor for several seconds before finally blurting out her reaction. "What?" Ichijo smiled wryly. "I understand your confusion, Inu-san, but Kuroba-sensei speaks the truth. Though it has not been publicly announced yet, Her Highness the Viceroy has initiated a program to extend proper medical care to the wards beyond the Tokyo concession. The Keio Medical Campus was selected as the first of such centers." Inu's eyes narrowed. "And the catch?" "Your caution is admirable," Ichijo said, "but in this case unnecessary. The Viceroy wishes nothing more than to ensure that basic, essential services start being restored to the wards. She considers it shameful that the residents have been neglected for so long." Inu glanced ever so subtly at the doctor, and Kuroba tilted his head ever so slightly in response. It seemed he at least was willing to give his two guests the benefit of the doubt, for now at least. "And what do you require from me?" Inu asked. "Kuroba-sensei informed us that you helped maintain much of the current systems here," Ichijo said. "We believe your input would be invaluable in minimizing disruption to the services the center currently provides, as well as in helping repair and upgrade the current facilities to better see to the needs of Shinjuku's residents." This was getting more and more surreal. Had not the Viceroy just been taken hostage last week by a bunch of Japanese insurgents? Insurgents who ended up getting their ass handed to them by Colin, though Anu was still not quite clear how the girl had managed to take on that many opponents with minimal support, but whom had obviously roughed up not only the princess but also shot her industrial minister amongst others. And now the Viceroy wanted everyone to believe she was going to provide healthcare to the Japanese people? Anu's skepticism must have been very evident as the Britannian woman stepped forward. "Do you understand English?" she asked in said language. Anu nodded. At this point most Japanese did out of necessity, if nothing else, even if some people like Tamaki still absolutely butchered the language when they bothered trying to speak it. "You are likely wondering why Her Highness would extend such generosity despite the events at the Lake Kawaguchi resort," the woman said. That one was blindingly obvious, and Anu would give nothing away by agreeing, so the woman nodded once more. "Her Highness recognizes that those who wished her harm do not represent the totality of the people of Area 11, the lieutenant said. Anu kept her face expressionless. So many nuances to what appeared to be a single sentence. The princess was willing to distinguish between those people who tried to harm her and those completely uninvolved with the resort attack. Sure, that was promising. But Japan was still referred to as Area 11, indicating that on that point at least the Empire would give no ground. Yet even as she took the effort to make explicit the Empire's position, the lieutenant was seemingly offering a minor, very minor, concession in not calling the Japanese people 11s. She referred to them as people of Area 11 instead. It might seem a minor, almost trivial point, but the way the lieutenant held Anu's gaze made the woman think it was meant as a small peace offering. The Viceroy is also aware that the desperation that exists in the wards due to lack of opportunity and basic safety nets creates a situation that might drive people to extreme acts, such as the Kawaguchi terrorist attack, Helena continued. Her Highness has no desire to see a repeat of the incident, and she sincerely believes that improving the lot of the ward residents will go a long ways to preventing future incidents. That caused Anu to narrow her eyes ever so slightly. The problems we face are deep-rooted. Then shall we take the first of many steps in solving them? The lieutenant's words were logical in the extreme. With all the problems in the ghettos, the Empire had to start somewhere. Yet it was also abundantly clear that the biggest sticking point for a lot of Japanese people, the Empire's occupation of Japan herself, was not one of the problems that the Viceroy intended on addressing, all of which put Anu in a position she never dreamed of finding herself in. The woman was reminded of a conversation she had with Naoto many years ago when she first joined his cell. At the end of the day, what I'm fighting for is not some abstract concept like freedom, Naoto had said. I don't see the Britannians as all evil monsters. I'm half Britannian after all, and so is my little sister. And as much as I resent my father, the years he was with us were happy ones. My mother would have never married him if he was a complete bastard either, so I know that there's some good in him. At the same time, Britannia has hurt the Japanese people a lot, and that's what I'm fighting to stop. But if there comes a time when both my peoples can peacefully coexist, work hand in hand, and treat each other with respect and dignity, I'll lay down my arms regardless of whether Japan is independent or still part of the Empire. I won't ask all of you to do the same, and I won't turn in any of you who don't, but at least know what you're fighting for. Are you fighting for yourself, or for others? Most everyone who heard Naoto's little spiel had assumed that it would be decades if it ever came that the empire would adopt a policy of treating all its subjects equally. None expected to have to make the decision Naoto spoke of within their own lifetime. And technically speaking, that was not the decision that was facing Inu now. All that was on offer now was the offer of medical care. The lieutenant was hinting at further changes in the pipeline, but that was all they were right now, vague hints. Inu again glanced subtly at the doctor, who once more tilted his head. He at least seemed prepared to accept this uncharacteristic display of goodwill, probably because Kuroba out of everyone here knew just how insufficient the clinic's resources were compared to the demands placed upon it. Very well, Inu replied in English, what do you need assistance with? Helena's gaze shifted to behind Inu. Is that where you keep your generators? Inu nodded. One of them. The others on the other side of the campus. So you only have two. Another nod, and the lieutenant began jotting down notes. Inu-san, if you could please join us. Ichijo said in Japanese. This is a preliminary survey, to see what equipment will be needed to bring this hospital back to its former glory. That elicited a raised eyebrow, but Inu accepted the invitation. What are the generators rated for? Helena asked. The one here is 50 kW, Inu replied. The other is only 25 kilowatts. The lieutenant pursed her lip. Not much. Are the mains problematic? Inu felt like snorting, but answered as respectfully as she could manage. We have rolling blackouts about every 6 or 7 hours. Helena's eyes narrowed. I see. Another note jotted down. And thus it went, the Brighton lieutenant asking questions and Inu answering to the best of her ability. The conversation migrated to the main wards, where the Japanese woman provided a very brief explanation of the redundant power system she and a few others had jerry-rigged together to make sure the few critical care systems the hospital still possessed were the very last things to go down. And then they moved to the cafeteria that provided cheap meals to the many residents of the Shinjuku ghetto. While there, the lieutenant's attention was drawn to the food on one of the diner's tray, and Inu felt like kicking herself. MREs, Helena said offhandedly. Both Inu and Kuroba froze up, waiting for the Brightonian officer to demand where they had gotten the military rations from. Officially, MREs were not meant to be resold. Unofficially, there were plenty of ways to get a hold of the rations, from corrupt quartermasters to outright theft or scavenging. Are the meals from the patients also derived from MREs? Helena asked. Kuroba looked at Inu nervously, and the woman took a deep breath. If it really came down to it, she would take the fall. The latest batch of MREs was brought here by her after all. We make do, Inu answered. Sometimes we split up MREs to make sure our patients have something to eat. The nutritional makeup of a MRE is not really suitable for non-combatants, the lieutenant said, causing Inu and Kuroba to stare at the woman blankly as she went on. The salt and fat levels are specifically designed for personnel who burn significant amounts of calories and lose sodium from sweat. A grimace. There is also the low fiber content. We will need to remedy this. And that was apparently all for that topic as far as the lieutenant was concerned, as she headed for the cafeteria's exit. Inu and Kuroba exchanged bewildered looks before hurrying to follow. More questions were asked and more answers haltingly given before finally the lieutenant seemed to have gotten all the information she wanted. A supply convoy will be arriving tomorrow along with workers from the Sumeragi estate, she said, prompting a nod of confirmation from Ichijo. They will perform a structural analysis of the buildings to see if any additional repair work is necessary. The convoy itself will be bringing in cleaning supplies and an initial shipment of medical supplies and food. Helena looked pointedly at Inu for some reason. I trust there is a safe place to store the medical supplies. There is, Inu said immediately. There's an old bomb shelter under the main building that can be locked down tight. The lieutenant nodded, apparently taking Inu's comment at face value. Very well. I will report to my superiors that there are currently no major impediments to restoring the KO hospital campus. Helena extended a hand to Kuroba and the doctor accepted it with a slight bow. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Kuroba, the lieutenant said. And I with you, Kuroba replied earnestly. And then to Inu's surprise that same hand was extended to her. The woman hastily wiped her hand on her pants again, not that that made much of a difference, and took the lieutenant's hand. You have done a remarkable job under trying circumstances, Ms. Inu, Helena said. I hope that you will continue lending your aid to the KO campus. Inu nodded stiffly as the two shook hands. She was still not certain how honest the Brightonian effort was, but at the least she would watch and do her part to make sure it would not fail. As the lieutenant made her way back to the waiting Humvee, Ichijo stepped before Inu and Kuroba and bowed. Kuroba-sensei, Inu-san, rest assured, the Sumeragi house will lend all of its strength to seeing the restoration of this campus come to fruition. The two Japanese bowed in kind as Inu's attention shifted to the man before them. House Sumeragi was one of the major collaborationist families, an old lineage that upon Britannia's conquest of their homeland had turned their backs on their heritage to become honorary Brightonians and assist the empire in its pillaging of Japan's national wealth. It was not unknown for the Sumeragi family to engage in charitable acts, supposedly as a way to soothe their sense of guilt, but there were rumors abound that the Sumire Geass were involved in more than that. Rumors involving something called Kyoto House. Inu considered her options. It was too risky to make an approach right now, that would simply arouse Ichijo's suspicions, and there was always the risk that the Sumeragi family really was nothing more than a bunch of racial traitors. Only time would tell if Kyoto House was anything more than a false hope. Watcho looking at it. Colin blinked and looked up to see Millie leaning on top of the monitor smiling at her. The antics of the older girl never ceased to amaze her. The Viceroy, Princess Euphemia, Colin said. I'm trying to learn more about her, but she's really not in the news much if at all. Her visit piqued her interest. Millie asked as she shifted around to Colin's side. Kind of, Colin replied. She is the new Viceroy after all, and the way she seems to be doing things is a lot different than Prince Clovis. You don't know the half of it, was the barely audible mutter under Millie's breath. In truth, Colin was probably not supposed to hear that at all, but the girl's senses had been growing keener ever since she gained the Geass. Hopefully it would not become so sharp to the point of distraction. For now, however, Colin glanced over at Millie quizzically as if she had not heard the older girl loud and clear. What do you know about the princess, off the top of your head? Millie asked. She's the third princess of the realm, the third oldest daughter of His Majesty the Emperor. Colin rattled off the basic publicly known facts. She has one full-blooded sister, the Princess Cornelia, Marshal of the Empire. Beyond that, I really don't know much else. Millie nodded as she sank into a seat next to Colin. Yuffie hasn't really gone out of her way to publicize herself. Colin raised an eyebrow. Yuffie. Millie grinned. That's what I called her when we were kids, and she hasn't told me to stop. Colin chuckled and shook her head. You really did live at court. Shirley told you about that, right? A nod. She said that if anyone could tell me about the princess, it was you. Thinking of dipping a toe into politics? No, Colin said, a bit more strongly than she really intended. Sorry, that's not what I meant. I mean, I'm the Stadtfeld heir, so eventually I'll have to deal with the politics of the nobility, and for a long time I thought I understood on at least a simplistic level what that politics was like. But the princess, well, she seems to be making up her own rules. You referring to giving Suzaku a medal? Colin grimaced. Her unspoken antagonism of the Japanese boy had gotten immensely complicated after he was so publicly applauded for his role in rescuing the princess. In fact, it could have gotten downright ugly had the two not worked out a much improvised staged conclusion to their supposed tension. Thus one day after classes, but before the majority of students had dispersed to their after-school activities, Suzaku had approached Colin and apologized for getting a peek of her panties. Colin's response was an appropriately girlish slap of the boy's face, as befitting her sickly persona, and screaming at the boy that one does not apologize for violating social decorum by committing further breaches. In truth, the girl really would have preferred delivering a kick to the boy's groin, but she ultimately decided that realism trumped her own self-satisfaction. Suzaku probably would not have been very cooperative about it either. In the end, the two provided the rest of their classmates with a plausible cause for why Colin disliked the boy and ending the speculation that had reached near fever pitch ever since the hotel incident. And while Suzaku was still not entirely welcomed by the majority of the student body, the outright hostility was considerably reduced. In fact, if Colin did not know better, a few of her male classmates even seemed jealous of the boy. Colin hoped that it was due to his interaction with the Princess Euphemia and not because of his very real insight into other matters. It's almost unheard of for a number to be awarded a Medal of Valor, Colin said. Do you disapprove? Millie asked. The question caused Colin to frown, and she looked over at the older girl only to see Millie regarding her very intently. That by itself told Colin that the question was not one of idle curiosity, and how she answered would be the standard Millie would hold her to. I believe that a person's achievement should not ever be denied, Colin said very carefully, regardless of whether that person is a pure-blood Britonian or a number. Oh. Millie said with a sly smile. The Empire's official policy is that one must constantly strive so as not to be overtaken by others. To ignore another's strength is simply setting the stage for your own downfall in the future. Colin's eyes hardened ever so slightly. And strength comes in many different forms. The smile was still on Millie's face, but the playfulness was no more. The Millie that now regarded Colin was all business. You tried to warn us about the terrorists back at Lake Kawaguchi, Millie said. I owe you for that. So I'm going to let you in on a little secret about my family and also tell you a little about Yuffie as well. Colin said nothing, simply waiting for the other girl to go on. Before our effective exile to Area 11, Japan, the Ashfords were a prominent family at the imperial court, Millie said. We rubbed shoulders with a lot of high-ranking nobles as well as members of the imperial family. Apparently there were times when even the emperor lent us his ear. Colin raised an eyebrow. That was impressive, if true. She jacked up her senses to make sure any future such declarations would undergo the appropriate scrutiny. Back then, our star was on the ascendant, so to speak, Millie said. My grandfather's business interests were growing and a commoner we sponsored had transformed from Marianne Lambrugge into Marianne Six Britannia. That elicited more than a raised eyebrow as Colin's eyes widened. Millie smiled humorlessly at the reaction. That's right, we were supporters of the Empress Marianne, and after her ascension she became our foremost patron at court. But we were not the only ones to benefit from her position. Tell me, what do you know of Yuffie's mother? This forced Colin to search through her memories. Remembering the myriad of imperial consorts and their children was a headache shared by all high school students in the Empire. Empress consort Annabelle Ali Britannia, Colin said before frowning, passed away 2002 ATB due to illness. Millie nodded. For an imperial scion to lose their mother at such a young age is usually a death knell for any further involvement in court politics. But Empress Marianne shielded the princesses Cornelia and Euphemia from the political upheaval. She also sponsored Princess Cornelia's entry into the military and her rapid attainment of knighthood. As a result, the Lee Britannia children were very close with the Empress Marianne's own children. And I was also encouraged to socialize heavily with them, which I did. Colin regarded Millie with a renewed perspective. It was clear that the Ashford daughter was far more cognizant of imperial politics than her playful demeanor would suggest. She had lived and breathed it as a young child after all. We were an interesting little corner of the court, Millie went on with an almost wistful smile. The Six Britannias, Lee Britannias, and Ashfords, united with our mutual respect for each other and a shared sense of loyalty. According to Grandpa, there was even talk of wooing Prince Schneeisel into our faction. In other words, the current Prime Minister of Britannia. Colin had to give the Ashford patriarch credit, he did not think small. For a time it looked like things would turn out great for us, Millie said. By the time 2010 ATB came around, the Empress Marianne was clearly the Emperor's favored consort. My family's company was working out the kinks to put the first nightmare designed for combat into mass production. Colin started at that, and my parents were talking about a possible match between me and the Empress Marianne's son already. That last bit was followed with a snort from Millie, and Colin found herself in agreement with the sentiment. Neither of them could have been much more than 10 years old at the time, a bit too early to be talking about marriage. But then again, marriage was for the most part a purely political arrangement for the nobility. That the Ashfords were taking the effort to try to get Millie and the Empress' son to socialize and get to know each other better already set them apart from those nobles that viewed their children as little more than pieces on a chessboard for advancing the family's standing. Things were looking well, Millie said as a slight tension entered her voice, until the Empress Marianne was assassinated. Colin had known that was coming. Even so, she could not help but wince. She also knew what was coming next, having recalled the other unpleasant details the public was aware of regarding the consequences of the Empress Marianne's death. Her daughter, Nunnally Six Britannia, whom my little sister is named after, was murdered alongside her. The red-haired girl froze. There, a slight quickening of her pulse, as Millie said that. The girl was lying. Lying about whom her little sister was named after? That made no sense. Why the lie? And why else would the girl's middle name be Nunnally? But why then did everyone call her by her middle name instead of her first, Abigail? Colin reached the obvious conclusion quickly. Abigail Nunnally Ashford was a false identity. Millie's little sister was Nunnally Six Britannia, the daughter of the Empress Marianne hidden away by the Ashfords after her mother's murder. Holy crap, Colin thought. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, what have I walked into? But the girl did not have the time work through her shock as Millie was still talking. Her son, Lelich Six Britannia, took his own life after the loss of his mother and sister. Millie's face twisted in an all too genuine pain. That one Colin had no difficulty detecting the honesty of, so it seemed that Lelich at least was actually dead as far as the other girl knew. By that point Princess Cornelia had become successful enough in her own right that she did not need the Empress Marianne's continued patronage anymore. And between her and the Prince Schneeisel they were able to get Yuffie out of the line of fire. My family all got out alive at least, but our company's assets were seized by competitors supporting other imperial relatives and we lost our noble title. There it was again, that mirthless smirk. And to add insult to injury, we were exiled to Japan as part of a trade delegation, even though everyone knew the Empire was preparing to invade. Millie's face hardened. That nearly got my little sister killed when we were evacuating to the Brightonian concession. Another lie, but one intended to mask the source of Nunnally's injuries. And there was absolutely no insincerity behind the anger Millie felt over the younger girl's traumas. Anyway, the thing that you should take away from all this is that the only ones that win, if you can call it winning, in the imperial court are those who play for keeps or those who refuse to play at all, Millie said. For years after our exile my grandfather tried to keep us under the radar, to avoid drawing any attention that might make it look like we were trying to get back in. And we were successful. But Yuffie's come calling, and as you've probably figured out, she really doesn't take no for an answer. That Colin did not dispute, especially seeing as the princess had the will to stand up to not just the insurgent leader threatening Millie's, no, Euphemia's little sister, she also stood her ground against Colin herself. Implacable did not begin to describe the princess' resolve. And now we're back in that viper's nest, Millie said, for good or ill. But you aren't, not yet at least. But you've gotten Yuffie's attention, and if you keep doing that she will find a use for you. You and your family might think that that'd be a huge boost for the Stotfeld family's standing, but remember what I said. Playing for keeps has its costs, costs that at their cheapest comes in blood. So unless you think there is something important enough to pay that cost, my suggestion would be to get out now before Yuffie asks you to sign on with her. Cause by the time she does that, everyone else will already assume you're with her and treat you accordingly. As Colin met Millie's eyes, she realized that the warning the older girl was giving her was one of absolute sincerity. In her own way, Millie was looking out for a junior classmate, not just repaying a supposed debt incurred when Colin tried to warn her back at the hotel. Millie spoke as someone who knew firsthand the costs of the great game being played in the Imperial Court, someone who knew just what the value of her current life was. She was also someone who, knowing all this, was still signing on with the Princess Euphemia, and not just because, as the girl said, Her Highness does not take no for an answer. There was something important enough, something worthwhile enough, that Millie and her family was preparing to risk their very lives, and the life of the little girl in their care, to re-enter the game. And from this insight Colin found that she and Millie were quite alike, for Colin also had found something worth risking her life for. I will take your advice to heart, Colin promised. Millie nodded solemnly. Nothing else needed to be said. They're doing what? They're working on restoring the hospital as an actual hospital, Anu repeated. Look, I'm as confused as you are, but that Britannian army nurse seemed really serious. And tomorrow a bunch of people from House Sumeragi are supposed to be coming to start cleaning up the place. Ogai pursed his lip thoughtfully. Are you in danger? I don't think so, Anu said with a shake of her head. I thought the nurse would get sticky about the MREs when she saw them, but she just commented about them not being of the appropriate, nutritional value, for patients and left it at that. Hey. Okay, now I'm feeling really confused. Tell me about it, Anu said and slumped back into the chair she occupied in Ogai's warehouse office. On the other hand, if the Britannians are really serious about extending basic services like healthcare into the ghettos, it'll change a lot of lives for the better. If, Ogai repeated. I agree with you, this could do a lot of good, but it's too early to tell whether the offer is genuine or whether it's just some sort of publicity stunt by the Viceroy. I'm actually inclined to think it's not just a publicity stunt, Anu said. Too much thought's been put into it, like using the Army Nursing Corps in conjunction with honorary Britannians to make the initial approaches. But the Viceroy isn't doing this out of just compassion. Ogai nodded. Hearts and minds. If the princess can convince the population that they're better off as Britannian subjects, support for the various liberation movements will dry up. From what I can tell, the Viceroy is too smart to expect to be able to win over everyone, Anu said, but lessening support for people like us is probably what she's angling for. A frown flickered across Anu's face. What is it? Ogai asked. Nothing really, the woman responded, it's just that if the Viceroy's intent is to try to bridge the divide between us and the Britannians, she's got her work cut out for her. Something tells me you're referring to more than just our lack of basic services and opportunities, Ogai said. Yeah, Anu nodded. It's also a matter of basic respect. A sense of superiority is so ingrained in the Britannian mentality that it's completely natural for them to be condescending to other people without even realizing it. The nurse that came out to survey the campus? She seemed like someone dedicated to doing the best job she can and making sure anyone under her care gets the best treatment possible, but the way she carried herself, it felt a lot like she was expecting us to be the ones helping her, not the other way around. I know what you mean, Ogai said. And you're right, that's going to put a lot of people off and cause some friction that'll make the Viceroy's goal that much harder. But that's a long-term consideration, the question before us right now is what we do about the hospital project. Anu grimaced. We can't interfere with it. An eyebrow rose on the man seated across from her. Don't even start, Anu stated firmly. I know what I just said, but I work at the clinic every day that I'm not here helping you, Ogai, and I see just how many people we have to turn away or let down because we just don't have the medicine or manpower to treat them. Hey, I got that, Ogai held up his hands. And I'm not suggesting we do anything to mess it up. But this could end up opening up other opportunities. If this hospital project is on the personal initiative of the Viceroy, that means she's probably paying close attention to how it goes. Could we maybe use that attention to get a message to her? Like, about what a certain Britannian company is up to. A speculative expression crossed Anu's face and she sat there silently in thought. Maybe, she finally said. But if we're looking for allies against KBR, another avenue might be more productive to pursue right now. Oh. The honorary Britannians helping the nursing corps are from the Sumeragi household. Oh. Ogai repeated, his own expression shifting from one of curiosity to contemplation. Oh, Anu echoed back. Didn't Naoto once say something about Kyoto House being made up of some of the oldest families in Japan? And the Sumeragi claim to be able to trace their ancestry back to the Heian court. So you think we should try to make an approach? Ogai asked. Inu nodded but grimaced at the same time. The problem is we need to get them to take us seriously. And to do that, we might need to dangle a pretty big carrot in front of them. The Japanese man frowned. You're thinking of telling them about Colin? Hinting, and about the Red Knight, Inu said, using the nickname that the Britannia media had adopted for the girl much to her chagrin. And only if bringing up the refrain trafficking isn't enough to get us through the front door. Once we're in though, I think we can risk revealing Colin's identity and the fact that she's the one that offed Clovis but also rescued Euphemia. The frown deepened and it was clear Ogai was unhappy about letting anyone outside their cell know about his best friend's little sister. But as Colin had so often pointed out before, his responsibility was to more than just her, and if they were careful they could use her Red Knight persona to garner far greater support than they could have ever imagined. The person from the Sumeragi household, does he look like a lower-tier functionary or someone in the family's confidence? Ogai asked. At this point I honestly can't say, Inu answered. I think it depends on how seriously the Sumeragi are taking the Viceroy's hospital project and also how seriously the Viceroy herself is pushing it. If both are actually dedicated to making the project a success, then the Sumeragi would have almost certainly sent a trusted member of the household, someone who could get a message passed to the family head. Ogai rubbed his chin. So it's more wait and see. In our line of work we have to be careful, Inu said nonchalantly. That we do. The man sighed. I suppose at this point the best we can do is keep at it and continue gathering what intel we can on KBR's activities. Maybe we'll catch a lucky break and find a weakness we exploit. Otherwise we try and see if the Sumeragi really are part of Kyoto House and if they're willing to lend us some actual support. Inu nodded in agreement. The best they could do right now might not seem like much, but patience was often as important as initiative for a resistance cell. Thus far, despite the losses suffered thus far, they had been far more successful than they had any real right to expect. But tomorrow was another day with its own set of challenges. Only time would tell if they were able to meet them. Yuffie had cleared her schedule for Saturday and issued explicit orders that she only be disturbed if an emergency situation arose. For what she was about to attempt, the young woman wanted no interruptions, and to make sure none would be necessary she even had very simple meals prepared beforehand that she could munch on as the day wore on. Such crunch days were not unheard of for the princess, but there was still a slight hint of worry amongst her staff as the door to Yuffie's office closed. Since receiving her power, Yuffie had made ample use of it to mow through the reams and reams of data available to her as Viceroy of Area 11. The sharp rise in her productivity was extremely useful and allowed the young woman to keep an eye on far more of the running of the area than she might otherwise have managed, from the collection of taxes to the billing of services by contractors. More and more of this responsibility was slowly being shifted to her growing cabinet, and Yuffie was especially pleased with how Sir Kraft, her new exchequer, was working through the backlog of taxes owed by a variety of companies whose owners had used their noble connections to try to cheat the treasury. With a royal edict backing him, however, Sir Kraft was making measurable progress, and Yuffie expected that the books would be properly balanced by the end of the fiscal quarter. Another thing the princess had done since that fateful day was to experiment with her strange power. It was one thing to look at a pool of data and work out the relations between each piece. It was quite another to construct a new model that was capable of generating new data that fit within the pattern of established trends but still respond in realistic ways to simulated stimuli. To find the leadership of the blood of the samurai, Yuffie would need to do just that. First, Yuffie went over the various forensic reports from the resort attack. The majority of the pistols were of Japanese make, leftovers from the invasion. A few were Britannian models verified to not have been taken from the conference's security staff, but before Yuffie's assumption of her office the black market was rife with seemingly surplus stock from Britannian armories. At least 3 quartermaster officers had faced the firing squad since the clampdown started by Jeremiah and continued even more forcefully by Cornelia. Unfortunately, the weapons in question were also old enough that any trail they might have laid were too cold to follow fruitfully. Equally unfortunate, none of the insurgents that directly participated in the attack survived to be taken prisoner. The only information available on them was background that the Inquisitio had managed to dig up, and there was sparingly little of it. Most were transient laborers with barely any documentation, which in theory should have precluded them getting any sort of work in the concessions. Economics being what it was, however, there was always a demand for cheap labor, and this group must have looked particularly appealing to the resort's management due to their willingness to hand back a significant percentage of their wages as bribes. Yuffie squelched her irritation at such blatant corruption and exploitation. Those same managers were now awaiting trial in what were probably considerable more austere living conditions than they were used to after all. It was another dead end, but not entirely fruitless. Yuffie held onto the bits of information gleaned thus far and moved on to the far larger set of data the Inquisitio had on the blood of the samurai itself. Widely acknowledged as one of the largest resistance movements in central Japan, the samurai were fiercely devoted to freeing their nation from Britannian rule. Like most other groups, they had restricted most of their public attacks on military targets, though the Inquisitio had a list of incidents where known affiliates were engaged in attacks on predominantly civilian targets. It was those known affiliates that drew the princess' attention as she picked apart every little detail the Inquisitio had managed to dig up, both from background research but also in a few instances from direct interrogation of a suspect. The Inquisitio could be very imaginative in how it broke its prisoners and generally tended to rely on deception instead of brute violence. In point of fact, one of its most successful interrogations involved a staged breakout that led to a samurai safe house. The subsequent raid had revealed a treasure trove of intelligence, including the possible location of several other safe houses. Unfortunately, the military under General Bartley had not followed up on the intelligence coup, and so the blood of the samurai was allowed to slip back into the shadows. An unfortunate oversight, and had the general not perished alongside her brother Yuffie, was certain Cornelia would have had the man court-martialed for gross incompetence. Nevertheless, the beginnings of a pattern was emerging in Yuffie's mind. Looking at a map showing the known safe house as well as the other suspected ones, the princess mentally overlaid all of the attacks linked to the blood of the samurai onto the projection. Almost every single incident that involved more than a handful of insurgents was carried out with at least 2 safe houses within 10 miles of the target. The sample size was not large enough to guarantee an actual correlation, but it was a starting point. And then there were the safe houses themselves. They seemed to be snaking out from the wards into the concessions along a deliberate vector. Yuffie brought up another list, this one composed of weapons caches and supply dumps the military had discovered over the years. When combined with the locations of the safe houses, several stood out in particular. As she applied the derived pattern, the approximate location of more safe houses appeared in Yuffie's mind, and she began drawing a line from the concessions back out into the wards and finally into the countryside along a western trajectory. Yuffie swept the map aside and brought up more numbers. After opposition against the initial invasion crumbled, the Britannian military had moved quickly to seize as many stocks of Japanese weapons as it could to prevent them falling into the hands of any would-be insurgents. They had only been partially successful, and the fact that the Japanese government had tried to destroy as many records as they could made it impossible to actually account for every stockpile. Some records did fall into Britannian hands, however, and from them Yuffie could get an approximate feel of what types of arms were floating about. From all indications, the blood of the samurai was predominantly armed with leftovers from the defunct Japanese army, and if some of the caches found were really theirs, the group was even in possession of some heavy weapons. Yuffie's eyes narrowed. The weapons caches, those were the key. As the largest resistance group in central Japan, the odds were that the majority of the discovered caches were set up by the blood of the samurai. There was a definite flow of weapons from west to east, a trail of sorts that grew more diffuse further west it went. Assuming the caches were intended for use by the group's members further away from their home base, the closer she got to their headquarters, the fewer caches should be about. There were a few problems with this assumption, of course, the first being that the rate of discovery was equal amongst the different regions. If the blood of the samurai really was burying its weapons in the mountains, it was highly unlikely the Britannian military would stumble upon them, if only because the military tended not to send too many patrols out there, instead relying on aerial surveillance to keep an eye on things. Then there was the possibility that she was accidentally fitting the data to make a desired conclusion look plausible. Yet something tugged at Yuffie, a slim strand that seemed to peek out from amongst all the numbers. The princess focused, allowing herself to sink into all the variables, the factors, and the possibilities. It was not just the movement of weapons, it was the movement of people as well. The sightings of individual or small groups of cars, of trucks, of even groups on foot. Yuffie's mind absorbed the data the checkpoints maintained on the network of roads outside the cities. The records themselves were less than consistent, but in their gaps Yuffie saw a pattern emerging. Here, a car passing through a checkpoint but with no sign of it ever crossing the one before. There, a business shipment from a Britannian company that did not service that region of Japan. And finally, past the city of Kofu, the trail seemed to disappear outright. Yuffie's eyes narrowed. Now the hunt truly began. End of chapter 14. Publishing this was delayed due to little login hiccup. I suppose technically Anu was the star of this chapter instead of Colin. Whenever I reuse a character from canon, I try not to deviate too much from the established persona. I have no real desire to turn them into stand-in original characters. From my perspective, that kind of defeats the purpose of using a canon character to begin with. Even Yuffie, who has undergone the most radical change, is still recognizably Yuffie in some respects, and the changes that have happened have a reason built into the story instead of me just unilaterally changing her without explanation. Characters that did not get enough screen time to really establish their personas I have more flexibility with, but there are certain vibes and whatnot that I try to preserve. Anu always felt to me like kind of a big sister figure to Colin, for example. The number of original characters is going to climb simply because there is a lot going on, and Code Geass was kind of lopsided with respect to which side got more named characters. Kyoto House only has the heads of the various families. The Britannians tended to be limited to either those who die after a few episodes or those who die in a couple seconds after their first appearance, and I swear the new members of the Black Knights in R2 were there purely for fan service. There are a lot of gaps that I basically need to plug in as roles crop up that need filling. Though if we're keeping track, Colonel Air really was the second original character to appear after Duke Constantine. And bonus points to anyone who can guess where I pulled his name from. In the original anime we never got to see much of the Imperial Court, and quite frankly what we did see of it was not that impressive. For a bunch of backstabbing nobles, things were pretty subdued. Anyway, we never really hear anything about Yuffie and Cornelia's mother. We at least heard that Clovis' mother became depressed with his death, but the other consorts? Not so much as a peep as far as I can recall. My solution to this lack of information is just to remove her from play outright. At the same time that offered me an opportunity to better explain just why the Lee Britannias were so close with the 6 Britannias. In theory the children of different mothers should all be competing with each other to increase the chance of one of them being designated the heir. For a supposedly hyper-competitive society like Britannia we really did not see much of that, and what we did see was mostly Schneeisel planning on planting a dagger in everyone else's back when the time came. I thought about having Yuffie discover where the blood of the samurai were hiding at the end of this chapter, but I decided to not have that happen. Instead, she has a starting point where she can point Cornelia and the military can take over the hunt, providing her with more data that she can then sift through to narrow the field. For the most part I think I did an okay job showing how her powers worked combing through all the data. I suppose the real question was whether it was a slog to work through or if I managed to make her power actually seem cool in prose. I'd appreciate feedback on that, by the way. Well, Colin now knows Nunnally's secret. Or at least she thinks she does. One thing about the girl is that she had a tendency to jump to conclusions. She's working on that in this FIC, but it can still happen. That of course doesn't mean she's always wrong when she does that. It'll be fun to see where that all goes. I think I need to make mention about the knightly orders thus far. They're based on the ones that actually exist in Great Britain today, but there are distinct differences. For example, the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire is intended to recognize non-combatant achievements. The Most Excellent Order of the Britannian Empire on the other hand is closer to the Royal Victorian Order in that it recognizes personal service to the sovereign, his family, or a viceroy. This is not the only discrepancy that is going to crop up, and as they appear I will call them out to help reduce confusion. The Order of the Bath is more or less the same. A note on snippets: by and large they are not intended to provide sneak peeks. They have spoilers by virtue of their content, but their purpose is to allow me to add in additional background that I can't pack into the chapters themselves, or to provide hints about how this period of time is viewed in the future. Those hints are themselves intended to provide cues that should lead the people who read them to question certain assumptions about the characters. Mostly they're there to try and get people to think a bit more about what kind of person Yuffie really is, cause I foresaw the possibility that people might take her at face value despite all of the nudging I do in text and in showing her thoughts. And yes, some people are taking her at face value if some of the reviews are any indication. Also, what's in the snippet may not necessarily have anything to do with what's portrayed in the chapter itself. Let's see, looking back at my previous notes I don't see anywhere where I denied that there wasn't wish fulfillment in my writing. I tended to be more blatant in my earlier works, as I made the common mistake of wanting to give my favored characters everything without bothering to make said characters work for it. I haven't really felt much temptation to do that for a while now. These days if I have a wish it tends to be trying to figure out what combination of changes to the mainline canon would make for an interesting story. As I have said several times before, if one feels that my portrayal is somehow unbalanced in some manner, show me direct textual references and explanations for why said references back your position. Otherwise the only conclusion I can come to is that the difference in opinion is a matter of personal taste, and I will not expend the effort of trying to make everyone like this story, since that's a fool's errand at best. At the time of posting this update I am one review short of the milestone of 100. Will be interesting to see how quickly I can get to 200. Anyway, as I've requested in the past, if anyone has comments about the development of the side characters, I'd appreciate them. Other reviews are equally welcome obviously, but as the story progresses the supporting cast for both Colin and Yuffie will grow in importance simply because the two girls can't be everywhere at once and will rely on the help of others to achieve their respective goals. Chapter 15. Snippet spoiler, medium. Born in 1943, 2 years before his distant cousin Lelich VI Britannia, Lelich Lambrouge has often been regarded as personifying the vengeful spirit of his younger relative. Some fringe conspiracy theorists continue to insist that the two were one and the same, and that Prince Lelich had not committed suicide but instead been secreted out of Britannia and placed in the care of the French branch of the Lambrouge family. A great deal of documentation contravening this idea exists, however, not to mention the eyewitnesses that recall the infant Lelich Lambrouge for the 2 years before the Prince Lelich was born. Nevertheless, the idea that Lelich Lambrouge might be the lost prince was as fascinating to the public of the time as it is today, once his existence became wider known, of course. His use of the code name Leroi Noir while operating as an agent of the Service de Documentation Extérieure et de Contre-Espionnage likely added to the mystique of the man and created ready fodder for comparisons with the Princess Euphemia's image of the White Queen. Even without being a member of the Britannian imperial family, the Black King proved extremely capable of manipulating the political dynamics of the empire, as demonstrated by his triggering of the Black Rebellion. To this day many shudder at how close he came to achieving his goal of assassinating Her Highness Princess Euphemia. Toward a New Dawn, The Rise of Euphemia I. Chapter 15. Ophidia in Herba. Your Highness, your 11 o'clock is here. Yuffie looked up. Was it really that time already? Sorting through the reams of regulations pertaining to the civil service was certainly eating up a lot of time. Thank you, Rachel, please show him in, the princess said over the intercom. The doors opened a moment later and a stern-looking man in the dress uniform of the Britannian army entered. Yuffie smiled and rose to greet him. The officer snapped to attention and saluted. Colonel Jonathan Eyre, reporting for duty, Your Highness. It is good to see you again, Colonel, Yuffie said with a nod. Or should it be Brigadier now? Whichever feels more familiar to you, Highness, Jonathan said before cracking a smile. You are looking well. Thank you, Yuffie said before waving to the more comfortable sitting car to the side of the office. Please, have a seat. The colonel acknowledged the princess' graciousness with a click of his heels and made himself comfortable in one of the love seats. Yuffie herself settled for the couch to the man's left. Right on cue, a servant entered with a tea service and placed 2 cups before them before withdrawing with equal efficiency. Darjeeling Orange Pico, Jonathan remarked. It would seem my niece has been influencing you, Your Highness. Yuffie smiled whimsically. Jane often speaks of the many varieties and combinations she sampled while growing up under your care. The colonel chuckled before taking a sip. I trust she has not given you cause for disappointment. On the contrary, Yuffie said, taking on a slightly more serious tone. The skills she learned from you came in good stead just recently. Had she not kept a cool head, I may have had need to find a new industry minister. Jonathan's mustache twitched ever so slightly as the man grimaced. If you would pardon my saying so, Your Highness, but that such an opportunity for Jane to put into practice her first aid skills is a problem by itself. I will not dispute that, Yuffie agreed after a sip from her own cup. That is why I requested your transfer, Brigadier Eyre. And so they were on to business, Jonathan noted. I hope Your Highness understands that I accepted the position with several contingent conditions. It was unusual to say the least for a commoner, even one with the unblemished service record that Colonel Eyre possessed, to be offered the position of head of security for an imperial scion. It was literally unheard of for said commoner to attach conditions to accepting such an offer. But Jonathan Eyre was no ordinary commoner and Euphemia Lee Britannia was no ordinary imperial daughter. The colonel was a career army man, one who intended to serve diligently and faithfully before being discharged, assuming he survived that long, and spending the rest of his days quietly collecting his pension checks and fading into obscurity. Continuing the family line was the responsibility of his younger brother, a man who went into finance and found a lovely wife in the process. And then when overseas in Area 3, an insurgent attack claimed the lives of his brother and his wife, and Jonathan Eyre found himself responsible for the care for his 5-year-old niece. The sudden appearance of someone so utterly dependent upon him derailed the then lieutenant's long-term plans, and at one point he even considered leaving the army. Ultimately, however, Jonathan had managed to make things work, not without some pain involved for both him and his niece, but the two ultimately persevered, and Jonathan rose from a mere second lieutenant to a colonel even as he watched his surrogate daughter grow into a fine young woman. Just as things were settling down, however, one Colonel Eyre somehow attracted the attention of one Princess Euphemia Lee Britannia. To this day Jonathan still did not know what first drew Her Highness' attention, but suddenly out of the blue the man found himself handed an order undersigned by the Marshal Cornelia to execute an arrest warrant for a member of the peerage. Jonathan was no fool, however, and understood right away that he was faced with effectively a no-win scenario. He could not refuse the order, there was nothing illegal about it after all, and it had come from the highest-ranking officer in the entire Britannian armed forces. But if he carried it out, he, and by extension his family, would be the ones to suffer the direct ire of the other nobles. The princesses Cornelia and Euphemia might suffer some long-term political fallout down the road, but their positions made them effectively immune to any immediate blowback. He on the other hand was a commoner, who was he to presume to lay a hand on his social betters? In the end Jonathan had requested an audience directly with the Princess Euphemia. He laid out his concerns frankly, and perhaps a bit bluntly, and informed the princess that if pressed to choose between the welfare of his niece and his career in the military, he would choose the former. Euphemia had listened without interrupting, but at the end extended the very unexpected offer of taking Jonathan's niece on as an intern of sorts on her personal staff. If Jane proved to be a competent assistant, the temporary position might even turn into a permanent one. And if the colonel himself performed his duties well, the princess hinted that she might find further use for an asset that she could trust. An asset that she would in turn protect. Thus began a rather unconventional, sometimes even eerie, relationship between the colonel and Her Highness. Jonathan gained effectively a patron at court, something he never in his wildest imaginations ever dreamed of, and Yuffie a competent officer and the seating of personal loyalty to her in the Britannian military. While Yuffie knew she was not likely to ever match Cornelia's personal popularity with the military, it would not hurt to cultivate at least some partisans within the officer corps. Now her very first adherent was being entrusted with a most important matter, Yuffie's own personal safety. I understand that you wish a relatively free hand in establishing the security protocols that will protect me, Yuffie said. I also understand the operational practicalities that require you have that flexibility. Nevertheless, I ask that you at least keep in mind that as Viceroy of Area 11 I am as much a servant of the people as they are to me as imperial subjects. I do not wish to present too distant or threatening an impression to them. Beginning your pardon, Your Highness, but this very desire to minimize the impression of separation was why your security detail was too thin to stop the terrorists at Lake Kawaguchi, Jonathan countered. My responsibility as your new head of security can only have one overriding objective, to ensure your personal safety. Nothing else can interfere with that. Yuffie pursed her lip thoughtfully. She should have known the line about wanting to be closer to the people would not work on the colonel. The man was military through and through after all, with little regard or patience for politics or public relations. But he did have a point. His job was to keep her safe, and she would not be improving his odds of success by adding qualifiers to that objective. I understand, Yuffie repeated. You are correct, your responsibility is to see to my safety. I will not seek to burden you with blanket orders and overly broad limits on how you carry out your duty. In exchange, however, I ask that you keep me abreast of any developments that occur and the efficacy of your measures, and if a conflict arises between my intended conduct and your security measures, that we work out the necessary compromises as needed. That would be acceptable, Your Highness, Jonathan said before taking another sip of tea. The colonel was taking very careful note of exactly what the princess had said to make sure she did not just double-talk him into agreeing to give her free rein. He had seen that happen before to another unfortunate soul, and the colonel was intent on not falling victim to the same tactic himself, even though he liked to think that the princess would never use something that underhanded on him. Hoped. If this was the level at which politics was played in the imperial court all the time, he did not want to get any closer than he absolutely needed to. Then again, he was already thoroughly entwined with the Princess Euphemia, so that was probably a vain hope. Good, Yuffie said, offering a practiced smile and finishing her own cup of tea. I look forward to catching up after you have had some time to get started on your new duties. Perhaps dinner later this week? And Jane will be there too, of course. Jonathan cracked a smile of his own, his looking just as natural as Her Highness. That would be delightful. I look forward to it with eagerness, Your Highness. Well, that was faster than I expected, the EU lieutenant remarked dryly. I presume these movement reports are correct. The woman seated next to him nodded. The Britonians have definitely been shifting forces westward towards the Akaishi Mountains. She snorted. The so-called Japanese Southern Alps. If they start scouting in force, I have little doubt they will find this base. The base in question was the headquarters of the Blood of the Samurai Resistance Group, buried deep under Mount Isao west of the city of Kofu. The bunker was an old Japanese army site, one whose records had apparently been destroyed thoroughly enough that the Britonian military did not discover it during their post-invasion sweeps. In the years since, the samurai had turned it into a relatively well-fortified position with a variety of camouflaged gun emplacements, traps, and strong points that would likely hold against all but the most determined attempts to dislodge them. In other words, the Blood of the Samurai had gone to the trouble of preparing their own tombs once the Britonian military decided the gloves were off and dropped the mountain down on their heads. Well then, Lieutenant Lelich Lamperouge, the woman said. Will we be abandoning this sinking ship soon? The young man smirked. But of course, the samurai leadership is of little use to us. So long as we can preserve at least some of their actual network, we will be one step closer to my goal. Not the EU's, but his goal. Had anyone else been in here, they might have found the wording highly suspect. At a minimum, it implied a sort of dereliction of duty for a military officer, and at worst perhaps even treason. But Lelich did not care, as he possessed neither homeland nor people to be loyal to. As with the EU, the various insurgent groups in Area 11 would serve as weapons with which to strike at the Britonian imperial family. We already have copies of all the relevant contact and first-tier safe house information, the woman said. Lelich nodded. Excellent work, Charlotte. Now all we just need is for our JLF contact to show up and we can vacate post-haste. The woman nodded in response to both the praise and the point. While the insurgency in Japan could not exactly be considered united, the larger resistance forces did at least keep in touch with each other. As such, using the Blood of the Samurai to send a message to the Japanese Liberation Front was not very difficult, but already rumors were spreading that the samurai had become somewhat toxic from the perspective of the other groups due to the hotel attack. While the person of the viceroy was considered a legitimate target by all of the groups, a large majority drew the line at targeting innocent bystanders in the course of any move against the Britonian government. Still, the samurai were fellow freedom fighters, and the possibility of establishing a line to the European Union had been enough to get the JLF to send a messenger to negotiate with Lelich. Of course, the young man had no intent to negotiate at all. He rubbed the brow above his glassy left eye. Why ask when you could simply take? The door opened and the third EU officer entered, though officially he commanded the infiltration team and not Lelich. Lelich, Charlotte, the man said, lowering his guard ever so slightly in the relative security of this place. The JLF representative will be arriving within the half hour. Lelich chuckled. Well, I suppose that's that. Do we know who is coming? A lieutenant colonel by the name of Yusui Kusakabe, the man replied. Lelich raised an eyebrow. Really? Well, we should extend the lieutenant colonel every courtesy, do you not agree, Captain Divani? The Frenchman simply nodded. Do we know anything about this Colonel Kusakabe? Charlotte asked. The samurai leaders say that Kusakabe is something of a hawk in the JLF ranks, Andri said. That should work well for us. Once he is compromised, it will not seem strange for him to advocate for an alliance between the JLF and the EU. Lelich nodded. Excellent. Though we could have done with some more warning about his arrival, Captain. Andri shrugged. The entire arrangement between the samurai and the JLF is ramshackle enough as it is. We should be grateful the JLF responded before the Britannians found this place. The young man grunted in acknowledgement of the point. His patience was considerable, but its limits could still be tested from time to time. Hopefully the JLF contingent would not be too difficult to turn and he could proceed to the next stage of his plans. As regretful as it was that it would be Cornelia and Euphemia whom would fall first in his campaign, the order that the Britannian imperial family died mattered little. And though a very small part of him was glad she had survived the Kawaguchi incident, another more pragmatic part regarded the entire affair as a lost opportunity. Not only would Yuffie's death have removed the need for him to arrange it, Cornelia would have almost certainly flown into a rage and cracked down hard on the 11s in retribution. In that kind of situation, inciting a full-fledged rebellion to provide cover for his elder half-sister's own little accident would have been child's play. But with Yuffie still alive and apparently intent on continuing her program of reforms, whipping up enough fervor to kickstart that uprising would be that much harder. Well, when life gives you lemons, Lelich began. Add lots of sugar for the lemonade, Charlotte finished with a bright smile. Lelich chuckled. Lieutenant Charlotte Dunois really was his greatest masterpiece. The Geass he possessed could impose absolute obedience, but the problem with that was its inherent inflexibility. Those whose wills were slave to his tended to be unimaginative and wooden, their responses so unnatural that normal people could immediately sense something was wrong. Thankfully the Lamperouge family was fairly small and inconsequential, and Lelich had been able to mostly sequester them away after he bungled his first forays with his Geass. Charlotte, however, represented the culmination of many years of careful experimentation and theorization. Well, we have some time before they arrive, Charlotte said, let's get any preparations we need out of the way. Lelich nodded. Their intelligent will, something that was normally beyond one who had the Geass cast upon them. A direct command might be simple and predictable, but it robbed the receiver of too much initiative. But by changing Charlotte's perception, however, Lelich created a loyal, intelligent, and perhaps most important of all, seemingly independent servant able to see and notify him of mistakes that might escape his notice, even as she remained incapable of ever betraying him. It was not easy, and of his many pawns Charlotte was one that Lelich was most loath to lose. At the very least we will need to make sure this Colonel Kusakabe has something to take back to his superiors, Lelich said. The establishment of a supply line should be of some inducement. The problem is getting sufficient arms to Japan from overseas, Charlotte stated. Smuggling via cargo ships is looking less and less feasible with the crackdown by the Viceroy and the Marshal. Indeed, Lelich said with a frown. Why was it that his family needed to make everything so difficult? Still, there are some possibilities. We control the Kuril Islands after all, and there are plenty of fishing boats out there from Russia, China, and Japan. If the JLF's network extends as far north as Hokkaido, we're in business. Assuming the Field Marshal can get the weapons flowing, Andri remarked. I have little doubt he will, Lelich said confidently. Otherwise why would he have sent us with explicit permission to make an offer to the resistance groups? I do not doubt the Field Marshal's intents, Andri said. The problem is with the bureaucrats and politicians in Paris. After the debacle with the Middle East Federation, they're more than likely to pull in their horns and hope Britannia doesn't pay the EU any notice, the idiots. Lelich nodded. The tepidity of the EU's political leadership was as much an irritant to him as well, but he had his own plans unfolding that would take care of that soon enough. And even if the civilian leadership was too scared to kick off an actual war with the Britannian Empire, it would soon find out that that particular choice was not theirs to make. Soon enough, however, more immediate matters demanded their attention, and their samurai minder, really at this point little more than a gopher, informed them that they had a guest. Lelich adjusted glassy contact over his left eye once more. Soon enough he would not need to shield it from the sight of others. CC rubbed her head. The pressure she experienced last week had receded somewhat, but at this point it was pretty clear that she was not imagining things. That could only mean one thing: a previous contractor was in Japan. Just what that meant depended on exactly which contractor this was, but the woman was beginning to suspect she would really not like the answer to that. CC grimaced. If it really was Lelich, then things were about to get much more complicated, not only for Colin but for the members of the Britannian imperial family in Japan as well. She considered her options. Getting close enough to neutralize Lelich was likely to be a non-starter. The boy was meticulous with his personal security and would almost certainly detect her presence if she made an attempt. And once he knew that she was nearby, Lelich would be nigh unassailable, short of dropping a very big bomb on wherever he was holed up. What to do? Lelich might be willing to let her be if he did not consider her a threat to his plans, but that was doubtful. The boy knew full well the power of a Geass and would not risk the disruption to his own plans that another bearer would bring. He would seek out CC and anyone whom she might have formed a contract with, restrain her, and kill the contractor. Colin was in very grave danger. The question now was how to deal with this threat. She would need to ponder upon this. In the meantime, however, Colin was busy with her own plans and would likely need C.C's support. The woman glanced over to where the girl was busy conversing with her compatriots. Colin leaned over and looked at the crate of clips before letting out an admiring whistle. How'd you score all this, Ogai? The Kawaguchi incident has had some major repercussions amongst some of the samurai's affiliates, the man said. Quite a few are nervous about getting caught up in the retaliation that all of us know is coming, and others think the samurai overreached when it tried to off the viceroy. Ogai shrugged. Things might be different if they had succeeded, but they didn't. This cash is from one of the affiliates that's decided to get out of the liberation business and focus on just plain surviving. Colin nodded as she bent down and picked up one of the clips. .308 Winchesters. Good, we have quite a few rifles that can fire these. She glanced at the several other crates down in the warehouse. And now we have the ammo to go with them. That's not all, Ogai said. We also got an ample supply of pistol rounds and even some C4. Really? Inu said admiringly. I can rig up a detonator pretty quickly, if we find a target worth taking out. Ogai looked somewhat askance at the woman's apparent enthusiasm but shrugged. Well, we might just have one. That got the two women's attention as they diverted their attention from the goodies to him. We hit a really lucky break, Ogai said, walking over to the table where another cell member was working. Minami, show them what we got. The bespectacled man smoothed out a map and tapped a location circled on it. We already suspected that this was the location where the supply convoy we hit picked up the refrain shipment, but seeing as it's right on the borders with the concession hitting it is an open invitation to the Brightonnian military to respond quickly and forcefully. However, the man drew a line from the depot to another spot on the map. There is another depot outside the concession, also run by KBR, that our convoy stopped at. And this one might be an even better bet for the refrain distribution point. How so? Inu asked curiously. It's outside the concession for one, Minami replied. Refrain is illegal even under Brightonnian law, and while KBR might have been able to buy off any investigators that came sniffing around in the past, the Princess Euphemia's clampdown on corruption definitely has to have the company at least thinking about its exposure. Even if they used the depot next to the concession before to distribute the refrain, if I were KBR now I would be seriously thinking about shifting my off-the-books operations to some place where the authorities were a lot less liable to poke their noses around. There's also another reason, Ogai added. That depot's where a lot of black market exchanges happen. KBR likes to offload a lot of what they term surplus gear and supplies there, so it wouldn't surprise me if they also did some refrain trafficking on the side. Hey, Colin said. Wait, don't we also rely on places like that for our stuff? Ogai nodded. If we hit it, we might end up screwing up a lot of people's supply chains as it were, which will make us a lot less popular in the short term. But the groups I've talked to are even less happy with the idea of refrain being out on the streets, so I think we can sweat it out, especially if we can get in touch with Kyoto House. Inu shrugged. That'll take a bit of time, but I think you're right. I ignored the place because even with all of the dealings that flow through that place I never once heard a peep about refrain. Then again, it might just be because they're doing a really good job of keep a lid on it. Do we want to do some recon before actually hitting the place? Colin asked. I know what you're thinking, Ogai said immediately, and it won't work. You look too Brightonian, Colin, you'd stick out too much. Colin scowled, but before she could respond Inu cut in. Ogai's right on that count, Colin, especially with your red hair. The woman looked at her thoughtfully. Although. Colin frowned. What? Are you suggesting I dye my hair black? That'd be a start, Inu said as she started drifting away from the table. Colin and Ogai exchanged looks before following the woman, leaving Minami at the table. We'd need to try to smudge up your face a bit too, Inu said as she walked. Maybe fake a scar, and it would be great if we could do something about your eye color, but that might be asking a bit much on such short notice unless you can get your hands on those newfangled contacts. The woman came to an abrupt halt once they were some distance away from the table and spun about. Of course, I'd only agree with bringing Colin along if the two of you tell me just why it's so important that she go. Both Colin and Ogai froze and stared at Inu. The woman chuckled. Ah, so there is something going on. Colin had to admit a grudging admiration for Inu's intuition. She could not be sure when the other woman's suspicions had been aroused, probably after Colin's little stunt with the electronic lock at the Brightonian outpost, but Inu was also smart enough to confront her and Ogai alone instead of in front of the others. Colin and Ogai exchanged looks before she shrugged. Well, might as well tell her, Colin said. Tamaki already knows, and Inu can do a much better job keeping her mouth shut than him. Inu raised an eyebrow. You told Tamaki and not me. Colin chuckled. Yeah, probably not the brightest idea I've had. Let's take this somewhere quieter, Ogai said. The trio made their way to the office upstairs and Ogai shut the door behind them. After they were seated he nodded to Colin to take the lead. It was her secret after all. Colin sighed. How to explain this without Inu thinking she was crazy? She could either go with the truth or try to make up something coherent that was still believable. Ultimately, however, Colin decided on the former, seeing as lying convincingly was not one of the girl's strong suits, bashing heads was. Remember Shinjuku? Colin asked. Inu nodded but said nothing else. The container, I said there was no gas, Colin said. What was inside was CC, the girl you've been calling Cecilia. The older woman raised an eyebrow, not that Colin blamed her doubt. And what's even freakier is, I saw her get shot in the head, Colin said softly. Raised eyebrow turned into wide eyes as Inu gawked at her. Colin chuckled ruefully. Before she got shot though, she asked if I wanted to live, Colin went on, unsheathing her knife and drawing a very worried look from Inu. I said yes, and the next thing I knew I could do this. The girl tossed an apple behind her and waited 2 seconds before sending the knife sailing after without looking back. A thud sounded as the blade impaled the fruit against the side of a desk. Inu looked at the apple, then at Colin, then back at the apple. What? She can sense the absolute position of everything around her, Ogai interjected, putting into words what Colin was trying to explain with her demonstration. And by knowing where everything is around her, she can strike at it without needing to see it. What's more, she can also predict where it might end up. Inu now switched her gaze between Colin and Ogai a few times before massaging her temples. Wow! That was not what I was expecting. So what were you expecting? Colin asked. I have no idea, Inu admitted frankly, pinching between her eyes. Something involving that French girl, sure, things have been getting weirder and weirder ever since she showed up, but this? You being clairvoyant? And this CC or Cecilia or whatever her name is. What is she? A witch. The three startled and spun about to see the woman in question leaning against the door frame. Thou may calleth me a witch, CC said with a mischievous smirk. C. Colin growled. How long have you been standing there? Long enough to hear that confession, CC said. Hast thou decided to seek another for recede? This isn't about getting her advice, Colin said. Inu's like a sister to me, so she of all people deserves to know the truth. CC raised an eyebrow. 'Tis a wise woman that knoweth her own kin. Colin snorted. I'll take that as a compliment. Now did you need something? CC cocked her head aside. A note of warning. On thy path, yond man has a lean and hungry look. Colin's eyes narrowed. He thinks too much, such men are dangerous. The green-haired woman smiled widely as Colin completed the line. The young woman had understood her. Who is this man? Colin asked. CC pursed her lip. 'Tis not the many oaths that make the truth, but the plain single vow, that is vow de true. For a moment Colin did not quite get what the other girl was saying. Then her jaw dropped. Colin. Ogai said worriedly. Are you fucking serious? Colin exploded, startling her comrades. Colin, what's wrong? Ogai asked immediately. I mean, she's the one that gave me this power, Colin said, but I'm not the only one she's made a contract with. Ogai breathed sharply and even Inu, newly brought into this masquerade, quickly understood what Colin was insinuating. One of her previous contractors is here. Inu said hesitantly. Yeah, Colin said with a scowl, and based off what she said, he's going to be very, very dangerous. Inu's expression darkened and she stood and walked over to CC. If you've gotten Colin dragged into some personal mess of yours, you had better be able to clean this up. CC sniffed petulantly. 'Tis a sin to swear unto a sin, but a greater sin to keep a sinful oath. What is that supposed to mean? Inu demanded. Something went way wrong with that contractor, Colin interpreted, so she cut him loose and left. Isn't that right? CC acknowledged the veracity of her words with a nod. So, what went badly enough that you'd leave, but not badly enough to warrant killing the guy and leaving a loose end like this? Colin asked. The woman grimaced, though why Colin could not fathom. Was she ashamed of that contract? Hard to imagine considering how whimsically she treated everything else. But then CC opened her mouth to speak once more. But that I am forbid to tell the secrets of mine prison house. And closed it with those few words. Colin blinked. Wait, what? Can you actually make sense of what she's saying? Inu said incredulously. It's like riddles and nonsense. It's riddles, yes, but it's not nonsense, Colin said. She's quoting Shakespeare, reusing lines from plays that approximate what she wants to say. Oh my gods, you have a geese on you, don't you? A sad smile crossed C.C's face as her head tilted ever so slightly in confirmation. But, how is that possible? Colin asked. I thought you were immune from the powers of your contractors. CC stroked her chin, likely considering what if any line from the playwright's works might allow her to explain herself. She struck her palm with her fist upon seemingly coming up with you. There are more things in heaven and earth, Colin, than are dreamt in your philosophy. Colin stared at CC for a brief moment. That doesn't tell me anything. CC rolled her eyes but said nothing more. This is getting very confusing, Inu said. Cecilia, or CC, or whatever you want to be called, are you able to explain this power you gave to Colin? Its origin and how it works. I know it not, CC said with a shrug. Well, that's not going to work, Inu said. You two are coming with me to the KO hospital. Colin blinked. What? I want the two of you to get a complete checkup, Inu said. If this power is real, and I'm starting to think that there really is something to all this insanity, I want to make sure that it's not hurting you. I'm fine, Colin insisted. Guy cleared his throat. Your head aches? The girl scowled. Okay, but besides those I'm fine. Headaches? Inu said with a frown. If something's going on inside your head, then it's even more important that we find out what it is. We don't have a CT scanner, but we can still get an X-ray to see if there's any deformation visible with your skull. Whoa Inu, aren't you overreacting here? Colin asked. Inu bent over and locked eyes with the girl. Colin. You now have this weird power that neither you nor the person supposedly responsible for it can explain how it works. And you're now suffering headaches. Do you seriously expect me to believe that absolutely nothing has changed about your health? Colin found herself in the rather rare position of feeling somewhat sheepish. All right, I got it. But I could probably arrange for a physical checkup myself back in the concessions, no need to use up KO's resources. I know that using that X-ray of yours takes a lot of juice. When the woman did not seem quite convinced, Colin firmed up her composure. Trust me Inu, now that you've gotten me thinking, I want to know just what's going on in my head as well, Colin said. All right, Inu said, but I'm going to hold you to that, and I want to see the results of your tests. Colin nodded. I promise. Suzaku came to a halt as he finished the last lap on the tracks. The young man panted as he caught his breath, feeling his lungs fill and empty as he sucked in the oxygen his burning muscles screamed for. Once he was no longer feeling so winded, he walked over to the bench and took a long sip from his bottle. A little under 14 minutes for a 2-mile run, his time was improving. After his experience with performing the HAHO jump, he had realized that as fit as he previously felt himself to be, there were always higher standards to aspire to. Besides, working out helped clear his head. Suzaku. Looking over, Suzaku saw a woman waving at him. He smiled and walked over. Captain Krumi. You didn't need to come fetch me. I was on my way anyway, Cecile said with a smile of her own. And you know how Lloyd is about punctuality. If you were late by even a minute and he thought I didn't do my part keeping you on schedule, I'd never hear the end of it. Suzaku chuckled. Yes, the Earl can be a bit colorful. And it's Cecile, the woman said, leaning in and staring Suzaku in the face. Or have you forgotten again, Warrant Officer Kururugi? The boy smiled sheepishly. No Cecile, I haven't. But, we're not exactly at the ASIC right now, are well. But we're also not exactly out in public, Cecile countered. Now hurry along. I'm sure you'll want to take a shower before sitting in the Lancelot for however long Lloyd thinks he needs you there to run the calibrations. Yes ma'am, Suzaku said with a playful smile. The young man's promotion to warrant officer had come as a surprise to him, not just because of his own relative youth and inexperience. While there were quite a few honorary Brightonians serving as non-commissioned officers in the military, their numbers relative to the military as a whole was still very small. Combined with his relative lack of experience and age, Suzaku had not expected any sort of promotion for many years if ever. In point of fact, his promotion was kept fairly low-key. Cecile had of course formally presented it to him, but the only people present were the men and women of the ASIC, most of whom he had grown more familiar with and who in turn seemed willing to accept him. Then again, seeing how idiosyncratic Lloyd could be, all of them probably were less stuffy than the average Brightonian when it came to such matters. I trust things are going better at school? Cecile asked as Suzaku wiped his face off with a towel. More or less, the boy said dryly. The Lady Stotfeld graciously accepted my apology in the end, and the other boys have mostly backed off. Still, to think that things would spiral out of control over something so minor, Cecile said. Do be more careful in the future, Suzaku. I know that you would never stoop to such disgraceful conduct, but others are likely to be far more judgmental. That was quite the understatement, both knew, but Suzaku nodded nonetheless. I'll be careful, he assured her. Good, Cecile said. Now, shall we get going? So what exactly does the Earl want to do today? Suzaku asked as they headed for the large hangar the ASIC occupied at MacArthur Base. Don't you read the briefings we provide? Cecile chided as she gave him a poke on the forehead. I try to, Suzaku said with a wiry smile, but I'm not an engineer and some of the details are a bit beyond me. Fair enough, Cecile allowed. You remember the basic explanation of how a Nightmare's bipedal system works? Suzaku nodded. The legs use high-powered motors that are geared down so that it has sufficient torque to hold up the rest of the frame. Correct. And how responsive a nightmare is depends heavily on how well quickly we can change the torque values. There are various ways of decreasing the required time, but most of them would put additional strain on the gearboxes and draw more power. It's all a balancing act and it requires a lot of data gathering to find the optimal configuration. I see, Suzaku said half honestly. He got the gist of it, but again, he was no engineer and he was still learning the ins and outs of nightmare operation and maintenance. Cecile swiped her keycard and punched in a number. The door clicked open and Suzaku quickly opened the door for her, earning a smile of thanks from the woman. At the same time, Lancelot has a much more manual control system than other nightmares, she continued after making sure the door was properly shut behind them. That in theory makes for a more responsive system but results in a lot more things to keep track of when piloting. Maybe one day we'll be able to squeeze enough processing power to automatically adjust all of the mechanical systems, but for now there are very few people who can actually pilot the Lancelot, you being one of them, Suzaku. That last was delivered with an encouraging smile and the boy returned it with one of his own. It was nice to have one's talents acknowledged after all. Here we are, Cecile said as they came to the men's locker room. I'll see you in the workshop, Suzaku. The boy nodded and watched as the woman departed. Cecile was a remarkably kind and gentle person for all her military commission. It was a reminder that not everyone in the Brightonian military were glory hounds or bloody thirsty monsters, there were plenty of people just trying to do their duty. Well, he was going to make sure that no one would be able to fault him on his duties. Suzaku sniffed his shirt. Right after he took a shower. The dinner party ultimately saw a total of 3 guests joining Euphemia for the evening, assuming one ignored the 2 armsmen that stood attentively against the wall. Brigadier Air had wasted little time increasing the physical screen that protected the princess and Yuffie had caught sight of a few other changes to her surroundings with the man's mark. Today however Jonathan was officially off duty and simply spending a quiet evening with his liege and his niece. There should really not have been any reason for the man to look so grumpy, save perhaps the man that was seated next to Jane. Edward Rochester, 3rd Baron of Fairfax, had recovered sufficiently from his injuries to return to limited duty. Nevertheless there was still a slight stiffness to his movements, a stiffness that did not quite explain the attention Jane paid the older man. Yuffie found the entire scene more than a bit amusing, not least because of how much the Baron was fidgeting. Edward was by no means a timid man, but when faced with the father or father figure of the woman he was courting, any man might quail a bit. Jonathan for his part alternated between pretending the Baron did not exist to giving him very pointed looks. I hear that you are considering applying to Radcliffe College for graduate work, Jonathan said to his niece, to study mathematics and operational research. Jane nodded as she sliced into more manageable pieces the steak set before her. The Radcliffe School would allow me access to courses at Harvard University, which has a well-respected unit on the subject in its business school. Jonathan grunted. And will you be taking a leave of absence from your work to attend? Her Highness has graciously permitted that I take leaves of absence alternating semesters, Jane said in between bites. At the same time, my work on her staff should provide me with work credits that I can apply towards the degree. Is that so? Jonathan said, glancing over at the princess who nonchalantly worked through her own steak. I imagine that such an academic schedule would limit the financial aid you would qualify for from the school. It does, Jane said, but I have saved a considerable sum from my work and I do not foresee much difficulty meeting the tuition. Well, let me know if you do need help, Jonathan said before taking a big bite of his own. I will be fine, uncle, Jane assured him with a smile. I do not wish to further impose upon your generosity. As a soldier, Jonathan's pay could not be described as overly generous, and the early years of caring for Jane while he was a mere junior officer had tested the man's finances and financial skill. As he rose through the ranks however, a certain stability was achieved and Jonathan was even able to pay for his niece's university education without needing to rely on onerous loans. That Jane won several scholarships did not hurt, though the Brightonian education system, much like Brightonian society, was geared towards people paying their own way, and so what financial aid was available was limited. Nonsense, we're family, Jonathan said. There is no such thing as imposition when it comes to family. That everyone here knew was not true, but some families were closer than others and Yuffie envied the care Jonathan lavished on his niece. She might not have been spoiled, but she was paid attention to, which was more than Yuffie could say about her own father. Do you have any specific plans after completing your studies? Edward spoke up, the first since his halting introduction at the start of the meal. Jonathan raised an eyebrow, but Edward did his best to look nonplussed. He was a noble after all, and pretending to uphold one's dignity was something he had much practice with. I may continue working with Her Highness if she believes I can continue to be of service, Jane said, eliciting an amused smile from Yuffie. Beyond that, who can say what the future will bring? Yes, Edward agreed. Who can say indeed? The two exchanged knowing smiles while Jonathan continued to pretend not to notice the blinding obvious. He might not have been Jane's biological father, but he certainly acted the part convincingly enough. And I understand that I also owe you for imparting upon Jane the skills that ensured that I still have a future, Sir Eyre, Edward said, speaking directly to the Brigadier. Jonathan raised an eyebrow and regarded the noble for a noticeable beat before responding. Jonathan will do fine. Colonel, if you wish to be formal. I bear no knighthood after all, so do not warrant a sir beyond those that serve under me. Jonathan, Edward said with due respect. Still, I believe that I owe you my thanks for the instruction you provided to your niece. Jonathan now regarded Jane, who did not flinch in the least. In her childhood a spirited girl, that spirit had transformed into a firmness of character that reminded the man all too much of his brother and sister-in-law. Before she went to work for Her Highness Jane and I discussed her joining the nursing corps, Jonathan said. It's honest and important work, I owe my life many times over to their skill. I could only teach her the basics of first aid, I was never rated as a field medic, but I knew some army nurses who would be willing to let a teenage girl her age tag along and pick up a basic understanding of what they do. Yes, Jane has told me about that, Edward said, but you laid the foundation, Colonel Eyre, and I hope you have found pride in the fruit of your efforts. Jonathan regarded the two seated across from him thoughtfully. I am proud of my niece, that is true. And I trust her judgment to be mostly sound. The man's eyes hardened ever so slightly. And should I feel it to ever lapse, I will let it be known. And just as quickly relaxed as he took another bite of his meal. Edward and Jane also seemed to relax with him, and Jane offered her uncle a grateful smile. Yes, the colonel would let it be known if he thought she ever strayed, but he was not doing that now. As the meal proceeded with a lighter mood, a knock sounded. One of the armsmen cracked the door open a sliver, and after a hushed exchange allowed the soldier to enter. The man walked over to the dinner table and saluted. I apologize for interrupting you during your meal, Your Highness, but the Marshal thought you would like to be notified right away. She believes our forces have encountered the defensive line protecting the blood of the samurai's main base. Yuffie nodded. Does my sister wish for me to join her at her command center? No, Highness, not presently. Very well. Thank you for delivering the message, Sergeant, you are dismissed. The man snapped another sharp salute. Highness. After the door closed behind the soldier, Yuffie looked over her fellow diners. It would seem the days are numbered for the terrorists that dared harm us at Lake Kawaguchi. All three of her guests nodded in agreement. Yuffie took hold of her wineglass. Well, I for one will look forward to that day. The princess raised her glass. A toast to victory, and to Britannia. Hail Britannia! Came the united response. End of chapter 15. Several readers have called to my attention the fact that the shift in dates on the Code Geass wiki is a very recent thing. Based on the history, the person responsible is a user named WindyWalk. As I am not an active contributor to the wiki, I just use it to look things up that I don't recall the details of from the series. I have no idea who that person is. I also do not know how valid said person's interpretation is. Regardless, having started this story based on the original theorized timeline, I am going to stick with said original timeline, as otherwise too many things get mucked up. The consequences for this chapter is I'm reverting to the original French agent nominally overseeing Lelich to the person I originally had before I tried to accommodate the new dates, and I'm switching the DGSE to its predecessor organization, this DIS. As for the wiki, I invite others more invested in the place to take a long, hard look to make sure that the shifted dates actually make sense. Fun fact, the Britannian Empire still uses the imperial measurement system, not metric. As a note, the way Geass works in my FIC is tweaked a bit. More will be revealed as the story goes on, and the general rules of thumb still apply, but there are a few subtle differences that will have an impact on the story. Also, now you all know partially why CC speaks the way she does. And I thought I hated writing archaic lines. Imagine how much a pain it is to look up lines from Shakespeare's plays. Nightmares. Mechanically, the things as designed shouldn't be able to stay upright, especially with the way the pilot module juts out of the back like that. But, I'm not going to try to justify it, so I'll just nibble around the edges. I have some passing experience with robotic systems, and so I actually am not completely pulling things out of my ass when it comes to motors, gearboxes, and other such things. Eyre is a last name. After this chapter it should be pretty obvious where it's from, unless none of you read classical literature, which would be a shame since that book is quite a good read. Well, Lelich has shown his face. Sort of. Before I talk a bit about him though, I want to answer the questions that one reviewer had. 1. Vivi did force the Geass on Yuffie, but to be honest I'm very unsatisfied with that scene. I'm liable to go back and rewrite it. Don't worry, I'll make sure that the update goes up simultaneous with a future chapter update, and I'll call it out on the later chapter's author notes. 2. Yuffie could have really turned out either way, it's pretty justifiable for either outcome. The writers for the anime had a role that needed her to be the way she was, and so they made her nice, politically naive, and etc. I needed her to not be that, so I made her not, though I did make sure to at least provide a plausible rationale by modifying events slightly. Note that in my case, that Cornelia was powerless to keep her promise to Yuffie is important and was not put in purely for drama. It showed the girl that promises were only worth the ability of others to keep them, and to keep some promises you need more than determination or will, you need power. 3. see explanation regarding Lelich following this. 4. I have the general story outlined in my head but I sure as hell don't have it actually written beyond what's been published plus whatever draft of the next chapter I'm working on. I don't work that fast. 5. Colin's power is not active all the time. Note that I explicitly mention when she turns it on throughout the story. And in the anime we're never definitively shown that people actually can see if a Geass is active or not, or identify people under its influence by the red shine in the victim's eye. That always seemed more of a visual indicator for the viewers. Now, for Lelich. I think it's pretty clear by now that I'm a somewhat unconventional fan when it comes to Code Geass. There were parts I liked but there were a lot of parts that I felt were dissatisfying or did not live up to its full potential. I'm sure the executive meddling did not help, but the characterization especially rubbed me wrong in a lot of ways. I have an active imagination however and so I poked and prodded the Code Geass concept to see what would be interesting. Lelich in particular caught my attention, primarily because he had moments of impressive brilliance but the moment Nunnally was brought up he would crack. It was almost painful to watch him back off because he was worried about hurting her when his backing off actually put her in much greater danger than if he had gone all in and succeeded. His hesitation, as endearing as I'm sure some viewers found it, was to me more than a little nonsensical at certain points. Naturally this led to a hypothetical question. What would happen if Lelich did not have Nunnally restraining him? What would happen if, say, Nunnally was dead and Lelich did not have anything in the world to cherish? I think most viewers of Code Geass would agree that in such a situation there is a very real risk of the rage within Lelich coming to a head and setting him on a roaring rampage of revenge, so to speak. Which would have been actually kind of interesting to write since it would have been such a drastically different take on the Code Geass canon, a Lelich that did not hesitate to exploit others as mere tools to achieve his ends. It would have been bloody, it would have been glorious, and it would have been very unsatisfying in the end. Why? Because there would have been no sense of hope or closure with a main character like that. Well, that's not entirely true, but it would have been extraordinarily difficult to close the story on not a positive note, but one that was at least bittersweet instead of downright depressing, cause by the time Lelich was done or burned out he would have likely ruined a lot of lives, way more than he did in canon. Still, the idea had been planted and I felt that there was something to it. But if I wanted hope, I would need someone to counter Lelich, someone that, if not the good guy, was at least a character that readers would root for to stop Lelich from burning the world. And so I went looking for a character capable of this. First, most obvious candidate was Suzaku. No. Suzaku was a skilled nightmare pilot but that's about all that he has going for him. While he might make for a good tip of the spear against Lelich, he does not have the charisma, political guile, or strategic cunning to match Lelich. He got played by both Charles and Schneisel in the anime before Lelich himself talked him into playing along with the Zero Requiem. Suzaku ultimately is a follower and there is no way in hell he could have gone up against a completely ruthless Lelich and come out alive, much less win. Second candidate, Schneisel. After all he came closest to defeating Lelich. He's a savvy politician and he possesses at least some sense of military strategy, though honestly the latter might be more of him employing very competent subordinates than him actually being a skilled commander. Still, we know that Schneisel actually stands a chance. Except, it might just be me but I'm not sure I'd particularly want Schneisel to win against Lelich, even if Lelich is a relentless monster. And there's a similar issue in that Schneesel's vision for the world is not particularly nice either, so I'm not sure I could make the conclusion between the two's conflict very satisfying to read. Or the conclusion itself for that matter. Cornelia. She's a Britonian general, chief general, which is a bloody stupid military title for anyone who follows Western rank conventions. She seems less politically savvy than Schneisel but that in and of itself does not necessarily disqualify her from besting Lelich. It puts her at a major disadvantage, to be sure, but still doable, assuming I wrote her to be an actual general instead of the Blood Knight she was portrayed as in the anime. The problem with Cornelia however is that she represents the status quo of Britannia. She's an open bigot and racist and her victory would not really change the course of the Empire, something that I feel is important for a lot of Code Geass fans. After all, a lot of us cheered on the Zero Requiem because it offered the possibility of a better tomorrow. Never mind that I give it 5 years at most before a new major conflict erupts if that world's geopolitics was anywhere remotely realistic. Anyway, Cornelia, while probably more acceptable than Schneisel, does not provide the necessary change at a macro level. Colin suffers a similar problem as Suzaku. Personally I would say she's the better pilot, whenever the two meet in comparable machines it's usually Suzaku that's the one being pressured. But as with Suzaku her ability as a pilot is pretty much irrelevant to how effective she would be when facing someone like Lelich. While she proved a competent squad leader and seemed to have a decent grasp of tactics, she never participated in strategic level decisions in the anime and I'm dubious as to how well she would do. That and we see almost zero awareness of politics on her part. She's very much ruled by her emotions. I could perhaps turn her into someone who could match Lelich, but not without twisting her beyond recognition, which would defeat the point of using Colin. Oh guy, regardless of whether you're a fan of the guy or not, I think it's pretty clear that he's not a match for Lelich strategically or politically. An able deputy, but not a leader, or at least not of the caliber needed to successfully face down Lelich. Li Xing doesn't appear in Season 1 and I'm dubious as to whether he could have beaten Lelich anyway. And, well, I really did not find him that engaging of a character to be frank. And his own personal goals were extremely limited in the anime as well, which doesn't give me much to work with to elevate a character, so to speak. Not to mention the difficulty of trying to shoehorn him into basically a Season 1 arc. In point of fact, Yuffie as a possibility had occurred to me pretty early on, but I wanted to lay out the problems I had with the other characters first. Yuffie was interesting. In the anime itself I always felt that she was severely underutilized. And in all seriousness, as someone raised in the imperial court she should not have been that guileless with respect to the politics. That just seemed so very unrealistic. But there was an obvious intelligence and will in her character, an intelligence that was shown when she worked out the proposal for the SAZ. I know I've complained about the SAZ before, but it's not really Yuffie's fault the writers portrayed it in such a problematic manner, and a will she showed when she revealed herself during the hotel incident. What if those two attributes were boosted? Enough to make her an actual player in the court politics but not enough to make her unrecognizable. And throw in a Geass from VV and we could have a most interesting combination of Colin, Yuffie and Lelich come into play, each with their own agenda that overlaps or conflicts in interesting ways. That was how a cold calculus came about. Now let's see if I can make this entire damn thing work. We are as of now, about a third of the way I would say through what might be termed Season 1. I expect it won't take more than 50 chapters for the first arc. Let's see how long it takes me to complete the entire thing. Only 2 lines from C.CS dialogue for me to translate this time, all the others are paraphrases from Shakespeare plays. Long enough to hear thy confession. Hast thou decided to seek another for receipt? Long enough to hear your confession. Have you decided to seek another for advice? 'Tis a wise woman that knoweth her own kin. It is a wise woman that knows her family.